He didn't know if it was because Tsang had used too much strength or because he was too angry, but in short, his tragic experience made Uncle Long and the others feel sympathy. Following that, all the Qilins looked at the scene in front of them in horror. How could this be? Was the wolf that the kitten had turned into so powerful? The Qilins were all puzzled. Regarding Blue's identity, other than the Qilin clan leader, almost no one knew. Hence, when faced with Blue's power, the Qilin clan members who had never placed Blue in their eyes and even treated it as Leng Ruoxue's little pet, were all petrified. Azure's formidable strength had dealt a huge blow to their strong and confident hearts as Qilins, causing them to become uncertain. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Ice Spirit sighed and pleaded, "Senior Tsang, I hope you can be magnanimous and let my clansman go." "Let him go? Humph. Those who bully my girl will all die," Azure said with an undeniable expression. Not only was Ice Spirit speechless, even Leng Ruoxue's face turned red. However, Tsang was trying to protect her, so Leng Ruoxue naturally wouldn't step out to clarify that the Qilin didn't bully her. Since Azure had decided that unlucky Qilin had been bullied, Leng Ruoxue thought to herself as she enjoyed Tsang's protection. She even ignored the gaze that Ice Soul threw at her, asking her to speak up for her. When Ice Spirit saw that Leng Ruoxue was ignoring him, he was so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. "Senior Tsang." Ice Spirit opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Based on his understanding of Tsang, Tsang was not an easy person to get along with. Now, it was clear that Tsang would not give him any face. Therefore, he did not know what to do. This time, after finally confirming that their chief had called the wolf senior, the Qilins were even more frightened. Oh my god. The clan leader actually called him senior? This was truly unbelievable. One had to know that their clan head seniority in the divine realm was not low, and to be able to be called senior by him, what level of old goo did they have to know? Immediately, Azure's identity became the focus of all the Qilin speculations. However, no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out who Azure was. But against the powerful Azure, the Qilins were all on high alert. With the previous example, they didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke this wolf. They already believed that this wolf could definitely devour them. Seeing the Kirin become obedient, Azure was very satisfied. Then, it turned to Leng Ruoxue and asked, "Girl, what should we do with this Qilin? Do you need me to swallow it?" When Tsang said this, he deliberately made an eager expression, which made all the Qilins depressed. However, they didn't dare to say anything and could only timidly lower their heads, trying to reduce their presence. "I think you can wake him up and see what his attitude is before making a decision." After hearing Tsang's words, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Her words made Ice Spirit, who had been on tenterhooks, heave a sigh of relief. He was so afraid that Leng Ruoxue would say, "You can swallow it," in a fit of anger. However, after heaving a sigh of relief, he was conflicted again. Because the truth was clear, Tsang listened to Leng Ruoxue, and Leng Ruoxue ignored his pleading gaze, which made him very worried. That little girl was not on good terms with him. With this thought in mind, Bing Pio's resentful gaze followed Leng Ruoxue. However, Leng Ruoxue did not even spare him a glance. At this time, the unlucky Qilin was also awakened by Tsang, who was very obedient to Leng Ruoxue. Azure's actions weren't gentle at all, but rather rough. This was because the Qilin was awakened by Azure's slaps. After waking up, the unlucky Qilin was momentarily dazed. However, he immediately felt the weight on his body, which made him extremely uncomfortable. He moved a little, but his body weight was still as steady as Mount Tai. At this moment, the unlucky Qilin raised its head and struggled to look at the heavy object on its body. You get up." The unlucky Qilin said weakly. He felt pain all over his body, which made him very uncomfortable. "Humph. If I get up just because you want me to, how embarrassing would that be?" Hearing this, Tsang said coldly. "Woo. Then what do you want?" The unlucky Kirin, who couldn't break free, asked with tears in his eyes. "Didn't you want to see what kind of wolves would dare to eat you? How about I let you take a look?" Azure said indifferently, deliberately opening his mouth. An unlucky Kirin saw this and shivered before continuing to sob, "No, don't. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such things. Can you be magnanimous and forgive me?" He was really scared. The wolf sitting on him was obviously stronger than him. He couldn't handle it. More importantly, he wasn't stupid. Seeing that his clansmen didn't plead on his behalf, he knew that no one could do anything about this wolf. Since that was the case, it would be fine if he gave in. "Senior Tsang, he already knows his mistake. Please forgive him," Ice Spirit said. "Woo, clan leader, help." The unlucky Qilin screamed silently in his heart. He couldn't help but think to himself, the clan leader is still the best. A child with a patriarch was a treasure. However, why did the chief call this wolf senior? He was unconscious before, so he didn't know that Ice Spirit had already pleaded for him. The other Qilins didn't say anything because they couldn't do anything. After all, the clan leader called them seniors, so they didn't have the right to speak. More importantly, even if they did plead for mercy, they were afraid that the other party would directly ignore them. Who asked them to not have such a heavy weight? The word weight was extremely important no matter when and where. They didn't have that kind of status, so they naturally didn't have the right to speak with the high-end big shots. "It's not impossible for me to forgive him, but let him make his stance clear first," Tsang said directly. Hearing Jin's statement, the unlucky Qilin was stunned. He thought to himself, didn't he already state that he was wrong? Why did he still have to make his stand? Seeing the question marks on the unlucky Kirin's face, Azure explained, I'm asking you to state whether you agree to let your family head step down. You bastard. These people would take too much time to do things, so Azure decided to use a quick plan. Of course, this was also the reason why Leng Ruoxue had it act. Ugh. The unlucky Kirin didn't expect that Azure wanted him to say this and immediately felt conflicted. This matter. Was it important whether he agreed or not? Hurry up and tell me. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Seeing that the Kirin didn't speak for a long time, Blue impatiently urged. Let it go only after it's satisfied. At this moment, he really didn't know if he should agree or not, so he could only probe that. I want to know, is my stance very important? It's not important. Tsang said coldly and then added, but you have to say it. What's the difference between this and not saying? The unlucky Qilin silently cursed, then made up his mind and said, I agree to the clan leader's retreat. The clan leader has worked hard for the clan for many years, it's time for you to rest. After thinking for a long time, the unlucky Qilin felt that this should be what the threatening senior wolf wanted to hear the most. After all, they had been discussing this matter before, and they were all against it at that time. It was only after that Leng Ruoxue barged in and he became the first unlucky person to bear the brunt of it. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Azure patted the unlucky Qilin's head with its huge claws in satisfaction and said, since you're so considerate of your clan leader, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. You can get up now. After saying that, Azure stood up from a certain unlucky Kirin. After being pardoned, the unlucky Qilin was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and he even showed an expression of, I knew it. However, his expression of having guessed Tsang's thoughts caused almost all the Qilin present to glare at him. Traitor. The traitor of the Qilin race. The angry Qilin didn't have a good expression towards the unlucky Qilin who betrayed them. Just think about it, they were still very sympathetic towards him, but now, each of them wanted to rush forward and bite him ruthlessly. The unlucky Qilin also felt the countless angry gazes on his body, which made him involuntarily shrink back behind Azure. Woo. He didn't want to do this either. He was forced to do so. But now, it was clear that no one would understand his difficulties. However, Azure was quite interested in the Qilin's interaction and said with a smirk, what, you don't agree with his idea? Oh. Whoever disapproves can stand out now, or you won't have the chance later. What did that mean? All the Qilins were puzzled. Now it's your turn to declare your position. F***ck. What did it have to do with them? They didn't even argue with Leng Ruoxue. For a moment, Tsang's words aroused the anger of the crowd. However, due to Tsang's unknown identity as a senior, the Qilins were very smart and didn't reveal it immediately. However, their eyes were so angry that they were spitting fire, revealing the thoughts in their hearts. Tsang didn't care and continued, those who agree to let your family patriarch step down, stand behind me. Those who don't, I'll beat you up until you agree. After saying that, Azure rubbed his fists and made his battle preparations. At this moment, a certain unlucky Qilin suddenly felt balanced in his heart and didn't feel that he was very unlucky. This was a blatant threat. Did he want to use violence to force them to agree? At this moment, even Ice Soul felt that Tsang's method was simple and crude, but it was also the most effective and direct method. Previous chapter. All of a sudden, Ice Spirit was looking forward to it. Of course, he would never use such a method to force the Qilin. However, he couldn't stop Azure's thoughts. Besides, Tsang was trying to help him. Ice Spirit thought it was better for him to keep quiet. He knew that if Tsang wanted to help him, he wouldn't really hurt the Qilin. At most, he would just cause them some physical pain. It was nothing to the Qilin's tough skin. He would just treat it as a way to train their will. With that thought in mind, Ice Soul shamelessly and calmly sat on the sidelines. Don't blame him for not doing anything. He could only use this method to force the stubborn Qilins to agree. Therefore, from a certain perspective, he was very grateful and helped them. More importantly, Ice Spirit knew that he only helped because of Shui. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who he was. As such, he was even more grateful to Tsang. The intelligent Ice Spirit appreciated Azure's kindness, but the Qilins that had suddenly turned from a spectator into the main character were not so comfortable in their hearts. How detestable. It was really too detestable. They had clearly not done anything, nor had they made any noise at Leng Ruoxue, so what right did they have to suddenly point the cannons at them? They were innocent, okay? Moreover, whether the Qilin clan agreed to the patriarch's retreat to the second line was an internal matter of the Qilin clan. How could a cat that could turn into a wolf have the right to point fingers? So what if you can turn into a wolf? They felt extremely indignant, especially when they saw Tsang's expression that was waiting to beat them up. They felt deeply depressed. However, the Qilins were smart enough not to argue with each other. Instead, they all looked at Huiyu and the Qilin Great Elder expectantly. These two could be said to be the absolute main force against the clan leader's retreat to the second line. On the other hand, Huiyu and the first elder of the Qilin clan were deeply depressed. The two of them had lived for so long, but they were not stupid. For the clan leader to address him as senior, he was definitely an old and ancient figure who had not appeared in the world. He was not someone that they, the small-limbed Qilin, could contend with. Now, he had the attitude of wanting to interfere in the Qilin's family matters, and he didn't want it to meddle in other people's business. This was purely to attract hatred. Not to mention that their words were useless to the other party, even the clan leader's words would not work. Moreover, looking at the clan leader's silent appearance, it was obvious that he would not interfere. This made the two old Qilins even more conflicted. Clan leader, how can you just stand by and do nothing? The two of them were speechless and extremely worried. After a moment of thought, the two of them pulled their thoughts back to Tsang. It was impossible to not let them manage. They would manage it by force, but if they agreed to let them interfere with the internal affairs of the Qilin clan, they would feel very unbalanced in their hearts. For a moment, the two Qilin's hearts were in a mess. No matter how they thought about it, the two of them didn't feel good. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who could see through their internal conflict, smiled and said, "Everyone, the Qilin clan's patriarch's retreat has nothing to do with me, so I shouldn't have asked about it. However, you've made too many complicated decisions. You've even threatened me with crying, making a scene, and hanging yourself. I can't just not ask about this. I don't want any lives to be lost here. So, I hope you can understand my feelings." "Understand, your head. They wouldn't really seek death." After listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, the Qilin silently cursed. Leng Ruoxue naturally did not care about how they felt. After a pause, she continued, "As the master of Demon City, how can I watch as a beastie seeks death in my home? Of course, if you don't want me to interfere, then please leave and return to your own territory. My hands definitely won't stretch that far, so please rest assured. Besides, it's normal for the old to replace the new in any family or organization. Why is it that only your Qilin clan is so conflicted when you encounter such a thing? Do you want to rely on Senior Ice Soul's protection forever and not make any progress? I don't think so. When Senior Ice Soul was unconscious for tens of thousands of years, the Qilin clan didn't collapse without him. On the contrary, the Qilin race was unusually united. So now, Senior Ice Soul still wants to continue the normal operations of the Qilin clan while he was unconscious. Why are you all so desperate as if you're about to be abandoned? Isn't this too pretentious? You have to know that the world will still spin without anyone, even the Qilin race. The Qilin clan didn't have Senior Ice Soul as the clan leader, but there would be another outstanding clan leader. Isn't this a good opportunity for you all to show off your abilities? Besides, it's not like Senior Ice Soul doesn't care about the Qilin clan at all. He also said that if something happens to the Qilin clan, he will still support you. Isn't that enough? Leng Ruoxue went on, not caring about how ugly the Qilin's expression was. After she was done, she turned her beautiful eyes to Huiyu, who was on the verge of tears. "Fire you, although you're sometimes stupid, I don't think you'll grow up to be like Senior Ice Soul, the great Qilin clan leader that everyone in the divinity respects. However, this has nothing to do with me. I don't care if you want to be the clan leader or not. But in my family, you only have two choices. You can either reject or accept." Leng Ruoxue's attitude was unyielding. I won't accept it." Huiyu's face turned red with anger when he heard this. "Very good. I like your straightforward attitude." Leng Ruoxue complimented it, then turned to look at Azure and said, "Tsang, the Fire You has already expressed its attitude. Now it's your turn." "No problem." Tsang smiled as he walked closer to the Fire You. What do you want to do?" Huiyu looked at the huge snow-white wolf that was slowly approaching. His body, which was trembling non-stop due to Leng Ruoxue's anger, shook even more violently. This was really going too far. Huiyu was extremely indignant. He was so angry that he didn't know how to react. When Tsang heard Huiyu's words, his smile became even more evil. "I just want to beat you up until you accept it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't accept it." Huiyu suddenly said firmly. "Oh, really? I hope you have a backbone as you think," Azure said with anticipation. Then, he took out a handful of colorful pills and used his claws to pry open Huiyu's mouth, throwing the pills in his claws in. The elixir melted in his mouth and Huiyu didn't even have time to spit it out. The liquid elixir flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Coughing violently, Huiyu glared at Tsang and said, "Damn it, what did you make me eat?" Previous chapter. Pills. Don't tell me you don't know him. Tsang laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately grabbed Huiyu in front of him with his claws and punched him in the face. At this moment, Fire Yu was also in a human form, so his body's defense was naturally not as good as his original body. Therefore, half of his face swelled up in just a short while. The Fire Yu was furious, but instead of letting out a cry of pain, it laughed loudly. What was even more exaggerated was that the more he laughed, the more excited he became. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. This scene made all the Qilin's forehead hang black lines. What was going on? They didn't think that the acting clan leader had a masochist physique, but this was the first time they had seen someone laughing so happily after being beaten. This was not normal. This was definitely not normal. The smarter Qilin had already guessed that it might be those medicinal pills. At this moment, Tsang's fist aimed at Huiyu again. In just a short while, Huiyu was beaten up so badly that he was no longer human. Upon seeing this, the Qilins that were present didn't know what to say. When Leng Ruoxue saw that the time was right, she gave Tsang a look to make him stop. Then, Leng Ruoxue asked Huiyu with concern, "Does it hurt?" "No." Huiyu was still very unyielding. He wanted to say that it didn't hurt, but he only said one word before he laughed wildly again. "You have a backbone." Then, Azure continued to beat him up. However, in addition to the maniacal laughter, the Fire Yu felt pain and itchiness all over its body. In the end, it couldn't stand the itchiness and simply rolled on the ground. As a result, Tsang couldn't attack. Azure was also a little tired. Then, he sat in the empty seat next to the Qilin Great Elder. He looked at Huiyu, who was rolling on the ground, out of the corner of his eye, while he tried to bond with the Qilin Great Elder. Tsang didn't say anything, he just stared at the Qilin Elder. This made the Elder's heart tremble. because he really couldn't figure out what this person was trying to do. Should he also beat him up and embarrass him? Unfortunately, the Qilin Great Elder was wrong. At this moment, Tsang only glanced at him casually and didn't plan to deal with him. After feeling that the mental pressure on the Great Elder of the Qilin clan was enough, Azure's cold and gloomy gaze turned to the other Qilins' bodies. Instantly, the Qilins that seemed to have been stared at by a demon couldn't help but shiver. Are you guys done choosing? All the Qilins looked at each other. No one was willing to be the one to stand out. In the end, Tsang was helpless and could only do it himself. After pulling out a Qilin, Azure directly waved his fist, but before he could hit the Qilin, the other party was so scared that he cried bitterly, I am done. Sob. Let him go. He would speak. I agree. Agree to what? I agree with the Patriarch to step down to the second line. Azure was satisfied and used his sharp claws to pat the other's face, praising, very good, you are a loyal Qilin. Your clan leader has worked hard for so many years, it is time for him to take a good rest, don't you think so? Right. Right. The chief is really too tired. Azure was very pleased with the other party's quick-witted attitude. With this special pardon, the Qilin heaved a sigh of relief and ran over. The two brothers even shook their claws in tacit understanding. Now they had a little companion. They were not fighting alone. Even though their surrender was looked down upon by quite a number of the Qilins, but when they thought about Azure's strength, the two Qilins felt that it was all worth it. In fact, even though they were forced to agree to the clan leader's retreat, the two Qilins became calmer after saying this. They deeply agreed with Tsang's words. It wasn't easy to find the little prince, but the little prince had lived like that. After thinking about it this way, they no longer felt like they had betrayed the Qilin race. And as more and more Qilin joined their side, they felt even more certain that their choice was right. In the end, after Tsang's efforts, all the Qilins, except for the first elder and Huiyu, agreed to this. However, the two hardest to deal with gave Azure a headache. Especially Huiyu, even though he was being tortured by him, he still didn't let go. No wonder Ice Spirit wanted him to be the patriarch of the Qilin clan. It seemed that this guy wasn't without any redeeming qualities. As for the first elder of the Qilin clan, his stubbornness might not be inferior to the Fireyu. Tsang was at a loss. Using violence to deal with these two wouldn't work. After discussing with Leng Ruoxue privately, Tsang decided to stop. After doing so much for Ice Spirit, it was natural to leave the two most difficult things for him. Of course, it was Leng Ruoxue who handed the two of them over to Ice Spirit. Tsang didn't want the other side to think that they retreated. Just like that, under Leng Ruoxue and Tsang's forceful attacks, Ice Soul didn't have to do anything and was able to deal with more than half of the Qilins. Before he left, Ice Spirit did not forget to ask Leng Ruoxue for the antidote. Otherwise, the Fireyu would. Previous chapter. For the next few days, Ice Soul and the Qilin did not appear. However, when Leng Ruoxue asked about how the matter was resolved, Bingpo remained silent. He only said that it was all due to Bing Yao's efforts that the matter was resolved smoothly. Leng Ruoxue was even more surprised when she heard this. After that, Ice Spirit expressed her gratitude to Leng Ruoxue for being so nosy. Leng Ruoxue accepted it gladly. After making some arrangements, Leng Ruoxue brought Uncle Long, Godfather, and the rest to the Qilin clan with Bingpo. Their goal was, of course, the Fireyu's coronation ceremony. After taking care of all the Qilins, Ice Soul announced the matter to the entire division. Then, the day of the coronation officially arrived. Leng Ruoxue and the others were the only representatives invited to the ceremony, so their status in the firmament was naturally high. The ceremony for the Qilin clan leader's inauguration was actually very simple. However, Huiyu, who had accepted all of this, still did not have a smile on his face. Seeing him like this, Leng Ruoxue knew that he was still a little unwilling. The coronation ceremony was short but grand. When everything was settled, Leng Ruoxue and the rest took a short rest before returning to Demon City. However, they had just reached home when Bing Yun arrived with dozens of clansmen. In Bing Yun's words, these clansmen were sent by the clan leader to take care of Bingpa, Shui Mo, and the little prince. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she readily agreed to Bing Yun's request and allowed these Qilins to stay. After settling the matters of the Qilin clan, Leng Ruoxue made up her mind to go into closed-door cultivation. This time, she decided to go into seclusion. However, before this idea could be realized, another uninvited guest arrived. The uninvited guest this time was brought by Miao Jie's fierce wife. Knowing that the other party was currently in the living room, Leng Ruoxue immediately headed there. Who knew that just as she walked to the door of the living room, she heard a woman's sharp and dissatisfied voice coming from inside. Where's Leng Ruoxue? Why haven't you come out to see us? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue could not help but frown. One had to know that in the entire divine realm, there was probably no one who dared to be so presumptuous in her territory. Could it be that this unknown woman thought that she could be compared to Wu Yan? Of course, Wu Yan would not say such words as she did. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue was no longer in a hurry to enter. At this time, Uncle Long and Master Ning, who were accompanying the woman in the living room, were obviously very dissatisfied when they heard the woman's words. However, as top powerhouses, they naturally would not argue with a woman. Therefore, they turned their eyes to the middle-aged man sitting next to the woman. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man didn't seem to hear the woman's words, nor did he see the dissatisfaction in the eyes of Uncle Long and Master Ning. Instead, he raised the teacup in his hand and savored it carefully as if no one was around. Seeing this, Uncle Long and Master Ning understood everything. Why did these two people come here to find trouble? Hee. They were not afraid of anything, but the least afraid of someone coming to pick a fight with them. It just so happened that they had been idle recently, so the two of them were happy to play with these two. With this thought in mind, Uncle Long and Master Ning were no longer angry at the woman's rudeness. However, as someone who had come to visit with them, Madame Miao's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, she would have exploded. At this moment, she was extremely regretful of bringing these two people to Demon City. Now that Leng Ruoxue, a woman who could not tolerate any mishaps, knew about this, she would definitely make things difficult for her man. At the same time, she also couldn't understand why those old goo would make such an arrangement. Of all the people they could have sent, why did they send two pieces of trash who were not successful and only good at causing trouble? Wasn't this a bad thing? Madame Miao was filled with regret, but at the same time, she was glad that Leng Ruoxue wasn't here. Otherwise, the situation would have been out of control. But could he clean it up now? Madame Miao glanced at the calm and composed Uncle Long and Master Ning. Seeing that these two important figures were acting as if nothing had happened, her heart began to feel uneasy for no reason. It was reasonable to say that with Uncle Long and Master Ning's status, they shouldn't tolerate the deliberate provocation of two people who were not as strong as them. However, he had endured it. Such an unusual reaction made her heart feel uneasy. Perhaps it was a serious mistake for her to come here today. And bringing these two people along was an even bigger mistake. At this moment, Madame Miao really wanted to escape by peeing, but she gave up on that thought. I can't hide from what's coming. She was already mentally prepared to be blamed by Leng Ruoxue. With such a thought in mind, she couldn't be bothered to stop these two idiots from doing anything. If they wanted to die, who could they blame? More importantly, Madame Miao didn't think that she would be able to stop the other party. So, after Madame Miao gave Uncle Long and Master Ning an apologetic look, she obediently tasted the delicious desserts on the table. Look at the food she made, it was really exquisite, beautiful, and delicious. Madame Miao gobbled down the desserts one by one, and soon, her mouth was full. In her hands, there were even two small pieces of desserts, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch them away. The young lady who had previously complained about Leng Ruoxue's lack of haste in coming to see them, upon seeing Madame Miao's reaction, was filled with disdain. She had never been on the stage before, so what if she had never eaten anything in her life? Was there a need to wolf down the food without caring about his image? She had really lost all her face. The young woman was full of hatred. She couldn't understand how this stupid and ugly man could marry the president of the mission headquarters. What was even more inconceivable was that the president still loved this fool so much and listened to his every word. It was really too incomprehensible. Thinking of this, the young woman's eyes suddenly burst with hatred, and she wanted to cut the fool in front of her into pieces. It was so unfair. What right did this ugly woman have to marry such a powerful man? And a beauty like her could only stay with a good-for-nothing? Humph. Wasn't it all because the other party had a powerful ancestor? The more the young woman thought about it, the more her heart felt unbalanced. She knew that she could not do anything to Madame Miao, so she could only vent her anger on outsiders. As for the outsiders in her eyes, she was referring to Leng Ruoxue. However, Leng Ruoxue was not present at the moment, so the outsiders in front of her could only be Uncle Long and Master Ning. However, Master Ning was the head of the 8 great divine domains of the divine world, the old ancestor of the Ning family. He was definitely not someone she could afford to offend. As such, Uncle Long, whom she was not familiar with and did not think to be very famous, naturally became her primary target. Then, she pointed at Uncle Long with her slender finger and said in a commanding tone, "You, quickly go and find Leng Ruoxue for me. I want to question her, is this how she treats her guests?" Me? Hearing this, Uncle Long was stunned. He pointed at himself speechlessly. Did this woman think he was a pushover? She actually ordered him around and even wanted to question Xue. She really wanted to know where she got her guts from. And who gave her such courage? It's you. I order you to quickly call Leng Ruoxue over. Humph. This is outrageous, she actually made me wait for her here for so long. Don't you know that my time is precious? Seeing Uncle Long's slow reaction, the young woman's dissatisfaction intensified. I really didn't know that your time was so precious. However, what does this have to do with us? Uncle Long was so angry that he laughed. How can it not be related to you? We've come to your place, shouldn't you treat us well? The young woman said matter-of-factly. We've been treating you well. Look, all the good tea and snacks have been served, so what are you still dissatisfied about? Uncle Long sighed and said helplessly. Humph. Who wants your tea and snacks? The person we want to see is Leng Ruoxue, but she hasn't come out after so long. She's clearly not giving us any face. Not only that, but you also sent 2 people with no status to accompany us. Could it be that this is how your demon city treats its guests? The young woman said angrily after hearing what Uncle Long said. Previous chapter. 2 people with no status. Uncle Long and Master Ning looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. The so-called naked people this young woman mentioned, were they the 2 of them? If it really was the 2 of them, then how did this woman determine that she didn't have any identity? This woman was not clear about Uncle Long's background, so it was more acceptable to say that he had no status. After all, for tens of thousands of years, Uncle Long could be said to have rarely moved around in the divine world, so it was normal for the younger generation to not know him. However, he had been active in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years. His face could be said to be known by almost everyone in the divine realm. Thus, he really could not understand why this woman had the right to say such things about him. From what he could see, this woman's strength was only at the level of a divine king. A divine king dared to say that a reverent god had no status? Master Ning really wanted to roar, "May I ask who you are? Show it to scare me?" It could be said that from the moment these 3 people entered the living room, other than the woman who called herself Madame Miao giving a simple self-introduction, the 2 people in front of them didn't even introduce themselves. Madame Miao also didn't explain their identities. And these two people, ever since they entered their territory, had a cool, overbearing, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant expression. However, out of courtesy, Uncle Long and Master Ning did not raise any doubts about their attitudes. Instead, they were still very polite. After all, it was Madame Miao who brought them here, so they had to give some face to Madame Miao, who was considered half a family member. However, the other party had already bullied them. If the two of them allowed the situation to develop as it pleased, they would become the laughingstock of Demon City before the next day. Thinking of this, Uncle Long and Master Ning put away their kind expressions and released their pressure. Suddenly, the young woman and the middle-aged man felt a great pressure, and their faces turned pale. Then Master Ning smiled and asked, "Little girl, who are you referring to when you said someone with no status?" "Ning brat, aren't you just an advisor?" "Of course, she's talking about the two of us." Without giving the young woman a chance to speak, Uncle Long spoke first. "That's right, it's you two." The young woman suppressed the fear in her heart and said with a disapproving look, "Humph." She did not believe that the two people in front of her would dare to hurt her. "So my status as the master of the Ning family is worthless in your eyes?" Master Ning continued to ask, his handsome face still full of curiosity. "Humph. What's so great about being the head of the Ning family?" After being asked by the master of the Ning family, the young woman's temper suddenly flared up. She didn't care if she could afford to provoke the other party. In any case, she had already provoked him, so what was there to be afraid of? In addition, she was very sure that if Master Ning knew her identity, he would not dare to hurt her. "Ha ha ha. Well said, what's so great about being the head of the Ning family?" Uncle Long couldn't help but laugh wildly when he saw Master Ning's constipated face after hearing the young woman's words. His tone was full of gloating. He deserved it. This old man didn't want to give up and had to ask so clearly. Now, great, the other party didn't care about his identity at all. This old man must be embarrassed now, right? The master of the Ning family was more than embarrassed. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. But of the few people present, the most depressed was Madame Miao, who was treated like an invisible person. At this moment, she even wanted to die. His little heart was beating uncontrollably, and he cursed in his heart. How could this woman be so brainless? He actually dared to say in public that the master of the Ning family was so great. What's so great about him that you can evaluate him? Is he someone you can provoke? This was definitely the rhythm of courting death. Madame Miao felt that she had really made a mistake by coming here today. She should not have come here. After thinking about it, she felt that she could not stay here any longer. She wanted to leave before the situation got out of hand and she was implicated. After making her decision, Madame Miao suddenly stood up and bowed to Uncle Long and Master Ning. "Two seniors, I just remembered that I still have some unfinished business at home. I think I should take my leave first." "You bastard." If she didn't leave now, she was afraid that she would lose all her face. Seeing that Madame Miao was about to leave, Uncle Long smiled calmly and asked, "What, Madame Miao also feels that we, who have no status, are not qualified to entertain you, so you want to leave?" "Humph. It's good that you know." Without waiting for Madame Miao, whose face had turned pale from fright, to answer, the young woman rushed to answer, her beautiful face full of disgust. "You shut up." Madame Miao roared at the young woman angrily, then turned to Uncle Long with an apologetic look. "Senior, you've misunderstood. How could I think that way? There's really something at home." After saying this, she was already breaking out in cold sweat. She wanted to strangle this stupid woman in front of her. Damn it. It's fine if you're the one pulling the aggro, but why did you drag her into it? They were not from the same country. Madame Miao was exceptionally angry, but the young woman was even angrier than her after being yelled at. After that, the young woman turned her spear around and pointed it directly at Madame Miao. She then roared, "Miao Tsuehua, who are you shouting at? Who gave you the guts? You're getting bolder, aren't you? You bastard. I said don't call me Miao Tsuehua, my surname isn't Miao." When Madame Miao heard those three words, she was instantly enraged. Seeing that the two tigresses were about to fight, Uncle Long and Master Ning were speechless and didn't know what to say. Aren't these two a little too dramatic? Leng Ruoxue, who had been waiting outside the door, almost burst out laughing when she heard the name Miao Tsuehua. This reminded her of something, especially the two words, Tsuehua. Tsuehua, serve the pickled vegetables, such loving words. As she thought about it, Leng Ruoxue's thoughts flew off again. At the same time, the young woman in the living room heard Madame Miao's words and simply sneered, "Yup. Your last name is Mu, not Miao. Miao and Mu are both plants, so what does it matter if your last name is Mu? Of course it's related. I'm a tough woman, and you're asking me to take my husband's surname. Miao Tsuehua, don't even think about it." The young woman's eyelids twitched. When Madame Miao saw this, her anger instantly rose. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced on the young woman, and the two of them started to fight. Uncle Long and Master Ning were dumbfounded by this scene. What? What was going on? Why did the two of them start fighting? One had to know that the young woman's cannon fire was still aimed at them. But in the blink of an eye, the church had started killing each other. And the reason for killing each other was actually because of their surnames. Thinking of President Mu, Uncle Long and Master Ning couldn't help but sympathize with him. It had to be said that Uncle Long and Master Ning were right. Madame Miao and the young woman had been at odds for a long time. Now, the two of them had finally gotten along peacefully in someone else's territory for a while, and now, they finally couldn't hold on any longer and started fighting. After the two of them started fighting, Uncle Long and Master Ning didn't think about pulling them apart. It was none of their business anyway, as long as they didn't destroy the decorations. Just as the two of them were thinking about this, they heard a loud bang. A beautiful vase that was half the height of a person placed in the upper left corner of the living room shattered. Uncle Long's heart ached when he saw this. This was his favorite flower vase. No! I can't just let it go like this. He had to take revenge for his most beloved vase. Uncle Long, who had made up his mind, suddenly looked up and saw the gloating eyes of the master of the Ning family. At this moment, those red eyes were telling him, I told you not to stop it, but now you're in trouble, right? Uncle Long glared back. At this moment, there was another loud noise, and then he saw Master Ning's face turn black. This time, it was Uncle Long's turn to gloat. The two of them didn't have to care about each other before, but now they didn't have to laugh at each other. However, before Master Ning had time to worry, a series of banging sounds came to his ears. All right. They had to admit that the two women's destructive power was unparalleled, because the decorations in the living room were basically destroyed. Seeing this tragic scene, the two of them were actually not angry anymore. When the two women were tired and sat on the ground, panting, Uncle Long and Master Ning stood up from their chairs and walked to them, asking indifferently, Are you done? Madame Miao was jolted back to her senses when she heard this. At the same time, she saw the ruins in front of her, and her heart instantly turned cold. Oh my god! Did the two of them do this? Madame Miao truly didn't expect that her uncontrollable anger would actually cause such a big problem. Sob. Madame Miao burst into tears, but the young woman didn't take it seriously, and even took Uncle Long and Master Ning's words as mockery, so she quickly retorted, It's none of your business. It's not that we want to interfere. We just want to remind you that you two have broken our things and you need to compensate us. Compensation? In your dreams? I've broken countless things since I was young. Not in the past doesn't mean that there won't be in the future, you know? In addition, I don't care who you are. No matter how high your status is, can it be higher than that B*TCH, Wu Chen? She has to pay the price in blood for smashing our things. Do you think you can beat her? Uncle Long sneered. I. The young woman was speechless. Even though she still wanted to argue, she really couldn't say that she was nobler than Wu Chen. However, when compared to Leng Ruoxue, she felt that she was nobler. Thinking of this, the young woman said, Although my status is not as noble as God Lord Rhyme Ripple S, it's still more than enough to compare to Leng Ruoxue S. So, even if I destroy everything in her place, she has no right to ask me for compensation. The young woman's self-confidence made Uncle Long and Master Ning speechless, and they were even more dissatisfied with her belittling Shui, and raising her own status. But before they could flare up, they heard a faint and familiar voice. Your name is God Lord Fog Ripple. Do you still think that your status is higher than mine? As she spoke, Leng Ruoxue had already stepped into the living room. Following behind her were Dongfang Yu and the rest, as well as the shape-shifted beasts. At this moment, be it humans or beastie, their expressions were not very good. They had already been standing outside and watching the show for a while. But now, he naturally had to support Shui. Who are you? Despite Leng Ruoxue's words, the young lady still asked. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Why? Didn't you do your homework before coming here? Leng Ruoxue glanced at the young lady who was in a sorry state and asked coldly. Hearing this, the young woman's eyes unconsciously flashed with a trace of jealousy. She hated it. Leng Ruoxue was indeed as beautiful as the legends had said. Not only that, she was now famous, causing people to tremble in fear. All of this made her feel extremely unfair. Why? However, how could a woman who had ascended from the lower realm have all this? As for her, a woman of noble birth, she could only keep a low profile and live in a dark corner, not known by the people of the divine realm? This was too unfair. The jealousy in the young woman's heart instantly reached its peak. At this moment, she deeply felt that people like Miao Cuehua were no longer worthy of her jealousy. Leng Ruoxue was her greatest enemy. And she wanted to have everything that Leng Ruoxue had. The entire demon city should be hers. Thinking of this, the young woman raised her head arrogantly and said, Your status is not worthy of me doing my homework. Hee. Was it? I wonder what kind of identity is worthy of you to do your homework. Also, I'd like to know who you are. Why don't you tell me and give me a shock? Leng Ruoxue wasn't angry and even asked with a smile. Humph. You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Although my identity isn't something an ascender like you is qualified to know, but seeing that you still have value, I'll tell you kindly. You better listen carefully, I'm Princess Jiao Yu of the Dark Family Alliance, so you'd better be more respectful to me. The young woman said arrogantly. After hearing her words, Madame Miao really wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. She actually introduced herself in such a manner in front of Leng Ruoxue, that fiend. Did she think that she did not have enough hatred for her? At this moment, Madame Miao didn't even dare to look at Leng Ruoxue's expression. She wished that she had never been here, but it was impossible for her to lie to herself. Sob. With this brain-dead woman around, Leng Ruoxue would never forgive her. Madame Miao's face was instantly filled with sorrow. That resentful aura accompanied her for a long time without dissipating. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't as angry as Madame Miao thought. Instead, she smiled and said, Dark Family Alliance? I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. Leng Ruoxue, who had said this, had an extremely innocent expression on her face. When the woman who called herself Princess Jiao Yu heard Leng Ruoxue say that she had never heard of the Dark Alliance, she was instantly enraged. Her face even revealed an expression of disbelief as she shrieked, Never heard of it? You've never heard of the Dark Family Alliance? You're indeed a country bumpkin. Country bumpkin? Why do I feel that it's because your dark family alliance isn't famous enough? Have you heard of this force? After speaking to the young lady, Leng Ruoxue turned to ask Dongfang Yu and the rest. Dongfang Yu and the others were extremely honest. They even deliberately thought for a while before cautiously saying, "Young master, we've never heard of it." "Look, even my men have never heard of it. I think this dark family alliance is not that impressive," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. "You. How dare you? How dare you look down on our dark family alliance? I think you don't want to live anymore." When Princess Jiaoyue heard this, she was so angry that she almost exploded. "I want to live. But I really haven't heard of it. You can't ask me to lie, right? I'm an honest and good child." Leng Ruoxue was still smiling brightly. Then, she turned to Madame Miao and said, "Cui Hua, long time no see." "Yup. Long time no see." Madame Miao replied softly, still not daring to raise her head to look at Leng Ruoxue. Sob. This girl might not be as old as her, but the pressure she gave her was not ordinary. "How is President Mu?" After greeting her, Leng Ruoxue asked another question, as though it was a small talk, chatting with Madame Miao. President Mu? Hearing this form of address, Madame Miao felt even more embarrassed. Didn't this mean that Leng Ruoxue had heard everything that she had said? Oh my god. Just kill her. She didn't want to live. One should know that Leng Ruoxue was her man's new master, and she had just made a big lie about calling her man President Mu. This time, she was really so depressed that she could not show her face. The more she thought about it, the more Madame Miao felt that she had no face to see anyone. She had embarrassed herself in front of Leng Ruoxue. Sob. Give her a piece of tofu and let her commit suicide, right? Madame Miao was full of resentment, and when Jiao Yu saw that Leng Ruoxue had actually changed her target and ignored her, Jiao Yu, who had always thought of herself as the center of everyone's attention, felt her heart become unbalanced. Leng Ruoxue, I'm the one who's talking to you right now. Don't bother with that idiot. She yelled without even thinking. Madame Miao, who had been called an idiot, immediately exploded in anger. With a swish, she scurried to Jiao Yu's side and picked her up like a little chick. She then angrily questioned, "Who are you calling an idiot?" F***CK. You're the one who's a complete idiot, okay? As they spoke, the two of them were ready to fight again. Leng Ruoxue looked at the scene in front of her and felt a slight headache. Did you two come to my house to fight? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint as she asked. Of course not. When Madame Miao heard this, she immediately became obedient and stood to the side like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Yes, we're not here to fight. Jiao Yu didn't go against Madame Miao this time, but she continued, we're here to take you in. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and the rest fell silent. Was he here to incorporate them? Did they hear wrong? Did the Dark Family Alliance send a few idiots to take them in? Was he trying to punish them? Hearing the Princess Jiao Yu say this, Leng Ruoxue really wanted to ask her if today was April Fool's Day. Can you not be like this? If there's something to say, let's talk it out. What kind of international joke is this? When Jiao Yu saw that the other party's anger was immediately extinguished like a mute after she spoke, she felt extremely pleased. However, as a brainless companion, Madame Miao couldn't be proud no matter what. You still want to take them in? What are you going to use to take them in? Just based on your status as a god king? Don't be silly. Any of the beasts here can send you back to your hometown. Madame Miao secretly complained to herself, and at the same time, she felt quite depressed that she had such a companion. She swore that she never wanted to go on a mission with Jiao Yu again in her life. Of course, the possibility of the clan releasing Jiao Yu in the future would not be very big. This guy was simply attracting hatred everywhere. In just a short while, she had offended Uncle Long, Master Ning, and the most difficult person to deal with, Leng Ruoxue, whom even Wu Xian could not do anything to. AI. At this moment, Madame Miao truly did not know how to deal with the situation. Thinking of the task she was shouldering, she didn't know how to start. He hoped that Leng Ruoxue wouldn't be so angry with Jiao Yu that she would immediately list him as a no-contact. After thinking about it this way, Madame Miao felt that it was better for her to have a private talk with Leng Ruoxue first. Although her idea was good, it was rather difficult to put it into practice. Jiao Yu didn't even give her a chance to speak. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't respond for a long time, Jiao Yu couldn't wait any longer and urged, Leng Ruoxue, stop wasting time. Hurry up and gather all your men. I want to give them a speech. From now on, they will be under the leadership of our Dark Clan Alliance. He even wanted to give them a lecture. Leng Ruoxue and the rest looked at each other, feeling even more speechless. At this moment, the crowd and the beasts truly felt that the woman in front of them was seriously ill. Otherwise, why would he have such a strange idea? Who used her? Who was using her as a lecture? Who did he think he was? Go and gather everyone. After a long time, Leng Ruoxue took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to strangle the woman in front of her. She then gave the order. She wanted to see what the Dark Family Alliance was up to. He actually dared to come here and point fingers at her. Did he think she was made of mud? I'll personally gather them. Yes, master. Dongfang Lin quickly replied and left. Not long after, most of the people had received orders and rushed to the living room. Moreover, there were many humans and beasts in Demon City. The spacious living room could not fit everyone, and soon, the courtyard was filled with people and countless cute little beasts. Dongfang Lin was extremely dedicated to passing on Leng Ruoxue's orders. He had informed everyone in Demon City, regardless of their relationship with them. This included Ice Soul, Shui Mo, and Bing Jie. As soon as the three Qilins appeared, the humans and beasts in the courtyard immediately made way for them. Bing Pe, who was holding the Ice Phoenix, was full of question marks. "Little girl, what's the matter?" Ice Spirit couldn't help but ask. Originally, he didn't want to come, but Dongfang Lin said that everyone who lived in Demon City had to attend, or else they would bear the consequences. When he heard this, he immediately felt that the matter was not small, so he dragged the unwilling Shui Mo over. When he arrived, Ice Spirit realized that everyone was here. Leng Ruoxue and the others were expressionless, so he could not guess what had happened. "Something happened, but I'm not the one looking for you." "It's her." "What?" Ice Spirit was confused. It wasn't Shui who was looking for them, but a strange woman. What was going on? Ice Soul glanced at Jiao Yu's strength and felt a little displeased. A puny little divine king was also worth for them to mobilize so many people? "That's right, I was the one who asked you to gather." "Humph." He was still shocked by her identity as the princess of the Dark Family Alliance. Jiao Yu couldn't hide the smugness on her face. The way she looked at Leng Ruoxue became more and more disdainful, but Leng Ruoxue didn't seem to care. She kept a faint smile on her face. "Let's see if you can still laugh later." Jiao Yu cursed. "Who are you?" After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure out Jiao Yue's identity as Ice Spirit, so he asked curiously. "I'm Princess Jiao Yue." Jiao Yu said smugly as she began to examine the Ice Spirit. Oh. She was a rare beauty. Then, she shifted her gaze to the others and suddenly realized that the men in Leng Ruoxue's room were all of the highest quality. At that moment, she was jealous again. However, the moment she thought about how these people would become her subordinates, the injustice in her heart subsided a little. Ice Spirit didn't like the woman looking at him as if he was her everything. After hearing the woman's introduction, he smiled and said, "I've never heard of it. I'm Princess Jiao Yu of the Dark Family Alliance. Have you really not heard of me?" Ice Spirit's ignorance made Jiao Yu very sad. This was too much, how could she not have heard of her? "No, I have another question. What is the Dark Family Alliance?" Ice Spirit asked innocently. This time, Jiao Yu was completely depressed. How detestable. How detestable. Why are all these country bumpkins from Demon City? Princess Jiao Yue was so depressed that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. She could bear the fact that Leng Ruoxue didn't know her. After all, that woman came from a small place and it was natural that she didn't see the world. But when she told him about her identity, how could such an outstanding man in front of her not have heard of her? This was something that Princess Jiao Yue couldn't accept. From what she knew, even though she was not as famous as Leng Ruoxue, she had already said that she was the princess of the Dark Family Alliance. How could this man not know anything about her? One must know that the Dark Family Alliance was quite important in the eyes of some major powers. And no matter how she looked at it, the man in front of her didn't seem to have come from a small corner. So she couldn't understand the blank expression on his face when he saw her. Thinking of this, Jiao Yu couldn't help but ask, "You really haven't heard of the Dark Family Alliance and my great name?" "I really didn't." Ice Spirit's answer was still very sincere. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue was having a hard time holding back her laughter. This princess like Jiao Yu seemed to have kicked Ice Spirit, this iron plate. Damn it. How can you not have heard of me? I'm the famous Princess Jiao Yue. Stop. The furious Jiao Yu suddenly roared, her entire body trembling with anger. However, Ice Spirit looked at Leng Ruoxue as if she was looking at a lunatic. She then asked Leng Ruoxue with her eyes, "Where did this lunatic come from?" Leng Ruoxue couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. This time, she had completely angered Princess Jiao Yu and successfully made her target her. With her hands on her hips, Jiao Yu shouted at the top of her lungs like a shrew, "Leng Ruoxue, how dare you mock me? I won't let you off. I'll make you pay the price." After yelling at Leng Ruoxue, she didn't give Leng Ruoxue a chance to react and continued to yell at the others, "And you guys, I won't let you off either. You will become the lowest status slaves of our Dark Family Alliance. By the way, give me the dog you're holding in your arms. I want to roast it and eat it." The last sentence was for Ice Spirit. After hearing her words, Ice Spirit's face darkened. Roast it and eat it? F***ck. She dared to say in front of him that she was going to roast his son to eat. Wasn't she courting death? "You're saying you want me to give you the little dog in my arms?" Ice Spirit asked as she suppressed her anger. "That's right, I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat it for lunch." Humph. He was a man, yet he was learning how to hug a dog like a woman. Looks like I'll have to teach you a good lesson in the future. Otherwise, you'll be a complete disgrace to all men. Jiao Yu said in dissatisfaction. She didn't realize that Ice Spirit, who didn't want to argue with the crazy man, had already treated her as a dead person because of her words. The onlookers silently lit candles for the bold woman in front of them who was not afraid of death. There was probably only one woman in the world who dared to say that she would roast her son in front of his father. More importantly, Bing Yao was simply the forbidden unicorn of Ice Soul now. Therefore, this woman was definitely courting death. "You still want to train me?" After listening to Jiao Yu's words, Ice Soul finally reacted. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time someone had dared to speak to him like this. Therefore, he would be sorry if he didn't hold back this bold woman. "Of course, but you're not the only one I want to train. Every one of you here is my target. In the future, you'll be under my leadership, so I'll train you to be the best slaves. Jiao Yu said confidently. As she spoke, there was no lack of a proud expression on her face, as if everything she had said had already become a reality. At the same time, everyone who had been unjustly accused came to the same conclusion in their hearts. This woman did have a mental problem. He had never heard of a mental hospital in the divine realm. Then where did this woman come from? Everyone was really puzzled. For a moment, a big question mark was hanging on everyone's faces. Seeing this, Jiao Yu thought that everyone was afraid, so she continued, as long as you're obedient, I won't hit or scold you. Fine, they still wanted to hit and scold them. Lan Lai, who had been watching from the side, couldn't take it anymore. He asked Leng Ruoxue without thinking, who's this crazy person? Where did you come from? Princess Jiao Yu from the Dark Family Alliance. Little Lai, were you in a daze when I introduced myself just now? Leng Ruoxue teased calmly. Lan Lai couldn't help but question, are all the people from the Dark Family Alliance crazy like this? AI. If you're sick, you have to be treated. How could they let the people of this force out so easily? It's too dangerous. Yup. I thought it was dangerous too, but they let it out, and it was on my territory. Leng Ruoxue agreed. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes swept over Madame Miao, who was pretending to be invisible. Madame Miao's heart started to palpitate when Leng Ruoxue glanced at her so casually. She cursed silently in her heart, it's none of my business. This was really none of her business. She was innocent. Please don't involve the innocent. At this moment, Madame Miao couldn't be bothered to explain Jiao Yu's actions. She felt that in the face of Jiao Yu's performance, no matter how many words she said, it would be useless. Instead of this, she might as well let Leng Ruoxue and the others act on their own. She couldn't care so much. After giving Leng Ruoxue an apologetic look, Madame Miao continued to remain silent. She even couldn't help but shrink into a corner to avoid attracting attention. What do you mean by your territory? This is clearly mine. At this moment, Jiao Yu, whose face had turned red from Leng Ruoxue and Lan Lai's conversation, finally managed to shout out these words. Everyone fell silent again. Uncle Long and the others were especially depressed. This woman was obviously beyond cure. What's going on? Isn't this place yours? Ice Spirit didn't understand, but she suppressed her anger and wanted to get to the bottom of this. However, before Leng Ruoxue could answer, Jiao Yu quickly said, it used to be hers, but after we take over this place, it'll be mine. Of course, that includes all of you. You want to take over this place? On what basis? Ice Spirit asked with her eyes wide open. All of a sudden, he realized that he wasn't as angry as before, because the other party was really a lunatic. Otherwise, how could someone in someone else's territory say that they wanted to take over the other party so naturally? Was this something a normal person should do? Just because I'm the princess of the Dark Family Alliance. Jiao Yu said proudly. Alright. At this moment, Ice Spirit had to admit that the Dark Family Alliance was quite capable. At least they had raised a crazy person. When the others present heard Jiao Yu's words, they immediately treated it as a fart and let it go. Not only that, but they were also excited to watch the show. A woman who dared to come to Demon City to steal territory had to be worshipped. Lan Lai was the first person to express this wish. Princess Jiao Yue, right? I've decided, from now on, you'll be my nauseating elephant. A target to vomit. Humph. In the future, remember to serve me well. Although your strength is a bit low, your face is still passable, so this princess will not care so much. Jiao Yu said honestly. Hearing this, Lan Lai was embarrassed and couldn't help but think, this Princess Jiao Yue, you should be more calculative. He really didn't have the habit of serving a psychopath. Little Lan Lai, congratulations. At this time, the crowd, who wanted to see the world in chaos, began to tease him again. Lan Lai was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have talked nonsense with this lunatic. Great, now he was inside. Jiao Yu saw that so many people were envious and jealous of Lan Lai, so she waved her hand and said, you don't have to be envious of him. As long as you perform well, you will have the opportunity to serve me. However, I have very high standards for men, and ordinary people won't be able to enter my eyes. So, if your looks don't meet my standards, please leave. As soon as these words came out, it once again hit the glass hearts of a large number of men. It wasn't that they wanted to serve Princess Jiao Yue, but that they were disgusted by the shameless words of the woman in front of them. He really didn't know how this woman's brain worked. However, Jiao Yu was obviously living in her own world and didn't notice the nauseating expressions of the people in front of her. After that, she directed her gaze at Leng Ruoxue. As for you, I think you should just be my uncle's concubine. Me? Leng Ruoxue looked around and could not help but ask. It's you. With your status, being a concubine is already a good thing for you. Jiao Yu said disdainfully. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She didn't want to take advantage of him like this, okay? At this time, the middle-aged man who seemed to be Jiao Yue's uncle raised his head and looked at Leng Ruoxue with a scrutinizing look. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. Leng Ruoxue was rendered speechless by this. She really couldn't understand why the Dark Family Alliance was here. Looking for trouble? Are you looking for death? It seemed like everything was possible. At the same time, Uncle Long and Master Ning looked at each other and asked in unison, I don't know what kind of task Princess Jiao Yue is planning to arrange for us. You guys? Hearing this, Jiao Yu sized up the two of them, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Look, the other party was the master of the Ning family. Weren't they also captured by her domineering aura? At this moment, she had long forgotten that Master Ning was not someone she could afford to offend, and was completely immersed in her own fantasy. You guys just watch the door for me. AI. You guys are too old, there's a generation gap between us. He should be the master of the Ning family. Look, after knowing her identity, he took the initiative to send himself to her door. Very good, she liked this kind of person. After thinking about it, she gave Master Ning a satisfied look. But Master Ning was not happy. Let him guard the door. Look at your sister. If it wasn't for the fact that no one was making a move, Master Ning would have killed Princess Jiaoyue right in front of him. He also guaranteed that the Dark Family Alliance wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. To be honest, he knew about the Dark Clan, but he had no idea when they formed an alliance. However, this didn't stop him from wanting to deal with the woman in front of him. More importantly, he wasn't afraid of the Dark Family Alliance. What a pity. Right now, everyone was obviously still admiring the woman's self-directed act and wanted to see how weird this woman was. Therefore, no one thought of destroying the other party as soon as they came up. But it was undeniable that Master Ning, who had always claimed to be very patient with women, really couldn't stand it now. Uncle Long couldn't take it either, but he had a high level of patience, so he had been holding it in and waiting for it to explode. F***ck. Let him guard the door too. Why? Are you not satisfied with my arrangement? I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. As long as you're satisfied. Work hard in the future and I won't mistreat you. Did they really think of themselves as their master? I can't take it anymore. Let's do it. No, they had already made arrangements. From now on, they would all be this woman's slaves. Just these 2 or 3 cats, is it worth us working together? Glancing at Jiao Yu and the middle-aged man, Leng Ruoxue laughed. Among the two of them, the woman was a divine king while the man was a divine emperor. Leng Ruoxue had no intention of making a move against them despite their strength. However, the fact that the other party dared to come to her place and make such a big fuss showed that he was extremely bold. That's true. Who's next? Dongfang Lin thought for a moment and turned to ask the person beside him. Are we really going to make a move? Do you want him dead or alive? Someone asked. As you wish. Dongfang Lin didn't seem to care. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's kill him. The people who had attacked were all like fiends, and when they swarmed in front of Jiao Yu and the middle-aged man, the two of them began to panic. Jiao Yu even asked, what are you doing? Don't mess around. I'm the princess of the Dark Family Alliance. If you hurt me, the Dark Family Alliance will never let you go. Block her mouth. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to listen to Jiao Yu's bragging anymore, so she ordered. One of them immediately took off his stinky socks and stuffed them into Jiao Yu's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were captured without any resistance. Jiao Yu's mouth was blocked, and she couldn't say a single word. The smell of the stinky socks almost made her faint, but just as she had the intention to faint, she felt a needle-like pain in her body, making her unable to faint even if she wanted to. The middle-aged man's mouth wasn't gagged, but when he saw Leng Ruoxue walking towards him step by step, his face revealed a hint of panic. He opened his mouth and stammered, what do you want? Don't mess around. I'm from the Dark Clan Alliance. You can't hurt me. Yo. So you're not a mute? Uncle Long asked in surprise. It doesn't look like it. Master Ning also agreed. Don't worry, I don't intend to hurt you. I just want to know if you're the uncle that this woman is talking about. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue smiled like a girl next door. However, the cold glint in her beautiful eyes caused one's heart to feel a chill. I'm not. Under Leng Ruoxue's gaze, the middle-aged man felt an unprecedented fear. How could he still dare to admit that he was the uncle that Jiao Yu had been talking about? You really didn't, T? I hate it when people lie. Leng Ruoxue asked indifferently. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain for the man. I'm really not. The middle-aged man said again. Woo. Why does this woman give off such a terrifying feeling? The middle-aged man was filled with regret. Why did he have any ideas about Leng Ruoxue? At this moment, he was deeply remorseful. In fact, Jiao Yu's previous performance was something that the two of them had discussed. He had long heard that Leng Ruoxue's beauty was unparalleled, so naturally, he yearned for her. In addition, Jiao Yu was quite envious and jealous of Leng Ruoxue's achievements. Thus, the two of them, who shared the same taste, came to an agreement. That was to first give Leng Ruoxue and the others a taste of their might, then take the opportunity to subdue them. The subjugation in their hearts was naturally to take over everything that Leng Ruoxue had. But now, their plan had clearly failed. They had never thought about why Leng Ruoxue was not afraid of the Dark Family Alliance's reputation and dared to treat them this way. It had to be said that the two of them felt too good about themselves. Otherwise, why would they take it for granted that things would develop according to their plan? Madam Cui Hua, is he really not? Seeing the middle-aged man deny it once again, Leng Ruoxue stopped asking him. Instead, she asked Madame Miao, who was hiding in a corner, hoping to be ignored by the crowd. With that, Madame Miao instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. There's actually a fish that escaped the net. Lam Lai couldn't help but laugh. I'm not a fish that escaped the net. I'm not from the same country as them. Madame Miao explained with a stammer. Sob. Can you not treat me like this? She had a mission here. Madame Miao was rather worried, especially when she saw the angry glares of the crowd. Her explanation seemed rather weak and powerless. Not a country? Aren't you two together? Lan Lai asked. They are together. Uncle Long said in all seriousness, not giving Madame Miao a chance to speak. We have different ideas, so please don't compare us. Helpless, Madame Miao could only explain it this way. But her words made Jiao Yu quite dissatisfied. Jiao Yu, whose mouth was gagged, was struggling with all her might, hoping that someone would notice her angry expression. Miao Tsuehua. If I'm treated like this, don't even think about having a good time. Jiao Yu, who couldn't speak, cursed in her heart. Unfortunately, no one cared about her thoughts. Madame Tsuehua, don't be nervous. Answer me first. Is he the uncle that this Princess Jiaoyue is talking about? Leng Ruoxue asked directly. Yes. Madame Miao nodded heavily. The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he shouted at the top of his lungs, Miao Tsuehua, you vicious woman. How dare you frame me? Was it Uncle Jiaoyue who framed you? Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to say. It seemed that both Jiao Yu and her uncle had mental problems. After making such an appraisal, everyone's sympathetic eyes turned to Madame Miao. Seeing this, Madame Miao wanted to explode. However, this wasn't her house, so she endured it. Sob, I'm really too aggrieved today. At this moment, Madame Miao wished that she had never appeared. But was that possible? Not only had she come to Demon City, but she had also brought two idiots with her. Now, she was about to be implicated by them. Madame Miao's heart sank. She didn't know how Leng Ruoxue was going to deal with her. Would her man be implicated? Who knew that Leng Ruoxue could sense Madame Miao's worry and merely patted her on the shoulder. It's almost noon, let's eat first. Oh. We'll eat pickled vegetables for lunch. It just so happens that Cui Hua is here. Eat? Madame Miao didn't know how to react for a moment. She hadn't even come up with the results of her investigation, so why did she have to eat first? However, when she saw that everyone present was calm and composed, she forced herself to calm down. It was good to eat first. At least it would buy her some time. With that thought in mind, Madame Miao took the initiative to please Leng Ruoxue and even asked for her help. Seeing her like this, Leng Ruoxue laughed in her heart. It looked like she was about to eat the pickled vegetables on the emerald flower. This feeling was really. Then, Cui Hua, who was responsible for serving the pickled vegetables, was taken to the kitchen. When Leng Ruoxue finally ate the pickled vegetables on the emerald flower, her heart finally felt satisfied. After lunch, everyone had to take an afternoon nap as usual, so Madame Miao and the other two were left in the living room and ignored. Of course, other than Madame Miao, the other two people had their personal freedom restricted and were tied up to the pillars in the living room. Such a fact left Madame Miao speechless and at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he have dealt with Jiaoyue and her uncle first? Why did they all go back to their rooms to sleep now? Madame Miao frowned as she sat on the chair, deep in thought. However, no matter how hard she tried to figure it out, she could not understand. Miao Tsuehua, let us down while no one is around. At this time, the middle-aged man who could still speak asked in a half-commanding tone. Hearing this, Madame Miao raised her head and glanced at the middle-aged man, then lowered her head again and ignored him. However, she was snorting in her heart. Let you down? And then? Do you want Leng Ruoxue to treat you as her accomplice? Was she that stupid? Originally, their relationship wasn't very harmonious, so Madame Miao naturally didn't have the thought of helping each other at the cost of her own life. More importantly, seeing that Jiao Yu was out of luck, she was already giving her face by not stepping on her, and now she wanted her to let her go? Wouldn't that be daydreaming? When the middle-aged man saw Madame Miao's expression, he knew that she wanted to stand by and watch. He couldn't help but curse, Miao Tsuehua, you be *tch. How can you be so vicious? We're all part of the Dark Family Alliance, are you really not going to do anything? Aren't you afraid that the Alliance will be unhappy if they find out that you didn't do anything to help us? I don't know if the people of the Alliance will be unhappy with me, but I can be sure that Leng Ruoxue and the others are already very unhappy with the two of you. So, you'd better think about how to get past Leng Ruoxue. As for me, you don't need to worry about me. Madame Miao said coldly. Then, she took out a piece of cloth from somewhere and stuffed it into the middle-aged man's mouth. Just like that, the middle-aged man was forced to shut his mouth. However, his eyes that were spewing fire glared at Madame Miao with extreme hatred, as if he couldn't wait to bite her. Unfortunately, Madame Miao didn't care at all. After an unknown period of time, the restless Madame Miao finally saw the refreshed Leng Ruoxue and the others. Did Madame Cui Hua rest well? It's alright. Sob. She didn't rest well at all. These people threw her into the living room and disappeared without a trace, leaving her alone to worry. Since you've rested well, let's be calm. Alright. Madame Miao nodded her head vigorously. Following that, Leng Ruoxue ordered her men to take Jiao Yu and the middle-aged man away, leaving Madame Miao in the living room. Madame Miao is also a member of the Dark Family Alliance? Yes, I am. So your Dark Family Alliance is going to be my enemy? This is definitely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. Before this, we all heard it clearly. That Princess Jiaoyue is here to take over our demon city. That's just what she thinks, not what we think. What? A Dark Family Alliance has a different opinion. Leng Ruoxue was not an easy person to get along with, and now that Jiao Yu and her two idiots had caused this, her impression of the Dark Family Alliance would probably take a sharp turn for the worse. AI. What was this good? Although Madame Miao was a little anxious, she still replied honestly, it is indeed so. The dark families, led by our Mu family, would like to have the opportunity to cooperate with Miss Leng, but the family that Jiao Yu represents does not agree. They want to take us in? Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. Previously, she wanted to see what other tricks that Princess Jiao Yu could pull, so she didn't act up on the spot. But now, she's seen enough. Naturally, she wouldn't allow a small character like Jiao Yu to continue to act arrogantly in front of her. However, it was not her place to deal with the woman, because Ice Spirit had already reserved her. I'm not too sure about the details. I only know that the dark clans led by Jiao Yue are strongly opposed to befriending Miss Leng. They feel that Miss Leng's strength. Madame Miao could not finish her sentence, but Leng Ruoxue already understood what she meant. In that case, why did you send her here? Did you come here on purpose to make things difficult for me? Or is the Dark Family Alliance itching for my help? Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. Although she had a smile on her face when she said this, Madame Miao's heart was particularly uneasy. After some thought, she replied honestly, the Alliance decided to send them here after some discussion. I can't do anything about it. Powerless? Well, you're quite helpless. So I don't understand why the Dark Family Alliance would send someone like you who is powerless. Could it be that there's no one left in the Dark Family Alliance? Leng Ruoxue suddenly changed the topic and spoke in a cold tone. They sent me here because I've met Miss Leng once. Madame Miao explained patiently. You want to play the emotional card? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Ugh. Madame Miao was at a loss for words. Even though her family did have such thoughts, could she admit it? Right now, she could not quite grasp Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, so she did not dare to speak carelessly, afraid that she would say something that would make this ancestor unhappy. Then uncle and nephew Jiao Yue, do you still plan to take it back? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask when she saw that her opponent was silent. This. What does this mean? That pair of idiots didn't want to give it to them? In fact, she didn't really care whether she returned it or not, but she was afraid that Jiao Yu's family wouldn't let it go. However, she believed that Leng Ruoxue shouldn't be afraid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked. After thinking for a while, Madame Miao replied with a serious expression, our Mu family doesn't really care about Jiao Yue and her uncle. We're just afraid that Jiao Yue's family will have some ideas. It's good to have an idea. Leng Ruoxue said with a half-smile. Yup. Madame Miao laughed awkwardly. It seemed like the Dark Family Alliance was also going to pay a huge price. I'll have to trouble Madame Cui Hua to return and tell your alliance that we're confiscating Princess Jiao Yu and her uncle. Leng Ruoxue suddenly said. Then, she stood up and prepared to send the guest off. When Madame Miao saw this, she was dumbfounded. Was she being chased out? The master had already stood up, so how could she still sit down? How could she just leave like that? It seemed that she had not completed her task yet. Madame Miao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she saw Leng Ruoxue's cold gaze, she realized that she couldn't say a single word. In her depression, Madame Miao still left dejectedly. At the same time, Jiao Yu and her uncle, who had fallen into Ice Spirit's hands, had no idea that their end was coming. While Ice Spirit was dealing with them, the two of them still wanted to haggle with Ice Spirit, which made Ice Spirit speechless. When Leng Ruoxue and the others came to watch the show, they happened to see Ice Spirit's helpless expression. In her confusion, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask, Senior, why do you look like you've just suffered a blow? Yup. I'm in awe of the shamelessness of these two humans. Why don't you tell me? This woman said that as long as I let her go, she would devote her life to me and even let me be her husband. Puchi. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. They had to admit that they really admired Jiao Yu. Even at this time, she was still thinking of using her beauty as a trap. Little girl, you don't have to smile. That man also said that if you let him go, he will give you to me. This time, it was Leng Ruoxue's turn to be unable to smile. She really couldn't understand how Jiao Yu and her uncle's brain circuits worked. How could they be so different from ordinary people? Could it be that the Dark Family Alliance had produced some strange people? At the thought of the Dark Family Alliance, Leng Ruoxue suddenly turned to Uncle Long and Master Ning and asked, Uncle Long, Godfather, when did the Dark Generation form an alliance? I don't know. The Dark Clan has always been secretive. Even if they have formed an alliance, I'm afraid they won't spread it out. But according to my guess, the reason why the Dark Clans formed an alliance should have a lot to do with that bitch, Wu Yan. Master Ning said after thinking carefully. What? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with question marks. There was a period of time when Wu Yan wanted the people of the Dark Generation Alliance in the Divine World. At that time, many people of the Dark Generation were captured. Later on, the Dark Generation seemed to have withdrawn from the Divine World and disappeared without a trace. Now, it seems like the Dark Generation is recuperating and storing up their strength. Today, they should be coming out of the Divine World again. In that case, there are some unspeakable things between them and that bitch, Ripple Mist. This isn't strange. After the Ripple Witch became a Divine Master, some people from the Dark Clans caused her a lot of trouble. They even secretly spread rumors that her position as a Divine Master was not legitimate, that her words were not right, that she had stolen it, and so on. All of these things made the Ripple Witch angry, so she naturally spent a lot of effort to deal with them. There are a few elders in the Dark Clan who used to be my friends. Like me, they are also loyal to Master Yu. I just don't know if they are still alive. After all, we haven't contacted each other for many years. Uncle Long said. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't attack in a fit of rage after Jiao Yu revealed that she was a member of the Dark Family Alliance. Uncle Long, what do you think of uncle and nephew Jiaoyue? What thoughts can I have? That kind of brain-dead person is definitely not the descendant of my friends. However, even if he is, it doesn't matter. I believe that this is definitely not the intention of my old friends. I keep feeling that something's not right. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Shuai, are you trying to say that the Dark Family Alliance is not peaceful? Yes, but I'm afraid that's only one of the reasons. What I don't understand is, why did they send uncle and nephew Jiaoyue? Are you really trying to annoy us? Why did the Alliance make such a decision? What's the secret behind this? Shuai, why are you thinking so much? You'll know eventually. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was deep in thought again, Ice Soul could not help but ask. Alright. I don't want to think about it anymore. No matter what the Dark Family Alliance's goal is, I'll just deal with it when the time comes. Leng Ruoxue laughed. That's more like it. In any case, I'll never let that Princess Jiaoyue off. Humph. She wants to eat my son. I'd like to see if she has the life to do so. As for her uncle, I'll leave him to you. Ice Spirit said to Leng Ruoxue with a vicious look. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue felt helpless. Could she say that she didn't need Ice Spirit to leave her stupid uncle to her? However, Ice Spirit did not care if Leng Ruoxue was willing to accept him or not. She went into the room and pulled Jiao Yu's uncle out. She threw him in front of Leng Ruoxue and said, Shuai, take him away. I won't take it, alright? Looking at the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground, Leng Ruoxue was in a dilemma. What's wrong? Do you need me to carry it back for you? Seeing that Leng Ruoxue didn't have any reaction, Ice Spirit asked with a smirk. Senior, isn't it a bit inappropriate to separate uncle and nephew? Leng Ruoxue was very reserved, but Bingpo waved his hand and said, what's wrong with that? It's not good to put them together. These two are singing the same tune, it's simply unbearable. Obviously, Ice Spirit couldn't take it anymore. Senior, I don't need them to see the sun tomorrow, really. Shuai. Don't say I didn't warn you, even if you want to kill him, you have to wait for the Dark Family Alliance's reaction before you do it. Otherwise, do you think they would still be alive? Alright then. Leng Ruoxue didn't expect Ice Spirit to think this way. No wonder this middle-aged man was only slightly injured and his clothes were in a mess, but he was still alive. After a moment of shame, she still accepted the middle-aged man reluctantly. After she ordered for the middle-aged man to be locked up in the cell, Leng Ruoxue returned to her room. On the other side, Madame Miao had also rushed back to her family without stopping. After reporting the situation in Demon City to her grandfather, she heaved a deep sigh of relief. She hoped that her grandfather would not blame her for not doing her job well. However, she really couldn't be blamed for this. Who knew that Jiao Yu would be in such a daze as soon as she came up? If she had known this would happen, she would not have brought those two idiots with her. However, what Madame Miao didn't expect was that after her grandfather heard her report, he only smiled and didn't have much of a reaction. Madame Miao didn't know what was going on and left her grandfather's room with a depressed look. However, not long after, Madame Miao received news that the Dark Family Alliance had called for an emergency meeting. Of course, with her status, she was not qualified to attend such a meeting. However, after thinking about it carefully, she guessed what it was about. As such, she actually felt more relaxed. However, at this moment, the Dark Family Alliance's meeting hall was filled with a tense atmosphere. Other than the three of them, all the elders had question marks on their faces. Although many of them didn't know what had happened, there were rumors that something had happened to the Alliance. So, all of the elders felt really uneasy. One had to know that the so-called accident could be big or small. On the big side, the entire Alliance would be affected. On the small side, nothing would happen. However, when the elders of the Dark Family Alliance saw the serious expressions on the three people's faces, they couldn't relax at all. Everyone, I've called you here today to discuss something important. After a long silence, a middle-aged man on the left of the leader spoke. According to the ranking of the Dark Clan Alliance, the three at the head were the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master. The one in the middle was naturally the Alliance Master, while the other two at the left and right were the Vice Alliance Masters. The one who spoke was one of the Vice Alliance Masters. As soon as he said this, the people in the lower seats immediately perked up and waited for the other party to continue. The middle-aged man sighed and paused on purpose. When he saw that his words had attracted everyone's attention, he continued, of the three people we sent to Demon City, other than Cui Hua, Jiao Yu and Hong Village have been detained by the enemy. It was detained? Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. What did this mean? Why did you detain him? Are you looking down on the Dark Family Alliance? For a time, everyone was discussing in private. The Vice Alliance Master who had spoken clearly did not intend to stop their discussion. He even looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the middle with a slightly provocative look. However, the middle-aged man who had been provoked was particularly calm and composed. It was obvious that he had no intention of making a sound at this time. Seeing this, one of the Vice Alliance Masters was a little angry. Why? Why? The Vice Alliance Master could not understand how Mu Duo could still be so calm when things had already come to this point. Didn't he want to be on good terms with Leng Ruoxue? Now that Leng Ruoxue had captured their men, it was clearly a slap to their faces. How could they maintain a good relationship with each other? Alliance Master, don't you have anything to say? The Vice Alliance Lord asked with a cold smile. When he asked this question, the people who were discussing also stopped in unison and looked up at Mu Duo. Vice Alliance Leader Hong, what do you want to hear from me? Smiling, Mu Duo asked with squinted eyes. Jiao Yue and Hong Tsuan have been captured by Leng Ruoxue. As the leader of the Dark Family Alliance, you have to stand up for them. The Vice Alliance Lord said with a righteous expression. Yup. I should stand up for them, but Vice Alliance Master Hong, don't you want to explain why they were captured? Mu Duo still spoke with a kind attitude. This. How could he be ashamed? Vice Alliance Master Hong couldn't say it. I'll speak for Vice Alliance Leader Hong. Seeing the other party's troubled expression, the other Vice Alliance Master also laughed. Then, he vividly described what Jiao Yu and Hong Village had done in Demon City. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. Taking over Demon City? This was too. Everyone present could not help but shiver. Who was Leng Ruoxue? That's a demon who doesn't even care about fog. And Jiao Yu actually dared to take them under her banner, even under the banner of the Dark Family Alliance. F***CK. Wasn't this just drawing hatred to them? In an instant, most of the people present were furious. Although the Mu, Hong, and Yen families were in charge of the alliance, the power of the three families was not permanent. Among the three families, except for the Mu family, who was much stronger than the other families and was the best candidate for the alliance leader, the other families in the alliance were all equally strong. Therefore, the position of the Vice Alliance leader was almost never fixed. As such, the position of the Deputy Alliance leader was not much higher than the elders present. Previous chapter. Especially after hearing about this, the elders who originally had some respect for Vice Alliance Master Hong immediately glared at him and caused trouble. Vice Alliance Leader Hong, you have to give us an explanation. An elder said angrily. What explanation do you want to hear from me? We can't even be sure of the truth of this matter. Do you want me to explain? Don't just make things up based on hearsay. You're just going with whatever he says, alright? You guys watched Jiao Yue grow up. Don't you know what kind of child she is? Deputy Alliance Master Hong pretended to be angry when he was questioned. Vice Alliance Leader Hong, are you going to say that I'm talking nonsense? After hearing his words, the other Vice Alliance Master beside him asked in a slightly displeased manner. Deputy Alliance Leader Yen, you've misunderstood. How could I say that you're talking nonsense? Didn't you also hear it from others? Vice Alliance Master Hong said. Yes, Deputy Alliance Master Yen. Deputy Alliance Master Hong isn't talking about you. He's talking about me. Hearing this, Mu Duo smiled and said. I'm not talking about you, Alliance Master Mu. However, I have a few questions that I need you to explain to us. Vice Alliance Leader Hong quickly said. Please ask. Mu Duo said very boldly. As far as I know, this matter was reported by Cui Hua, right? That's right. If that's the case, then I want to know, if Jiao Yue really did offend Leng Ruoxue as Cui Hua said, why is it that only my Jiao Yue and Hong Village were detained, while your Cui Hua is safe and sound? Didn't they go to Demon City together? However, Mu Duo calmly asked, do you want Cui Hua to be detained with Jiao Yu and Hong Village? Why would I think that way? It's best if you don't, Mu Duo. After Mu Duo finished asking, he stopped to see the reaction of everyone present. When he saw that most of the elders nodded in agreement, he continued, as everyone knows, Leng Ruoxue is someone who can clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges and will definitely take revenge. It was Jiao Yue and Hong Village who offended her, and it had nothing to do with my Cui Hua, so she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her. And in order to return to the alliance to report, Cui Hua can't stay in Demon City to accompany Jiao Yu and Hong Village. Of course, if you want to blame Cui Hua for being disloyal just because she didn't go through the same trouble, then I have nothing to say. In short, I understand my granddaughter. She wouldn't make up some boring lies to frame Jiao Yue and Hong Village. However, there's no proof for this, so I've decided to take you to Demon City to figure out this matter and solve it. You don't have any objections, right? At this moment, Vice Alliance Master Hong, who was shocked by Mu Duo's words, finally reacted and stopped him. Alliance Master, how could you make such a decision? Leng Ruoxue is just a silly little girl, how could she be worthy of such a large number of people? Do you have a better idea? Vice Alliance Master Hong was a bit listless. If he had a good plan, he would have gone to Demon City to rescue Jiao Yu and Hong Village. Why would he still be sitting here? Since they're ISNT, then we have no choice but to make a trip down personally. Also, please remember that Leng Ruoxue is no ordinary little girl. She's Master Yu's disciple. Mu Duo cautiously reminded. Just like that, under Mu Duo's gentle and strong influence, almost all the members of the Dark Family Alliance were mobilized and headed towards Demon City in a grandiose manner. This time, Madame Miao naturally followed along. While the Dark Family Alliance was on their way to Demon City, Leng Ruoxue had already received the report from the Silver Rats. They said that an unknown force was heading in their direction, and they even asked if they should attack them. When Leng Ruoxue and the others heard the question of whether to snipe, they were all speechless. No one could understand why the Silver Rats, who had always been mild-tempered and timid, would suddenly become so violent. However, it was obvious that the violence of the Silver Rats was not without traces. In fact, ever since Jiao Yu had announced that she wanted to take them under her wing, the Silver Rats had become somewhat abnormal. Aside from working even harder every day to report all kinds of news, any stranger who stepped into Demon City's territory would be regarded as an enemy by the Silver Rats, who were on guard against a great enemy. In the words of the Silver Rat King, damn it. If you want to take them in, you'll never be able to return. However, very few people had set foot in Demon City's vicinity in the past few days, so all the Silver Rats were holding back their anger. Now that they finally had a stranger, of course, they would not let him go. When she saw the Silver Rats looking at her expectantly, Leng Ruoxue was instantly overwhelmed with cuteness. Then, she could not bear to refuse the requests of the silver rats, so she only said, "Do as you see fit," and then the silver rat king left with a group of subordinates, cheering and jubilantly. Those strangers are most likely from the Dark Clan Alliance. Uncle Long couldn't help but remind them after the silver rats left. Yes, it's possible. However, who they are has nothing to do with me. I just want these little guys to be happy. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. AI. Uncle Long sighed helplessly. What else could he say to a master who had no principles for his pet? The only thing he could do was to pray that the people of the Dark Family Alliance wouldn't be tortured too badly. Otherwise, he would be cursed again when he saw his old friends. Uncle Long's idea was good, but he was still shocked when he saw the people from the Dark Family Alliance a few days later, because the other party's situation was too horrible to look at. Not to mention his injuries, and the tattered clothes on his body, but why did these people in front of him look like they had seen their family? Uncle Long couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Meanwhile, the people of the Dark Family Alliance led by Mu Duo burst into tears when they saw Uncle Long and the others. They didn't even say anything. Instantly, Leng Ruoxue's group fell silent. Poor thing. Why did he end up like this? Most of these people were not seriously injured, but their injuries were all on their faces. The claw marks were so obvious that it was hard not to notice them. What's more, the scars on some people's faces were like a landscape painting. If he took a closer look, the injuries on these guys could definitely be pieced together to form a map. As they looked at the familiar map, Leng Ruoxue and the rest suddenly understood. Wasn't this the map of the God world? He really didn't know who had come up with such a creative idea. At this moment, someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. With someone taking the lead, the crowd couldn't hold back their laughter. Hearing the other party's carefree laughter, Mu Duo and the others felt their faces burning. Sob. They were so embarrassed that they had lost all their face. However, they truly did not understand why Demon City's beasts had suddenly gone crazy and attacked them in unison. It was said that the beasts here had already submitted to Leng Ruoxue, right? Thinking of this, Deputy Alliance Master Hong immediately questioned, Leng Ruoxue, you were the one who ordered those beastie to go crazy. Crazy, right? What did I order them to do? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked, feeling speechless. You let those reserved creatures attack us. Deputy Alliance Leader Hong roared. Originally, he was already somewhat repulsed by coming here. Now that he was forced to come and was treated like this, how could he bear it? What a joke. Did I know you were here? Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. That's right, you didn't even inform us before you came. Moreover, our Demon City's beasts have always been docile and don't hurt people. Who knows if you guys angered them, so they attacked you. Dongfang Lin chimed in with a smile, but his handsome face was still filled with confusion. Miss Leng, we really didn't anger those beastie. Mu Duo explained when he heard the other party say this. Then how could they attack you? Leng Ruoxue was still confused. I can tell you this. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded in everyone's ears. Then, an ice-blue puppy-like beastie appeared in the air. On the head of this little dog, there was a snowy white kitten that looked like Lai Yang. The kitten yawned and glanced at Mu Duo and the others indifferently before turning its face away. Seeing this combination, Mu Duo was a little puzzled at first, but then his eyes widened and he looked at the ice-blue puppy in disbelief. Isn't this a Qilin cub? How did it appear in Demon City? According to what Mu Duo knew, the Qilin clan had always been very strict with the protection of their young and would not allow their young to wander outside. So how could he explain this one? Mu Duo recognized Bing Yi's identity as a Qilin, but it was a pity that not everyone had eyes as sharp as his. At least, Vice Alliance Master Hong didn't recognize him. Not only did he not recognize him, but he also glared at Bing Yi with a face full of anger and roared, "You detestable little Qiansheng, I must kill you and eat your meat today." He still had a deep memory of this dog because most of the injuries on his body were caused by the dog in front of him. If he didn't kill this dog, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Kill them. And eat them. Hearing this, Mu Duo was drenched in cold sweat and his face turned pale with fear. At this moment, he suddenly had the same feeling as Cui Hua, which was that he regretted bringing Deputy Alliance Master Hong here. This guy was too good at drawing hatred. He actually wanted to eat the Qilin cub. F***CK. Was that even edible? If you dare to eat them, they will dare to exterminate your entire family tomorrow. Mu Duo cursed in his heart in anger. He really wished he had never known that idiot. However, this was obviously impossible. Hence, his only hope was that Leng Ruoxue and the rest would not implicate the innocent. But what he didn't know was that Jiao Yu had also said the same thing, so the former Qilin clan leader, Bing Pe, had been suppressing his anger for a long time. And obviously, Jiao Yu was not enough to vent the hatred in his heart. It could also be said that Ice Soul was waiting for the unlucky guy to come to her. However, when Bing Yao heard that someone was going to eat him, he didn't get angry. Instead, he grinned and provoked, "You want to eat me? Come on. If you don't eat me, you'll be the one I raised. Your whole family is detestable. Little Qiansheng, I won't let you off." Hearing that, Vice Alliance leader Hong was immediately infuriated. He wanted to charge forward and beat Bing Yao up, but Bing Yao didn't dodge at all. Instead, she floated in the air calmly. Seeing this, Mu Duo hurriedly stopped Vice Alliance Master Hong, who had already lost his mind in anger. However, Vice Alliance Master Hong didn't know that the other party was doing this for his own good. He actually shouted at Mu Duo, "You useless fellow. Our Dark Family Alliance is being bullied. It's fine if you don't help, but you actually want to stop me? Let me tell you, you might be afraid of Leng Ruoxue, but I'm not. Today, I'm going to teach this little Qiansheng a good lesson. The extremely furious Vice Alliance Master Hong was not even willing to maintain the respect he had for Mu Duo on the surface. When Mu Duo saw that his good intentions were taken for granted, he immediately let go of his hand. Forget it, the other party can do whatever they want. He couldn't be bothered. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of angering the Qilin clan behind this little Qilin and causing the entire Dark Family Alliance to be angry, he wouldn't even care about what the other party did. And now, she didn't appreciate his good intentions. Since that was the case, why should he be a good person in vain? After Mu Duo released his hand, Vice Alliance Master Hong was stunned at first, then he became even more furious. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. F***ck. He really didn't care. In fact, he just wanted to provoke Mu Duo. Who would have thought that he really didn't intend to intervene? What should he do now? Vice Alliance Master Hong, who was a little dumbfounded and in a difficult position, was unwilling to admit that he had no way to deal with Leng Ruoxue and the others without Mu Duo. After being incited by Vice Alliance Master Hong like this, there were really a few brainless fools who wanted to join in the jeering. Seeing this, Mu Duo made a prompt decision and said, whoever dares to act rashly will no longer be a member of our Dark Family Alliance. As soon as he said that, the restless people in the Dark Family Alliance calmed down immediately. No longer a member of the Dark Family Alliance meant that they would no longer be protected by the Alliance. Seeing this, Vice Alliance Master Hong immediately said anxiously, don't listen to him. He doesn't dare to drive you out. You should know that our family's ancestor is still alive. It's not Mu Duo's turn to call the shots in the alliance of the Dark Families. Once again, he incited such a move, and some people really wavered. However, those who were wavering weren't stupid. They didn't blindly listen to Vice Alliance leader Hong. Instead, they began to observe. At this time, another Vice Alliance master also said, elders of the Yen clan, listen up. You are not allowed to blindly interfere with Vice Alliance Master Hong's affairs. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Although the Vice Alliance leader's words were directed at the elders of the Yen clan, there was no lack of warning in his words. He wanted to let all the elders know that he shared the same opinion as the alliance leader. With his statement, some of the wavering people were even more conflicted. Should they fight or not? You guys, are you all that afraid of Leng Ruoxue? You've disgraced our Dark Family Alliance. However, neither of them paid any attention to Deputy Alliance leader Hong's words. They looked up at the sky, obviously treating his accusation as air. Leng Ruoxue, who had been innocently shot, saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff. She smiled and asked, do you want to fight me, or do you want to teach Bingyao a lesson? Of course, it's to teach this little reserved life a lesson. Deputy Alliance Master Hong was stunned for a moment before he said. If that's the case, why do you keep mentioning me? If you continue like this, I'll take it as a provocation. As Leng Ruoxue spoke, she suddenly put on a straight face and said to Vice Alliance leader Hong in a serious manner. Vice Alliance Master Hong did not know what to say. He wanted to test Leng Ruoxue's limits too. Recently, the outside world had been talking about Leng Ruoxue like she was a god, so he had long wanted to meet her. He didn't believe that a woman could really have such great abilities. In his opinion, she was a woman. It's better to give birth at home and not come out in public. If all women were so strong, what was the point of having men? It had to be said that Vice Alliance Master Hong was a standard male chauvinist. Therefore, he looked down on women who were fiercer than men. At the thought of this, for some reason, Deputy Alliance Master Hong spoke out his true thoughts. I won't provoke a woman. In my opinion, women should only stay at home and give birth to children. Give birth to a child? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes sized up the middle-aged man with a smile that was not a smile. She then asked, if it's really as you said, that women should only stay at home to give birth, then why did you let Jiao Yu out? She had already heard about this person's relationship with Jiao Yu from Tsang, so she wanted to hear his opinion. Vice Alliance Master Hong didn't expect the other party to ask such a question, and he was at a loss for words. Jiao Yu is no ordinary woman. After holding it in for a long time, Vice Alliance Master Hong finally said this. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh. With a mocking expression, she said, she's quite unusual, because she wants to eat ice cream just like you. You're indeed my granddaughter, thinking the same thing as me. It's better to keep this little reserve to eat meat, in case it causes trouble everywhere. He was proud, but Mu Duo and Deputy Chief Yen, who had already received Mu Duo's voice transmission, had ashen faces. This was the rhythm of courting death. And it was the dead kind. AI. He was beyond saving. So, they had better stay away from this idiot. At the same time, the two of them quietly put some distance between them and Vice Alliance Master Hong and stood to the side without making a sound. During this time, when they saw Leng Ruoxue's gaze, the two of them even smiled at each other in an attempt to please her. Did I cause trouble? Hearing the other slandering her, Bingyao unhappily ran to Leng Ruo and asked. No, I didn't, T. Leng Ruoxue said as she stroked Bingyao's fur. But he and that stupid woman both want to eat me. The ice dragon felt wronged. Since it didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, why did someone want to provoke it? Did he really think that it was easy to bully? Let him eat. If he doesn't eat you, then you eat him. Leng Ruoxue kindly suggested. Good idea. Bingyao said happily. Then, he sized up Vice Alliance Master Hong as if he was looking at his prey, even giving a few comments from time to time. For example, a certain part was too thin, a certain part was not well proportioned, and so on. Vice Alliance Master Hong was infuriated by Bing Yao's criticism. In his rage, he charged towards Bing Yao and Leng Ruoxue without thinking. However, even though they didn't know who Vice Alliance leader Hong's target was, the man and beast weren't afraid of anyone. Just as Vice Alliance leader Hong was about to approach, Bing Yao shouted at the top of her lungs, "Father! Someone is going to eat your son. Quickly come and save me." Leng Ruoxue's mind was in a mess when she heard this. It's really different now that you have someone backing you. She was envious and jealous. But who should she call for? Uncle Long, Godfather, help. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue also pretended to shout loudly. Hearing this, Uncle Long and Master Ning were both speechless, but neither of them moved. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could only continue to plead, "Dongfang Yu, Dongfang Lin, help." When the two brothers from the Dongfang family heard Leng Ruoxue's cry for help, they shot her a look of disdain in unison. Then, they similarly ignored her. At that moment, Leng Ruoxue was filled with sorrow. How could these unloyal guys leave him to die? Just as Leng Ruoxue was complaining and hiding her grievances, a blue figure descended from the sky like a celestial being and hugged Bing Yao. Then, an unparalleled pressure attacked Deputy Alliance Master Hong, forcing him to take dozens of steps back. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. "You dare to eat my son? You're really looking for death." Ice Soul said angrily. Who are you? What's going on?" Vice Alliance Master Hong asked in disbelief. This person was so strong. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. For a moment, Vice Alliance Master Hong deeply regretted his actions. Why did he act so rashly? This was great, he had kicked a big iron plate. "Are you deaf? Didn't I just say that you dared to eat my son? Are you looking for death?" Ice Spirit glanced at Vice Alliance Master Hong indifferently as if he was looking at a dead man. This little dog is your son?" Vice Alliance Master Hong didn't expect the puppy's father to be so powerful. This didn't make sense. Vice Alliance Master Hong couldn't understand it no matter how hard he thought, but Mu Duo and Vice Alliance Master Yen knew that Bing Yao wasn't a dog. AI. Mu Duo sighed again and again. He knew it. How could the Qilin clan allow the little Qilin to live outside? So it had a father to accompany it. At this moment, several more figures appeared, and the man in the lead roared angrily, F***CK. Who dares to bully my little prince? Little prince? Who was it? Mu Duo and the others were all stunned, but very quickly, Mu Duo, who knew Bing Jie's identity, immediately reacted. Your sister. This Qilin was actually a prince of the Qilin race. Then its father was the Qilin clan leader. Thinking of this, Mu Duo's face turned even paler. However, since the matter had already been stirred up, it was not realistic for him to say that he did not know Deputy Alliance Master Hong. More importantly, if he said that he did not know that idiot, it would be a wonder if they would believe him. After thinking for a while, Mu Duo bowed to Ice Soul and said, Senior, Vice Alliance Leader Hong has offended you. I hope you won't vent your anger on the Dark Family Alliance. You. Are you ordering me? Ice Spirit narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice. He understood what the other party meant, but he had to pretend to be confused. Obviously, Mu Duo was frightened by Ice Spirit's words. After his heart trembled, Mu Duo quickly said, Senior, how could I dare to order you? However, Vice Alliance Master Hong's actions are personal and we, the Dark Family Alliance, do not approve of it. So, I hope that Senior can forgive the people of the Dark Family Alliance. After all, they are innocent. I don't care if they're innocent or not, but if they want to eat my son, I won't be polite. Ice Spirit said unhappily. You bastard. He had finally found his son, and he didn't even dote on him enough, yet someone still wanted to eat him? If he really let these people go, what prestige would he have in the future? Seeing that Ice Spirit was not so easy to talk to, Mu Duo was quite conflicted. AI. The two of them were not on the same level, and he felt rather powerless. The depressed Mu Duo suddenly thought of Leng Ruoxue and turned his pleading gaze to her. It was a pity that Leng Ruoxue was currently in a state of sorrow. Even if she had seen the other parties cry for help, it was hard to say if she would care. But now, she was obviously not in the mood for that. AI. It's good to have a backer. Leng Ruoxue sighed. Her resentful eyes would drift from time to time to Uncle Long and the rest. At this moment, she missed the evildoer. If the evildoer was here, he wouldn't be like Uncle Long and Godfather who didn't give her face. Faced with Leng Ruoxue's silent accusation, Uncle Long and the others felt as if there was a dagger on their backs. Ugh. Do you have to do this? I just didn't play along with you. He was actually looking at them with hidden bitterness, making them feel as if they had done something evil. Dongfang Yu, who was the first to lose his patience, felt that it was time for him to do something. Therefore, he directly rushed to the front of Vice Alliance Master Hong, grabbed him by the collar, and roared, You bastard. You dare to bully our Shui, you little brat, are you tired of living? The most important thing was that he had caused them to be looked at so resentfully. This was an unforgivable crime. Then, Dongfang Yu's fists rained down on Vice Alliance Master Hong. Everyone was stunned by Dongfang Yu's sudden madness. Bingpa said helplessly, Dongfang Yu, you've stolen my limelight. I'll return it to you later. Dongfang Yu forced a smile before turning to Leng Ruoxue in a fawning manner. Shui, I've avenged you. Are you feeling better now? I'm feeling better, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. It seemed like her resentment had successfully forced the normal Dongfang Yu to become abnormal. That's good. Dongfang Yu was relieved. Then, he stuffed the dumbfounded Vice Alliance Master Hong into Ice Soul's hands and said, I'll return it to you. You can deal with it slowly. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Ice Spirit said with a smile. You're welcome. Among these people, whoever you like, just take it. We have no objections. Dongfang Yu pointed at Mu Duo and the rest maliciously and said to Ice Soul as if there was no one else around. Listening to the two of them seemingly distributing who they belonged to, Mu Duo and the others were extremely depressed. That. You guys may not have any objections, but they do. He had quite a lot of opinions. Miss Leng, we are here to solve the problem. Are you sure? Mu Duo was depressed. He thought in his heart, what's there to be uncertain about? I thought you came in a group to eat ice chi. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Feeling the incomparably heavy pressure beside him, Mu Duo really wanted to cry. Miss Leng, can you not be like this? They were here to solve the problem, not to eat the Kirin. One had to know that even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to eat a Qilin. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue did not want to give him a chance to explain. She only said to Ice Soul, Senior, you can take away those who want to eat ice chi. Leave the rest to me. All right. Ice Spirit replied happily. The two of them had finished splitting the loot. As for the people of the Dark Family Alliance, they didn't know what to think. In the end, no one knew how Ice Spirit picked, but he actually picked all the people from the Hong family. The rest of the people stared at Leng Ruoxue and the others, but at the same time, they were rejoicing in their hearts. It was a good thing he didn't go crazy with Vice Alliance Master Hong. Otherwise, they would have been one of the people who had been taken away. That was close. That was really close. Although only Mu Duo and Deputy Alliance Master Yen knew about Bing Jia and his son's identity, it didn't affect their fear of Bing Pa. On the contrary, they weren't that afraid of Leng Ruoxue. This was also largely due to Leng Ruoxue not displaying her true strength, and the fact that Leng Ruoxue didn't seem to mind at all. The people who were left behind heaved a sigh of relief and made an inviting gesture with a smile. Following that, the remaining members of the Dark Clan Alliance were all led to the living room. As soon as they sat down, they heard a shrill scream. Immediately, the faces of the Dark Association's members turned pale, and their timid bodies began to tremble. This voice belonged to Vice Alliance Master Hong. Why was he screaming so miserably? They didn't even dare to imagine what kind of treatment Vice Alliance Master Hong had received, and no one dared to stand up for him. Leng Ruoxue observed the sudden change in the expressions of the people from the Dark Alliance. She smiled evilly and comforted them, everyone, don't be nervous. It'll be fine. As long as you don't have any ideas about Bing Yao, I will ensure your safety. Of course, the premise is that you don't provoke me. Otherwise, no one can protect you. In addition, the sound insulation here is not very good, so please be understanding and bear with it. Endure? Can you endure it? They couldn't pretend not to hear the screams even if they wanted to. Furthermore, they understood Leng Ruoxue's words. She was warning them to behave themselves and not to resist. In reality, even if Leng Ruoxue didn't say so, the members of the Dark Association who had witnessed Ice Spirit's strength didn't have the slightest intention of going against her. Right now, they only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Sob. This place was too scary. They wanted to go home. Originally, they had come here personally for Jiao Yu and Hong Village, but now that Vice Alliance Master Hong had fallen into their trap again due to a moment of impulse, it was obvious that they had no intention of returning her to them. More importantly, they didn't dare to ask Leng Ruoxue for her. Otherwise, if they angered her, they might not be able to leave Demon City alive. With this thought in mind, an elder stood up immediately. He didn't care about the presence of Mu Duo and Deputy Alliance Master Yen and said directly, Miss Leng, we're here for Jiao Yu and Hong Village, but now that Vice Alliance Master Hong is gone, I don't think we need to stand up for them anymore. Let the Hong family solve their own problems. Our alliance won't participate in this. So, may we leave now? He didn't want to stay here any longer. Leave? Wasn't the purpose of your alliance to help each other? Now that Vice Alliance leader Hong's family is in trouble, you want to stay out of it? Is that okay? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. Although the aim of our Dark Family Alliance is for the families to help each other, there's a premise. We have to be reasonable. It's obvious that Vice Alliance leader Hong and the others are at fault in this matter, so we can't help them. After thinking for a moment, the elder said in a righteous manner. His words resonated with all the elders present. Seeing the elders of the Dark Clan Alliance nodding their heads, Leng Ruoxue smiled and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the meaning of your Dark Family Alliance is that there's someone to blame, and there's someone to blame for the debt. Whoever offends us, we'll look for them, right? That's right. The elder nodded with all his might. I understand. Leng Ruoxue understood. She then looked at Uncle Long and the rest and asked, Uncle Long, Godfather, what do you think? You wish. If the Dark Family Alliance wants to stay out of this, they'll have to see if we agree. After all, Princess Jiao Yu and the others represent the Dark Family Alliance. If it wasn't for your Dark Family Alliance's name, we wouldn't have let them in. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's question, Master Ning was enraged. Then, he glanced at Mu Duo and added, by the way, I'll tell you guys something. Back then, Princess Jiao Yu said that after she took over Demon City, she wanted me and Uncle Long to guard the gate for her. Mu Duo and the others were silent. No one knew Uncle Long, but who didn't know Master Ning? You actually want the head of the Ning family, the leader of the 8 divine regions, to guard your door? Is your door guard that precious? These words, no one present dared to even think about it, but Jiao Yu had actually said it. Damn it! Who gave you the guts? For a moment, the silent Dark Family Alliance members were all furious. In fact, they didn't know the details of Master Ning's words. Now that they heard it with their own ears, they were shocked. This. Mu Duo stammered for a long time and still couldn't say a complete sentence. The cold sweat in his heart was even more dripping down. It seemed that this matter was not going to be resolved peacefully. Don't say that. Your Jiaoyue also said that Senior Ice Soul and the others should serve her well. If they serve her well, she will be rewarded. Uncle Long also laughed evilly. Jiaoyue wasn't from their family, okay? Mu Duo, who couldn't say anything, felt wronged and the expression on his face dimmed a little. Today, he was afraid that he would be in deep trouble. Mu Duo, who was particularly uneasy, no longer wanted to defend himself. He felt that no matter what he said, he would not be able to appease the other party's anger. In that case, why should he make a meaningless struggle? Mu Duo, who had given up on resisting, immediately became listless. He lowered his head in dejection and didn't say a word. The people of the Dark Alliance were at a loss when they saw this. Wu, what should they do? The members of the Dark Alliance, led by Mu Duo, were all at a loss. At this time, painful howls continued to enter their ears, scaring them even more. Leng Ruoxue knew that it was not a good idea to continue like this. Leng Ruoxue couldn't stand people looking like they were on the verge of death. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment when dealing with such an opponent. Thus, in her frustration, Leng Ruoxue waved her hand and said to Mu Duo and the rest in disdain, as if she was chasing away flies, all of you can leave. I'll send someone to pay for our emotional damage later. Hearing the heavenly amnesty, the people from the Dark Family Alliance were so excited that they did not even bother to ask Leng Ruoxue about the mental damage compensation. They ran out of the room without any hesitation. Until they returned to the Dark Family Alliance, Mu Duo and the others still felt that everything was particularly unreal. Could it be that they had a dream before? When they saw the list of compensation that Leng Ruoxue had sent their beastie to deliver to them, Mu Duo and the rest suddenly realized that they were not dreaming. All of this was real. The Dark Family Alliance was also going to pay a huge price for the Hong family. Sob. Looking at the mental damage compensation on the list, Mu Duo and Deputy Alliance Master Yen were extremely sad. Mu Duo felt even more remorseful. Originally, he had agreed with Deputy Alliance Master Hong's suggestion to let Jiaoyue and Hong Siyuan accompany Cuihua to Demon City. He had also intended to use Leng Ruoxue to get rid of the Hong family. But now, he felt that he had shot himself in the foot by acting on his own initiative. Because he had also paid the price for it. This price was enough to make his heart ache. Alliance Master, what should we do now? What else can we do? Compensate. Mu Duo helplessly sighed. But some of the elders in the alliance won't agree. Is this up to them? We can't let them do as they please. After that, the two of them passed down their opinions, and as expected, it caused a commotion among the elders. Immediately, an elder went to find Mu Duo and Deputy Alliance Master Yen, clearly expressing that their families wouldn't compensate a single cent for the Hong family's matter. They would go to whoever caused this trouble and wouldn't implicate the innocent. The clear attitude of some of the elders made Mu Duo quite worried. In fact, he also wanted to say this to the Hong family, but he was the alliance leader. If these words were to be spread, the Hong family would definitely make up stories about him. In addition, it was also possible that some families that were close to the Hong family would feel that he was not being honest as the alliance master. One must know that when he told Leng Ruoxue that what Vice Alliance Master Hong did was his own doing and had nothing to do with the Dark Family Alliance, it had already made some elders unhappy. Therefore, he must not say this again. But if he didn't say it, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the family that was strongly against the alliance paying for Vice Alliance Master Hong's actions. What was this good? Mu Duo was extremely conflicted in his heart. As Mu Duo's loyal subordinate, although Deputy Alliance Master Yen was well aware of Mu Duo's dilemma, he didn't know how to help the Alliance Master get out of her current predicament. At this moment, the two biggest leaders of the Dark Family Alliance became silent. The two of them locked themselves in the room, deep in thought. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and then someone shouted, "Alliance Master, Vice Alliance Master, bad news." What's wrong? Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately opened the door and looked at the guard who was panting heavily at the door. The elders are fighting with the Hong family. Before he could stand still, the guard, who was sweating profusely, hurriedly said. They started fighting? The two of them looked at each other and then calmed down. It's good to fight. The two of them were worried about how to explain this to the Hong family. Now that there was an elder fighting with the Hong family, it saved them the trouble of talking. More importantly, the two of them were not in a hurry to go out and settle the dispute. Instead, they pulled the guard over and asked about his well-being, which scared the guard so much that he was at a loss. In the end, the two of them consoled the guard and told him to go back to his room to rest. Then, with a bang, they closed the door in front of the guard. The guard looked at this scene in a daze for a long time before he turned around and left. In the room, Deputy Alliance Master Yen looked at Mu Duo, who was much calmer than him, and the admiration in his heart was like a surging river, endless. He even felt that she was worthy of being the Alliance Master. He was even calmer in such a situation. Alliance Master, when are we going out to settle the Hong family and the elders' matter? Deputy Alliance Master Yen was not as calm as Mu Duo, so he asked curiously. What's the hurry? Let them fight to their heart's content first. Mu Duo laughed evilly. Then what if someone is too heavy-handed and can't clean up after the death? Vice Alliance leader Yen said worriedly. We can't rule out that possibility, but even so, we have to stay calm. Mu Duo touched his chin and said after thinking for a while. Vice Alliance leader Yen was depressed. How could he remain calm when he knew that this was a possibility? However, the truth was that this Alliance Master Mu Duo was indeed unnaturally calm. When the two of them felt that it was about time and went out to settle the conflict, Deputy Alliance Master Yen was surprised to find that the matter was not as serious as he had thought. Or it could be said that the Hong family's combat power was too weak, and they were subdued by the family of the elders in a few moves. Faced with the possibility of a one-sided battle, Deputy Alliance leader Yen didn't know what to do. It was definitely impossible to side with the Hong family, but it didn't seem right to side with the elders either. After some thought, he decided to wait and see. In any case, he thought that he was not the Alliance Master and did not need to rush to stand out. However, it was not so easy for Mu Duo to be a bystander. However, it was a good thing that Mu Duo didn't intend to back down. Therefore, after seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately pulled a long face and angrily said, "Can someone explain to me what's going on? Alliance Master, it's all because of them. They insisted that our Hong family bear Leng Ruoxue's psychological damage alone. They're really bullying us." A very embarrassed elder of the Hong family saw Mu Duo ask like this and immediately pointed to the other elders who were also bruised and swollen and complained. "This should be your Hong family's compensation. This matter was caused by your Hong family. Why should we take the blame for you?" Faced with the Hong family's elders' accusation, the accused party retorted, unwilling to be outdone. "How can this be considered as taking the blame? Aren't we an alliance? When one family is in trouble, shouldn't the 8 sides send help?" A certain elder of the Hong family said matter-of-factly. "Bah! Who said it should be? When we formed the alliance, we agreed that we would do things our own way and help each other if there was a problem. But the premise of this problem is that we can't take the initiative to cause trouble. Otherwise, if someone were to rely on the Dark Family Alliance to make powerful enemies everywhere, wouldn't all of us be implicated?" Elder Fong explained. Most of the elders present nodded in agreement. However, the elder of the Hong family was clearly not happy when he heard this. However, he didn't dare to offend these fiendish elders. After all, the Hong family had offended Leng Ruoxue, and several members of the Hong family had fallen into her hands. He was still waiting for the alliance to come out and save them. Therefore, in the face of these accusations, he didn't dare to be too harsh with his words except to argue a little. Then, he turned his head and looked at Mu Duo. Tears quickly welled up in his eyes and he said in a choked voice, "Alliance Master, you have to find a way to save Vice Alliance Master Hong." "How?" Mu Duo asked indifferently. The elder of the Hong family was at a loss for words. He didn't expect Mu Duo to ask this question at all. He naively thought that after hearing his question, Mu Duo should have patted his chest and promised that he would definitely bring the person back safely. But now, how was he supposed to answer this question? "Yup. First Elder Hong, how do we save him?" An elder asked, gloating. The first elder of the Hong family was extremely embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he said, "This matter shall be decided by the Alliance Master." "I decide? Are you sure?" Mu Duo asked with a smile. "Of course, you're the leader of the Dark Family Alliance. It's best for you to make the decision," the first elder of the Hong family hurriedly said. "If that's the case, I might as well tell you that I'm afraid we can't save Vice Alliance Master Hong. The young master of your Hong family can succeed to the throne," Mu Duo suggested with a sincere expression. However, his words made the first elder of the Hong family furious. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his status as the leader of the Mudwa Alliance. He roared, "Mu Duo, how can you say that? I know that you don't like our family head, but no matter how much you don't like him, we're still in the alliance. If you didn't say you would save him, how could you curse him? Why you've really gone too far. I'll definitely report this to the ancestor. I believe that the ancestor will definitely take care of the patriarch." "As you wish." When Mu Duo heard that the other party was going to complain to his ancestor, he didn't stop him at all. It just so happened that he also had something to say to his ancestor. Seeing Mu Duo's uncaring expression, the head elder of the Hong family left in anger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. After he left, Deputy Alliance leader Yen and a portion of the elders looked at Mu Duo worriedly. If the Yen clan's old ancestor came out of seclusion, this matter would probably become even more lively. Everyone knew that the old man from the Yen family was the most protective and unreasonable. The Alliance Master was probably not his match. "Why are you guys looking at me? Is the Yen clan the only clan with an ancestor?" Mu Duo was rendered speechless by the worry on their faces, so he could only joke with a smile. That's right. Deputy Alliance leader Yen and the elders were enlightened. They also had an ancestor at home. Why was he so frightened by the Hong family's first elder's words? However, it was also fortunate that Mu Duo had reminded them. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have thought of disturbing their own ancestor. But now, if the Hong family's ancestor came out of seclusion, the other ancestors would definitely have to inform them. Otherwise, they would be too passive. With this thought in mind, the people led by Mu Duo all moved. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were still unaware that the Dark Family Alliance was about to make a big move because of the Hong family's capture. Half a month later, Leng Ruoxue and the others received another report from the Silver Rats that an unknown faction was heading towards Demon City in an aggressive manner. This time, the Silver Rats didn't ask to be sniped. Instead, they had a depressed and resentful expression on their faces. Out of curiosity, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask for the reason. When she learned that the silver rats did not ask to be sniped because the person who came this time was a little strong, she smiled. Why are these little things so cute? After learning that this was the reason, Leng Ruoxue consoled the silver rats who had glass hearts. Then, she brought Uncle Long and the others to wait for the unknown faction to arrive. Even though it was said to be an unknown faction, Leng Ruoxue knew that it must be the people from the Dark Clan Alliance. This time, the other party probably came with ill intentions. It had to be said that Leng Ruoxue was right. This time, the Dark Family Alliance had really come with ill intentions. In order to show off their strength, they had wanted to give Leng Ruoxue a taste of their power outside of Demon City's defensive forest. The one who took the lead to show off his horse's might was the Hong family's greatest ancestor. He led the Hong family members and lined up at the entrance of the forest. Then, with his order, countless divine powers were released from the hands of the Hong family members. Seeing this scene, the Yen family's ancestor, who was watching from the side, nudged the Mu family's ancestor beside him with a worried look. Old man Mu, will this be okay? It'd be a wonder if he's fine. The ancestor of the Mu family said calmly. Should we stop them? The Yen clan's ancestor asked with uncertainty. To be honest, he didn't want to stop them. Who asked their Yen family and the Hong family to be enemies? He couldn't wait to see old man Hong suffer. Can you stop it? The ancestor of the Mu family said helplessly. After he came out of seclusion, he heard Mu Duo talk about what had happened recently. At that time, he only had one feeling, and that was that the Hong family was courting death. And this time, no one would be able to help the Hong family. In addition, he had also heard Mu Duo talk about Leng Ruoxue. Compared to watching the Hong family make a fool of themselves, he was obviously more interested in Leng Ruoxue. Alright. Let's just watch the fun. After hearing the Mu clan's ancestor say this, the Yen clan's ancestor didn't care anymore and found a place to sit down. After an unknown amount of time, the Hong family's attack did not seem to have any effect at all. The forest was still mushing. Yen Ting, hurry up and help. The old ancestor of the Hong family roared at the two of them, but the two of them only returned him a faint smile. It was obvious that neither of them had any intention of helping the other. You guys, come quickly. Seeing that the two of them were not moving, the old ancestor of the Hong family continued to roar. Flood. Don't waste your energy, there's clearly a formation here, no matter how much Shen power you use it will be of no use. Yen Ting helplessly reminded. Yes, the formations here are very advanced. I'm afraid even if we use all of our Shen power, we will not be able to do anything. Mu Sheng said. Damn it. Why didn't you guys say so earlier? The old ancestor of the Hong family roared. TSK. Did you even give us a chance to speak? Yen Ting rolled his eyes at the old ancestor of the Hong family. Alright. He had to admit that he was a little anxious. What do we do now? The old ancestor of the Hong family thought that he was able to adapt to circumstances. Therefore, after shouting at the other party, he could also put down his face and ask for the other party's opinion. Cold mix. Mu Duo replied. No. We have to go in quickly. If we delay any longer, the children will suffer more. The old ancestor of the Hong family said anxiously. In the face of the Hong family's ancestor's eagerness, neither Mu Sheng or Yen Ting had the heart to tell him that it had been so long. Those children in his family had probably suffered all the hardships they should have. Therefore, it shouldn't be too much of a delay. Mu Duo, haven't you been here before? Please lead the way. With a light sigh, Mu Sheng turned around and instructed Mu Duo. Everyone had the heart to love their son. Although he didn't really like the old man from the Hong family, he couldn't deny the love he had for his own child, and this made him feel the same. Mu Duo nodded and led the way into the protection forest outside Demon City. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the rest could see the other party's every move through the screen in the courtyard. Shua, they're here. Master Ning said with an evil smile. AI. I haven't seen these old friends for a long time. Uncle Long sighed. Uncle Long, do you know them? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. It seemed like some of the people who had come this time were old Gu's acquaintances. I know a few. Uncle Long said with a smile. Then I'll have them come in quickly. Leng Ruoxue asked with anticipation. Yes. Uncle Long nodded. He knew that without Shua's help, those people would have been lost in the forest. Not long after, Mu Duo and the others, who were already in a sorry state, were led by the silver rats to the Leng family's main residence. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, Mu Duo immediately burst into tears. This forest was too much of a bully. He had clearly walked this path before, but this time, he was still lost. He felt so embarrassed. When Leng Ruoxue saw Mu Duo, she smiled and asked, Alliance Master Mu, have you brought the emotional damages? Never in his dreams would Mu Duo have thought that this would be the first thing Leng Ruoxue would say when she saw him. This made him at a loss. Normally speaking, shouldn't they exchange pleasantries first and be polite? Who would directly ask about money? You didn't bring it? Seeing that the other party was in a daze, Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and made a guess. What are you doing here if you didn't bring the money? She asked in dissatisfaction. Such obvious disgust. Could it be that they couldn't come to Demon City without money? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Although Mu Duo really wanted to ask Leng Ruoxue this question, when he saw how she acted as if it was a matter of course, he felt that it was better for him not to find that uneasiness. Because even if he asked, it would only make him look bad. Mu Duo instantly fell silent. The old ancestor of the Hong family, who was already holding back his anger, was especially dissatisfied when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Little girl, your demon city has captured our people, so why are you asking us for compensation for emotional damage? I'm telling you, we won't pay you any compensation for emotional damage. On the contrary, you have to hand over the Hong family members you've captured. Otherwise, I won't let you off today. And who are you? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be confused when she saw the old man who suddenly spoke. Little girl, he's called Hong Shui, the ancestor of the Hong family. When Yen Ting heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he rushed to reply. Get lost. You're the flood. I'm Hong Sui. The old ancestor of the Hong clan shouted at Yen Ting. Immediately, Yen Ting shrunk his neck and took a step back without saying anything. I don't care if you're the flood or Hong Sui. I just want to know, how are you going to deal with us? Leng Ruoxue laughed. Hong Sui was stunned. Why is it not over? He had never thought about it. In reality, he was only trying to scare Leng Ruoxue. He had thought that a little girl would be scared and obediently hand over the Hong family. Who knew that it was different from what he had imagined? Not only was she not afraid, she even asked him what he wanted to do. Hong Sui, who had never thought of how to answer, frowned. At this moment, he heard Leng Ruoxue continue, I only want money, not my life. Of course, if you don't want to end things with us, we'll keep you company until the end. This was the rhythm of a fight. Mu Sheng and the others thought at the same time. After that, they heard Leng Ruoxue's words as they wished, you guys also want to have a fight with me? It was N.T. Feeling Leng Ruoxue's open attitude, everyone took a few steps back in worry. They wanted to put some distance between them and Hong Sui so that this little girl wouldn't misunderstand. However, they retreated a little too late. Leng Ruoxue stood in the middle and said in a magnanimous tone, come on. Whoever goes first, I'll take them on. Could he not be like this? Mu Sheng and the rest thought to themselves. In reality, other than the aggressive Hong family members, no one else had come to fight Leng Ruoxue. They were more of onlookers, but now, Leng Ruoxue had clearly included them in her plans. This was really unpleasant. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue saw that no one had any reaction, so she could only call out the names personally. You go first. Beckoning with her finger, Leng Ruoxue stared at an old man. As far as she knew, this old man was the first elder of the Hong family, so she had used him as an example. When the first elder of the Hong family heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he said indignantly, what an ignorant little girl. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, the first elder of the Hong family turned into a shooting star and flew out in an unknown direction before he could even get into a fighting stance. It was Leng Ruoxue's kick. Seeing this, the members of the Dark Clan Alliance were terrified. This was truly too terrifying. One should know that the first elder of the Hong family was not weak. At least on the surface, he was stronger than Leng Ruoxue. Even so, he was still sent flying by a kick from Leng Ruoxue. And it was before anyone could react. After he suddenly came to his senses, Hong Sui was so angry that he was about to explode. What a bold little girl. In front of him, he actually dared to attack the Hong family. He was really tired of living. In that instant, Hong Sui attacked Leng Ruoxue without thinking. On the other hand, Leng Ruoxue dodged it unhurriedly. She smiled provocatively and said, you're not done with me. Come on. Little Shueshue, can you let me have this person? At this moment, Bing Yao's voice rang in Leng Ruoxue's ears. Following that, a tiny icy blue figure landed in Leng Ruoxue's arms. At this moment, there was an even more petite, snow-white cat on top of the ice phoenix's head. Seeing Bing Yi's appearance, Mu Duo's mouth twitched uncomfortably. Then, he quietly sent a message to remind his ancestor. After hearing this, Mu Sheng couldn't wait to look at Bing Yao. Little Bing Bing, can you beat him? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue looked at Bing Yao and asked worriedly. So what if I can't win? I have a father. Bing Yao said proudly. When Leng Ruoxue heard Bing Yao announce this good news so proudly, her forehead was filled with black lines. This was an era of competing for a father. Indeed, no one could afford to offend Bing Yao, who had a strong backing. Leng Ruoxue looked at Hong Sui sympathetically, then let go of the ice armor and quietly withdrew from the battle. When Hong Sui saw that Leng Ruoxue had left just like that, the anger in his heart instantly rose by a few more degrees. He raised his voice and shouted at Leng Ruoxue, damned girl, you're scared, so you let out little reserved life? Leng Ruoxue was speechless, and her sympathy for Hong Sui increased. As for Hong Sui, he was confused by Leng Ruoxue's gaze. More importantly, the other party's gaze made him extremely uncomfortable. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't want to explain too much. Anyway, Hong Sui would realize how serious of a mistake he had made in a while. But now, Hong Sui obviously didn't realize it. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was ignoring him, Hong Sui's gaze could only turn back to Bing Yao as he roared fiercely, little Qiansheng, since your master let you out, I'll let you know my power. You're the little save life. Your whole family is. Also, little Shueshue is not my master. Bing Yao indifferently replied. Detestable. Hearing that the little dog in front of him actually dared to scold him, Hong Sui's anger rose again. Then, he raised his hand and was ready to teach Bing Yao a lesson. Who knew that Bing Yao would remain calm and unflustered, and repeat the same process as before, shouting in a clear and melodious voice, "Father! Someone is going to kill your son again. Help me. Come out now, or you won't be able to see your cute son again." This familiar scene made Mu Duo and the other members of the Dark Alliance who had seen it before feel speechless. More importantly, they knew what was going to happen next, so they couldn't bear to look at this scene. As expected, the ice spirit fell from the sky as Bing Yao said. Ice Soul held the baby egg in his arms, squinted his blue eyes and questioned, "You're the one who wanted to kill my son?" Upon hearing this, Hong Sui was stunned. He didn't expect the other party's father to come out as soon as he was called. Moreover, this father's strength seemed to be above his. Hong Sui was a little conflicted. What should he do now? "Are you deaf or mute?" Ice Spirit asked again impatiently when the man did not answer. He could accompany his son to play the game of competing for a father, but he had no interest in being silly with others. "Father, don't worry. He's not deaf or mute." Bing Yao laughed evilly as he reported. Hearing this, Hong Sui became even more depressed. If he still couldn't tell that this little dog was playing with him, he would have lived all these years in vain. "So you're looking down on me?" Ice Spirit continued to cooperate with Ice Phoenix. Hong Sui was completely speechless. He hadn't even said anything yet, "All right? Father, he must be looking down on you. Furthermore, from what I know, he's here to avenge the members of the Hong family who were captured. He's not done with us." Bing Yao continued to provoke. "The Hong family? Revenge? Are you still not done?" Ice Spirit asked indifferently. Then, he suddenly raised his chi and said, "Come on. I'm not done with you. Father, I suggest that we strike first. Otherwise, if he finds out that the Hong family was captured by you, we will be in deep trouble. So, we have to act quickly before he finds out." Bing Yao laughed evilly. After hearing this, whether it was Leng Ruoxue's side or the Dark Family Alliance's side, they were all speechless and didn't know what to say. Then, everyone's sympathetic gazes focused on Hong Sui. He was clearly teasing the silly boy. When Hong Sui heard Bing Yao's words, he immediately narrowed his eyes in anger and questioned, "The Hong family was captured by you and your father?" "Not bad." Ice Spirit nodded. Bing Yao, on the other hand, exclaimed in surprise, "Father. What should we do now that he has discovered us?" Glancing at Bing Yao, Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and thought to herself, "Bing Yao, I overdid it." However, Bing Yao clearly didn't care if the act had gone too far. Instead, she displayed a look of panic, which made Leng Ruoxue even more speechless. However, Bing Yi's filial father felt that his child was cute no matter how he looked at him. Touching the Ice Phoenix's fur, Ice Soul consoled, "Don't be afraid, father is here." "All right. Father is here." For people who didn't know how to pamper their children, there was no reason at all. At this moment, Hong Sui, who saw that he was being ignored, couldn't help but jump out to make his presence known. He shouted, "You're so bold, you actually dare to capture our Hong family. Hurry up and hand over the Hong family, and I can spare your lives." "He's dead." Glancing at Hong Sui indifferently, Ice Soul coolly spat out 2 words. "Dead? What's dead?" Hong Sui asked in a daze, not quite understanding. "So stupid, of course my father is saying that the person who was caught in your Hong family is already dead." Bing Yao explained on behalf of her father, who was a man of few words. "The Hong family is dead?" Upon hearing this, Hong Sui's anger could no longer be suppressed. However, he did not completely lose his mind in his anger. Then, he turned to Mu Sheng and the others and shouted, "Demon City has killed the people of the Dark Alliance, and we will not rest until they are dead. Everyone, attack. Exterminate them." Previous chapter. Hong Sui's words were rather imposing, but the people of the Dark Clan Alliance did not dare to act rashly upon hearing them. One should know that the aura and pressure that Ice Spirit gave them was not something that Hong Sui could stir up. More importantly, Mu Sheng, the head of the Dark Clan Alliance, did not make a move, so these small fries naturally did not dare to act on their own. Seeing that no one responded to his words, Hong Sui's anger instantly began to rise again. Then, he angrily shouted, "My words don't work anymore. You guys hurry up and destroy Demon City to avenge our Dark Family Alliance." But who knew that after he shouted, no one dared to step forward. Everyone thought in unison that the hatred of the Hong family's ancestor was not just big. Was Demon City that easy to destroy? The people present who were rather familiar with Demon City's strength looked at Hong Sui with extremely complicated feelings. They could not help but think to themselves, although the ancestor of the Hong family was also a famous expert many years ago, the many years of closed-door cultivation has clearly turned him silly. As a result, he is completely unable to understand the current situation in the divine realm. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. As the saying goes, the waves behind pushed the waves before. The current god world was no longer the god world that he was active in. Leng Ruoxue, the turbulent wave behind, had completely smacked Hong Sui, the wave in front, to death on the beach. "You want to destroy them? In your dreams." None of the people present were fools, so they naturally wouldn't go crazy with Hong Sui. More importantly, this had nothing to do with their respective families, so no one would be so loyal as to offend Demon City for the Hong family, who was courting death. Of course, everyone was well aware that Hong Sui was most likely deceived by his own descendants. Otherwise, he would not be so impulsive as to want to destroy Demon City. Destroy. If you can destroy it, do it. But please don't implicate them. A few families who were not on good terms with the Hong family gloated in their hearts. They could not wait for Hong Sui to clash with Leng Ruoxue and the rest. In this way, he could get rid of this thorn in his side through the hands of others. From this, it could be seen that even though the Hong family was a part of the Dark Family Alliance, they were not well liked. Musheng, Yen Ting, are you just going to watch my Hong family get bullied? Seeing that the crowd still did not move, Hong Sui angrily shouted at Musheng and Yen Ting. Musheng was helpless. As the founder of the Dark Family Alliance, he couldn't just sit by and watch, but this. Was it really the Hong family that was being bullied? I don't think so. As for Yen Ting, he simply turned his head and ignored Hong Sui's words. The two of them didn't see eye to eye with each other, so it was only natural for him to hit them when they were down. And he didn't have any sense of belonging to the Hong family, and even had the idea of helping an outsider. Hong Sui also knew that he could not count on Yen Ting among the two, but Musheng could not ignore him. Therefore, he placed his main target on Musheng and took the initiative to play the emotional card. Musheng, we've been working together for so many years, and you've watched those children grow up. Do you really have the heart to see them being bullied by outsiders? If word of this gets out, how will our Dark Family Alliance stand in the Divine Realm? What a huge hat. Was this considered a summary? Musheng didn't speak, only looking at Hong Sui quietly. Upon seeing this, Hong Sui became anxious. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a mocking voice. Hong family's kid, we have to find out who's the one who's bullying who. Uncle Long strode out of the cubicle behind the living room. Originally, he didn't intend to show himself now. He wanted to wait for the dust to settle and Senior Ice Soul to vent his hatred before coming out. Who knew that Hong Sui's words were really too much for him to bear? Look at how he said it, as if his own family's younger generation was the victim. In fact, if there was a victim, it should be their side, right? As for the Hong family, it could only be said that they were not strong enough and had kicked an iron plate, which was why they were unlucky. You. When Hong Sui heard this familiar voice, he looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Uncle Long, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. What about me? Are you pretending not to know me? What are you doing here? This is my home, of course I have to be here. Hong Sui did not expect to hear Uncle Long say that. His eyes instantly widened, and he asked with a face of disbelief, shouldn't you be in the Endless Sea? It was originally. But now, I've settled down in Demon City. Haven't you heard that the Endless Sea has merged with Demon City and is now under Demon City's jurisdiction? This news was not considered a secret in the immortal realm. Hong Sui was undoubtedly shocked by Uncle Long's words. This was no longer just a matter of the lack of information channels. He suddenly thought that with Uncle Long, who was more protective of his own and more powerful than him, he could forget about successfully avenging his revenge today. From Hong Sui's point of view, Uncle Long and the unknown man before him were his greatest opponents on the side of Demon City. Especially in this situation where he could not support it alone, it would be very difficult for him to avenge his junior. Hong Sui was instantly worried. He turned his head and looked at Musheng and Yen Ting with hidden bitterness. If these two people had helped, he would still have some confidence in his heart. But now, with the appearance of Uncle Long, he knew that the idea of getting the help of those two people would probably be fruitless. Just for Uncle Dragon's sake, Musheng would not attack Demon City. Hong Sui was very clear about this, and this fact made him extremely F***ck. They were clearly on the same side, but now, he could only swallow all his hatred into his stomach. Uncle Dragon, it seems you plan on protecting Demon City's people? However, Uncle Long only smiled faintly and said, the people of Demon City don't need my protection. What? Hong Sui was shocked. He didn't hear wrongly, right? What did this old whale mean? What, you don't understand? Hong Sui. You didn't even figure anything out and you dare to come and cause trouble. I have to say, your IQ is really worrying. Hong Sui's face turned red from Uncle Long's exasperated tone. Then, he shouted at the top of his voice, who said I didn't figure it out? Your Demon City captured our Hong family, yet you're still demanding for all sorts of compensation. Now, this father and son have killed a junior of our Hong family. How can I not take revenge for this deep hatred? I can. At this moment, Ice Spirit, who had been invisible for a while, spoke calmly. Humph. You're tactful. Upon hearing Ice Spirit's words, Hong Sui gave her a satisfied look and said, so, I'm going to kill you and your father to avenge my descendants. Come on. I'll be waiting. Ice Spirit replied with a smile. Father. I'm so scared, will we be okay? Suddenly, Bing Yao interrupted. With father here, he will definitely be the one to die. Bing Pe touched the fur on Bing Yao's head to comfort his son. When Hong Sui heard this, his anger rose up again. Immediately after, Hong Sui, who had been provoked to the point of losing his mind, rushed toward the father and son without thinking. The divine power in his hands quickly gathered, and in a split second, a green ball of divine power was thrown out of Hong Sui's hands and flew directly toward the Ice Soul father and son. Uncle Long broke out in cold sweat at the sight. You won't die if you don't seek death. This time, Hong Sui was definitely beyond saving. On the other hand, Musheng was unable to stop him in time and could only watch helplessly as Hong Sui faced the adult Qilin. Of course, at this moment, he still wasn't too sure of the Ice Spirit's identity. Otherwise, even if he didn't like Hong Sui, he would still try his best to stop him from being foolish. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Hong Sui's divine power ball was thrown out, Ice Spirit did not panic. Then, a Qilin formed from ice divine power rushed into the sky. After soaring in the air for a few rounds, the ice Qilin directly swooped down towards Hong Sui's divine power ball. With a loud explosion, Hong Sui's ball of divine power shattered, while the ice Qilin continued to soar in the sky unscathed. The backlash from the divine power caused Hong Sui to take a few large steps back and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was as white as paper. He looked at Bing Pe as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he couldn't help but ask, who are you? This person was too strong. One had to know that the ball of divine power he had released just now was close to his full strength, but the other party not only easily caught it, but also caused him to suffer a backlash, while he himself was not even injured. Such a difference in strength caused Hong Sui to be shocked beyond words. My father is an ice spirit. After hearing Hong Sui's words, Bing Yao said with a proud expression. Ice spirit? Hong Sui savored the name and wanted to remember it forever. However, he was suddenly stunned. Ice spirit. Ice spirit. No wonder he felt that the name was familiar. Wasn't the leader of the Qilin clan called Bing Pe? At least in terms of strength, Ice Spirit would definitely decline. But now, he didn't feel like Ice Spirit's power had decreased at all. He thought that the person might be the Qilin clan leader, but he didn't want to believe it. At this time, Mu Sheng stepped forward and bowed to Ice Soul. She asked, Senior, are you the Qilin clan chief? No. Ice Spirit denied. When Mu Sheng heard this, she was stunned. Could he have made a mistake? However, Mu Sheng was embarrassed. Cold sweat was dripping from his body. Hearing the other party's words, he knew that the other party must be the patriarch of the Qilin clan. However, as far as he knew, the Qilin clan's patriarch had always been very serious. Why was he joking now? Mu Sheng explained helplessly, we haven't received the news yet because we've been in seclusion. Oh. Then you should know by now. Speak. What do you plan to do to us? Kill me and then roast my son for meat? Ice Spirit asked. She did not even consider Mu Sheng's pale and trembling body. The question of Ice Spirit made Mu Sheng afraid and worried. Sob. Senior, can you not play like this? Who would dare to kill you or roast your son? It's not like he was tired of living. No, there was indeed someone who was tired of living before, but this really had nothing to do with him. Most of the people of the Dark Clan were innocent. Senior, we don't have such thoughts. After a long silence, Mu Sheng could not help but ask. You don't have any? Did I make a mistake? But that Jiao Yu and your Vice Alliance leader Hong both said that they want to eat my son. Ice Spirit asked. How was he supposed to answer? Mu Sheng didn't know what to do with Ice Soul's question. He couldn't help but look at Uncle Long, who returned him a smile and said, Jiao Yue also said that Master Ning and I should guard the door for her. He even planned to have some of the prettiest men in Demon City serve him well. Of course, that was after your Dark Family Alliance had taken us in. Uncle Long's words made Ice Soul's expression turn even uglier. He nodded and said, yes, she also let me serve her. F***CK. This hatred was really strong. Although he had already heard a part of what Uncle Long and Ice Soul had told him, it was a completely different feeling to hear it from Uncle Long and Ice Soul. When he heard Mu Duo's words, he was so angry that he wanted to expel the Hong family from the Dark Family Alliance. However, after hearing what Uncle Long and Ice Spirit said, he had the urge to faint. Because this matter was already so serious that even if the Hong family was expelled, it wouldn't be able to be resolved perfectly. It was obvious that Ice Spirit's anger would not subside anytime soon. In addition to the fact that Hong Sui had just deepened his original hatred, he was not confident that Uncle Long would speak up for the Dark Clan Alliance on his account. I wonder how Senior would like to resolve this matter. You guys have to be the one asking. Anyway, I will always remember that someone wanted to roast my son and eat him. F***CK, I only have one son, and someone wants to eat him. Do you think this matter can be resolved? This matter definitely can't be settled peacefully. Wasn't this obvious? After a moment of worry, Mu Sheng's attitude was very good as she continued, Senior, if you have any ideas, please let us know. The Dark Family Alliance will definitely satisfy you. Do you think that I want to make a condition? His words left Mu Sheng at a loss. This senior was indeed as difficult to serve as the rumor said. Mu Sheng didn't know what to say anymore. Wu, what should he do? Previous chapter. Senior, my ancestor doesn't mean that you want to make conditions with us. What he means is that he is willing to pay you for the emotional damage. After all, this matter was caused by our Dark Family Alliance. We can't escape the blame. Seeing that the old ancestor was at a loss for words, Mu Duo quickly added. That's right, that's what I meant. Giving Mu Duo a look of admiration, Mu Sheng quickly nodded and said. This little fellow sure knows how to talk. Ice Spirit looked at Mu Duo before turning to Leng Ruoxue and asked, Shue, I'll take over the entire Hong family. As for the emotional damages, I'll leave them to you. You're the best at this. After she finished speaking, Ice Spirit left with Hong Sui and the rest of the Hong family members, leaving an embarrassed Leng Ruoxue to stare at her. What did he mean by she was the best? Could she say that she was not at all? However, it was obvious that the Dark Clan Alliance had placed their hopes on her. They only hoped that she would quickly state the conditions to resolve this matter so that they would not be so worried about the Ice Soul. It was a pity that Leng Ruoxue was at a loss of what to do. All the members of the Hong family were taken away by Ice Spirit. Although it was unknown if they were still alive, it was obvious that Ice Spirit didn't care about the Dark Family Alliance at all. If the other party was dissatisfied because of this, the negotiation might fall apart. With a probing attitude, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and asked, "What do you think about Hong Sui and the others?" "We don't have any opinions. As long as Senior Ice Soul is happy," Mu Sheng quickly said. This was really disloyal. Leng Ruoxue was suspicious of whether they could work together with such an alliance of dark clans. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's attitude suddenly turned cold. She spoke in a businesslike manner, "In that case, I'll leave the Hong family to Senior Ice Soul. We'll leave their lives to fate." "No problem," Mu Sheng nodded. He didn't dare to have any problems. After all, the Hong family was only one family, while the Dark Family Alliance had dozens of families. He had to consider the interests of most families. In addition, the Hong family had always been arrogant, and they weren't very popular in the alliance. Therefore, he had no qualms about abandoning the Hong family. However, he didn't expect that his decision to abandon the Hong family so easily would cause Leng Ruoxue to be dissatisfied with the Dark Alliance. However, if he had known, he would have still chosen to do so. "What about emotional damage?" Leng Ruoxue asked again. "As long as we can afford it, everything is fine," Mu Sheng said generously. "In that case, let's pay the mental damage fee first," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. "Last time? Not paying together?" Mu Sheng's face was filled with question marks. Seeing that he did not understand, Leng Ruoxue patiently explained, "Last time, Jiao Yu and Hong village from your alliance came and made some arrangements for us. They have already caused great harm to our people, physically and mentally. We have also asked for compensation, so you have to pay the previous payment first, and then we will talk about this." "You even brought this?" At this moment, Mu Sheng had to admit that Leng Ruoxue was just like what Senior Ice Soul had said. She was very good at this. Look at him, he could even find a reason to ask for compensation for mental damage twice. What kind of IQ did he have? AI. Why didn't the Dark Clan Alliance have such a talent? It was no wonder Demon City had developed so quickly. Mu Sheng sighed and gave Mu Duo a look. The latter took a step forward and placed a storage ring on the table beside Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue picked up the ring and glanced at it. Then, she looked at Mu Duo with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Alliance Master Mudua is too dishonest. He clearly brought money, but he still doesn't admit it. F***ck. He didn't deny it, okay? He didn't have the time to say it." However, without giving Mu Duo a chance to speak, Leng Ruoxue continued, "Since the money from last time has been settled, let's discuss the compensation this time." In fact, there was no need to discuss it. Everyone in the Dark Family Alliance, from Mu Sheng to the ordinary elders, knew about Bing Pio's identity. How would they dare to bargain with Leng Ruoxue and the others? They couldn't wait for this matter to end so that the Ice Spirit wouldn't cause them trouble again. Hence, at this moment, they had no objections to any of Leng Ruoxue's conditions. They raised both their hands and feet in agreement. At the same time, the entire Dark Association was prepared to pay a huge price. This time, they were absolutely willing to pay. He only hoped that it would calm Ice Spirit's anger. After all, it was a great humiliation for any powerful cultivator to eat someone else's son and ask for their father's service. In addition, Ice Spirit was not the only powerhouse in Demon City. This was even more of a no delay. Leng Ruoxue was speechless when she saw how helpless everyone was. However, she could more or less understand their thoughts. After all, both Ice Spirit and Demon City were not to be trifled with. But when she thought of Uncle Long, Leng Ruoxue still gave Mu Sheng some face and did not ask for too much. However, the amount of compensation from the 2 times was still enough to make the Dark Clan Alliance's heart ache. The pain was gone, but the matter was finally resolved. The Dark Family Alliance could finally let go of their worries. After the incident, Uncle Long naturally had to chat with his old friends. Leng Ruoxue personally went to see Ice Spirit and reported the incident to him. Who knew that Ice Soul did not care about Leng Ruoxue's conditions at all? Instead, she generously said to Leng Ruoxue, "All the compensation will be considered as living expenses for the father and son in Demon City." Leng Ruoxue could only nod her head after hearing Bing Pio's words. Then, she could not help but ask, "Senior, how do you plan to deal with the Hong family?" She knew that Jiao Yu and the others weren't killed at all. Ice Spirit was completely lying to Hong Sui. "When I'm done venting my hatred, I'll send them to hell," Ice Spirit replied without thinking. "I also want to go to hell." Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask. "Bing Pomo, this girl's way of thinking is really different. Senior, can you break open the void?" Leng Ruoxue thought about this possibility and asked again. Although she was often in seclusion, she had always been thinking about this question. She had even asked Uncle Long, but Uncle Long and the others had told her that to break open the void, she would need a lot of divine power. In addition, she also needed to know the other party's accurate coordinates. In fact, with the Reverend God-level cultivators from Netherworld Prison, the coordinates were not important. What was important was divine power, and the amount of divine power needed to break the void was beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even a powerful Reverend God like Uncle Long didn't dare to try it. If he failed, the backlash would be quite serious. Ice Soul was silent for a while and then said, "If I was at my peak, I could still try. But now, I definitely can't. AI. Leng Ruoxue sighed. It seemed like she could only work hard on her cultivation. After all, she couldn't let others be in danger because of her own matters. The depressed Leng Ruoxue then returned to her room listlessly. As for Ice Spirit, he could not make head or tail of Leng Ruoxue's sudden change. However, he was not nosy enough to ask. After all, who did not have their own secrets? After Leng Ruoxue returned to her room, she learned from her painful experience and sent someone to inform Uncle Long and the others that she was going into seclusion. This time, even if the emperor came, she wouldn't receive him. Naturally, Uncle Long had no objections to Leng Ruoxue's effort in cultivation. However, Mu Sheng, who was present at the scene, felt depressed. From the looks of it, he knew that Leng Ruoxue did not care about the Dark Family Alliance at all. However, he could not blame her for this. After all, it was the idiots from the Dark Family Alliance who messed up the matter. After thinking this through, Mu Sheng immediately adjusted her emotions and said to Uncle Long with a smile, "Old man Long, Leng Ruoxue is in closed-door cultivation now. Our cooperation." Although Mu Sheng had only finished half of her sentence, Uncle Long had already understood what she was thinking. He sighed helplessly and said, "Old man Mu, although I really want to help you, I'm embarrassed to ask for your help after what the Dark Family Alliance has done in the past. Look at you, why did you have to create an alliance? This is great, your level has been completely pulled down, sigh." Uncle Long kept sighing as he spoke, which made Mu Sheng feel depressed. Then, Mu Sheng also complained dejectedly, "If I didn't make the alliance, my days wouldn't have been easy. I originally thought that with the alliance, the families would be able to help each other, but now it seems that I've thought too highly of some people." "That's right. People like Hong Sui are like mud that can't hold up a wall," Uncle Long said with a look of disdain. In the past, he had looked down on Hong Sui in every possible way, and it was even more so now. "What's the point of saying all this now? Do you have any way to restore my position in the hearts of the other people in Demon City?" Mu Sheng begged, depressed. Difficult. It was difficult. Dongfang Yu, Dongfang Lin, and Ice Spirit are all our seniors, but now they've been humiliated because of the Hong family. I'm afraid they won't forgive you so easily. Also, that girl Shui has always been protective and vengeful. It won't be easy to get past her. Uncle Long thought for a while and said helplessly. "But didn't our Dark Family Alliance already compensate you unconditionally for your mental damage?" Hearing Uncle Long's words, Mu Sheng could not help but ask. "You think that's all? That's just not because I'm angry about your compensation, nothing else." Uncle Long glanced at Mu Sheng and reminded her. When Mu Sheng heard this, she immediately drooped her head, her body exuding a faint sorrowful aura. Seeing this, Uncle Long didn't know what to say except to sigh in sympathy. This matter. Mu Sheng was quite unlucky, but what could she do now that it had already happened? He could only accept it. Patting Mu Sheng on the shoulder, Uncle Long consoled her, "Your Dark Family Alliance should perform well in the future. As time passes, perhaps the people of Demon City will forgive you and act as if nothing had happened. Will you, Uncle Long?" Mu Sheng asked, looking at Uncle Long with hope. "We will," Uncle Long promised. In fact, he was not sure, but he could only say this to comfort his old friend. With Uncle Long's assurance, Mu Sheng's gloominess was greatly reduced. At least, he could still see hope, right? In reality, he was in a hurry to form an alliance with Demon City. Other than Demon City's extraordinary strength, the existence of Ice Soul, the former clan leader of the Qilin clan, was one of the reasons why he was so proactive. As an expert who had lived for a long time, how could Mu Sheng not see the potential of Leng Ruoxue and the others? Demon City's future was limitless. Therefore, he really hoped to become the Dark Family's ally before Demon City was fully developed. That way, the Dark Family Alliance would be able to obtain great benefits. This would be of great benefit to the future development of the Dark Family Alliance. But now, AI. Thinking of the things the Hong family had done, Mu Sheng was in a bad mood again. After staying in Demon City for a few days and getting to know Uncle Dragon, Master Ning, and the others better, Mu Sheng left Demon City with a large group of people from the Dark Family Alliance. After watching Mu Sheng and the others leave, Master Ning turned to Uncle Long and asked curiously, "You guys? Good gay friends? What about us?" Uncle Long was bewildered. There was something wrong with the old man's eyes. He was secretly on guard. "Nothing, I just feel that your relationship seems to be quite unusual." Master Ning was afraid that Uncle Long would be angry, so he naturally wouldn't say anything, so his words were very subtle. "Our relationship is very ordinary." Uncle Long looked at Master Ning and said calmly. F***ck. He knew that this old man would let his thoughts run wild. This old bastard. Uncle Long really wanted to beat him up. However, he didn't make it clear, so Uncle Long felt that he had no reason to do so. "You bastard." For Shui's sake, he had to endure it. "That means he treats you differently." Master Ning could feel that Uncle Long was a little angry, but he couldn't stop gossiping, so he changed the topic. Uncle Long was silent. He resisted the urge to beat someone up and shouted, "You're wrong, he just can't bear to part with you." Slander. This was definitely slander. Master Ning was furious. You can't wrong people like this. The one Mu Sheng couldn't bear to part with was obviously Uncle Long, but now Uncle Long was pouring dirty water on her. This was really too much. Master Ning wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Shui. Someone is bullying your godfather." Uncle Long was happy to see Master Ning's face fall because of what he had said. He deserved it. Who asked him to gossip? He was bored. Uncle Long felt that he had vented his hatred. But then, he was also worried. With Shui in closed-door cultivation, they really didn't have anything to do. AI. How should he spend this time? Uncle Long was conflicted and suddenly fell silent. Then, Uncle Long and Master Ning sat in the room and stared at each other. A few days later, Uncle Long and Master Ning received the news that Ming Ji and the others had arrived. Uncle Long and Master Ning were both shocked by the news. Minga and the others had arrived, but had that demon returned? With a trace of curiosity, the two immediately went to see Ming Ji and the others. In the living room, besides Dongfang Yu and Dongfang Lin, there were only the four of them. Didn't the Dark Lord come? Master Ning said disappointedly as he didn't see the monster. How could the Lord be here? With the obstruction of the laws of heaven and earth, he can't come here openly. However, we did receive Mu Li's voice transmission. His Lord has some words for us to pass on to Miss Leng. Minga said, a look of struggle on her face. What did he mean by receiving Mu Li's voice transmission? Didn't you go back to the Netherworld jail? Master Ning asked in confusion. No, I didn't. Without Master breaking the void, the price we have to pay to return is very high, so we simply stayed. Minga said matter-of-factly. After hearing Ming Ji's words, Master Ning, Uncle Long, and the others were all depressed. Ever since the evildoers had been sent back to the Nine Nether prison by the laws of heaven and earth, the four of them had disappeared without a trace. At that time, they had thought that they had also been teleported back. Who knew that the four of them had not left the divine world at all? If you didn't leave the divine realm, then where were you all during this period of time? Uncle Long couldn't help asking. Let's go for a walk. Ming Ji replied with a smirk. Such an answer made Uncle Long and the others even more speechless. These four heartless bastards. Their master had already been sent back, but these four guys still had the mood to wander around. It was really too hateful. It had to be said that the four of them were very good at pulling aggro. But Ming Song didn't seem to care, and continued to ask, where is Miss Leng? His lord has a message for me. Shui has gone into seclusion. Uncle Long replied indifferently. Then. This? Minga was at a loss. Let's wait for Shui to come out and tell her. Before she went into seclusion, Shui said that no one or anything was to disturb her. Uncle Long said honestly. All right then. AI. It's really too unfortunate. Minga said with a look of regret. Shui is also working hard on her cultivation. Master Ning said with a smile. Yes. Ming Ji nodded. Only by cultivating hard could she meet her lord as soon as possible. Therefore, he was very supportive of Leng Ruoxue's closed-door cultivation. But he was afraid that his lord would be disappointed, but he believed that his lord would definitely understand. We found two people, are you interested? He asked with a mysterious smile. Who is it? Uncle Long and the others immediately asked. With Cher in seclusion and Demon City gradually getting back on track, everyone was so bored that when they heard Ming Song's words, they were all extremely excited. Hee. If you're interested, you can come with us and you'll know. Minga said, keeping him in suspense. Then let's go take a look. Uncle Long and the others said helplessly when they saw that Ming Ji refused to tell them. Of course, they couldn't all go, so after some discussion, they asked Dongfang Yu to stay at home. Although Dongfang Yu was reluctant, what could he do when his younger brother had already abandoned him by obeying the majority? As for Uncle Long and the others, who were so bored that they were panicking, after deciding on the candidates to stay behind, they immediately pulled Minga and the others along and set off. After walking for a long time, Minga's group of four finally brought Uncle Long and the others to the edge of a cliff that no one knew about. This is the place. Minga pointed to the cliff not far away and said to Uncle Long and the others. This place? Uncle Long and the others were puzzled. What were they doing in the wilderness? Didn't they say that they found two people? Could the two of them be at the bottom of the cliff? Seeing the thoughts of Uncle Long and the others, Minga nodded and said, he's down there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down and take a look. Master Ning said immediately. After saying that, he was the first to jump down. Uncle Long and the others followed closely behind. When they reached the bottom of the cliff, Uncle Long and the others were depressed to find that the bottom of the cliff was so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers. In order not to alert the enemy, they didn't dare to light a fire. Follow me closely, it's over there. At this time, Minga sent a message to Uncle Long and the others. Then, Uncle Long and the others quietly followed Ming Ji. Fortunately, everyone's night vision ability was not bad, and they were all Reverend God-level cultivators, so their spiritual sense had a wide range. Otherwise, in this place where they couldn't even see their own fingers, even walking would be a problem. After a long time, Minga stopped again, pointed to a spot of light in the distance, and said, it's the place with light in front. The person is there. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long and the others instantly became 120,000% alert and quickly approached the target. When they were about 100 meters away from their target, Minga stopped again and continued to transmit his voice to everyone, you guys stay here for the time being, I'll go get the person out. Uncle Long and the others nodded, but they were more and more curious about the person Ming Ji was talking about. However, they didn't have time to think for too long before they saw a fire rising from the ground. Then, a ball of fire flew into the sky. Then, there was another golden light. This was... You bastard! Aren't they the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix King? After a long observation, the crowd finally confirmed the identity of the two people mentioned by Ming Ji. They had been looking for these two guys, both openly and secretly. Now that they had found them, they naturally couldn't let them escape. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix King, who had been planning to join forces to deal with Ming Ge, were a little flustered when they saw so many people suddenly appear around them. However, they quickly pretended to be calm and said with disdain, "What, you guys plan to gang up on me? A group fight? Good idea. Dragon Whale, you're also an expert. How can you collude with the humans? What do you mean by colluding with humans? You're still in cahoots with that foggy bitch. Why didn't you say anything?" Ha ha ha. Of course he wouldn't say it. He's a man who relies on women to get to his position, how could he have the nerve to say it? F***ck. That detestable Dragon Whale. Despicable humans. One day, I'll take care of you all. The Dragon Emperor secretly complained, but what about now? The Dragon Emperor did not have the slightest confidence that he could escape from these people. However, it was clearly even more impossible for him to surrender without putting up a fight. After thinking for a while, he gave the Phoenix King a look, hoping that the Phoenix King would make the first move. However, the Phoenix King, who did not trust the Dragon Emperor, did not move at all. She only looked at the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was furious. Suddenly, his and the Phoenix King's eyes met. Uncle Long couldn't stand the two of them being so affectionate. Ayaya. Can you guys restrain yourselves? You're casting amorous glances at us in public, won't we get a needle's eye if we see it? Eyes? The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix King felt a chill and quickly turned their heads away, no longer looking at each other. However, their actions were also maliciously seen by Uncle Long as a cover-up. You're really shy. Was there a need for that? Although you're from different races, true love is not a sin. I'll definitely support your love. Uncle Long glanced at the other party and smiled. Dragon Whale. Damn it. You shut up. The Phoenix King fire roared. Why should I shut up? Even if you're the Phoenix King, you can't stop my freedom of speech, right? At this time, Master Ning said, Uncle Long, why are you wasting your breath on them? Just take them down and take them back. Detestable. Who do you want to take care of? Besides the two of you, is there anyone else here? Damn it. I won't let you off. Heavens. Heavens. The Phoenix King has gone crazy. Master Ning saw this and shouted exaggeratedly. Then, he dodged the attacks of the Phoenix King in all directions. Master Ning's movements were extremely flexible. How detestable. The Phoenix King was furious. Before she attacked, she turned to the Dragon Emperor and roared, what are you waiting for? Come and help. I'm coming. The Phoenix King was just about to nod in satisfaction when she realized that it was not the Dragon Emperor who had spoken, but Uncle Long. Then, Uncle Long also joined in the fight between Master Ning and the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King, who already had a headache, almost spat out a mouthful of blood when she F***ck. Why didn't men know how to be tender to women these days? She was a woman. But Uncle Long was still ruthless. And Master Ning was responsible for angering her. However, the Phoenix King, who accidentally caught a glimpse of the Dragon Emperor's current state, instantly felt balanced. But she didn't want to be so lucky. She couldn't even wait to avoid these people, so why would she be willing to get entangled with them? It didn't take long for the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix King to be exhausted to the point of panting. Uncle Long and the others were taking turns to rest. In the end, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix King, who were exhausted from the torture, had no choice but to become each other's prisoners. When the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix King were captured and brought back to Demon City, they immediately became negative examples and were put in cages for display. Meanwhile, Demon City's residents had long since heard of these two famous players. Now that they saw one of them alive, they naturally wanted to take a good look at them. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix King, who felt the crowd pointing at them, wished they could just faint. But now, they couldn't just faint as they wished. Hate. The hatred they had for Uncle Long and the others was like a raging river that would never stop. But Uncle Long and the others obviously didn't mind the fire in his eyes. In order to keep the two of them company, Uncle Long even brought the White Tiger King along. This time, the three brothers and sisters were finally gathered together. The White Tiger King, who thought that it was innocent, was resentful of the treatment it had received. Because before the Phoenix King and the Dragon Emperor came here, he had the authority of a tiger aside from doing some heavy physical work. But now, he had really become a tiger to be admired. How could he bear this? Instantly, he began to hate the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix King. In fact, the people he wanted to hate the most were Uncle Long and the others, but he didn't dare to hate them, so he could only blame his anger on the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix King. Not long after, the three Beast Kings, who all had hatred in their hearts, began to fight in the huge cage. When they saw the three beasts killing each other, the crowd was stunned for a moment. When they came back to their senses, someone immediately went to inform Uncle Long and the others. However, when Uncle Long and the others heard this news, they didn't think much of it. Fight. Fight. It's healthier to fight. In the end, Uncle Long and the others heard that the three beastie fought very fiercely and were all injured quite badly. Time passed. 3 months after the Dragon Emperor, the Phoenix King, and the White Tiger King were locked up in cages, Ice Soul received the news and went to see them with Bing Yao. One couldn't blame him for not having access to information. The main reason was that he had also brought his son into closed-door cultivation recently. After all, his son's strength was too low now, and the Ice Phoenix was a beastie that didn't really like to cultivate. However, he didn't dare to push his son too hard. Otherwise, little Ice Phoenix would disown him as a father in a rage. Where would he go to cry then? Holding the Ice Phoenix in front of the giant cage, Ice Spirit took a look and shook his head. These three guys had betrayed their king, and didn't they end up like this now? Originally, as Beastie himself, he did not want to see Beastie being treated like this. However, facing these three people, he could not sympathize with them at all. He brought this upon himself. Father, why have they been locked up? If you do something wrong, you'll be locked up. Ice Spirit said. Oh. So they had done something wrong? However, wouldn't it take up a lot of space to lock him up? It was better to just kill him directly. It's good to save effort. Bing Yao tilted her head and seemed to be talking to herself. Upon hearing this, Ice Spirit broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect his son to have violent genes. However, this was more like the son of Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit said narcissistically. The conversation between the father and son had successfully alarmed the three dejected people in the cage who had long been tortured to the point of losing their temper. The Dragon Emperor and the other two were stunned the moment they raised their heads. You. After coming back to his senses, the Dragon Emperor stammered. This person is not. What about me? What, you want to pretend you don't know him? Ice Spirit sneered. In fact, he had seen the three little fellows in the cage before. They were once considered his juniors, but ever since they betrayed their old friends, they had become thorns in his eyes. You're Senior Ice Soul? The Phoenix King could not believe it and asked carefully. I'm an Ice Spirit. As for your senior, I'm not worthy of it. Ice Spirit did not give the Phoenix King any face. Senior, we were forced to do so back then. The Phoenix King knew what the Ice Spirit was angry about, so she could only speak pitifully in an attempt to gain the Ice Spirit's sympathy. Unfortunately, Ice Spirit hated betrayal the most in his life, so it was impossible for him to forgive the three of them. It was not up to him to decide whether he would let them go or not. Therefore, the Phoenix King had expressed the wrong feelings. However, when Bing Yao heard this, she asked curiously, you have no choice. Who forced you? It's Rhyme Ice. Ice. She's forcing us, and if we don't do as she says, she'll kill us. The Phoenix King thought that there was a way to turn the situation around and said to Bing Yao with tears in her eyes. If she didn't hear wrongly, this little Qilin was the son of Ice Spirit, right? If she could win the sympathy of this little Qilin, she felt that she should still have a chance to get out of this cage. However, who knew that Bing Yao would only say with a face full of regret, what a pity. Why didn't that old woman say that I would kill you if you did as I said? What was the meaning of this? The Phoenix King was dumbfounded. Then, she heard Bing Yao say fiercely, bastard. My father abandoned me so that he wouldn't be threatened by that old woman, but you cowards did unforgivable things just to live. Why don't you all just go to hell? In little Xue's words, it's a waste of food for you dead things to live. Father. Destroy them. I don't want to see them. Bing Yao turned around and said to Bing Po with a bitter expression. All right. Ice Spirit wouldn't refuse his son's request. He knew that his son probably felt the same way and felt wronged. How detestable. The father-son relationship that he had tried so hard to mend must not be worsened by these three idiots. Then, Ice Spirit raised one hand and divine power slowly gathered in her palm. Seeing more and more divine power gathering in Ice Spirit's hand, the Phoenix King and the other two's hearts started to beat wildly. The Phoenix King had never even dreamed that because of a few words from him, that little Qilin would want to kill him. The White Tiger King and the Dragon Emperor, who had been innocently implicated by her, were also extremely depressed. For the first time, the three of them realized that they were so close to death. A heavy pressure slowly enveloped the three of them, making them feel as if their breathing was heavy. A deathly silence and suffocating atmosphere pressed down on the three of them. Senior, please spare the beast. Just when the three of them felt that they were about to die, a familiar and hateful voice rang in their ears. What, you don't want to kill them? Ice Soul asked in a bad tone as she glanced at Uncle Long. Senior, you misunderstand. How could I not want to kill them? It's just that Xue needs beasts to train her beast taming skills, so, Uncle Long quickly explained. He only finished half of his sentence, but he believed that Ice Spirit would understand. All right. Then I'll spare their lives for now. I'll kill them after Xue is done using them. Ice Spirit said considerately. That's not a problem, Uncle Long promised. Just like that, the fate of the Phoenix King and the other two were decided. They would first train Leng Ruoxue with the beast taming technique. After the beast taming technique was used up, they would be handed over to Ice Spirit. When Uncle Long and Ice Spirit decided the fate of these three, they did not even consider the thoughts of their respective clans. When the Phoenix King and the other two heard this, their faces instantly turned as pale as paper. The White Tiger King couldn't take the shock and fainted. Ice Soul shook his head even more violently. Such a person who was afraid of death actually dared to do something like betraying. It was really unimaginable. Sighing, Ice Soul held her son in disgust and left quietly. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who was cultivating hard in her bracelet, had no idea that Uncle Long and the rest had captured the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix King and were preparing to let her tame them. However, she couldn't pay attention to that right now. At this time, she was fully absorbing the spiritual energy in the bracelet that was so dense that it was almost solid, in order to feed her huge appetite. However, after absorbing it for nearly 3 months, she found that the spiritual energy in her body was only a little thicker than a strand of hair. This fact made her extremely depressed. She could not help but summon Green Vessel. Leng Ruoxue asked gloomily, Green Vessel, with this absorption method, I think it will take at least 1,000 years to store enough spiritual qi. She had long known that she needed an enormous amount of spiritual energy, so even if she was not yet perfect in alchemy and other aspects, she had decided to save enough spiritual energy first, and then specialize in other things. But now, it had only been 3 months, and she was depressed. Sister, calm down. You have the chaotic body, so it's normal for you to need a lot of spiritual energy. The heaven-defying arts is no ordinary technique, so it's only natural that you need even more. Besides, this is a path that you must take. Once you've cultivated the heaven-defying art to the great circle of the 9th stage, not only can you go to the 9 nether prison to find the demonic man, but you can also take revenge for your old master. Qing Ju's face was filled with anticipation. He believed that these 2 reasons were enough to support his sister's will and make her work harder in her cultivation. As expected, after hearing Qing Ju's words, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes shone with determination. Then, she said in frustration, Qing Ju, I will work hard in my cultivation. I won't let my thoughts run wild. That's more like it. Sister, you can do it. Leng Ruoxue nodded and closed her eyes to absorb the spirit qi. Qing Ju only nodded in satisfaction and left, and he saw the large amount of spiritual energy in the bracelet rushing into his sister's body from all directions. At the same time, the evildoers in the 9 nether prison also learned that Shui was cultivating in seclusion. Although Ming Ji didn't pass on his words, he still felt excited when he knew that Shui was working so hard to cultivate so that she could come to see him as soon as possible. He also needed to work hard. He would try his best to find trouble with the laws of heaven and earth. You bastard! Since he dared to separate him and Shui, he had to be mentally prepared for his revenge. Although he had been quiet for a while, it didn't mean that he had forgotten what the laws of heaven and earth had done to him. Looking up at the dark purple lightning floating not far away, the demon revealed an evil smile. Since he couldn't see Shui, it seemed like he could only go and accompany the laws of heaven and earth. With this thought in mind, the demon's smile became even more brilliant, but the dark purple lightning in the distance couldn't help but shiver. The laws of heaven and earth in the chaos further away also began to feel uneasy for no reason. However, the uneasiness in its heart was transmitted back by the lightning that he had arranged to monitor the evildoer. This made it wonder if that guy had come up with some kind of trick again. It secretly opened a window in the vast chaos and looked down. When it found that everything was normal, it heaved a sigh of relief. It was still all right. It was still all right. Although the demonic man often insulted it, at least he had not lost his mind and done anything irredeemable. It was relieved. In fact, it didn't want to be a villain and break up a couple. However, as a rule that was born from chaos and was responsible for executing the laws of heaven and earth, it had to do so. Who asked that guy to be a dangerous person with a strong dark attribute? If he was really allowed to wander around, the whole world would probably be paralyzed. In order to prevent this from happening, it could only control the movement of the dangerous people within the 9 nether prison, which was the most suitable place for the evil man to live. Thinking about it carefully, the laws of heaven and earth felt that everything they did was based on a good reason and that it was only natural. Unfortunately, the evildoer would not think this way, nor would he be grateful for its dedication. After summoning Mu Li, the demon didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Mu Li, who was originally calm, became uneasy, but he didn't say anything. In the end, Mu Li couldn't help but ask, My lord, did I do something wrong? When Mu Li asked this question, his little heart trembled and he tried to recall his recent performance. Finally, he confirmed that he had not done anything to make his lord unhappy. He was sure. Then what was his lord trying to do now? Mu Li thought about it gloomily. Could it be that some blind person had offended his lord? But something was wrong. Recently, his lord was going through menopause, and as his subordinates, they all tried to stay as far away as possible. When there was nothing, they absolutely did not dare to appear easily to make his lord unhappy. So, he really couldn't think of what kind of temper his lord was having. Could it be that her menopause had worsened? Thinking of this possibility, the worry in Mu Li's heart increased. He deeply felt that without Leng Ruoxue, that demon, to restrict his lord, everything would be bad for them. Sob. Leng Ruoxue, quickly appear. Otherwise, they would have a mental breakdown because of their master's menopause. But now, Mu Li felt that he was developing in the direction of mental illness. After the demon sized up Mu Li, he asked indifferently, How's your life recently? How's your life? What was the meaning of this? His lord was actually concerned about their lives? Most of the time, his lord was like a sheep to them. Unless it was necessary, he never cared about their life and death, not to mention now, he was so caring for them. This was not normal. This was definitely not normal. With this thought in mind, Mu Li carefully and sneakily sized up the evildoer with the corner of her eyes. Oh. Just by looking at his appearance, his lord was as usual. Inside. It couldn't be seen with the eyes. Based on his understanding of his lord's words today were definitely abnormal. Master. Could it be that he missed Leng Ruoxue so much that he went crazy? Could this be a sign of the initial stage of mental illness? He peeked at Mu Li, who was letting his imagination run wild, and he was deeply worried about the health of his lord. Shouldn't we find an alchemist to take a look at his lord's illness? Mu Li thought to himself, but then he realized that there was no alchemist in the netherworld prison. Could it be that he had to sneak through the divine realm? However, he believed that no alchemist would be willing to come here. AI. Mu Li was so conflicted that he sighed. Facing such a worried expression from his subordinate, the demon asked in confusion, What's wrong? Life hasn't been going well recently. Which aspect? The demon was laughing evilly in his heart. When Mu Li heard this, the hidden bitterness on her face deepened. It would be a wonder if it could go as he wished. One must know that they were on tenterhooks every day, afraid that their lord would flip out for no reason. Mu Li secretly complained in his heart, but he definitely did not dare to say this in front of his master. Seeing Mu Li's bitter and constipated expression flashing on his face from time to time, the demon deliberately misunderstood and put on a good master's posture. He asked with concern, "Do you want me to arrange a few women for you?" Why would he arrange for a woman? Mu Li was confused when she heard this. Could it be that the lord was trying to match a couple randomly? That's not right. His lord had never liked to meddle in this kind of thing. Don't be embarrassed, it's normal for men and women to be in love. Seeing that Mu Li just widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief, who knew that after Mu Li heard this, she wanted to kneel down in front of her lord. "My lord, I'm not embarrassed." However, the demon had obviously misunderstood, and the misunderstanding was very deep. He nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll make the arrangements and find you a few good ones. AI. You're not young anymore, but you're still alone. I can't bear to see you like this. Don't be heartless. My lord, you should be as cruel as before." Mu Li deeply felt that he was more used to the previous master. Could he have been switched? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Li carefully observed the demon again. "My lord, I don't want a woman. It's fine even if it's a man." He didn't want men either. "My lord." Mu Li burst into tears. "My lord, don't be so considerate. He really couldn't afford it. You're welcome. This is something I should have done for you. Master, you've already done very well. As for the personal life of this subordinate, let us arrange it ourselves. But I've been very bored recently. If you don't let me handle this matter, what else can I do?" Mu Li was a little annoyed. He thought to himself, "Master, you're bored because you're pushing everything to me." If his lord was willing to take over Joyo City, he could guarantee that his lord would not have the time to be bored. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud, so he could only suggest, "My lord, do you want me to hand over Joyo City's affairs to you?" "Don't. I'm not interested in the affairs of Joyo City." The demon refused without even thinking. Upon hearing this, Mu Li wanted to cry to death. He knew it. Looking at the situation, his lord was determined to interfere in his private life. Mu Li was extremely depressed and racked his brains to think about what other way to make his lord give up interfering in his life. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he could only think of Leng Ruoxue. Unless Leng Ruoxue appeared in an instant, no one would have the ability to attract his lord's attention. Sob. Was he destined to be chased and blocked by a group of annoying women in the future? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Li couldn't help but shudder. Women are tigers. After witnessing Leng Ruoxue's valiance, it could be said that he no longer had any thoughts about women. She even thought that being single was pretty good. After that, would he still have the chance to continue doing whatever he wanted? The thought of one or more women interfering in his life and pointing fingers at him in the future made him feel disgusted. No. He would never allow such a thing to happen to him. After thinking for a while, Mu Li forced a smile and asked patiently, "Then what else is the lord interested in? Other than arranging a woman or man for him? I'm also quite interested in finding trouble with the rules of the heaven and earth. However, compared to finding trouble with the rules of the heaven and earth, I think it's easier to arrange a few women for you. So, which one do you think I should choose?" The demon asked with an evil smile. "My lord, I will definitely support you in finding trouble with the laws of the world." It was true. "I swear on my loyalty that I will absolutely support your actions." After listening to his master's words, Mu Li immediately broke out in a cold sweat. However, in order to not die, he had to fearlessly sell out the rules of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would be the master's toy. "Support me? How do you want to support me?" The demon asked with a smile. This. Mu Li was a little speechless. How could she support him? His small arms could not twist the thigh of the law of heaven and earth, so he could only support his lord with words. However, he had already realized that what his lord wanted was not just verbal support. For a moment, Mu Li felt a deep pain in her balls again. He felt that he had been tricked. I'm afraid this is the lord's ultimate goal. All those things about caring about his life and finding a few women for him might just be a smoke bomb that his lord had thrown out. Sob. His lord was too bad. It had to be said that Mu Li was right. The demon had gone through so much trouble just to lure Mu Li into his trap, although he could also use his authority to force his subordinates to agree with his decision. However, he believed that he was a democratic lord, so he could not force his subordinates to do something dangerous. At the same time, he also knew that once his plan was known by Mu Li, who was occasionally a little old-fashioned, it would inevitably cause strong opposition from the other party. Moreover, Mu Li was his left and right arm, so he naturally had to consider the other party's opinion. As such, he picked the thing that Mu Li was most afraid of and attacked. Mu Li had fallen for the trap. After thinking for a long time, Mu Li sighed and asked, "My lord, how do you plan to find trouble with the laws of heaven and earth?" Mu Li believed that his lord would not just scold the rules of heaven and earth like he did in the past. Otherwise, his lord would not scheme against him like this. Woo. His lord has been corrupted. Mu Li especially missed the lord of the past, and the lord of the past was so obedient. But now, the master was very, very bad. And this was definitely led astray by that human, Leng Ruoxue. Otherwise, why would his lord have so many thoughts? After forcing his master's bad behavior onto Leng Ruoxue, Mu Li felt much more comfortable. "I plan to bring you all to the nest of the laws of heaven and earth," the demon said. When Mu Li heard this, she blinked and blinked again. Seeing that her lord had a serious expression the whole time, he felt a headache again. My lord. Isn't the law of the heaven and earth's lair also your birthplace? Where could small fries like them go? His lord's thoughts made Mu Li speechless for a while. In fact, he was too lazy to even ridicule her. As a matter of fact, to the people of Nine Nether Prison who were born and raised there, that place was undoubtedly mysterious. The laws of heaven and earth were a rather high and mighty existence to them. Now, his lord actually said that he would take them to the lair of the laws of heaven and earth. This. Mu Li felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it down, and his face turned red. In the end, he finally swallowed the mouthful of blood. After taking a long deep breath, he finally calmed down and looked at his master helplessly. He said faintly, My lord, I'm afraid we can't go there. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you guys can go. The demon said calmly. But they won't get hurt? Wouldn't he lose his life? Although Mu Li really wanted to ask this, he swallowed these questions when he saw his lord's confident expression. As a loyal subordinate, since his lord wanted to go, he naturally had to accompany his lord at the risk of his life. When he secretly disclosed the news to the city masters who were guarding the Nine Nether Prison, he was surprised to find that those bastards were more excited and expectant than him. He was even more eager to try. These bastards. Was he in such a hurry to find trouble with the laws of the heaven and earth? Weren't they afraid that the laws of heaven and earth would take revenge? Of course, this was because the muley was oversensitive. The laws of heaven and earth were the beings that were given by chaos to control order. They were extremely self-disciplined and naturally wouldn't do whatever they wanted like the demons. And if it really used public office for private revenge, it would probably be the first to be obliterated by the laws. Therefore, as the representative of the laws of heaven and earth, even in the face of the provocation of a monster, he could only silently endure it. More importantly, it would never have thought that the evildoer would bring his subordinates to its territory in such an aggressive manner. That's right, the only living being in the chaotic world was itself. The evildoer and the others who were born from the chaotic world also had their own missions. Therefore, they had always regarded the chaotic world as their own home. When they first saw the evildoer leading a large number of people here, their surprise was self-evident. Why are you here? Filled with shock and uneasiness, the laws of heaven and earth transformed into a ball of dark purple lightning and floated in front of the demon and the others, sizing them up. The large group of people in front of him, other than the demon's ruddy face and his refreshed complexion, all of them were pale and weak. However, this was normal. After all, this was no ordinary space. This place was a stretch of primal chaos, and it was not a place where these fellows could survive. Since they had come here, they would naturally have to pay a certain price. Previous chapter. Next chapter. This was similar to altitude sickness when ordinary people went from a low altitude to a high altitude. Of course, this was not something that could be compared to altitude sickness. If the demonic man in front of him had not protected his subordinates with his divine power, they would have been killed by the violent chaotic chi. Can't I come? The demon asked with a smile that was not a smile. In the face of the demon's hostility, the rules of heaven and earth were ruthlessly choked. Then, they explained, you've been away for a long time. I thought you wouldn't come back. I didn't want to come back at first, but I've been bored recently, so I gave my subordinate some benefits and went to the chaos world for a tour. The demon laughed. Hearing this, the rules of heaven and earth wanted to curse. F***ck. A swim? To bring a large number of subordinates here, you must be lying to a ghost. The regulations of the heaven and earth did not believe the demon's words at all. After all, its intelligence was not low, so how could it be deceived by a demon with a few words? This place isn't suitable for them. After a long silence, the laws of heaven and earth finally said. I know, but with me around, they can still stay here for a while. The demon replied with a smile. F***ck. Alright, your sister. The regulations of the heaven and earth were enraged. This guy clearly wanted to set up camp here. It knew that the despicable man in front of it had brought all his elite subordinates here, and those who were left in the Nine Nether Prison were just some small fries. It was hateful that the other party was too mysterious. It had only discovered everything when they were at its door. Sob. The laws of heaven and earth are very sad. If it had tears, it really wanted to cry. You can't bully people like this, okay? No, you can't bully the rules of the world like this, okay? In fact, even though it could sometimes use the rules of heaven and earth to restrain the man in front of it, most of the time, it could not do anything to this guy. After all, it was at the same level as the guy in front of him. However, it was in charge of the rules of heaven and earth, and all living creatures in the world were restricted by the rules. Therefore, it had some innate advantages when facing a demon. However, these innate advantages were only useful when the demon violated the rules. Usually, it could only pretend to be a grandson in front of this guy. Who asked this guy's destructive power to be unparalleled? At this moment, he had come to the chaotic world. It couldn't refuse him. After all, this was the place where the Dark Lord was born. However, it really couldn't say, welcome. After all, the other party did not come with good intentions. How long do you guys plan to stay? After a long time, the laws of heaven and earth asked. We'll see. Perhaps he'll stay here until Shwe becomes a divine master. The demon laughed in a particularly carefree manner. At this moment, he was sure that the laws of heaven and earth must be very depressed. After all, he did not violate the laws of heaven and earth when he returned to the chaotic world. Therefore, the laws of heaven and earth could do nothing to him. As expected, after hearing these words, the laws of heaven and earth became extremely worried. It even wanted to kneel in front of the demon and beg him to leave quickly. However, it didn't have a physical body. As long as the other party didn't violate the rules of heaven and earth, it couldn't use the power of the rules. This kind of thing made it secretly vomit blood. How detestable. How could there be such a hateful guy in the world, and this guy had an inexplicable relationship with it? They were considered brothers. But how could there be such a detestable brother in this world? At this moment, it missed the gentle you very much. Unfortunately, that guy. After a moment of worry, the regulations of heaven and earth said helplessly, since that's the case, you can stay here. However, don't say I didn't warn you that your subordinates won't be able to stay here for long. Their bodies are too weak to withstand the violent energy here. Since he couldn't drive him away, he would just accept it. Sobs. The heaven-earth law that had to compromise for the sake of the greater good really wanted to cry. I know, I won't let them stay here for too long, but I'm definitely going to stay. With me by your side, we can be considered as companions. Otherwise, you'll be so lonely living here. The demon said kindly. Unfortunately, the regulations of the heaven and earth did not appreciate it at all. They only looked at the demon with hidden bitterness before it turned around and floated away. Is that the true body of the laws of the world? It's a lightning ball? After the heaven-earth law left, the pale-faced Mu Li asked in a low voice. Just now, when the superior laws of heaven and earth were present, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly, nor did he dare to look around for fear of angering the laws of heaven and earth. However, as soon as the other party left, he couldn't control his gossiping heart. The uneasiness he had when he came here before had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, he began to look around. Seeing the thick gray fog in front of him, Mu Li sighed. This is the chaotic world? Was it a place where their master, divine master, and the laws of heaven and earth were nurtured? It was really too cold and desolate. There was no popularity at all. Mu Li really couldn't understand. How could the laws of heaven and earth tolerate tens of thousands of years of loneliness and live here alone? At this moment, he even sympathized with the law of the heaven and earth that had once been high and mighty in his heart. It seemed that it was not necessarily a good thing to obtain an ability that others could not. However, despite his sympathy, he still felt that there was a considerable distance between the rules of heaven and earth and himself, so he still did not dare to make a loud noise. When the demon heard Mu Li's words, he only smiled faintly and said, "True body? I guess so. However, that's no ordinary lightning ball." Seeing Mu Li's blank expression, the demon laughed evilly and said, "If you don't believe me, you can try to attack me." He didn't dare to. Mu Li glanced resentfully at his master, who was so bad, and his heart was already full of tears. Woo! What kind of rotten idea did his lord come up with? Asking him to attack the laws of the heaven and earth, wasn't this asking him to court death? He would probably die without an intact body. You also know that the mistress of the dark world is very bad? Suddenly, a voice rang in Mu Li's ears, and he was shocked. Wasn't this the sound of the laws of heaven and earth? What, you want to sow discord? Mu Li instantly raised his vigilance, and then he peeked at his lord, who had a faint smile on his face. He sincerely prayed that he was the only one who heard this. Otherwise, his lord would skin him alive. However, his thoughts were obviously wishful thinking, because the rules of heaven and earth were said in front of everyone. Suddenly, except for the demon, everyone's expression became strange. They couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes filled with doubts. Who said that the Lord is bad? When Mu Li saw this, she lowered her head guiltily, not daring to look into the demon's eyes. However, the demon obviously did not take the words of the rules of heaven and earth seriously. He laughed very lewdly and said, "So what if I'm bad? Shwe loves my bad side. Nauseating. Narcissism." This was the same reaction of everyone present, including the laws of the world. When the laws of heaven and earth saw that his instigation had failed, they left quietly, just like when they came. As soon as the heaven-earth law was gone, the demon directly said to his subordinates behind him, "You idiots, be careful of whatever you're thinking. You have to know that this place has already been dominated by the laws of heaven and earth, so you can't hide your thoughts from it. Besides, that guy is also a famous peeping Tom. So, you'd better be more alert." "Yes." His subordinates replied gloomily. It seemed that they couldn't let their thoughts run wild while they were here. Otherwise, they would be provoked by the shameless laws of the heaven and earth. At the thought of this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Mu Li immediately retracted his thoughts and didn't dare to complain. Sob. This place was really not safe. Mu Li really wanted to say that he wanted to go home. However, when he saw how excited the people around him were, he couldn't bring himself to say such useless words. I'll stay here for the time being. Mu Li thought helplessly. At this moment, the demon waved his hand and said to his subordinates, "All right. Let's not waste any more time, everyone, get to work." As soon as they heard the word "start," all of his subordinates immediately took action. Countless types of wood, stones, and forging tools were moved out of their storage rings, and they were quickly piled up into a mountain. Upon seeing this, the laws of heaven and earth that had already disappeared couldn't help but appear again to make their presence known. They asked in a dumbfounded manner, "Mistress of the Dark World, what are you guys doing?" "Of course we're going to build a palace. Otherwise, how are we going to live with so many people?" Moreover, with this palace, my subordinates can also stay here with me for a while longer. The demon explained calmly, but after hearing the rules of heaven and earth, he was in a mess. Your sister. It was already a light punishment to say that they were going to set up camp. This was the rhythm of a dove occupying the magpie's nest. Although this was once the birthplace of the mistress of the dark world, that guy's territory was no longer here. This place now completely belonged to him. But now, this despicable man in front of him had come back to the chaotic world to fight for territory with him. This was really something that uncle could tolerate, but aunt couldn't. The laws of the heaven and earth felt that if it could even swallow this, then it would be too cowardly, right? The laws of heaven and earth, who didn't want to be bullied like this, immediately roared in anger, Mistress of the dark world, aren't you being too much of a bully? I didn't say anything when you brought your subordinates here, but now, you actually want to build a palace here. Do you still have my existence in your eyes? Do you think I'm easy to bully? After saying these words, the dark purple ball of lightning floating in the chaos began to tremble violently to show its anger. Previous chapter. Next. As it raged, the entire chaotic world trembled. Mu Li and the others were the first to suffer. The weaker ones among them spat out blood. Seeing this, the demon waved his hand and covered his subordinates with his protection. Only then did Mu Li and the others realize that they had saved their lives. Sobs. That kind of existence was indeed not something they could fight against. At this moment, they deeply experienced it. However, they didn't regret coming here. After all, such an opportunity was too rare, especially when they saw their master's magnificent feat of angering the regulations of heaven and earth to the point that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. It was probably a rare opportunity in their lifetime. It was worth it. He could die in peace. Many loyal subordinates thought to themselves. Under the protection of his master, they also had the opportunity to observe the law of heaven and earth of wrath up close. Unfortunately, no matter how they looked, they could only see the dark purple ball of lightning jumping up and down in front of them, looking extremely excited. At this moment, Mu Li and the others heard their master's indifferent reply, "Are you even human?" It really wasn't. The regulations of the heaven and earth were ruthlessly choked. It stammered for a long time, but it could not lie with its eyes open and say that it was human. More importantly, lying was a very serious crime for it, so it couldn't just lie. Woo-woo. Bad guy. Scoundrel. Those who bullied the laws of the world were all bad guys. At this moment, the law of heaven and earth, which was originally high and mighty in everyone's eyes, could no longer pretend to be high and mighty, because at this time, his heart and body were surrounded by deep resentment, and Mu Li and the others saw the beautiful dark purple lightning ball in front of them turn dark black. This was your sister. It could actually change color. Mu Li and the others were shocked. It was said that creatures like chameleons existed in all realms. He did not expect that even the laws of heaven and earth had such abilities. Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth were related to chameleons? Everyone couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild again. The laws of heaven and earth that could clearly sense their thoughts roared in anger, "You bastard. You're the chameleons, your entire family are chameleons. Damn it." It couldn't do anything to the mistress of the dark world, but it could deal with a few small fries. The laws of heaven and earth did not believe in this. One had to know that in the entire chaotic world, the number of people who could bully it could be counted on one finger. A mere life form from the 9 nether prison dared to laugh at it. This was preposterous. When Mu Li and the others heard the cursing of the laws of the heaven and earth, they were completely stunned. They were being spied on again. Sobs. The laws of heaven and earth. How could he do such a shameless thing? Mu Li and the others were quite worried, but the demon did not sympathize with them at all. He had already warned them, but they still let their thoughts run wild. However, since they were his subordinates, the evildoer would not allow others to bully them. Therefore, after his subordinates were scolded, he only smiled and asked the regulations of the heaven and earth, "Little Tian, don't change your target and ignore my existence. Otherwise, I'll be angry." Little Tian. Your sister. It was not called Little Tian. The laws of heaven and earth were enraged. However, the demon did not think much of it and returned to the question, "Little Tian, you still haven't told me, are you even human?" "I'm not, all right." Hearing this, the laws of the heaven and earth roared in anger. The lightning ball that was not much bigger than a palm also trembled even more violently. "It's not like that. Why do you sound so aggrieved? It's as if I've wronged you." The demon said indifferently. "You didn't wrong me." The heaven-earth law gritted its teeth and whispered. "Then I'm relieved. By the way, since you're not a human, you naturally don't need such a big place. I should be able to build a palace here, right?" The demon asked with a smile. "Build it. Let's build." The laws of the heaven and earth roared helplessly before disappearing in a fit of anger. After it left, Mu Li was still worried and asked, "My lord, has that fellow left?" "Let's go. Also, it's not called that guy. Please call it Little Tian." The demon cautiously reminded. Mu Li and the others were silent. Could they call him that? According to their senses, someone who was called Little Tian by their master obviously didn't like this title. However, since his lord had said so, they naturally did not dare to not call out. However, Mu Li still asked carefully, "Master, can we build the palace now? Will that Little Tian come out to stop us?" "No, I understand Little Tian. It usually only does this once. If it doesn't succeed, it will naturally give up. However, it should be able to find another way to create trouble for you. The demon replied after thinking carefully about the nature of the laws of heaven and earth. Mu Li and the others were silent again. Could he still continue to build like this? According to his master's words, the rules of heaven and earth would appear again and be obstructed by all means. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Seeing that his subordinates seemed to be a little frightened by his words, the demon quickly comforted them. All right. Mu Li and the others nodded when they heard this. There was still his lord. They were not afraid. However, after they started, they realized that it was extremely difficult to build a palace in the chaotic world. First of all, the foundation was a big problem. The reason was that the foundation could not be fixed. The entire foundation was floating in the air and could not be fixed. Although experts would not build houses like ordinary people, who had to lay the foundation in the earth, the house floating in the air was located in the chaotic world where energy was unstable. If the spiritual chi here went berserk, the palace would be crushed into pieces by the furious spiritual chi. Therefore, it would be best if the foundation could be fixed. It couldn't be fixed, and it definitely couldn't be like now, where the foundation was randomly floating in the chaos world. If this continued, it was very likely that the palace that they had worked so hard to build would be gone when they left and came back. Thinking about the consequences, it was really a waste of manpower and money. Mu Li, who felt that no matter how much money he had, he couldn't waste it like this. He immediately reported this problem to his master. When the demon learned about it, he just smiled and said, "Stop your work for now. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with Xiao Tian." After saying that, the demon disappeared, leaving behind a dumbfounded Mu Li. Having a heart-to-heart talk with Xiao Tian at this time? My lord. They were talking about the foundation. How can you not do your proper work? In a moment of anxiety, Mu Li secretly felt his stomach churn again. At the same time, the demon found the location of the laws of heaven and earth in the depths of a thick black fog. At this moment, the laws of the world were secretly pleased with themselves. However, when it turned around and saw the demon standing behind it with an inexplicable expression, it was still shocked. What, feeling guilty? Upon seeing this, the demon revealed an alluring smile. What do I have to be guilty about? Why are you here? The laws of heaven and earth asked calmly. I'm here to talk to you, the demon replied. Previous chapter. Do we have anything to talk about? The laws of the heaven and earth were acting dumb. The demon obviously didn't want to waste his breath on the rules of heaven and earth, so he warned them directly, do you think I don't know what you're doing? Little Tian, it's impossible for you to stop me from building a palace here, so you'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, if you anger me, you'll definitely not be able to bear the consequences. You, what do you want? After hearing the demon's words, the regulations of heaven and earth were a little afraid. However, it still asked, unwilling to give up. If you dare to stop me, I'll destroy this place. The demon said coldly, his cold eyes shooting out a sinister aura. You can't do this. This is also where you were born, how can you? The laws of heaven and earth roared in disbelief, and their voices were unusually sharp. It was really frightened by the evil man's ruthlessness. Why can't I? Although this is still the chaos world, you should know that this place is no different from the divine world or the netherworld. It is a chaos world that cannot breed life, so it is not worthy of its name. The chaotic world at this time was at best a space that could accommodate you. Tell me, what do I not dare to destroy? The demon laughed evilly. But this is where you were born. The regulations of heaven and earth emphasized in a low voice. That's why I've come back. I'm going to build a palace here and come back to stay for a while when I'm free. Unfortunately, you don't want me to come back. You even want to occupy everything here for yourself. Tell me, what else can I do besides destroying this place? The demon said with a helpless expression. The evildoer at this moment was like an unlucky child whose parents' property had been robbed by his brother, and the laws of the world were the bad guys who wanted to monopolize his parents' inheritance. The fight between the two brothers was naturally not like that of ordinary people. The evildoer even wanted to destroy the place as soon as he made his move. Seeing that he was speaking so seriously, those who also understood the rules of heaven and earth were also afraid. They had no choice but to compromise and promise, I'll agree to let you build the palace. That's a good girl. It would have been better if this had happened earlier. It wouldn't have been a waste of our time. The demon reached out and touched the dark purple ball of lightning as if he was touching the head of the laws of heaven and earth. After touching it, he disappeared. As soon as the demon left, the laws of heaven and earth became extremely sad again. Sob. Why was it so useless? That scoundrel was so scared that he compromised. The regulations of the heaven and earth were very depressed, so much so that they didn't appear for a long time. The demon returned to where Mu Li and the others were and directly told Mu Li, we can continue with the construction. After Mu Li and the others heard this, they couldn't believe it at first, but they also knew that their lord wouldn't play with them with such a thing, so they began to work with great interest. After the actual construction, they were surprised to find that the foundation could actually be fixed in a certain place. Although it was still not as stable as the real ground, at least he would not float randomly. With this discovery, everyone was even more excited. In less than a month, a grand palace that was exactly the same as the main hall in Joyo City was completed in the chaotic world. In order to bring joy to the grey chaotic world, they chose a festive red color as the main color of the palace. Of course, it was not the bright red, but a rather deep red that gave people a high-end atmosphere. The monster even named the palace Snow Palace, in a nauseating manner. Originally, this palace should have been called Love Snow Palace. However, Mu Li and the others felt that it was too mushy and that Leng Ruoxue might not like a name like Love Snow Palace. Hence, they mustered up their courage and suggested to their master to remove the word love. Fortunately, the evildoer accepted their suggestion in the end, and they heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would feel a little uncomfortable if they had to go in and out of the Love Snow Palace every day and even stay there. After the palace was completed and the name was hung up, Mu Li and the others naturally had to follow the tradition and celebrate. The demons who were in a good mood also let them be. When everything was ready, everyone celebrated in their hearts. However, in the thick fog in the distance, a dark purple lightning bolt flickered with electric sparks. It was in a bad mood. Needless to say, this bolt of lightning was the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. Although it had not appeared for a while, its every move was under his control. At this moment, the regulations of the heaven and earth felt depressed and even more desolate as they listened to the bustling noise in the distance. It was so envious and jealous. Although it was the representative of the laws of the world, it had never had the chance to enjoy everything that humans enjoyed. It was only because of the constraints of the laws that it was unable to transform. As the supreme law of the world, it knew everything about humans, including food, clothing, and all kinds of recreations. However, it had no way to experience it personally. At this moment, it truly felt the imbalance in its heart. After all, they were all born from chaos. Although they had different duties, why could the demonic man enjoy delicious food and live in a spacious and gorgeous palace, while he could? He spent his entire life wandering in every corner of the chaos world, exposed to the wind and the sun. Thinking of this, the heaven-earth law's heart was filled with tears. It was not fair. This was too unfair. At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth were extremely resentful, so much so that the demon and the others in the palace could clearly feel the chaos world shaking again. The living room of the main hall began to shake. "My lord, is this an earthquake?" Mu Li couldn't help but ask with a pale face. When the demon heard this, he helplessly rolled his eyes at Mu Li, whose IQ had obviously dropped, and said, "There's no earthquake here. If there's really an earthquake, I'm afraid the entire world will be destroyed." "Then why is it shaking so badly?" "Woo. My lord, I haven't lived long enough. I don't want to die like this." Hearing this, Mu Li's face was full of tears. "Don't worry. With me here, you won't die." Hearing this, the evildoer really wanted to say that it was too embarrassing for him to not know this subordinate. After saying this, Mu Li's face finally calmed down. Then, the demon shouted into the distance, "Xiao Tian, I know you're lonely. Do you want to eat something? Little Tian?" Was Xiao Tian throwing a tantrum again? Mu Li was stunned. Who knew that just as the demon asked this question, the entire chaos world would tremble even more violently? Clearly, little Tian was angry. He was still cursing in his heart, "Your sister. Could it eat it? Could it eat it? Master, I'm afraid little Tian is angry." After a long time, Mu Li couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. "I know." The demon smiled faintly. "Why are you still provoking me when I know you?" Mu Li was speechless and didn't know what to say. This was obviously a love-hate relationship. As soon as he thought of this, the dark purple ball of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him and shook it violently. It roared, "Your sister. Who would love to kill him?" Previous chapter. Next chapter. After saying that, the dark purple thunderbolt ball hit Mu Li's head with all its strength, as if it didn't hate him. It hit him so hard that he saw stars. Mu Li, who was shining with golden light, only had one thought in his mind. He had been scolded and beaten by the laws of heaven and earth. Woo. Little Tian wouldn't use public office to take personal revenge, would he? Mu Li was very worried. His thoughts were naturally seen through by the laws of heaven and earth. Then, the roar of the laws of heaven and earth rang in his ears again, "Your sister, I want to take revenge for a private matter, humph. You're lucky." After roaring, the law of heaven and earth floated in front of the demon again. It glared at him fiercely and disappeared in anger. "AI. I've already warned you not to let your thoughts run wild." Seeing that his subordinate was still in a daze, the evildoer said with a face full of disappointment. "Master." Mu Li touched the swollen bump on his head and looked at his master with tears in his eyes, who was obviously gloating. His heart was full of tears. He was definitely caught in the crossfire. If it wasn't for his lord's words, how could he have let his thoughts run wild? Mu Li was quite worried. He didn't say a word during the celebration, and he became mute. He was really too sad. Why was everyone bullying him? At the same time, the laws of heaven and earth were also very sad. It even felt that they were bullying it. It had finally endured the end of the celebration, but it still couldn't feel happy. Woo. Look at the place where they live, the golden walls are so magnificent and high-end. But what about him? Not only did it not have a fixed residence, but it could only float in the gray space. With such a comparison, its heart felt more and more unbalanced. After thinking for a long time, it finally gathered its courage and appeared in front of the demon. When the demon saw it, he obviously showed a rather surprised expression. "Is there something you need?" The demon smiled faintly. "A little." The regulations of heaven and earth suddenly became awkward and started to circle around the demon. "Tell me about it." The demon laughed evilly. "Can you give me a room to stay in?" The laws of heaven and earth discussed. It naively thought that although it couldn't taste the delicious food, it could at least stay in a room and experience the fun of the human world, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it have lived in vain for so many years? AI. Don't leave any regrets in life. You can, but you can't live here for free. The demon said with a smile. You want to take money? The laws of the heaven and earth asked, already prepared. It had long guessed that this fellow would not let it off for no reason. I don't want money. What's the point of having money to people like us? The demon said directly. Then what do you want? Other than letting you see Leng Ruoxue and not going against the laws of heaven and earth, I can agree to anything else. The laws of the heaven and earth stated their bottom line. After so many years, you should have collected a lot of good things, right? Those things aren't of much use to you, so how about you give them to me? The demon clearly knew that this guy would rather not let him see Shui, so he naturally would not be so insensible as to wait for rejection. More importantly, Shui was currently in closed-door cultivation. Even if he went to the immortal world, he would probably not be able to see Shui. Thus, he would naturally not waste this rare opportunity to extort the laws of the world on something that she would not agree to. However, when the regulations of heaven and earth heard the demon's words, they were still stunned. They could not help but say, I did collect some things, but you can't use them. What's the use of them? I can give it to Shui. So, do you agree? The demon asked calmly. Sure, but I want a fixed residence here. The kind that I can stay whenever I want. The laws of the heaven and earth said. It truly felt that those things were of no use to it. If it could use them to exchange for a room, it would not be a good choice. No problem. There will be a fixed room for you here. You can stay or leave whenever you want. The demon said in a good mood, but he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Where else could he find such a good thing like a butler who could look at a house for him without spending money? Moreover, the person who showed him the house was the famous law of heaven and earth that countless people wanted to curry favor with but could not. Just like that, the two of them, each with their own thoughts, became roommates. After that, Mu Li and the others also learned of this news. When everyone first heard that the lofty laws of the world were about to become their roommates, they were quite shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Later, when they finally calmed down, they didn't know how to get along with the existences of the laws of the world. Even after the laws of the world had moved in, they were still in a state of confusion. Sensing everyone's uneasiness, the regulations of heaven and earth only said one sentence, let's get along in harmony. There's no need to treat it as a law of the world. With the other party's words, everyone truly relaxed. However, in the beginning, no one dared to be presumptuous at all. Later on, when they saw that the laws of the heaven and earth were not as terrifying and unapproachable as the legend said, they gradually let down their guard. Mu Li, in particular, was practically calling the laws of the heaven and earth his brother, and he even called them Little Tian. At first, when the laws of heaven and earth saw him like this, they were really quite annoyed. In fact, this was not what it meant by getting along. However, after things were obviously developing in an abnormal direction, it suddenly felt that this feeling was quite novel, so gradually, it also showed signs of being assimilated by the muley. When the demon saw that Mu Li had successfully infiltrated the enemy's camp, he privately instructed Mu Li to tell more love stories to the rules of heaven and earth when he was free in order to influence the unromantic guy. After receiving this mission, Mu Li had a headache for a while. Who asked him to be a hierarch-level otaku? Other than following his lord, he had no interest in the opposite sex at all. If he were to tell love stories to the rules of heaven and earth, who also did not understand what love was, wasn't this the same as asking for his life? However, he had no choice but to obey his lord's orders. So, after he was so worried that his hair was about to turn white, he finally forced out a love story. He had even adapted this story based on his lord and Leng Ruoxue's matter. After he explained it to the laws of the heaven and earth, the first reaction of the laws of the heaven and earth was to be at a loss. He didn't understand a thing. Later, after Mu Li's many explanations, he finally understood the rules of heaven and earth a little. After understanding it, the biggest sigh of the rules of heaven and earth every day was that love was not easy. It was 100 times more difficult than cultivation. Every time Mu Li heard it say this, she also felt the same way. That's right. So, we should all understand the relationship between his lord and Miss Leng. However, even though they understood, the laws of heaven and earth were still unwilling to let the two of them be together. At least not now. Seeing that the laws of heaven and earth were so stubborn, Mu Li could only sigh helplessly. My lord. I've tried my best. Of course, the demon knew that Mu Li had tried his best. After all, the interaction between Mu Li and the laws of heaven and earth was under his eyes. Naturally, it could not be hidden from him. However, he did not get any results. This fact made him feel deeply conflicted. Although he had thought of fixing the rules of the world more than once before coming here, it was quite difficult to implement. It was because that guy couldn't hit him, and it was useless to scold him. He didn't care about it at all, and he couldn't really destroy this place. So, other than threatening the rules of the world, he had no other way. Later on, he finally had the opportunity to learn the laws of heaven and earth, but he made no progress. Not only that, but it also made the rules of heaven and earth have the habit of listening to stories. Now, that guy pestered Mu Li every day and asked Mu Li to tell him stories on purpose, causing Mu Li to hide here. Looking at Mu Li, who was sitting on the chair carefully and looking scared, the demon helplessly asked, "How long are you going to hide? Do you really think that Xiao Tian doesn't dare to come to me to find you? My lord, save me. I'm out of ideas, there's nothing more to say. Can you find someone else?" Mu Li begged with tears in her eyes. "It's not a problem to switch to another person, but you can't keep hiding from it, right? As far as I know, it is the closest to you, so I think it still likes to listen to your stories the most." The demon said after thinking for a while. "My lord, save me." Mu Li's face turned pale when he heard that. "How?" The demon asked with an evil smile. I want to go home." Mu Li said directly. "Go home? You want to be a deserter? Or do you think that the laws of heaven and earth won't be able to find you after you return to Joyo City?" The demon really didn't know what to say about Mu Li's naivety. Sigh. How could he have such a stupid subordinate? Then what should we do? After hearing the demon's words, Mu Li really had no idea. Little Tian would definitely be able to find him. Who asked him to be the law of heaven and earth? Mu Li wanted to cry but had no tears. At this time, the demon looked at Mu Li deeply and said, "How about I send you to the divinity? Divine realm? Little Tian can find me there too, right?" Mu Li quickly reminded him. "Shui is there, it might not dare to appear." The demon also reminded. This. Mu Li was out of ideas. With her master around, she was not afraid of the rules of heaven and earth. Why would she be afraid of Leng Ruoxue? Seeing through Mu Li's thoughts, the demon explained, "The laws of heaven and earth dare to appear in front of me because they have laws that can restrain me. But unless Shui falls into their hands, it will be difficult for them to restrain me. Then I'll go." Mu Li said with determination. In reality, he was very clear that the reason his lord had arranged for him to head to the divine world was largely related to Leng Ruoxue. In order to be the messenger between his lord and Leng Ruoxue, he had long planned to head to the divine world. After all, he had a contract with his lord, and their relationship was not something that others could compare to. It was only because he had been worried about his lord and was afraid that his lord would take it too hard that he had not been able to go. But now, in order to avoid little Tian, who loved to listen to stories, he had no choice but to go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. More importantly, even if he were to leave now, he would feel more at ease with his lord, because his lord was no longer as angry as before. His lord was much calmer, and it seemed that he wanted to have a long battle with Xiao Tian. Thinking of this, Mu Li carefully said, "My lord, I'm leaving. If you have anything that makes you unhappy, please let me know at any time. Your subordinate will do his best to help you solve your problems." "I know." Mu Li's words made the demon quite speechless. Did he look like such an impulsive and unreliable person? Why would he need this wishy-washy butler to remind him? At this moment, the evildoer felt that the other party was treating him like a 3-year-old child, and this fact made him quite helpless. However, the other party was concerned about him, so he could not blame her. Thus, he could only bear with it. Hearing his master say this, Mu Li was truly relieved. Not long after, the demon personally broke open the void and sent Mu Li away. The moment he broke through the void, the laws of heaven and earth immediately appeared with great vigilance. When it saw that it was not the demon who had left, it finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, when it saw that it was its good friend, Mu Li, who had left, it was still very worried. Sob. The best friend he could get along with was actually going to abandon him. The regulations of the heaven and earth were heartbroken. Seeing this, the demon smiled and comforted, "There is no banquet that doesn't end, just like him and Shui. Temporary separation is inevitable." After hearing this, the regulations of the heaven and earth were deeply suspicious. Was this guy using public office to take revenge for private matters? However, Mu Li was his subordinate and not under his jurisdiction. He really couldn't interfere. After some thought, the regulations of the heaven and earth carefully suggested, "Mistress Dark, you have so many subordinates, can you give me a few?" "Give you a few? Who do you like?" The demon asked directly, his tone was a little ambiguous. "Mu Li is not bad," the heaven-earth law said with a guilty conscience. He's my right-hand man. If I give him to you, I'll lose a lot." The demon shook his head and refused. "I can use something to exchange for it." The heaven-earth law probed. "That won't do either." The demon still refused. "There's no room for discussion?" The laws of heaven and earth asked, unwilling to give up. "To be honest, Mu Li's importance to me is second only to Shui's. So, do you think there's any room for discussion?" The demon asked with a faint smile. Hearing him say this, how could the laws of heaven and earth not understand? In the next moment, the laws of heaven and earth turned around and left. As he watched the law of heaven and earth leave, the demon summoned his subordinates and instructed them to come into contact with the law of heaven and earth more often. The benefits would naturally be great. When his subordinates heard this, they were instantly excited. From then on, the laws of heaven and earth no longer had the time to be lonely. At the same time, after Leng Ruoxue went into closed-door cultivation, Uncle Long and the others in the God realm had nothing to do other than to develop the demon city. During this period, the Dark Family Alliance would be the most frequent visitors. However, even so, Dongfang Yu and the others rarely showed any respect to the people from the Dark Family Alliance. Bingpa had not even shown his face because he had to accompany his son in his closed-door cultivation. One day, Uncle Long and the others were drinking tea and chatting in the garden as usual. Suddenly, the sky changed color. It was pitch black as if a storm was about to fall at any time. But strangely, Uncle Long and the others looked up at the sky for a long time, but not a single drop of rain fell. At this moment, an incomparably powerful pressure suddenly appeared and pressed down heavily on everyone's hearts. Everyone could not help but feel their hearts sink. Who is this? What a powerful pressure. This sudden pressure made everyone want to kneel down and worship it. More importantly, this pressure gave them a familiar feeling. Could it be the Dark Lord? The people present couldn't help but secretly guess. It's my lord. Ming Ji, who had rushed over after hearing the pressure, said with certainty. The mistress of the Dark World is here? Uncle Long and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed when they heard this, and they immediately became excited. If the mistress of the Dark World had really returned, then Shui would definitely be very happy to see him after she came out of seclusion. I don't know, I'm not sure, said Minga as she looked up at the gloomy sky, which looked as if it could split open at any moment. The sky was still gloomy. After waiting for a long time, the dark sky was like a monster that opened its mouth, tearing a hole that was half the width of a person. He continued to wait for a long time. An object suddenly fell from the monster's mouth and fell into the beautiful and clear lake in front of Uncle Long and the others. This scene immediately left everyone dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. This object definitely wasn't the mistress of the Dark World. The mistress of the Dark World couldn't have fallen from the sky in such a sorry state. When the thing in the lake stood up in an extremely sorry state and turned around, everyone was once again amazed. This person's style was simply too natural. This person was Mu Li, whom they knew. At this moment, Mu Li's whole body was soaked. There were 2 clusters of seaweed hanging on his shoulders. On his head was a big golden fish that was constantly blowing bubbles. He could also vaguely see 2 huge crab pincers on Mu Li's thighs. Basically, most of the creatures in the lake were here. When Mu Li climbed ashore, everyone found a turtle the size of a millstone lying very steadily on his feet. Hey! Long time no see. Seeing the crowd, Mu Li, who didn't realize how amazing his current appearance was, took the initiative to wave and greet everyone. Long time no see. Seeing that the crowd was still in shock, Uncle Long, who was the first to recover, could only stutter and greet them. After saying that, he quickly lowered his head and laughed secretly. Seeing that everyone present had lowered their heads and only their shoulders were twitching, Mu Li also felt that something was wrong. He asked with an innocent face, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you so excited to see me?" Yes, we're so excited." Minga couldn't hold it in any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he held his stomach and laughed wildly. When his laughter reached its limit, he fell to the ground and rolled around. "Then why are you laughing?" Mu Li asked without shame. "Look at your image." The kind Uncle Long reminded. After hearing this, Mu Li lowered his head and looked at it. He exclaimed, "Arg! Oh my god! How could it be like this?" Then, he hurriedly sent the big fish back into the lake, and then kicked the giant turtle into the lake. Finally, he paid attention to the 2 crabs. However, the 2 big crabs were quite difficult to deal with. No matter what Mu Li did, they would not let go of his legs. In the end, Mu Li could only use his hands to break the pincers of the 2 crabs. Then, everyone heard a miserable shriek. By the time they looked at Mu Li's hand, it was already bleeding profusely. Uncle Long couldn't stand it anymore, so he shouted at the 2 crabs, "Get back to the lake, or I'll eat you tonight." As soon as he said that, the 2 crabs that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at Mu Li immediately crawled down from her feet and dove into the lake, unwilling to show their heads again. Seeing this, Mu Li was extremely sad and angry. He looked at Uncle Long with a face full of resentment and said, "The crabs here are such bullies." Woo-woo. That was because they had been bullied by strangers before, so when they saw a stranger, they couldn't help but clamp down on him first. "Don't worry, they already know you, they won't do it again." Uncle Long smiled evilly and comforted him. In fact, he didn't say that the other party was only acting in self-defense. After all, he was the one who invaded their territory first. However, he also knew that once he said this, Mu Li would be depressed to death. After that, Uncle Long and the others took the initiative to change the topic and asked about Mu Li's purpose in coming here. When they found out that Mu Li had been sent here by the mistress of the Dark World, Uncle Long and the others immediately understood. Of course, Mu Li would not tell them that he had come here not only to be the Lord's messenger, but also to avoid the harassment of the laws of heaven and earth. Just like that, Mu Li also settled down in Demon City. From time to time, he would tell his lord about the situation. However, Leng Ruoxue had always been in closed-door cultivation. Hence, he did not send back much information about her. 5 years later, Fengda and the others finally came out of seclusion. Uncle Long and the others were overjoyed to see them. Back then, when they were in seclusion, they had said that they would not come out until they became divine emperors. The first thing he did after he came out of seclusion was naturally to advance. Fengda and the others who were in seclusion had finally fulfilled their promise and advanced to the divine sovereign realm. After the promotion, Uncle Dragon immediately organized a grand celebration to celebrate Demon City's rise in strength. Of course, Uncle Dragon and the others were still the happiest about Demon City's popularity. Although Demon City had been developing rapidly in recent years, many humans and beasts had chosen to seclude themselves and cultivate after realizing that their strength was too low. Whether it was the Luo family, the Leng family, or the Lan family, they were all the same. As a result, the huge Demon City suddenly became deserted. Other than a few godly venerable rank elders like them, there were almost no other idle people. Although the atmosphere in Demon City was comforting, Uncle Dragon and the others did not feel good. Apart from a few old fellows, they did not even have a little kid to play with. This made their lives dull. But now, Fengde and the others had come out of seclusion, which meant that they would have fun again in the future. Therefore, after seeing Fengde and the others, Uncle Long and the others were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. Fengde and the others were all overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. However, when they found out that their Miss, Chengwu, and the others were in seclusion again, Fengde and the rest immediately decided to continue their seclusion. They could not fall behind Chengwu and the others too much. Fengde and the others' decision was very progressive, but when Uncle Long and the other old men who were so bored that they were about to rust heard it, they had a bad feeling. Woo! How could this be? They had been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally, someone had come out of seclusion. Who knew that before they could even warm up the person, he would actually go into seclusion again? This kind of result, it really broke their hearts. However, they couldn't stop the young people who wanted to improve, could they? Therefore, Uncle Long and the others sent Fengde and the others away with tears in their eyes. As life went on, Uncle Long and the others were getting more and more bored. In the end, they were so bored that they collectively decided to add some popularity to Demon City. After a careful discussion, they decided to first pick some remote mountains and forests to attack. For a time, the mountains and forests that few people set foot in became important places for Uncle Long and the others to pass time. Not long after, the beasts in the mountains and forests were incorporated by Uncle Dragon and the others, becoming a member of Demon City's beast army. Although some of the beasties were not very willing at the start, they could not afford to offend the powerful human. As such, they could only obediently wait to be captured and follow Uncle Dragon and the others to settle down in Demon City. But after coming here, the beasts really liked this place. Not only was this place safe, but most importantly, the spiritual chi here was extremely rich. It was simply a holy land for beasts. After the beasts settled down, Uncle Long was in a good mood. As a fellow beast, he finally had something to do, and that was to guide the cultivation of these beasts. However, although Uncle Long was happy, Master Ning and the others, as humans, were not. It wasn't that they looked down on beastie, but when these new members who had just joined saw them, they were like mice that had seen a cat. They ran away so quickly that they couldn't even find a little fellow to have a heart-to-heart talk with. When they told Uncle Long about this, Uncle Long only pouted and said, "Who can you blame? It's all because of you humans." As humans, Master Ning and the others were secretly worried. Although they wanted to refute Uncle Long's words, they found that their refutations were powerless. AI. To the orcs, humans were not their friends. Especially some of the weaker beasts, if they were caught by humans, they would not even have the chance to resist. With this thought in mind, Master Ning and the others could only be lonely. In the end, it was Uncle Long who couldn't stand it anymore and suggested, "Why don't we recruit some small clans from the Divine Realm?" Demon City was currently quite large, and their population was limited. Naturally, they did not need such a large space. Although Demon City was developing well, some of the more remote areas had yet to be fully developed. The main reason for this was the lack of permanent residents. Uncle Long had thought of this for a long time, but due to their high requirements for the personnel stationed in the base, this matter had not been carried out. But now, after Shui and the others had all gone into seclusion, they truly felt cold and lonely. They also hoped that there would be some new blood to fill in. But Uncle Long's suggestion made Master Ning and the others hesitate again. It wasn't that they didn't think that way, but to be honest, they didn't have the confidence that human families would be on their side. Unless you could sign a contract of never betraying them, which clan in the Divine Realm would be willing to sign a contract with you unless they had no other choice? What, don't tell me you're not confident. Uncle Long, who could tell what they were thinking, laughed and joked. Previous chapter. I'm confident, but I'm afraid I can't recruit a decent family. Master Ning didn't want to be too embarrassed, so he had to force himself to say it. It doesn't matter if they're decent or not. We don't need super families like the 8 divine regions. The most important thing is that they must be loyal. This is the most important thing. Uncle Long replied with a smile. It's just that I can't guarantee loyalty. Hearing this, Master Ning smiled bitterly to himself. However, Uncle Long obviously didn't want to give Master Ning and the others any more chances to find excuses, so he made the decision. After Mu Li heard this, he also joined in the fun and declared that he was the best at attracting people. When Uncle Long heard this, he waved his hand, and Mu Li became the chief commander of Demon City's recruitment this time. He also handed over the beasts that had been incorporated into the city to him. After that, Demon City sent the news to the Guild of Quests to release it. Not long after, this became the hottest topic in the Divine Realm. The various large and small families enthusiastically participated in Demon City's recruitment with various objectives. First of all, during the registration period, all the families were eager to sign up. In just 3 days, the number of families who had signed up had exceeded the expectations of Uncle Long and the others. When Uncle Long and the others saw the name list of the families who had signed up, their faces immediately darkened. Your sister. At least half of them were fake reviewers, and the other half were probably up to no good. Holding the list, Uncle Long glanced at Master Ning and asked, what do the Lu and Yin families mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? You bastard. 2 of the 8 divine domains had actually signed up. Could it be that these 2 great families were planning to give up their current territories and settle in Demon City? He would not believe such a thing even if he was beaten to death. I don't think they would dare to cause trouble. I guess they want to set up a branch in Demon City. Master Ning's voice became softer and softer, and his face became even more red. Set up a branch? So that he could report the situation in Demon City back. That's wonderful thinking. Uncle Long snorted. Although they had plans to recruit people, they only wanted to recruit young people without any foundation. Such families were the easiest to train and would cling to them. But the 8 great divine regions? Hee. Forget it. They didn't need disobedient guys. Seeing that Uncle Long was obviously unhappy, Master Ning's heart trembled as he tried to save him. Why don't I go talk to the 2 family heads and ask them to withdraw their registration? No need. It's also because we didn't think it through in the beginning and didn't make it clear on the announcement that we would only recruit small families. If we change our words now, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among most families. So, let's just leave it at that. It's useless even if they sign up. Uncle Long said after thinking for a while. The registration was only the first step. There were still many tests to follow. Therefore, Uncle Long was not worried that those families with ulterior motives would sneak in. Now, it was a good opportunity to see the reactions of those families. That's true, isn't it up to us to decide who to let in? Master Ning was relieved to hear that. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Uncle Long would get angry. The registration period lasted for a month, and on the last day of the registration deadline, it triggered another craze for registration. After some calculations, the number of clans that had registered actually exceeded 3/4 of all the clans in the Divine Realm. Most of the families that didn't sign up were on good terms with Demon City. They knew that Demon City's recruitment wouldn't be so simple, so they didn't want to get involved. After the registration, it was time for the test and examination. All the major families were aware of this when they first registered. Hence, after receiving the invitation from Demon City, all the families sent their family elders to attend the event. Upon arriving in Demon City, the families that had never visited the city were astonished and curious about the city. In order to arrange their living arrangements, Mu Li had specially arranged for Beastie to follow them closely. Of course, it was mainly to guide them, as there were some places in Demon City that they couldn't set foot in. Mu Li had also specially selected some beautiful, cute, and likable beasts for them. But even so, some families still protested and even complained to Uncle Long and the others. There were a total of 5 parties who protested. These 5 families weren't small and were quite famous in the immortal realm. Therefore, after Uncle Long and the others received their complaints, they arranged for the matter to be handled in public to show their caution. Mu Li and some of the beasts were naturally included as the victims. Moreover, Uncle Long had specially sent people to invite representatives from other families to listen, euphemistically calling it fair and just. Uncle Long personally took charge of the complaint. From the beginning, he arranged a seat for Mu Li. As for the representatives of the 5 families, they all stood. Such a sharp contrast naturally caused the 5 families to be dissatisfied. Some families immediately protested against Uncle Long's unfairness. Seeing this, Uncle Long smiled and asked, "How am I being unfair? We're the guests and the party making the complaint, but why are we all standing while he's sitting? Isn't he your Demon City's butler? Humph. What right does a servant have to sit in front of us?" A certain clan's representative said disdainfully. Hearing this, Uncle Long sighed and then looked at Mu Li with hidden bitterness. To be honest, in terms of seniority, Mu Li was even above him. It was based on status. Mu Li was the confidant of the mistress of the dark world, and he couldn't be compared to him. Therefore, he didn't dare to show a trace of disrespect to Mu Li, but this person in front of him. Could he call the other party disgusting? Uncle Long truly admired the other party's courage. However, seeing that Mu Li didn't seem to be angry, he was happy not to expose Mu Li's identity. Uncle Long glanced sympathetically at a certain someone, whose face was red with anger. He said, "You're mistaken. He isn't our Demon City's butler, nor is he a servant. Just like you, he is a guest of our Demon City." Uncle Long's words stopped there. Whether the other party could understand or not was not within the scope of his concern. The man obviously didn't believe him. He looked at Uncle Long suspiciously and said, "How is that possible? If he's not a resident of Demon City, what right does he have to manage your city's affairs?" The person who spoke had a hint of anger in his voice, and his tone was not very good. Uncle Long was quite patient and asked, "I authorized it to him. Why, I can or do I need your permission?" The man didn't dare to say anything after being questioned by Uncle Long. Who was Uncle Long? Uncle Long was no longer the low-key Uncle Long that no one knew about. In addition, Uncle Long was extremely powerful, so he did not dare to talk back to him. Uncle Long continued, "I know what you're thinking. You just think that letting Beastie follow you will lower your class. In fact, our Beastie even thinks that you're low class. Furthermore, you want to be served? No. The people in our family are all in closed-door cultivation. Cultivation. At present, only Master Ning and a few others are idle. Who among you is qualified to have them serve you? Just say the word, and I'll arrange it. As for me, don't even think about it, because I'm also a Beastie." Although Uncle Long's tone was very light, everyone present could feel a trace of disdain in his words, as well as a faint anger. More importantly, Uncle Long's words made everyone present quite horrified. F***ck. Who dared to let Master Ning and the others serve them? Not to mention their status, no one would dare to order them around with their strength. Wasn't this courting death? At this moment, no one dared to look down on those beastie who were putting on an aggrieved expression. In fact, some people even wanted to worship these beastie like they were their ancestors. This included the 5 families that had complained. At this moment, they were filled with regret. F***ck. Who dared to look down on beastie? Father, exterminate them all. At this time, a childlike voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, instantly making everyone's hearts tremble. Who was this? His tone was really big. He actually wanted to exterminate them all? The crowd couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Uncle Long and the others who heard this couldn't help but twitch their lips, and they were all speechless. Needless to say, it was definitely Bing Yao who had come out of seclusion. Because other than it, there was no one else who could call him father with such confidence. AI. Who asked him to have a good father? Then, Ice Spirit appeared with the chubbier Ice Phoenix. Seeing the father and son, Uncle Long and the others were quite calm, but the people present couldn't calm down no matter what. Someone even couldn't help but exclaim, Qilin. Upon hearing this, many people wanted to kneel down. Your sister. Aside from the dragons, phoenixes, and white tigers, Demon City had even summoned a Qilin. How could this be? Everyone burst into tears. But even so, Bing Yao had no intention of letting them go. He grinned and said, who was looking down on beastie just now? Come out and let me see. I'll have my father send you on your way. Its father, wasn't that the old Qilin? The one that was holding it? Everyone looked at the Ice Spirit in confusion. They couldn't tell what the Ice Spirit was, but they didn't dare to get angry because of what Bing Yao said. Who asked him to have a good background? The Qilin clan could not be provoked. When Uncle Long and the others heard Bing Yao's arrogant and domineering words, they could only sigh. It was indeed different to have a good father. Bing Yao, this originally cute little fellow, was becoming more and more violent. However, Ice Spirit admired the violent nature of the Ice Phoenix. As his Ice Spirit bloodline, this was how it should be. It could be said that Bing Yao's confidence was related to Bing Po's unconditional pampering. But fortunately, Bing Yao had always been biased and only knew how to bully outsiders. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue and the others were willing to pamper it like Bing Po did. Because of how Leng Ruoxue and the others treated their son, Ice Spirit would be biased. Now, he was going to stand up for his son again. That's right, who's looking down on beastie? And he wants all the human supreme gods here to serve him? Ice Spirit said on purpose. In fact, he and Bing Yao had come out earlier than this dispute, but the father and son didn't plan to show themselves directly, but watched the show in the dark. Now. Naturally, it was because his son had seen enough of the show and was planning to interfere. As a father, he had to support his son in whatever he wanted to do. In addition, as a top-notch expert among the magical beasts, he truly felt that these humans in front of him needed to be taught a lesson. F***ck. They were just a few puny human ants, why did they have to be so nosy? As an expert, Bing Po naturally respected experts, especially Uncle Long and Master Ning. They might not be as senior as him, but they were experts and deserved his respect. How could Ice Spirit be in a good mood when she was questioned by a few pieces of trash? When he was in a bad mood, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky today. As for who would be the unlucky one, it was self-evident. All the family representatives subconsciously kept their distance from the 5 birds after hearing Ice Spirit's words. Oh my god. This Qilin race expert had better not count them as those idiots. They definitely did not look down on any beastie, nor did they dare to look down on any beastie. Seeing their reactions, Ice Spirit looked down on them even more. He could not understand why Demon City wanted to absorb this trash. All of them were not presentable. At the thought of this, he glanced at Uncle Long in confusion and displeasure. Instantly, Uncle Long's nerves tightened. Uncle Long didn't know what Senior Ice Soul meant by that glance. However, he could also see that the other party was somewhat dissatisfied. At this moment, Uncle Long heard one of the 5 birds speaking up with a slightly choked voice, Senior, we didn't ask for the human supreme god to serve us. Sob. Even if you're strong, you can't wrong people like this, okay? A certain someone was quite worried, but he didn't dare to argue too fiercely with the other party, so he could only speak in an aggrieved manner. After Ice Spirit heard his words, she said indifferently, did I hear you wrong? You want the hierarch of the beast race to serve you? What do you think of me? Ice Spirit paused and asked. At this moment, the representatives of the 5 families present wanted to kneel down in front of Ice Soul. His words had clearly told them that he was also a reverent god. To a certain extent, the hierarch of the beast race was even more powerful than the hierarch of the human race. The representatives of the 5 clans wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, Uncle Long laughed in his heart after hearing what Ice Soul said. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Senior Ice Soul to make a joke. Count me in. Suddenly, another gentle voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see an extremely handsome and gentle young man. Who is this? No one present could tell the young man's strength. As soon as Uncle Long saw this person, the corners of his mouth twitched violently, and his forehead was full of black lines. The person who spoke was the reclusive and introverted Shui Mo. When Uncle Long heard Shui Mo's words, he couldn't understand why he would suddenly leave the room. One must know that Shui Mo had two hobbies in his life, formations and food. Before Shui went into seclusion, she gave him many peerless formations for him to slowly comprehend. She also promised that if there was anything that the other party could not figure out, the two of them would think of a solution together after she came out of seclusion. With Shui's words, Shui Mo didn't even leave the room. They were also the ones who sent people into other people's rooms in different ways every day. They had not seen Shui Mo for a few years. Therefore, when they saw him for the first time, Uncle Long and the others were quite surprised and very puzzled. Why did this top otaku leave his room? There was no sign of this at all. Now that he had said something so out of character, how could they not be frightened? I'm Shui Mo from the Qilin race. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Shui Mo introduced himself. When everyone heard that, it was indeed another beast that they couldn't afford to offend. And he was from the Qilin race. Sobs. What's wrong with this world? Why did the Qilin race, which was usually not seen, appear in groups today? Just as everyone was complaining, Shui Mo added with a smile, I'm also a hierarch and I know how to use formations. I should meet your requirements. Ancestor. Don't scare them like this. They were cowards. Everyone's heart ached. What was going on? The counterattack of the hierarch of the beast race? He couldn't afford to offend any of them. It was wrong. It should be said that none of Demon City's residents could be provoked. Seeing that everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to say a word, Uncle Long couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Since the two seniors of the Qilin clan have taken the initiative to ask for a job, count me in. Those who don't mind my service, please come forward to register, first come, first served. Everyone burst into tears. At this time, no words could express the grief and indignation in their hearts. These reverend god-level cultivators were really bullies. After waiting for a long time, Uncle Long saw that no one had come forward. He couldn't help but have a trace of anger on his face as he roared, what are you guys trying to do? You're the ones who are dissatisfied with the ordinary beastie's attendance. Now that we're going to personally attend to them, why aren't you all coming forward to register? Do we really have to invite him personally? You can't do this. Everyone's expression was quite ugly, and some of the more timid ones couldn't help but cry. The sound of soft sobs drifted around. Seeing this, Uncle Long's anger grew. He raised his voice and continued to shout, what's wrong? Are you guys feeling aggrieved? Aren't you the ones who are finding trouble with us? Now that I've solved your problem, you're crying like we're bullying you. That's right. We should be the ones feeling wronged, right? At this time, Mu Li calmly interjected. Then, he stood up and walked to the front of the 5 outstanding birds. He patted their shoulders and sized them up. Then, he said, you guys are quite bold. You dare to despise me? No, I don't dare. One of them quickly tried to please him. At this moment, they could deeply feel the dark aura on Mu Li's body. This aura made them feel an unprecedented fear. At the same time, it also made them regret. Why did they have to be the first ones to stand out? Sobs. In fact, the 5 guilds weren't the only ones who had objections to Demon City's arrangements. But now, this demon-like man had his eyes on only the 5 families. Unlucky. He was really unlucky. Why did they think that this man was easy to bully? Now, he had kicked a big steel plate. The representatives of the 5 families were filled with regret. But it was too late. Not only that, an extremely disdainful voice rang out in the ears of the 5 representatives at this time. They said that they don't like the fact that we've arranged for other families as well. They didn't say. Absolutely not. He only thought about it. Hearing this slander, the faces of the 5 representatives turned even paler. The faces of the other people present did not look too good either. Needless to say, the other families were definitely referring to them. Therefore, all the clans present were enraged. However, since Uncle Long and the others were present, they didn't dare to show their anger. Otherwise, they would be guilty of the crime. Moreover, the person who had spoken had yet to appear. Wasn't it obvious that he was trying to frame them to the end? At the thought of this, some families immediately protested, Uncle Long, who's that? Let him come out and confront us. How can he wrong us like this? Do you really want to confront it? Uncle Long glanced at the person who spoke and asked with uncertainty. Of course. Facing Uncle Long's meaningful look, the man cowered a little, but he still gathered his courage and said loudly. Senior Tsang, someone wants to confront you. After hearing this, Uncle Long looked at the person who spoke with a gratified expression and shouted in a certain direction. F***CK. Why is it another senior? The person who had braced himself to confront him was completely dumbfounded. He knew what kind of old man he had provoked. When he heard Uncle Long call him senior, his little heart began to tremble violently. The time he had to wait for the other party to appear seemed so long, making him feel as if he was in hell. In fact, he really wanted to say, senior. You don't need to come out, he doesn't want to confront you. He admitted to this crime. But when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say what he wanted to. Then, everyone saw a white light flash in front of their eyes. Then, a snow-white palm-sized kitten appeared in front of everyone and steadily landed on the head of the little Qilin. Such courage. Seeing the little white cat that landed on the head of the small Qilin, everyone thought in unison. When they saw that the little Qilin was not angry at the snowy white kitten's actions, they were even more surprised. One had to know that Qilin was one of the top beasts. As for cats, since when could he climb to the top of the Qilin's head? Everyone was puzzled. The carefree Azure only glanced at the crowd before turning his gaze to the person he wanted to confront. He narrowed his bright eyes and said, "You want to confront me?" I. The man was so depressed and scared that he couldn't even finish a sentence. Seeing this, Tsang was extremely disappointed. Why was the current divine realm full of trash? Thinking of this, he saw Azure from the corner of his eye and smiled evilly. "Mu Li, how about you help me?" "What favor?" Mu Li raised his eyebrows and asked. "Put all this ice ore back into the furnace." Hearing this, Mu Li's mouth twitched and he was speechless. "I can help you with this, but I don't know when." "It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry anyway." Azure said unconcernedly. "That's good." Mu Li was relieved. He was afraid that Tsang would ask him to melt it down now, because the amount of work would definitely not be small. When they thought of a certain possibility, some of the family representatives who reacted quickly immediately cried out, "Senior, we know we were wrong. Please let us go." Sobs. No matter how they were sent back to the furnace, they didn't want to experience it. Wrong? Where did I go wrong? What is it? Azure narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. We should be able to see where we are." Someone immediately replied, and the others followed suit. "Then can you see where you are now?" Azure continued to speak in a neutral tone. In fact, it wasn't that it had to send these people back to the furnace, but it was absolutely necessary to scare them. "I saw it clearly. I definitely saw it clearly," everyone said in unison. "If that's the case, then all of you better behave yourselves. If anyone dares to create trouble for me, don't blame me for being impolite." After threatening him like this, Tsang even deliberately showed his meaty little claws. Ice Spirit's mouth twitched when she saw it. She thought, can such meaty claws threaten people? However, reality proved that Azure's threat was very effective. In addition, there were many reverent gods in Demon City, and all of them acted as if they were idle and bored, not afraid of others coming to cause trouble. Therefore, for a time, those who had some small ideas all quieted down. Uncle Long and the others even showed their magnanimity and forgave the other party's rudeness. On the surface, everyone seemed to be in harmony again. But what about in private? Uncle Dragon and the others naturally wouldn't tolerate these clowns. However, these clowns had too low a status, and they weren't worth their time. Hence, they only ordered their subordinates to reveal what had happened in Demon City to their families and left it at that. After that, Demon City entered a temporary state of harmony. Why was it short? After the complaint incident, everyone was still afraid that Demon City would take revenge on them. Hence, they all carefully tucked their tails between their legs and behaved like obedient children. However, as time passed and Demon City didn't make any major moves, some people began to grow restless again. This was the day that Uncle Dragon and the others had been waiting for. Hence, they chose to turn a blind eye to the chaos caused by some people. As such, some people were even bolder. There were even people who had ideas about Bing Yao. Perhaps Bing Yao had been locked up by her father for too long, so when she sensed that someone had designs on her, she deliberately shook off her father. When she had nothing to do, she would lie alone on the stone table in the garden and bask in the sun. "Little Qilin, look what big sister brought you." One day, just as Bing Yao was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard a sweet female voice. The voice was so gentle that it could melt one's heart. However, Bing Yao didn't even bother to raise her head and remained motionless on the table. When the woman who spoke saw the other party's lazy appearance, her eyes lit up. How she wished she could hold this little Qilin in her arms. She was really too cute. The woman who was staring at Bing Yao looked like she was in her early 20s, but in reality, she was not young anymore. She was also an elder of a mid-tier family clan and could be considered a woman with status. As such, this woman was extremely proud. She even often compared herself to Leng Ruoxue and felt that she was not inferior to her. The only thing she was not as good as her was luck. After seeing Bing Yi, she didn't care about her clan's mission anymore. She only wanted to abduct Bing Yi. According to her plan, if she could obtain this little Qilin, it would be equivalent to obtaining the powerful backing of the Qilin clan. In that case, her clan would naturally be able to squeeze into the ranks of the 8 great divine regions without any effort. By then, what would Leng Ruoxue be? She would also definitely become the woman with the most status in the divine realm, apart from Wuhan. It could be said that her vision was extremely perfect. If she could succeed, perhaps her clan would really become a super clan in the divine realm as she had imagined. However, she, who had already been blinded by this beautiful pie, clearly only thought of the good side and did not think about what would happen if she failed. How could the Qilin race tolerate a human having designs on their young? However, the woman was smart enough not to use force. Otherwise, she would have been dead. In the distance, Ice Spirit watched helplessly as a certain woman took out a few fruits to please his son. However, he could only protect her from a distance because his son had said that he would personally teach a lesson to those who dared to have designs on him. If he couldn't beat them, he would look for his father. Ice Spirit had no choice but to agree. However, he was worried and would not let his son deal with everything by himself. After all, humans were cunning. If something happened to his son, where would he find the medicine for regret? Uncle Long, who was accompanying her, saw that Bingpo was worried but didn't dare to come forward. He sighed in his heart. What a pitiful parent. "Senior, don't worry. We're very safe here, no beastie can be kidnapped. Every time they thought of this, Uncle Long and the others found it ridiculous. When will these people get lost? F***ck. With these people around, her son would no longer be close to her. The investigation was not over yet. After the review is over, it will be their test. Your work efficiency is really low. Uncle Long was speechless. After a long time, he explained in a low voice, Senior, our demon city has a limited number of people. Originally, Green Vessel could read minds, and because Green was too strong, those people's little thoughts could not be hidden from it. If these two fellows were willing to help, the evaluation would not be a matter of more than a few minutes. However, these two masters would not do such a small thing. As such, they could only do it themselves. This way, the evaluation speed naturally slowed down. Ice Soul fell silent after hearing Uncle Long's words. Uncle Long also thought that Ice Spirit understood their huge workload, so he was slightly relieved. AI. As long as this ancestor didn't make a fuss, it was fine. But not long after, Uncle Dragon met the Cheelans of the Cheelan race. He realized that Ice Soul disliked their low work efficiency. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent more than half of the Cheelans here. The Kirin leading the team was Huoyu. As soon as they arrived at Demon City, Huoyu and the other Cheelans immediately started working. Uncle Long was speechless when he saw the Cheelans' true forms. What are these guys planning to do? When Uncle Long asked this question, Huoyu looked down on him. Huoyu said contemptuously, investigate them, of course. After Huoyu finished speaking, he was the first to capture the two humans who were already trembling with fear and interrogate them. This scene made the mouths of Uncle Long and the others twitch. This method was indeed too simple and crude. Uncle Long and the others were completely speechless, while the people being interrogated were all like mistreated wives. Their eyes were full of tears, and their small bodies were shivering in the cold wind. Those who were more timid passed out before Huoyu and the other Cheelans could interrogate them. Xiaolong, will this work? Seeing this, Mu Li couldn't help but ask worriedly. They wanted to investigate the 8 generations of these people's ancestors. He was not interrogating them like prisoners. More importantly, the interrogator was a Cheelan, which put a lot of pressure on everyone. Hearing the name Xiaolong, Uncle Long's mouth twitched again. In fact, in the face of Mu Li's question, he wanted to say, please don't call me Xiaolong, okay? However, thinking of Mu Li's unrepentant attitude, Uncle Long gave up correcting him and said helplessly, even if it doesn't work, it has to work. Let's just see how many people can hold on. In fact, at this moment, Uncle Dragon suddenly felt pity for these people. Although these families had all sorts of reasons for moving into Demon City, most of them were harmless to Demon City. Now, Demon City was probably going to leave a shadow in their hearts. It had to be said that Uncle Long was right. The families that had signed up didn't expect to see the Kirin in Demon City. The Kirin had always been low-key, reclusive, and mysterious. Now that the Kirin had personally investigated the matter, some of them couldn't take it anymore and confessed. They even revealed the purpose of their family's visit. In this way, it didn't take long for more than half of the families to sign up. Uncle Long and the others also saved a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, the family's representatives, who had various motives and confessed under the Cheelan's threats and promises, felt aggrieved. Fortunately, Demon City didn't make things difficult for them and simply invited them down the mountain to settle the matter. But what if he returned to the clan? Everyone was not sure if they would be blamed when they returned to their families. After all, their mission was considered a failure. As for the clan elder who had always wanted to take advantage of Bing Yao, he was forced to stay under Bing Yao's strong request. Knowing that it was at the request of the little Kylan that the Demon City did not drive her out, the female elder's mind became active again. She even felt that the little Kylan should have a good impression of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the only one left among so many people. However, not long after, she was completely tragically defeated. As for those who were not sent away, after knowing that the Cheelan clan would intervene in their test, they were not very calm. There were even families who gave up and took the initiative to withdraw from the next test. As a result, the families that had really stayed were already less than 1/3 of the total registered families. However, Uncle Long and the others didn't mind, because their principle was to seek quality and not quantity. As for the remaining 40+ families, Uncle Dragon and the others weren't sure how many of them would qualify to live in Demon City and become a part of it. After all, the final request would decide whether they would stay or leave. This was also a two-way choice for them to make. After giving the 50 families a few days to rest, Uncle Long gathered them again. In the living room, Uncle Long looked at the 40 or so family representatives who were extremely reserved and comforted them with a smile. Don't be nervous, there's only one last test left. Hearing that it was the last one, the family representatives finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, they couldn't help but feel nervous again. Since it was the last test, it would not be easy, right? In an instant, all the family representatives immediately sat up straight, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Seeing them like this, Uncle Long smiled and said, calm down. The final test only requires you to answer questions. Answer questions? What kind of test was this? All the family representatives were stunned. The previous interrogation had already asked them a lot of questions about their respective families. Why did they have to answer questions now? Originally, they had thought that they would need to compete with the remaining families to determine who was better. Who knew that he would answer another question? Although the crowd was puzzled, they all calmed down in an instant. This was because they believed that they had already answered most of the questions that needed to be answered. There was really nothing else to ask. Uncle Long laughed to himself when he saw how many families relaxed after knowing that the final test was to answer questions. How could the problem they had raised be so simple? However, it was also good that these guys were not so nervous, in case it affected their condition. After that, Uncle Long had the families draw lots to decide the order in which they would answer the questions. Then, he ordered everyone to enter a dark room. In the room, other than Huiyu, Tsang was also the examiner. Of course, Huiyu was the main examiner, while Tsang's task was to determine the authenticity of these people's answers. Originally, it didn't want to do such a small thing, but Uncle Long had used Nyo to persuade it. So, in order to find some loyal residents for Nyo, it had to agree. As the test began, the people being tested had to answer the fire use questions in turn. The time to answer was only 3 seconds, so there was almost no time to think and they had to make a choice by instinct. In the beginning, the person who answered the question was quite confident, but as the question went deeper, the subject gradually broke out in a cold sweat. Especially when he heard the person in the dark ask, when your family and Demon City's interests clash, what will your family do? When such questions were asked, the people being tested felt a deep pain in their balls. How should he choose? Was there a need to ask? It must be like his family. The family representative who was asked this question couldn't help but think to himself. However, he wasn't stupid. He knew that the other party wouldn't be happy with such an answer, so he thought he was smart and replied, of course, we'll prioritize Demon City's interests. He's lying. As soon as the representative of a certain family finished speaking, Tsang's cold voice rang out in the dark room. As soon as Huiyu heard this, his temper got worse and worse, and he directly punched a certain unlucky person without thinking. Because the fire you had used quite a bit of strength, a certain unlucky fellow was directly beaten unconscious and lost the chance to continue answering the next question. He was then dragged out by his thigh by a Qilin. The people waiting in the living room couldn't help but tremble when they saw the person being dragged out. This was because the other party's current appearance was somewhat miserable. Although his clothes were still considered neat, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and it was almost impossible to see his original appearance. That was really tragic. Wasn't it just answering a question? Why did he become like this? Everyone was frightened and confused. In addition, because this person was the first person to enter the room to answer the question, no one could judge whether he would end up like this when he answered a question. With the previous experience, everyone became nervous. Seeing this, Uncle Long smiled and comforted him, everyone, don't be nervous. He only answered the wrong question, so our examiner beat him up in a fit of anger. So, as long as you answer seriously, you won't be beaten up. F***CK. Did he have to get beaten up for answering the wrong question? What kind of examiner was this? How could he be so violent? And Uncle Long was acting like it was a matter of course. Couldn't he do something about it? Although everyone was thinking this, no one dared to say it in front of Uncle Long. Not only that, but they also simultaneously thought that they had to be more careful when answering the questions later. They had to make sure that they didn't answer wrong, or they would be beaten up later. However, reality was often different from one's ideal. When they actually entered the room and started to answer the questions, they suddenly realized that it was really too difficult to answer the questions correctly. After the unlucky man, the few people who entered the room were all beaten up by Huiyu without exception. The reason was simple, they lied. Your sister. Why couldn't anyone honestly express their thoughts? As the main invigilator, Huiyu was so angry that he wanted to kill those people directly when he saw that the candidates in front of him only knew how to say good things and didn't mean what they said. Therefore, he naturally didn't hold back when he attacked. Anyway, Uncle Long had told him that as long as he didn't die, he could do whatever he wanted to him. However, he did as he pleased. Looking at the candidates being dragged out one by one, Uncle Long's face was filled with black lines. He couldn't help but think to himself, isn't Huiyu a little too honest? Uncle Long had to admit that he had said that he would let him do whatever he wanted, so the other party had really beaten him to death. This was really too much, why didn't he leave a few alive to let him have a taste of his own medicine? Uncle Long was very angry, and the consequences were serious. When the rest of the people saw Uncle Long's gaze on them, and how the previous few people had all walked in and out, they were so scared that they wished they could just faint and avoid this. But that was obviously impossible. Not only was it impossible, but Uncle Long also warned him, I told you to answer seriously, why didn't you listen? AI. Our head examiner is very violent, so don't make him unhappy. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. Uncle Long's warning made the remaining 30 or so family representatives even more nervous. Some of the more timid ones even asked carefully, Uncle Long, is it too late for our clan to back out of this? F***CK. How was this an answer to a question? This was clearly asking for his life. Although they had all been interrogated by the Qilin, at least the Qilin had been somewhat gentle at that time and had not directly attacked them. He had only questioned their ancestors for 8 generations. But now, they did not know what had happened to the other party. Why were they all beaten to the point of dying? Some of the representatives who couldn't figure it out wanted to give up. I can't go on like this, or I don't know if I'll still be alive. However, when Uncle Long heard some of the representatives' questions, he raised his eyebrows and said with a little displeasure, forfeit? Do you think that Demon City's people are easy to bully? He actually wanted to give up at a time like this? Let me tell you, no way. If you give up now, we won't even let your family off, let alone your lives. A threat. This was definitely a threat. After hearing Uncle Long's words, the families who wanted to give up were filled with grief and indignation. How could he do this? Are there any human rights left? As they thought about this, the few families who wanted to back out still said carefully, we won't forfeit, we're just joking. He. Why did he give up? It wasn't easy to get to this stage. You're not giving up? Uncle Long blinked and asked. No, I won't. The family representatives replied in unison. It was too terrifying. Not only would they have to give up their lives here, but even their families would suffer. Under such a threat, those who dared to give up were no ordinary people. So you're playing with me? Is this fun? Uncle Long didn't seem to be happy when he heard that the other party wasn't giving up. Instead, he asked angrily. This time, the few families who wanted to give up were even more at a loss. However, Uncle Long didn't give them a chance to turn over a new leaf and allowed them to enter the room together. After entering the room, everyone was still in a state of shock. Then, they heard a voice in the darkness. Why did so many of them come in together this time? Uncle Long, did you make a mistake? Facing Huiyu's doubt, they did not know how to say it. More importantly, this voice sounded familiar. But they couldn't remember. After a moment of worry, everyone forced themselves to calm down and acted as if they were ready to answer any questions. However, why didn't Huiyu start asking questions immediately? Oh. What was this called? It would cause absolute mental pressure on the other party. He would first let them feel the fear in the darkness, then, he would take them by surprise. Huiyu thought so. Then, he secretly observed the other party's expression with a smirk. For a moment, the room was silent. Other than the nervous heartbeats of a few candidates, there was only the sound of the wind blowing through the window. The more sinister the atmosphere was, the more terrifying it felt. However, they didn't dare to urge the other party to start, so they could only silently endure everything. But at this time, the other party had already left a perverted impression in their hearts. They said you're a pervert. Suddenly, in the silent darkness, a voice that sounded like a smile yet not a smile rang out, causing the expressions of everyone in the room to change drastically. What was this? Just as they were thinking this, they heard a certain examiner, who they thought was perverted, angrily say, F***ck. Whoever thinks I'm a pervert, stand out. I'd like to see how bold you are to talk about your grandpa like this. No one dared to step forward, and no one wanted to. This was really too much of a pain in the ass. Could he not be so mischievous? But obviously, this was absolutely impossible. Because in the next second, they heard the strange voice speak again, they're all thinking about it in their hearts. Ow! The fire you roared angrily. Then, a few loud bangs came from the darkness, followed by a few human screams. Then, everything returned to silence. You haven't answered my question. Tsang, who was in the dark, laughed evilly as he looked at Fire Jade. They got 0 points. The embarrassed Huiyu said with some annoyance. He would never admit that he was a little impulsive, because those humans were too annoying. If he let it go, it would sully the Qilin clan's reputation. Alright. But you have to be clear that none of them have passed the test. Azure reminded. I know. However, Uncle Long had said that he only wanted the most loyal ones. But those from before are clearly not. Huiyu quibbled for himself. When Tsang heard this, he didn't expose his guilty conscience and just sighed. AI. It's too hard to find a loyal subordinate. Yup. Uncle Long and the others are too demanding. Fire Yu also echoed. Higher by what? Do you think it's that easy to suck up to Demon City? Hearing this, Azure said angrily. Fire Yu was very depressed. He had just echoed the other party's words to please him, but how did he get hated again? This ancestor was difficult to serve. Huiyu was in tears. Can't we just work together happily? However, Azure didn't care about the other party's resentful thoughts. He directly raised his small claws and ordered, tell the people behind to quickly come in. You bastard. My time is very precious. I'll go and inform them. Upon hearing this, Huiyu didn't dare to delay and immediately sent a message to Uncle Long. Uncle Long, who had received the voice transmission from the Fire Yu, was puzzled at first. How long had it been since they had entered? Why had they finished asking so quickly? Then, he saw the few people who went in vertically and came out horizontally. He instantly understood. Another violent attack. Uncle Long couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he couldn't count on the Fire Yu to be gentle anymore. When he saw the family representatives present, and those who came out lying down, their faces turned even paler. He quickly comforted them, everyone, calm down. They must have done something wrong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be treated like this. What wrong have you done that you need to do this? The people who were still safe and sound felt that the simple questions they had thought were even more terrifying than the previous interrogation of their ancestors. Although they hadn't entered yet, they were already feeling the burden. Uncle Long's words of comfort could no longer ease the tension in their hearts. When the next person was called, a certain family representative even took a long time to realize that he was the next person. After he realized it, his whole body was a little stiff as he walked into the room as if he was rushing to the execution ground. Uncle Long silently gave his blessings as he watched him leave. I wish you good luck, little guy. After that, he turned to the others and said kindly, believe me, as long as you answer my questions seriously, nothing will happen. Of course, if you take the initiative to anger the examiner, then I can't help you. It had to be said that Uncle Long's kind reminder was quite useful. The families that went in later were obviously treated better than the previous ones because they all came out on their own. However, the moment they came out, all the representatives were pale and their clothes were drenched in sweat. Since they had already come out, Uncle Long would definitely arrange for someone to send them back to their rooms to rest. At this time, someone made an excuse that he wanted to go to the toilet. After saying goodbye to Uncle Long, he left. However, the people who left did not go to the outhouse at all. Instead, they sneaked into the residence of the family representatives and tried to find out the contents of the test. After asking one family after another, the representatives of the families who thought they were so smart that no one knew about it were deeply depressed. This was because everyone had told him different things. How was he supposed to prepare for this? When he returned to the living room, the family representative returned to his seat with a guilty look. Uncle Long only smiled at him without saying a word, which made him nervous. When it was his turn to enter the room to answer the question, due to his guilty conscience, he was identified as lying on the first question and was disqualified. Disqualified. Of course, he was also dragged out. After seeing what had happened to a certain someone, Uncle Long looked at the rest of the people and sneered. Did you see that? This was the result of being self-righteous and acting smart. Don't learn from him. In our demon city, nothing you do can be hidden from us. With a certain someone's example, the people who followed became more and more cautious. And when all the tests were over, the results were naturally disappointing. Out of nearly 50 families, only 10 or so barely passed. This result disappointed Uncle Long and the others. But even though he was disappointed, he still had to do the last step. After giving them a few more days to rest, Uncle Long gathered the dozen families in the living room again. This time, the important moment that would decide their fate was finally coming. When the representatives of the dozen or so families who had been summoned saw the several reverend gods sitting in the living room, they immediately tensed up. What was he doing? Was there a test? Such a thought caused everyone to tremble in fear. Woo! Please don't come again. One had to know that the test of answering questions earlier had almost cost them half their lives. If they were to be tested again, they would completely collapse. Uncle Long comforted everyone when he saw their uneasy expressions. Don't be nervous. I just want to explain the rules for joining Demon City, and I want you to make your final decision. The first half of Uncle Long's sentence made everyone's hearts, which had been in their throats, relax a little, but the second half made them feel nervous again. F***CK. Why did he have to choose? Are you done? Faced with the repeated investigations, answers, and the current choices, the representatives present were obviously on the verge of a mental breakdown. However, Uncle Long didn't care about that and continued, this choice is extremely important to both you and Demon City. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Uncle Long, what is your choice? Just tell me directly. Someone couldn't wait and urged. Alright. Then I'll say it. Uncle Long didn't get angry at being urged. Instead, he was still smiling. Then, he cleared his throat and said, although we have many rules in Demon City, the most important one is loyalty. He had to be absolutely loyal. If you want to join Demon City, you can't be half-hearted. Since you've joined Demon City's big family, you must do your best to protect Demon City's interests, and place Demon City's interests above your family's. Of course, the resources we can provide you are definitely beyond your imagination. However, I won't give you these resources for free. You'll have to put in a certain amount of effort to get them, do you understand what I mean? How could the representatives present not understand? Uncle Dragon's intentions were clear. Back when they had answered the question, they had already come into contact with him. However, they never thought that they would have to make another choice. And this choice would determine whether Demon City would accept them or not. At that time, they had the chance to pass the test because they had told the truth. In this truth, someone naturally mentioned that the interests of the family were more important than anything else. The families that replied in this way were obviously not within the scope of Uncle Long and the others' consideration. However, because of their honesty, Uncle Long and the others still gave them an equal opportunity. After hearing Uncle Long's words, the representative who had said that the family's interests were more important than anything else knew that his family had no chance at all. Therefore, he immediately questioned, I can understand that Demon City needs our loyalty, but why won't you give us your resources for free if we're loyal to you? Uncle Long looked at the family representative, who was obviously looking for trouble, and said with a cold smile, why should I give it to you for free? This is the first time I've heard that the major clans are supporting their vassal clans for free. It is. Without any labor, wasn't it a fool's dream to get protection and resources with just a word of loyalty? Not to mention you families with no blood relations, even if you're a branch of the Ning family, you wouldn't dare to say that you're getting resources for free. Master Ning, who was sitting on the side, sneered when he heard this, and instantly blacklisted the family of this representative. You bastard. This person was clearly here to find trouble. Who didn't know that the relationship between the big families and the affiliated families was that of being affiliated and being affiliated. The subsidiary clans relied on the enormous resources and powerful strength of the subsidiary clans to receive the protection of the other party in the divinity. The affiliated family would gain the loyalty of the other party, and in this relationship, the status of the affiliated family was completely equivalent to that of the servant. Since they were the servant, how could they ask the master to support them for no reason? Why? There was absolutely no such saying in the immortal realm. Didn't you invite us to garrison in Demon City? After thinking for a long time, the family representative finally said. You were invited to enter? Are you daydreaming? We hinted in the announcement that we are recruiting affiliated families, don't you know what it means to be affiliated families? Uncle Long said with a faint smile. This time, that person could no longer quibble. With Uncle Long and Master Ning's agreement, no one dared to question anything. Finally, Uncle Dragon told them that if they wanted to become a subsidiary family of Demon City, they would need to sign a loyalty contract. Hearing this, the expressions of the representatives present changed. Loyalty and signing a loyalty contract were two completely different things. After all, as long as one had a mouth, one would be able to speak of loyalty. However, after signing the loyalty contract, if one were to betray, the punishment would definitely be unbearable. None of the people present had thought that they would need to sign a loyalty contract. This way, it was not something that the family representatives could decide. After someone expressed their thoughts to Uncle Dragon and the others, they were very understanding and gave them a month's time to return and discuss with their families. After thinking it through, they would become a member of Demon City. Naturally, they would be protected by Demon City. After sending off the last dozen or so families, Uncle Long and the others had some free time. A few days later. In the garden, Master Ning was yawning in boredom. When he saw Uncle Long coming over, he immediately pulled Uncle Long over to make a bet with him. Seeing this, Uncle Long shouted helplessly, "If you're really that bored, you can go back to the Ning family and manage your grandchildren. Why are you bothering me?" Uncle Long was so frustrated. It had been half a month, but there was no news from any of the families. Was this the sign of recruitment failure? He was quite worried, but at the same time, he felt angry for the short-sightedness of those families. Humph. If they failed, they failed. Sooner or later, they would regret it. Uncle Long secretly complained to himself. Master Ning, who was being yelled at, was thick-skinned and obviously didn't mind that Uncle Long was angry. He even added fuel to the fire. "Old Dragon, let's make a bet and see how many families will be smart enough to make the right choice, okay? The one who loses has to agree to one condition. How about it?" "Not much. Are you really that free? If you're bored, go pull out the grass." Uncle Long couldn't take it anymore and roared. Obviously, he was already very annoyed, but this old man still wanted to bet with him. "Bet your sister. What's there to bet on?" Uncle Long was very angry, and he glared at Master Ning with his fiery eyes. But Master Ning didn't care at all and said with a smile, "Old Dragon, I know you've been very angry recently. Calm down. Even if those small families are unwilling, so what? That's because they have no foresight, and it has nothing to do with us. The entire firmament knows about the recruitment plan this time. Don't you feel embarrassed if you don't recruit even one in the end?" Uncle Long couldn't help but ask. He didn't believe that the Ning family's old boy's attitude was so good that he didn't care at all. Brother Dongfang Yu was also quite troubled recently. More importantly, this would affect Demon City's future development. Hence, it was necessary to recruit new blood. Meanwhile, Uncle Dragon, who had long since treated Demon City as his home, naturally hoped that Demon City would one day replace the Misty Castle. At the same time, he wanted to give Xue, who was in seclusion, a surprise. He hoped that by the time Xue, came out of her seclusion, Demon City would already be in a relatively large scale. However, before this idea could be realized, it seemed to be on the verge of defeat. How could he not be anxious? He wasn't as heartless as Master Ning. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's such a good opportunity, yet those small families don't know how to grasp it properly. They'll regret it in the future. Master Ning said calmly. Alright. You're right, but I'm still depressed. Why didn't any family know how to grasp such a good opportunity? You must know that there might not be such an opportunity in the future, but even if you recruit people, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as this time. Uncle Long sighed with hidden bitterness. Old Dragon, calm down. Don't bother with those annoying things, let's make a bet. Master Ning still didn't forget to make a bet with Uncle Long. Uncle Long was truly helpless. This old man was really... Humph. Let's bet then, who's afraid of who? Then, Uncle Long made up his mind and said. That's more like it. Come, let's bet on how many families will have good eyes. Master Ning said happily when he saw that Uncle Long had compromised. 5. There are at least 5. Uncle Long said immediately. I said there are 3. Master Ning also said. This was the conclusion he had made after analyzing and understanding those families in detail. So little? Uncle Long frowned and looked at Master Ning with dissatisfaction. This old man was really too detestable. This was clearly boosting other people's morale and diminishing their own prestige. Why did he not believe in the attraction of Demon City's signboard? Quite a few. Master Ning said confidently. Not long after, Dongfang Yu and the others who had heard about the bet also requested to join in. The bet between Uncle Long and Master Ning had become an important event for the board's supreme gods in Demon City. Even Huiyu and the other Qilin had come to join in the fun. Seeing the Yu fire, Uncle Long naturally remembered the good things this guy had done when he was the head examiner. He said angrily, what are you still doing here? Go back to your Qilin clan. Hee hee. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to appear in Demon City more often in the future. I've already discussed with the ancestor to set up a branch of the Qilin race in Demon City. The ancestor has agreed to it, and I've also chosen the location. We'll be starting work soon. Huiyu said with a proud smile. When Uncle Long heard this, his face darkened immediately. F***CK. Why didn't they know anything about this? Did these Qilins really think that Demon City was their backyard? He wanted to set up a branch in Demon City, yet he didn't even acknowledge the master. Tell me only after you've decided. Who was that? Did they agree? Uncle Long's expression was extremely unsightly. He glared at Huiyu and said, we didn't agree to this, did we? The ancestor has agreed. If you have any different ideas, feel free to bring them up. I'm just an errand boy doing hard work. I don't care about the affairs between you high-level people. Huiyu pushed the responsibility to his ancestor. Your sister. Hearing Huiyu's words, Uncle Long really wanted to scold Qilin. What would he say if he went to find the ice spirit? Did he object? Demon City doesn't welcome Qilin's presence? Not welcome, my ass. There must be something wrong with his head to object to the Qilin race moving in. Uncle Long couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, he had thought about this for a long time. He wanted Shue to tell Ice Soul, but Shue rejected him. In Shue's words, even though we have done the Qilin race a favor, we can't force them to repay us. Otherwise, the Qilin race would definitely be unwilling. If they had any other thoughts, it would affect the relationship between the two parties. He also said that if they wanted to, they would bring it up themselves. Now, just as Shue had said, he wanted to. However, he didn't bring it up. Instead, he made his own decision and even thought of a place to stay. This was a little. At the thought of this, Uncle Long's face darkened and he said to Huiyu in a slightly displeased tone, if the Qilin race wants to enter Demon City, we will definitely welcome you. However, shouldn't you inform us, the masters, as well? Or do you want to act first and report later? Are you planning to tell us the day we find out that you've broken ground? I thought you guys already knew. Huiyu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I know nothing. Did any of you Qilin greet us? Long Shuhua roared. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, I didn't think this through, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Seeing that Uncle Long seemed to be really angry, Huiyu hurriedly put in a good word. Humph. Since you've already decided, we welcome your Qilin clan to come and live here. Let's forget about this matter. Now, can you please tell me which place you have chosen to make the Qilin clan's base? Uncle Long looked at Fire Guangdong and said, not wanting to argue with him. Hee. Wait, I'm going to get the map. Huiyu gave a perverted smile and took out a map. That map was the topographic map of Demon City. After opening it, the Fire Yu was about to point it out to Uncle Long, but Uncle Long stopped her and said, wait, tell me, where did you get this map? Why does this map look so familiar? Master Ning said after looking at the map. Hee. This map is the one you placed in the council chamber. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Huiyu had to tell the truth. Hearing this, everyone present was silent for 3 minutes. You bastard. Not using the council hall for too long was very harmful. They didn't even know that something had gone missing. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to expose themselves today, they would probably not even be able to find the thief's shadow when they realized that something had been stolen. Dongfang Yu opened his mouth and wanted to express his opinion, but he found himself speechless. What should he say? Blame the other party? From the looks of it, the other party obviously didn't mind. However, it didn't seem right if he didn't criticize them. What if everyone learned from him in the future? Wouldn't Demon City be in chaos? Sensing the seriousness of the matter, Dongfang Yu frowned deeply. You're going a little too far like this. After thinking for a while, Dongfang Yu finally squeezed out a sentence that didn't hurt the other party. His words were instantly despised by everyone except Huiyu. Uncle Long was so angry that he shouted, guards. Arrest this thief. Don't be like this. I'm not a thief. Seeing the others in a daze, Fire Guangdong quickly explained for himself. If you're not, then who is? They've even stolen into our meeting hall. Uncle Long shouted with a red face. I didn't steal it, I just borrowed it. The Fire Yu continued to explain. Borrow? Damn it, did you return it after you used it? Uncle Long was even angrier when he heard this. If they didn't find out that Huiyu had stolen their map, this matter might have been exposed later. Didn't I forget? Huiyu said, a little embarrassed. Only a ghost would believe your words. Men. Arrest this thief. Uncle Dragon was infuriated. However, after shouting for a long time, he suddenly recalled that Demon City's residents had all gone into seclusion. Other than the old fellows present, there was no one else who was idle. Some beasts, catch this thief for me, he immediately changed his words. Unfortunately, even after he shouted for a long time, not a single beast came to capture him. Instantly, Uncle Long was enraged and decided to do it himself. Master Ning and the others felt very embarrassed. Currently, Demon City had neither humans nor beasts. No wonder they didn't even know that they had lost something. Seeing that Uncle Long was really going to catch him, Huiyu panicked and hid everywhere, shouting, Old whale, don't be like this. I've really forgotten. Soul egg. I don't care about that, stealing should be punished. Uncle Long shouted and chased after him. For a moment, Uncle Long chased the Fire Yu all over the yard. Master Ning and the others shook their heads and sighed. What was going on? Are you playing hide and seek? At this moment, a curious voice was heard. Then, a small ice phoenix appeared in the garden. The ice phoenix still appeared with a blue crown on its head. Seeing this pair of little beasts, Master Ning and the others' mouths twitched again. He didn't know when it started, but Senior Azure liked to lie on the head of the ice phoenix. I want to play too. Seeing that no one answered him, Bing Yao continued to speak. Then, he ran into the field and joined the ranks of the people chasing after the fire Yu. When Huiyu saw this, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Little prince, we're from the same country. How can you help this old whale chase me? Huiyu, who was being chased and blocked by Uncle Long and Bing Jia, wanted to kneel down in front of Bing Jia. He had never seen a Qilin who was so ungrateful. This really made him sad. Aren't we playing hide and seek? I want to be on the same side as Uncle Long, so I naturally have to chase you. Bing Yao said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Uncle Long gave Bing Yao a look of admiration. He thought to himself, I didn't dote on this little guy for nothing. Then, Uncle Long said to Bing Yao, it's right to chase after him. He's a thief who stole things from our house. Catch him and arrest him. What? You dare to steal from my house? He really didn't want to live anymore. This kind of thief must be caught and tortured. When Bing Yao heard this, he was furious. When Azure heard this, he lazily opened his eyes and asked, what did he steal from our house? All we know is a map. We still need to investigate the rest. Uncle Long was very happy to see the reaction of the two jerks who had a common enemy, so he told them the truth. I only took this map. Huiyu quickly explained when he heard that Uncle Long suspected that he had taken something else. Do you think we will believe you? Uncle Long raised his eyebrows and made up his mind to find trouble with the fire Yu. Otherwise, where could he vent his anger? More importantly, this was the result of Huiyu's own actions. Although he had only stolen a map, it was a map today. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? Therefore, Uncle Long felt that it was necessary for him to kill 100 people. To prevent others from learning from him. Previous chapter. Yes, we won't believe you. Bing Yao was very happy to replenish. Huiyu burst into tears upon hearing this. He couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. Little prince, where are you going to put your elbow? He could accept that Uncle Long was looking for trouble, but how could Bing Yao join in the fun? He felt that his heart had already shattered into pieces. Sob. He would never love again. Just as Huiyu was lost in his thoughts, Uncle Long rushed forward and grabbed his arm, restraining him. Snatching the map from Huiyu's hand, Uncle Long said fiercely, I'll deal with you for the thief later. Now, tell me, where did your Qilin clan choose to live? Although Uncle Long had caught them, he didn't forget what he was here for. Upon hearing that, Huiyu thought that Uncle Long had already let him off the hook for taking the map. He then relaxed and pointed at the map. When he finished pointing, he looked at Uncle Long and was surprised to find that Uncle Long's face had turned black. At this time, the curious Master Ning and the others also took a few steps forward. Huiyu saw this and pointed out to them again. After knowing the location of the Qilin clan's base, everyone's expression turned a little strange. They stared at Firelit without blinking. They all wanted to see what the structure of the Fire Yu's brain was. Azure was more direct and coldly laughed. Why doesn't your Qilin clan make this a base as well? After hearing Tsang's words, Huiyu was stunned for a moment before he said weakly, that won't do. Isn't this your base camp? Humph. The entire demon city is our main base, but didn't you take away a third of it? Azure's body emitted a cold aura as he continued to sneer. At this moment, Huiyu finally understood that there was a problem with the encampment that he had assigned. No wonder these people's faces suddenly changed. But. After thinking for a long time, Huiyu carefully said, the bases that I've chosen are all ownerless. Since they're ownerless, it's no big deal for our Qilin clan to use them, right? As you all know, our Qilin clan's main body is too large, and it's simply not enough when it's small. More importantly, it's close to your main residence, so it's more convenient for us to visit our ancestor, right? Who made the rule that ownerless things have to be used by your Qilin clan? Don't you know that Demon City is recruiting subsidiary clans? My head examiner. Azure said with a smile that was not a smile. Well. No family has joined us yet. Huiyu said in a low voice. Hearing him mention that, Uncle Long's face turned even uglier. Then, everyone heard Uncle Long roar, but I can't give it all to you. You're so close to our ancestor, but you've taken up a third of Demon City's space. To tell you the truth, these places were originally left for our affiliated families. Or does the Qilin race have plans to acknowledge their master and pledge their loyalty? Yup. If you acknowledge Shui as your master, I can make the decision to give you the place you like. Azure said indifferently. How is this possible? The Qilin race would never acknowledge anyone as their master. One had to know that even Master Yu didn't force them to recognize him as their master. With me here, they don't need to recognize me as their master. Suddenly, a confident voice rang out in everyone's ears. Then, they saw a handsome man in white appear before them. The one who spoke wasn't the white-robed man, but a palm-sized furry little beast that glowed with a dark golden luster. Master Ning looked at the little beast in front of him carefully, then looked at the man in white and asked, Senior Dream Dust, this little beast. This little beastie looks so familiar. However, the little beast had a lot of tails, so no one dared to recognize it. Humph. It's the little mouse by that idiot Yu's side. Before Huan Chen could reply, Azure said with a disdainful expression. A little mouse? Hearing this, Master Ning and the others were speechless. They really didn't know what kind of deep hatred Senior Tsang had for this little beast. Why did he call it a little mouse? Which part of this little guy looked like a mouse? On the contrary, they were somewhat similar to Azure. However, they naturally didn't dare to say such words. Everyone was smart enough to remain silent. The little beast on Huan Chen's shoulder didn't dare to make a sound and only glared at Azure. Seeing this, Xing couldn't help but laugh proudly. Huan Chen felt helpless about this. However, artifact spirits also had levels. Tsang's level was the highest and he was the strongest. Therefore, he didn't dare to anger Tsang and could only be a peacemaker. Tsang, don't bully baby, okay? It has just recovered all its memories and strength. Humph. Even if this idiot had recovered his memory and strength, he was still an idiot. If you can't even protect your own master, what's the point of living? Tsang was obviously disgusted with the baby. I admit that I'm useless. I'm weak, but you're not weak. How could you have protected master? Bao Bao finally retorted. Mighty baby. Hearing this, Huan Chen couldn't help but give the baby a like. However, Azure didn't seem to mind. Master? That's your master, I don't recognize him. She had no obligation to protect him. Besides, if he didn't seek death himself, would that be *tch Wu Yen have killed him? But you shouldn't just stand by and do nothing? The baby continued to criticize weakly. Didn't the laws of heaven and earth do nothing to save him? Do you want to ask him why? Azure smiled in disdain. Baby heard Tsang's words and could only cry in his heart. Sob. Sister, I was bullied. The people who were listening to Tsang and Bao Bao's conversation also thought of something at the same time, especially the Dongfang brothers, whose eyes were wet when they saw Bao Bao. Master Ning and Uncle Long could also tell that baby and Tsang were acquaintances. Furthermore, he had a close relationship with Master Yu. However, they didn't know the details of the reasons. Only Hu Yu was confused. Seeing that Tsang and the little beast had stopped bickering, he asked stupidly, what does it have to do with you whether our clan recognizes a master or not? Bao Bao was silent. It seemed that it had not appeared for a long time, and the beasts had long forgotten about it. For a moment, it had a myriad of feelings in its heart, and it didn't know what to say. Tsang laughed out loud and pointed at Bao Bao, who told you to act mysterious and go missing? Look at you now, your subordinates don't even remember who you are. Hu Yu was shocked. Subordinate? Was he talking about him? When did he become this little beast's subordinate? Why didn't he know about it? Fire Yu was shocked by Tsang's words. When the baby saw the Fire Yu's confused look, the depression in his heart deepened. All right. It admitted that it was acting mysterious. Back then, other than the 4 kings of the 4 great king divine beasts, there were not many beasts who had seen its true appearance. Moreover, it usually used the 4 great king divine beasts to directly manage the other beasts, and it did not show itself. But to go missing? It would never admit this. It didn't disappear on purpose. It was dead, alright? Previous chapter. However, facing Tsang's slander, Bao Bao didn't know how to refute it. Because to the beast race, it really wasn't competent. Seeing that the baby didn't respond for a long time, Tsang, who was extremely bored, patted Hu Yu's shoulder and laughed evilly. Little Qilin, do you want to know who it is? Yes, yes. Hu Yu nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Of course, he wanted to know. He wanted to know more about how he became this little beast's subordinate. He belonged to the ancestor. You know about the beast god, right? Azure asked indifferently. I know too well. Upon hearing this, Hu Yu immediately became excited. One must know that the beast god was the most powerful person in the beast race, and even their ancestors had to listen to him. Not to mention them. Among the beasts, even if you didn't know your own people, you must know the name of the beast god. This beast god did not refer to the powerful beasts who had cultivated successfully. The full name of the beast god should be the god of all beasts. The meaning of this name was self-evident. However, the beast god had always been mysterious in the immortal realm and rarely showed up in the beast clan. Therefore, Hu Yu was very surprised. Why did this kitten mention the beast god? As everyone knew, even the beast gods were not spared from the catastrophe of the divine realm tens of thousands of years ago. This is the little mouse. After Hu Yu nodded, Tsang pointed at Bao Bao and said. Hu Yu was a little dumbfounded. His mouth was half open as he stood in the middle. Uncle Long was also a little dumbfounded. He had known that this little beast's identity was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so frightening. As for Master Ning, he didn't know how to react. One had to know that he had even carried this little fellow before. The beast god. He had actually hugged a beast god before. That was an existence that he had to look up to. After a long while. After Uncle Long came back to his senses, he didn't know how to get along with the baby. In fact, he was not very familiar with Bao Bao. This was because not long after he met Shui, and the others, this little fellow had been captured by Huan Chen to cultivate in seclusion. Now that he had come out of seclusion, why did he have such a terrifying identity? Was this still beastly? However, Uncle Long still bowed to the baby with great respect and said respectfully, "Greetings, beast god." Baby didn't know what to do with Uncle Long's respect. Don't be like this, dear. Let's go back to how we were before, okay? Having just recovered all of its memories and learned of its identity, the baby was already used to acting coquettishly in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others, and was used to living a life of being a weak little beast. Hence, it was not used to Uncle Long's respect. Let's just get along like we used to. You can call me baby. The baby said after a deep struggle. How can we do that? You're the beast god, and as a member of the beast clan, I have to respect you. Uncle Long was determined not to agree with Bao Bao's words. If there was no problem with the evildoer like before, then as the saying goes, the current official is better than the current official. No matter how famous the evildoer was, he couldn't control him. So even if the evildoer was the master of the dark world, he was not afraid. But this baby was different. He was his superior, so how could he not respect him? Now that Uncle Long knew the baby's identity, he naturally couldn't be too casual with it. At this time, Huiyu couldn't help but poke Uncle Long and asked in a low voice, "Do you really believe that this little beast is the legendary beast god?" I believe Senior Tsang's words." "Do you suspect that Senior Tsang is lying?" Uncle Long blinked his eyes and deliberately raised his voice. When Huiyu saw this, his face turned pale and he pulled on Uncle Long's sleeve, begging, "Uncle Long, don't be so loud." Humph. Following Tsang's cold snort, Huiyu's face turned even paler. Bao Bao couldn't stand it and said to Tsang weakly, "Please don't bully Beastie. It's wrong to bully the weak. Long live the beast god." Bao Bao's unconfident words of justice made the fire swan fall towards it. Then, it looked at Bao Bao gratefully and said loudly, "Beast god, I admit that you are the beast god." The baby was speechless. It had always been one, so did it need this Qilin to admit it? Meanwhile, Uncle Long and the others kept their distance from Huiyu, who was obviously not in a normal state of mind. They had an expression that said, "I don't know him." When the Fire Yu realized that the situation was a little abnormal, Uncle Long and the others gave him a look as if he was crazy. Suddenly, the Fire Yu became depressed. He didn't know why he would say something so stupid. But would it be useful to take it back now? The answer was no. Tsang patted Huiyu's head in a good mood and looked at Bao Bao. "Don't tell me people always say that Beastie's intelligence is low. It's true after seeing it today." All the Beastie beasts present were caught in the crossfire. Especially Uncle Long, who was extremely depressed. He even felt that his entire person was unwell. Although he knew that Senior Tsang was talking about the Fire Yu, he was also a beastie. Sob. Uncle Long, who had been innocently implicated, felt even more resentful toward the Fire Yu. Bao Bao didn't comment on Tsang's judgment. Big Sister wasn't here, so it didn't dare to argue with Tsang, otherwise it would be the one who would be unlucky. It couldn't beat this guy. Woo. The baby was silent, aggrieved, and his bright eyes peeked at Tsang from time to time. However, Tsang pretended not to see it and continued to pat Huiyu's head with admiration. Huiyu was the most worried. He even deeply felt that it was a wrong decision to build a branch in Demon City with his ancestor. There were too many people here that he couldn't afford to offend. Sob. He felt like he was being bullied all day long. At this moment, Fire Yu heard Tsang say to Uncle Long and the others, "Leave this thief to me. I'll teach him well." "Don't." Huiyu had burst into tears again. At this moment, he really hoped that Uncle Long would reject Tsang's words. He didn't want to fall into Tsang's hands. Unfortunately, Uncle Long would not let Huiyu have his way. Uncle Long ignored Huiyu's pleading eyes and said gratefully, "Then I'll have to trouble Senior Azure." "It's no trouble at all. I'm free anyway." After saying that, Azure deliberately turned to look at Bao Bao and said with a smirk, "Beast deity, you don't mind me teaching your subordinates, do you? If I had an opinion, would you listen?" Bao Bao pretended to be embarrassed and asked. "I won't," Tsang replied directly. "Then why are you still asking me?" Bao Bao couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I'm just respecting you." Tsang laughed proudly, then patted Bing Yao's head and ordered, "Let's go back." When everyone heard these 4 words, the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. Senior Heat Tsang was treating the Ice Phoenix as a mount? Does Senior Ice Soul know about this? Everyone was quite curious. After saying that, Tsang used his chubby little claws to pick up Fire Yu's collar and dragged him away under everyone's gaze. Everyone looked at the huge figure that was gradually walking away. They wanted to know how the Fire Yu felt when it was carried away by such a small beast. "I really want to interview him." On the way, many beasts came to watch, which made Huiyu's face turn red. However, he was unable to resist and could only pray in his heart. "Old ancestor. Come and save me." Sob. "We can't count on that beast god." After Huiyu was taken away by Tsang, Uncle Long and the others were confused for a moment. Then, they looked at each other in the garden. Not long after, Ice Spirit heard about this from the first elder of the Qilin clan and rushed over. When she saw Uncle Long and the others, Ice Soul said remorsefully, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen either. It's all my fault for not being strict. Can you let Huiyu out for my sake?" "Senior Ice Soul, Fire Yu clan's chief is not in our hands," Uncle Long said honestly. Then who has it?" Ice Spirit was puzzled. He had clearly heard from the Great Elder that Fire Yu had taken a map of Demon City, which made Uncle Long and the others so angry that they wanted to capture Fire Yu and lock him up. Was that not the case? The Great Elder shouldn't have lied to him. The Qilin Great Elder didn't lie to him. However, the Grand Elder didn't know everything. The Grand Elder had no idea what had happened in the latter half. When he heard from the clansman that Uncle Long was going to capture the clan leader, he went to find the ancestor in a hurry. However, the ancestor was not there at that time. When the ancestor came back, the first elder who had been waiting in the Ice Soul courtyard told him what had happened, and the two of them came here anxiously. Now that she knew there was a way out, she immediately turned to the Great Elder behind her. The great elder looked at Uncle Long with a confused expression and said with a flattering smile, Uncle Long, we know that it's wrong of us to steal your map, but it's not a big deal. Can you let the patriarch go for the sake of our Qilin clan? He obviously didn't believe Uncle Long's words. Little soul, the little Qilin is in Azure's hands. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Ice Spirit didn't notice her baby, she replied before Uncle Long. Little soul? The baby's voice instantly attracted the two Qilin's attention. The great elder was surprised. Who was little Pa calling? Apart from his family's old ancestor, there didn't seem to be anyone present who had the word Pa in their names. Could it be that he was calling his own ancestor? Looking at the baby's petite body, the Qilin first elder couldn't help but shake his head. That was impossible. This little beast couldn't possibly be an old man. Just as the great elder overturned his conclusion, Ice Spirit, who had been completely stunned by the words, little soul, suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes were filled with tears, and he held the baby's fluffy body tightly in his arms. He sobbed, Boss. I knew you wouldn't die. Boss? These two words frightened First Elder to his core. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't hear wrong, did he? The old ancestor actually called this little beast Boss. Previous chapter. The Qilin Great Elder felt like he was about to faint from fear. What kind of rhythm is this? He looked up and down, left and right, but he couldn't see that the little beast in front of him, who wasn't even the size of their palms, was the old ancestor's boss. However, he believed that the old ancestor would definitely not joke about this kind of thing. But this fact was simply too hard to accept. The first elder of the Qilin clan was a little confused. He looked at the little beast, who was crying in his ancestor's arms, with a face full of questions. Then, he turned to Uncle Long and asked him with his eyes, what's going on? However, Uncle Long pretended not to see it. Aren't you curious? I won't tell you. Uncle Long thought with a smirk. Needless to say, Uncle Long was venting his anger on him again. Seeing that Uncle Long was ignoring him, the great elder of the Qilin family had to continue to look at Master Ning. He didn't know whether Master Ning had done it intentionally or unintentionally, but he actually turned his head at the same time as he looked at him. The first elder of the Qilin clan immediately became worried. This was really bullying the Qilin. They knew that his curiosity was like a kitten scratching at his heart, but no one answered his question. First Elder Qilin was furious. He glared at Uncle Long and Master Ning, but the two obviously didn't care and continued to ignore him. When Ice Soul was done with the baby, she turned to the great elder and said, Boss, this little fellow is my clansman. Oh. Bao Bao nodded and gave First Elder Qilin a kind smile. However, the Qilin great elder still felt as if a cat was scratching his heart. He couldn't help but wail in his heart. Old ancestor, don't just introduce me. Introduce your boss. However, Ice Spirit obviously did not see through the Qilin Great Elder's inner thoughts. He did not even plan to introduce the baby's identity. After greeting the crowd, he took the baby away and even forgot about the fire you. Seeing this, the Qilin First Elder, who had been left behind, was completely depressed. Woo! Old ancestor, how can you leave me behind? He even left him in the middle of Uncle Long and the others, who were looking at him with unfriendly eyes. At this moment, the Qilin Great Elder, who was a little slow to react, had already sensed the unfriendly gazes from Uncle Long and the others. He shrank back a little and decided to slip away, not having the time to ask about the little beast's identity. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he had only taken a step forward when Uncle Long grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Uncle Long, let go. Let me go. This is too ugly. The first elder of the Qilin clan struggled. Yo. Now you know how ugly it is. Why didn't you think of how ugly it was when you stole our map? Uncle Long continued to deal with the Qilin Great Elder. Uncle Long, you don't need the map anyway. Why don't you lend it to us? The first elder of the Qilin clan said with a fawning smile. Is that borrowing? Taking without asking is stealing. Besides, if we don't use it, can you steal it in peace? Uncle Long's anger rose again when he heard the Qilin Great Elder's words. The Qilin Elder could only smile awkwardly. He really didn't think so much when he borrowed the map. Now, let's talk about the problem of your base. Uncle Long continued. They had been discussing this matter for a long time, but it was delayed by the appearance of the beast god baby. Now that Fire You had been taken away by Senior Azure and Ice Soul had taken Azure away, the only one in the Qilin clan who had the final say was this old fellow. This time, they couldn't let the Qilin Great Elder off no matter what. They had to get to the bottom of this today. Uncle Long's decision was unquestionable, even if you were a Qilin. Therefore, the first Elder Qilin had to stay behind and be interrogated by the crowd. When he found out that the other party was not only angry because they had taken the map without asking, but also because the area of the encampment they wanted was too large, the Qilin Great Elder patiently explained, as you all know, our Qilin's body is very large, and the area is too small to display it. So, you guys have to understand. Understand my ass. Demon City doesn't have that much space for you to waste. Long Shuhua roared. How can you call this a waste? We've decided on this place after much consideration. If it wasn't for the fact that the area of your land of demons is limited, our encampment wouldn't have been so small. The Qilin Grand Elder was very honest. When Uncle Long and the others heard this, they were all furious. You bastard. Although the words of the great elder of the Qilin family and fire you were similar, the great elder of the Qilin family was obviously better at drawing hatred. Uncle Long and the others obviously didn't expect that he would complain that the area of the residence allocated by his family was small. F***ck. A third of it was gone and you still think it's small? How old do you want? Do you want me to give you the entire demon city? After taking a few deep breaths, Uncle Long suppressed the urge to beat the Qilin up and roared. Would you be willing to give us the entire demon city? The first elder of the Qilin clan blinked his eyes and asked with uncertainty. I'm willing. Do you want it? Uncle Long, who had been holding it in, asked with a smile. If you insist on giving it to us, we can only reluctantly accept it. The first elder of the Qilin clan said with an embarrassed expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched in the face. Then, Uncle Long, who couldn't take it anymore, rushed forward and punched the Qilin great elder. Fists as heavy as boulders rained down on the Qilin great elder, knocking him silly. He had never dreamed that Uncle Long would attack him without even saying a word. This was too much. Can we still have fun together in the future? When the great elder came back to his senses, he only felt extreme pain all over his body, as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Before he could fight back, his arms were clamped by the master of the Ning family. In this way, it was much more convenient for Uncle Long to beat the Qilin. You're bullying me with your numbers. You're really bullying me. The first elder of the Qilin clan was filled with grief and indignation. His face was blue and purple, and his clothes were crumpled. Then, there was a ripping sound as most of his clothes were torn off and hung loosely on his body. Even so, Uncle Long still didn't vent his anger. His rain-like fists finally knocked the Qilin great elder unconscious. After the first elder of the Qilin family fainted, Uncle Long kicked him a few more times. He was still angry and shouted, I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it. You really dare to ask for anything. Uncle Long, calm down. We've already taught him a lesson, so let's not argue with him. Seeing that Uncle Long was still angry, Master Ning pulled on his arm and tried to persuade him. AI. This old Qilin's emotional intelligence was really worrying. Even if we don't care, it will depend on their performance. Humph. They really are a bunch of IQs that make one anxious. No wonder Xue was so angry that time. Uncle Long glared at the unconscious first elder of the Qilin clan on the ground and said with hatred. Hee. Let's wait for him to wake up and see what he has to say. Although Master Ning was also a little angry, he found it more ridiculous. He really didn't know what these Qilin were thinking. How could he have such a weird idea? It seemed like only Ice Soul and Shui Mo were normal in the Qilin race. The other Qilins more or less had that kind of thing. It didn't take long for the great elder of the Qilin clan to wake up. However, he only opened his eyes slightly with a lingering fear. When he felt that there was someone beside him, he immediately closed his eyes again and pretended to be dead. In his heart, he was filled with endless sorrow. Woo. As the great elder of the Qilin clan, the leader of the 4 king mythical beasts, he had always thought that he could get whatever he wanted and was respected by countless humans and beasts wherever he went. However, in Demon City, in front of Uncle Long and the others, he didn't feel that way at all. This place was filled with a group of vicious bandits. Demon City could also be called a bandit's lair. The people here, other than the newly accepted little beasts who still held some respect for them, the others. Sigh. It's fine if you don't mention it. The Qilin great elder closed his eyes and pondered seriously, but he couldn't understand why this was happening. What was the problem? Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a weight on his butt, as if a foot had stepped on it. Then, Uncle Long's voice rang in his ears, since you're awake, stop pretending to be unconscious. Get up. Hearing this, the Qilin great elder couldn't help but shiver. Then, he hurriedly rolled and crawled to his feet in a sorry state. After he got up, he forced a smile and tried to open his swollen purple eyes. He looked at Uncle Long with a fawning yet scared expression. Uncle Long. The Qilin great elder opened his mouth carefully, but he was secretly looking down on his own cowardice. Woo, the great Qilin, why was he afraid of a dragon whale? Such a fact really made him too sad. However, he also knew that Uncle Dragon was no ordinary dragon whale, because Uncle Dragon was already a godly venerable rank beast. And for godly venerable rank beasts, the pressure of their innate bloodline was so light that it was negligible. Otherwise, he would not have been so cowardly in front of Uncle Long. Since you know to call me uncle, I'm your elder from now on. So, you must take my words to heart, understand? Uncle Long cut to the chase when he saw the Qilin great elder stammering. The Qilin great elder was depressed. Calling him Uncle Long was just a form of respect, and it didn't mean that he had acknowledged him as his uncle. How could the dragon whale be so? The great elder Qilin didn't know what to say. In fact, he was on par with Uncle Long in terms of seniority, but now, he was being treated as a junior by the others just because they called him Uncle Long. F***ck. He had called him Uncle Long for a long time, so why was he only calling him junior now? The first elder of the Qilin clan became more and more worried. At this moment, he could not understand how he had suddenly become the other party's junior. In fact, Uncle Long had said that on purpose. Since the great elder Qilin had blocked him earlier, he had to fight back. Otherwise, it would ruin the name of Demon City. Right now, Uncle Dragon's priority was Demon City. Then, Uncle Long patted the Qilin first elder's shoulder and said, of course, we welcome your Qilin race to enter Demon City. However, you must follow our rules. So, all of your previous plans have to be melted down. After this, I will tell you about the arrangements for you. The Qilin Great Elder was dumbfounded. He had to follow the other party's rules. What business did the Qilin clan have? The Qilin Great Elder was speechless for a moment, but Uncle Dragon took it as a silent agreement. He patted the Great Elder's shoulder in relief, and Uncle Dragon led the way. Master Ning, Dongfang Yu, Dongfang Lin, and the others followed closely behind. Before they left, they all looked at the Great Elder Qilin deeply before leaving with a sigh. When the Qilin Great Elder came back to his senses, he was the only one left in the huge garden. The next day, the Great Elder Qilin was summoned by Uncle Long and the others, and then he quickly went to the meeting hall. When he entered the meeting hall, he was immediately treated coldly. Uncle Long and the others did not give him a smile. After he sat down uneasily, a few thin pieces of paper were quickly placed in front of him. The Qilin First Elder felt a headache as he looked at those pieces of paper. Your sister. He couldn't read. He looked at the few pieces of paper as if he was reading a heavenly book. He only recognized a few words on them, and most of them were unfamiliar to him. Seeing the Qilin Great Elder's constipated expression, Master Ning picked up the paper in front of him with an evil smile and said to the Qilin Great Elder, I'm sorry, I forgot that you might not be able to read. No. He didn't forget, he did it on purpose. The Qilin Grand Elder was in tears. After that, Master Ning was kind and started to talk about the contents of the paper. It was a plan for the Qilin tribe. It listed the rules that the Qilin tribe had to abide by in Demon City, and at the same time, it also marked out the territory of the Qilin tribe. When the First Elder found out that the place Uncle Long and the others had arranged for the Qilin clan was less than 1/3 of the place they had chosen, he felt a deep pain in his balls. How could they, the Qilin, live in such a small place? One must know that Qilin was full of wildness and loved to transform into their original form to run and roar in the open wilderness. But now, there was only a small space. Let alone transforming into their original form, even if more Qilin came, their buttocks would probably bump into each other. No. This bit of territory definitely wouldn't do. The First Elder of the Qilin clan immediately protested strongly. Master Ning, who had already guessed his reaction, smiled and said, it's only this big, take it or leave it. Woo. This is too much. The Qilin Great Elder was heartbroken. It seemed like he couldn't use force. With this thought in mind, he immediately changed his previous attitude and sobbed, our Qilin's body is huge, and this little territory is really not enough. Can't you make an exception? Big body? This is easy. You guys can completely mimic each other, so you won't need to use so many places. Uncle Long continued with a smile. We don't like mimicry. The Qilin First Elder said with a bitter expression. The mimicry really damaged the mighty image of their Qilin clan. Then I can only transform into human form. Uncle Long continued to suggest. We're used to living as we please. We've always been living in whatever form our clansmen like. The First Elder of the Qilin clan reminded him in a low voice. I see. It seems that you really aren't suited to stay in Demon City. Uncle Long, who seemed helpless, said with a face full of regret. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Suitable. How could we not be suitable? There's no other place more suitable than us to garrison in Demon City. Please believe me. Upon hearing Uncle Long's words, the First Elder of the Qilin clan was a little dazed. When he came to his senses, he quickly said. Oh, really? Then please tell me, Great Elder Qilin, how are you two suitable? Uncle Long was curious. We're strong, and each of us can do the work of 10 humans. We're also powerful. With us around, Demon City's safety will definitely be greatly increased, don't you think so? The First Elder of the Qilin family saw that Uncle Long was interested and immediately replied. That's true. Uncle Long nodded in agreement. The First Elder of the Qilin family was excited to see Uncle Long's attitude. This meant that there was a chance. Hee. However, he only jumped for a moment before he heard Uncle Long say, but the amount of food each of you can eat is equivalent to 10 humans. As time passes, we really can't afford to feed you. Think about it, why don't we forget about it? No, kiss. The Qilin First Elder became anxious. He grabbed Uncle Long's leg without caring about his image and cried, Uncle Long, don't abandon us, and don't abandon us. Let's get closer to our ancestor. Woo-woo. I want to help you, but you want a big place and all of you are big eaters. What should we do? Uncle Long said with a troubled expression. Woo. We don't want a big place anymore, alright? But the territory you've given me is indeed a little too small. How about you give us half of the place you chose earlier? We can also control the amount of food we eat. First Elder Qilin negotiated with Uncle Long with tears in his eyes. Hearing this, Uncle Long and the others looked at each other and smiled. He should have done this long ago. You bastard. They had to put on an act with the other party. In fact, according to their previous discussion, they would at least allow the Qilin Great Elder to haggle for 2/3 of the area he wanted. They didn't expect that this old fellow was afraid that they would refuse the Qilin clan settlement and only asked for half of the area they had originally wanted. In this way, they could be considered to have profited. After both the host and the guest had reached an agreement, the Great Elder of the Qilin clan was afraid that they would go back on their word, so he requested to sign a contract. Of course, Uncle Long and the others were more than happy to do so. After everything was done, the First Elder of the Qilin clan went to prepare the Qilin clan's branch in high spirits. Now that the path was clear and he had gotten the permission of Uncle Long and the others, the great elder of the Kailan family was swift and decisive in his work, and Uncle Long and the others cooperated with him. The only thing they couldn't cooperate with was to ask for the fire you from Tsang at the request of the great elder of the Kailan family. You bastard! Who would dare to ask for people before they were tired of playing? Uncle Long didn't dare. Master Ning didn't dare. Brother Dongfang, you wouldn't dare. The Qilin great elder didn't dare to do so. Just like that, Huiyu seemed to have been forgotten. No one mentioned him again. Half a month later. Under the Qilin clan's hard work, the Qilin clan's encampment was quickly built and put into use. The time limit that Uncle Long had given to the small families was up. Before the deadline, only 3 families had made the wise decision to become Demon City subsidiary families and sign a loyalty contract with Demon City. Although the 3 families didn't meet Uncle Long's expectations and caused him to lose the bet with Master Ning, it was better than nothing. The depressed Uncle Long could only comfort himself in this way. The 3 families that were willing to join Demon City were not large in scale. The largest family among them had less than 100 members. Meanwhile, such families could be found everywhere in the Divine Realm, and they were often the most difficult to survive in. In addition, the most important thing was that these 3 families were relatively innocent. Due to the 3 major powers' small scale and weak strength, almost no major power had tried to recruit them. Aside from seeking Demon City's protection, the 3 major powers had also been forced to do so by their enemies. Yes. The 3 clans all had enemies of different degrees. In the immortal realm, it was basically normal to have enemies, but to small clans like them, even one enemy could be considered fatal. If the enemy had some power, he could easily crush them. It was under such circumstances that they made such a choice. Although their reasons for joining Demon City weren't simple, Uncle Dragon and the others could understand. After all, no one expected these small families to join Demon City due to the city's overbearing aura. That would be unrealistic. Uncle Dragon didn't care what reason they had to become Demon City subsidiary families, as long as they were loyal. This was the most important thing. Uncle Long and the others also welcomed them. However, when Uncle Long arranged for a beastie to show them around the encampment, the 3 patriarchs were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they came to find Uncle Long and the others again. As soon as they saw Uncle Long, the 3 family heads immediately knelt down and begged with trembling hands, "Uncle Long, please help us move to another location. Give me a reason." Uncle Long squinted his eyes and said unhappily. "We have a Kirin beside us." A family head stammered. "So what?" Uncle Long was confused. "It's a Kirin." The clan head said. Sob. "Being neighbors with a Qilin, isn't this asking for my life?" He was so scared that he couldn't speak after being glanced at by a certain Qilin, so how could he dare to build a house next to him? This was simply too terrifying. What's wrong with Qilin? They're also our Demon City's resident guests. You'll be neighbors from now on, so you should get along well. Uncle Long warned. They just didn't know how to get along with the Qilin. The 3 family heads were in tears. This was too much. It's good that you're used to it. You still have a lot of things to do. Seeing that the 3 patriarchs didn't say anything, Uncle Long took it as a silent agreement and asked them to leave. Helplessly, the 3 patriarchs could only leave with tears in their eyes. After they left, Master Ning glanced at Uncle Long and couldn't help but ask, "Is it really a good idea to put those weak little guys with Qilin? Don't get sick from the shock. After joining Demon City, it's only a matter of time before we get used to the existence of the 4 divine beast kings, so putting them together is the fastest and most direct way. In addition, when they finish building their base, I'll give them special training. All of you have to raise your strength as soon as possible." Uncle Long explained his plan with a slight disdain. Ugh. Master Ning knew that Uncle Long was bored out of his mind. In fact, he was also bored to death. Therefore, without thinking, he said, "I can also train them together." "Yes, we'll give them special training together," Uncle Long said, as if it was better to be happy together than to be happy alone. Just like that, the future of the 3 small families had been arranged by Uncle Long and Master Ning. After they had built the house with great difficulty and fear, they received the news from Uncle Long before they could wait for the heat. They were about to receive special training. The 3 families were rather curious, not knowing what kind of special training it would be. When the younger generation heard that there would be special training, they were even more excited. However, when they really came into contact with the so-called special training, the suffering of the 3 families had truly arrived. The special training was carried out in the Dream Dust space. Of course, the place was also provided by the Dream Dust space. Ever since the only resident in his space, the illusionary dust space, had left, it had been idle. As a result, Dream Dust, who was also extremely bored, decided to provide his own personal space after learning that Uncle Dragon was going to give special training to the new Demon City members. Ever since Leng Ruoxue and the rest had entered the Dream Dust space for the special training, it had been a long time since they had come into contact with new blood. Hence, the Dream Dust space had placed great importance on this special training. The consequences that he paid attention to also meant that the difficulty of some people's special training would more than double. As such, these people would not be able to leave the Dream Dust space without a few years. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue's closed-door cultivation continued. Qing Ju, who was very worried about Leng Ruoxue, would personally visit the purple bamboo house every once in a while to check on her. He could only be at ease after knowing that his sister was fine. As for Leng Ruoxue, who had already sealed off all her senses, she naturally did not know about Qing Ju's worries. She was still trying her best to absorb the spiritual energy in the space based on her instincts to feed her bottomless body. On a certain day, Qingju was taking care of his flowers and plants as usual. Suddenly, he clearly felt the spiritual energy in the bracelet go berserk, and he immediately disappeared. At this moment, outside the purple bamboo house, First Elder, Shenhua, and the others had already gathered. These few people had been staying in the bracelets, refining pills and weapons. They also took advantage of the abundant spiritual qi here to cultivate. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they basically didn't step out of their houses now. But today, they were all attracted by the spiritual qi in the space that had suddenly become violent. When they left their rooms, they realized that the source of the spiritual qi was actually the purple bamboo house. The people who knew that Shui was in seclusion couldn't help but worry for her. To be honest, they did not dare to absorb such brutal spiritual energy, but Shui seeing the spiritual qi filling the sky and swarming toward the purple bamboo house, the hearts of the few people trembled. Would this be dangerous? When they saw Qingju appear, a few of them looked at him worriedly. Qingju could only comfort him, "It'll be fine, don't worry." How could he not be worried? That girl was the backbone of everyone. Shenhua and the rest thought to themselves. The great elder was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face gradually turned pale. He was so nervous that his hands were trembling. Qingju did not know how to explain to them the strange phenomenon that his sister had caused. Could he say that this was child's play and that the more shocking things were yet to come? No. He didn't dare to say it. If he did, the first elder who had always treated his sister like his own granddaughter would be the first to be provoked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Therefore, Qingju did not dare to say anything and entered the purple bamboo house under everyone's expectant gazes. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who was in the purple bamboo house, was completely unaware of everything that was happening outside and the commotion she had caused. She was only relying on her instincts to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. It was as if her bottomless body could not be filled up at all. Under the brutal spiritual energies rampage, Leng Ruoxue's current appearance was rather frightening. Blood was constantly seeping out of her pores, wetting her clothes and flowing down to the ground. The bright red blood had almost dyed her a bloody person. When Qingju saw this scene, he was shocked. He couldn't help but think to himself, my sister's cultivation is getting more and more dangerous. More importantly, it's getting scarier and scarier. He could still clearly remember that the last time his sister cultivated, she was in a similar situation, but it was not as serious as now. More importantly, that devilish man was present at that time. If anything unusual happened to his sister, that devilish man could help at any time. But now? Qingju was a little worried. His sister's current condition was extremely bad. Moreover, this was only the first time the spiritual energy was being used. At this moment, Qingju felt helpless and angry at himself for not being able to help his sister. This fact made him anxious. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that at this moment, the person he needed the most was Tsang. Without hesitation, he contacted Tsang. In the main residence, Tsang, who had received the news, immediately went to find Uncle Long and threw a man in tattered clothes, who looked like a beggar, to the ground in front of Uncle Long. After that, Tsang disappeared without a word. Uncle Long looked at the direction where Tsang had disappeared and then at the unconscious man on the ground. It took him a long time to recognize that this man was Huiyu. After recognizing the other party as the Fire Yu, Uncle Long couldn't help but sigh. The Fire Yu had obviously suffered a lot in its current image. Soon after, he sent a beast to find the Qilin Great Elder and pointed to the man who was curled up like a shrimp on the ground. Senior Tsang has returned your clan head. You can take him back. This is my family patriarch? Looking at the dirty man on the ground, the Qilin First Elder clearly didn't believe him. It can't be wrong. Senior Azure personally sent it over. It's definitely not fake. Uncle Long promised seriously. The First Elder of the Qilin clan didn't know what to say. He picked up the man on the ground and left. At the same time, Green Vessel had also moved Tsang into the bracelet. This time, Tsang and Qingju were surprisingly harmonious when they met. It was obvious that neither of them was in the mood to bicker with the other. However, the First Elder and the others were surprised to see Tsang Ho. Why is Senior Tsang here? Then, they watched as Tsang entered the purple bamboo house without a word. For some reason, when First Elder and the others saw this scene, the uneasiness in their hearts actually deepened a bit. Seeing this, Qingju could only use the excuse of not disturbing his sister's seclusion as an excuse to clear the area. After Tsang entered the purple bamboo house, he found a small corner to lie down, and constantly observed Nyo's condition. From the looks of it, Nyo could still handle it on her own. The spiritual energy in her body was also slowly dispersing in an orderly manner, so it obviously didn't need to do anything at this time. And what it had to do was to wait for the spiritual energy in Nyo's body to gather too much, and when it was unable to effectively disperse it, it would then give her a helping hand from the outside. Right now, it could only wait. Not long after, the second wave of violent spiritual energy came. This time, it was even more violent than the last time. The First Elder and the others were alarmed again. However, Green Vessel did not allow them to approach the purple bamboo house again, so they could only watch worriedly from a distance. After Qingju told them not to worry, he sneaked into the purple bamboo house and ignored them. When Green Vessel entered the purple bamboo house and saw that Tsang was actually sleeping, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. You bastard. This D***MN cat is really too detestable. She let it in to help her sister, but it was sleeping on its own. And his most beloved sister was enduring the pain alone, enduring the torture of refining her body with spiritual energy. Green Vessel was filled with hatred. Green Vessel was so angry that he rushed forward without thinking and grabbed one of Azure's ears to wake it up. Tsang, who had woken up, opened its eyes in a daze and saw that it was being held by a chubby little hand. After it was suspended in the air, it struggled slightly and got rid of Green Vessel's claws. It then said in a soft voice, "Are you crazy?" "I'm crazy. I asked you to take care of big sister, but what are you doing? Sleeping?" Qingju shouted angrily after he cast a barrier on Leng Ruoxue. The little one was about to explode from anger because of Tsang's dereliction of duty. However, Azure didn't seem to care. Wasn't Nyo fine? She can handle this level of spiritual energy on her own and doesn't need me to do anything at all. More importantly, if I do anything now, it won't be beneficial to Nyo's cultivation. You should know this. The spiritual energy has to refine the body step by step, and all the procedures cannot be ignored. Otherwise, do you think it's so easy to be a divine master? Of course, Qingju knew that it was not easy to be a divine master. To become a divine master, it was necessary to go through some hardships. However, his sister was not a divine master yet. Not even a reverent god. In addition, his sister's spiritual chi refinement was not an ordinary spiritual chi body refinement. Outsiders might not know the dangers, but he and Azure should know. But Tsang's carefree attitude really made Green Vessel unhappy. From a long time ago, the two of them had never gotten along. Now, Tsang's attitude made Green Vessel even more displeased. Thus, Green Vessel did not care why Tsang did not do anything. He continued to shout at the top of his voice, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, "But you still can't sleep. You should open your cat eyes wide and look at this big sister. Is there a need for that?" Tsang didn't deny it, but he obviously didn't agree with Green Vessel's words. He explained, "I've been keeping an eye on Nyo. If there's really something wrong with her, I'll naturally take action, so you can be 120% at ease. You worry so much, no wonder you've always been like a child and can't grow up. You bastard. I didn't grow up because I was sealed, not because I have to worry too much." Originally, Tsang's first sentence had put Qingju at ease, but the latter sentence ignited Qingju's anger again. Hee. No matter what, it's a fact that you can't grow up. Little doll, calm down, with me here, Nyo will be fine. Tsang teased Qingju with a smirk. After that, he even used his furry little paws to touch Qingju's white and tender face, enjoying Qingju's soft tofu. Qingju was furious, but he was helpless against Tsang's scoundrels. More importantly, he needed this fellow to look after Sister Gu, so he had to endure it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Humph. I'll deal with you in the future. Qingju secretly sighed. Of course, the prerequisite was that this guy still dared to come to his territory in the future. However, Green Vessel did not trust Tsang anymore and stayed in the purple bamboo house with him. When Tsang saw him like this, he fell asleep even more peacefully. As for Green Vessel, he could only sulk alone. What a mistake. Miscalculated. Qingju realized that he had fallen for Tsang's trick. With him here, that guy was sleeping even more fearlessly. How hateful. However, if he was not here, he would not be at ease with his sister. Qingju was conflicted. But in the end, his concern for Leng Ruoxue prevailed, and Green Vessel could only let Tsang's evil plan succeed. For the next few months, Leng Ruoxue underwent the spiritual chi's body refinement again and again. As her senses were shut off, Leng Ruoxue's own sense of pain was not too great. However, the body could not lie. All her pain had been fully expressed by her body. From head to toe, there was not an inch of her body that was still intact. Her entire body was covered in blood. The blood was so thick that it had formed a thin cocoon around Leng Ruoxue. And after training her body time and time again, the strength of her body was almost as strong as the Millennium Cold Steel. More importantly, such a terrifying spiritual energy body refinement had not ended, and he did not know how long it would continue. Right now, it was still far from the time when Azure thought it could make a move, so it was still sleeping. Qingju was not as heartless as Tsang. Ever since he had stayed in the purple bamboo house, he had been watching Leng Ruoxue closely. Every time Leng Ruoxue refined, his heart would be in his throat. Although he knew that his sister's current state was a necessary process for the heaven-defying art, he still felt bad for her. However, the only thing that comforted him was that his sister had shut off her senses, so she did not feel too much pain when she was refining her body with spiritual energy. However, her body was honest. I hope that when my sister wakes up, she won't be frightened by my appearance. Leng Ruoxue's soul-stirring cultivation continued. At the same time, the special training for the 3 newly joined small families was also proceeding in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Leng Ruoxue still had not come out of her closed-door cultivation. However, the 3 small clans were gradually beginning to have people who had passed the special training and come out. The members of the 3 clans who came out of seclusion all seemed to have been reborn. They were no longer the people who would tremble at the sight of the Qilin 5 years ago. Now, after the strict training of Uncle Long and the others, not only had their strength improved rapidly, but they had also become much more courageous. When the 3 family heads saw Qilin, they also dared to take the initiative to greet him, but they still didn't dare to be too close to him. However, this was already considered an improvement. After they came out of seclusion, Uncle Long immediately drove them out of Demon City and let them go to the God world to adventure and train by themselves. Even though they weren't mentally prepared to be driven away, their increased strength had also increased their confidence. Therefore, everyone who was driven out of Demon City was eager to do something big. After being influenced by Uncle Dragon and the others for a long time, they didn't have a good impression of Fog. That woman was no longer the high and mighty master god in their hearts, but an enemy. If they were enemies, of course they had to be destroyed. Uncle Long and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard their bold words. Did they really train these people who had the nature of bandits? Uncle Long felt as if the sky was going to fall. They had actually trained a group of weak little white rabbits into man-eating rabbits? After reminding them and watching the three families leave, Uncle Long still said to Master Ning and the others, is it really a good idea to let them out like this? Why did he feel that those little guys were overconfident? Hee. They've just finished their special training, so they're in high spirits and full of confidence. As such, it's best to let them go out and gain some experience. That way, they'll be able to wear down their spirit and let them know that once they have strength, they'll have to keep a low profile. As people from Demon City, they should know how to play the pig to eat the tiger. Master Ning laughed evilly. Yup. We can't let those little guys grow into greenhouse flowers. More importantly, Demon City doesn't want trash. Thus, if they want to gain a firm foothold in Demon City, they have to prove their strength, and going out to train is the best option. Dongfang Yu said. Since you're all so assured, then I don't have to worry. Uncle Long nodded. There's no need to worry about them. I'm more worried about Shui. It's been 10 years, why hasn't that girl come out of seclusion? At this time, Master Ning started this sad topic again. As soon as he said that, the scene instantly fell silent. In the end, Uncle Long said, I'm going into seclusion. How could he come out so quickly? Back when I was in the endless ocean, it would take 100 years to take a nap and open my eyes again. Now, Shui has only been in seclusion for 10 years, what's there to make a fuss about? How could this be the same? Master Ning and the others were speechless. Not to mention Shui's talent, just the space. Shui's space could accelerate time, so 10 years in the outside world would be countless years in there. In addition, with Shui's level of talent, it was too abnormal for her to not come out of seclusion for 10 years. As such, they could not help but let their thoughts run wild. As they were discussing this matter, Huanshen suddenly appeared and interrupted, you guys are overdoing it. The completion of the heaven-defying art is the most difficult and takes the most time. So, there's no need to worry. Of course, if you guys are too free, why don't we go to the Imperial City together? Go to Imperial City to kill the Ripple Mist B***TCH? Uncle Long and the others were a little conflicted about Huanshen's suggestion. Although he couldn't deny that his suggestion was good, they were all reverent god level. If the Mist Ripple slut's strength recovered, they might not be able to kill her. Of course, if the other party's strength had not recovered, it was still possible to cause some trouble. To the Imperial City? I'm in. At this moment, another voice interrupted. Uncle Long and the others looked up and saw Ice Spirit. Senior Ice Soul, do you want to join in the fun? Uncle Long was speechless. Yes, I've just recovered my strength, so I want to go to Rime Ice to test my skills and see the gap between us. Ice Spirit nodded. In the past few years, he had been working hard to recover his strength. With the help of Shui's pills, his strength had even exceeded his peak. Therefore, at this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. I'll go too. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ice Soul. Then, a dark golden ball of fur climbed up her back. Beast God, you should stay in Demon City. Uncle Long immediately said. Although this little fellow's identity was frightening, his strength was really not something to be complimented about. At least in terms of true strength, he could not compare to the few powerful Reverend God level experts present. However, they were extremely talented, and their status was also innate. No beast could be compared to them. In addition, although Bao Bao had recovered its memory and strength, it was still quite young. Therefore, as time passed, Uncle Long and the others could no longer treat it as the legendary beast god. When the baby heard this, he looked at Uncle Long with tears in his eyes and said, Woo. Are you guys despising me? I can control beasts. I can definitely help. Baby. This wasn't a matter of controlling the beast, the key was whether there were any beasts around Fog for you to control. If not, what are you going to do? Everyone was silent. Seeing this, Bao Bao looked at Ice Soul and said, Little Soul, I want to go. I'll go. Let's all go together. Ice Spirit couldn't stand her baby's innocent eyes and surrendered immediately. This boss who had been reborn. In his heart, she was equivalent to an ice phoenix. He also felt as if he had a son, because the boss that he had lost and found with great difficulty had actually learned to act coquettishly. This really took Qilin's life. The baby was happy to see Ice Spirit compromise. Then, it pounced into Ice Spirit's arms and acted coquettishly, leaving Ice Spirit helpless. What else could Uncle Long say after Ice Spirit agreed? Since you want to go to the Imperial City, who will stay behind this time? Uncle Long asked another key question. I definitely don't want to stay. Dongfang Yu immediately expressed his opinion. You bastard. He had been left behind several times, and this time, he was not willing to be left behind no matter what. Why do we need to stay behind? Huanshen asked in confusion. If we don't, what if the enemy attacks? Uncle Long said matter-of-factly. Isn't our only enemy the Ripple Mist bitch? And we're going to the Imperial City now. Huan Chen reminded. Doesn't she still have a clone? Uncle Long also reminded him. Huan Chen fell silent upon hearing this. In the end, the crowd discussed and raised their hands to vote. The unlucky Master Ning was left behind. The depressed Master Ning watched Uncle Long and the others leave, feeling sad. And Reverend God's speed was fast. The few of them took turns to teleport, and they arrived at the Imperial City in less than half a day. The guard at the entrance of the Imperial City had seen Bingpa before, so when he saw them, he immediately ran into the city as if he had seen a ghost. He kept shouting, "There's an enemy. There was an enemy. That Qilin is here again. Everyone, be on your guard." Has Leng Ruoxue arrived yet? Someone in the city asked, and his voice could be heard. Everyone was silent and turned to look at Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit was embarrassed by their stares and explained, "It's not my fault. The little girl is too powerful. They're not afraid of me." But would anyone believe this? Ice Spirit shook his head and sighed. Then, he and the others swaggered into the Imperial City. The guards didn't dare to stop them, let alone collect their fees. You bastard. He was almost scared to death. How could he still be in the mood to collect fees? He strode to the main gate of the Divine Master's estate. The two doors immediately opened and Xian Yi and the other two Reverend God-level cultivators walked out. When he saw Uncle Long and the others, Xian Yi asked with a helpless smile, "Why have you all come here?" After asking such nonsense, even Xian Yi despised himself a little. Was there a need to ask? These few people were probably here to cause trouble out of boredom. And wasn't this formation a little too frightening? For Reverend God-level experts and a white-robed man whose strength he couldn't even see through, what were they up to? One should know that the Divine Lord's estate only had 3 Reverend Gods, but the other party had sent 4 at once. This was definitely not a sign of friendship. Xian Yi was well aware of this, but he had no choice but to put on an act. AI. The life of a spy was not easy. Nothing big, I'm just here to cause trouble. Uncle Long laughed evilly. After he had enough eye contact with Xuani, he said. Your sister. This old whale actually dared to say that? Hearing this, Xian Yi's mind was in a mess. Demon City was so arrogant now that they didn't need to be more subtle about causing trouble at the Divine Lord's estate? The answer now was obviously yes. As for the people from the Divine Lord's estate, they were all upset when they heard Uncle Long's arrogant words. Since when could the high and mighty Divine Master's estate allow others to cause trouble as they pleased? Is that Ripple Mist bitch here? Seeing that the other party was silent, Uncle Long continued to smile very lewdly. The God Lord isn't here. Ignoring the word B***tch, Xian Yi said helplessly. It's good that he's not here. We can finally move freely. Uncle Long said, satisfied. The people in the God Lord's manor were depressed again. The Divine Master isn't here, so you can do whatever you want, right? In fact, Uncle Long and the others were happy to hear that the Ripple Mist bitch wasn't here, because this meant that she was still healing. However, it was not good news for Ice Spirit. The main reason he came to U City was to find that B***tch, Wu Cheng. If he wasn't here, who would he call? Ice Spirit was obviously not interested in the 3 Reverend God-level cultivators. That was why he was sad. An ice-cold aura floated around them and gradually spread to the 3 of them. Feeling the sudden chill, Xian Yi and the other 2 looked at Ice Spirit helplessly. When Ice Spirit saw that she had attracted the attention of the 3, she said, I'll give you 2 choices. Either the 3 of you come at me together, or call out the Ripple Witch and let me fight her. Please choose the 3rd option. The 3 of them were in tears. This Qilin former clan leader was clearly a battle maniac, and he even wanted the 3 of them to attack together. To be honest, there were not many Reverend Gods in the Divine Realm who were willing to fight with the Ice Spirit. Because that would be a completely one-sided beating. But now, the other party had their eyes on the 3 of them. What could they do? The 3 of them looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Then, they turned to the guards beside them and said, Go and inform the God Lord that Senior Ice Soul has arrived. As the saying goes, better a fellow Taoist than a poor one. The current situation was clearly already out of their control. It was better to invite the Divine Master out. After Wu Yan heard this news, she quickly stopped healing and walked out of the secret room. Seeing Wu Chen again after several years, Ice Soul found that her complexion was much better than before. It seemed that after so many years of healing, her injuries had almost recovered. This fact made him quite unhappy. If Wu Chen's injuries were completely healed, it also meant that he would have time to find trouble with them. This can't do. Shui still hasn't come out of seclusion. He absolutely couldn't let Wu Xian heal first. After thinking about it, Ice Spirit deliberately shouted at Wu Xiao, Ripple Mist B***tch, you haven't appeared in the immortal realm for so long, I thought you were already dead. Humph. Ice Soul, is there any point in arguing? The red-robed Wu Chen said with a smile. Of course it's meaningful. I'll be very happy if I can anger you to death. Ice Spirit replied with a smile. I'm afraid you won't be able to do as you wish. I heard that you're here to pick a fight with me. Wu Xian asked in a calm manner. Not bad. Ice Spirit nodded. You think you're my match? What about Leng Ruoxue? Tell her to get out here. River Ripple said angrily. Then, she started to look around Ice Spirit. Seeing all the familiar faces, Wu Yan was so angry that she was about to explode. Wait a minute. Why was this guy here? After seeing the long-lost Dream Dust, she could no longer control her anger. She pointed at Dream Dust and asked, "You. Why are you here?" What she wanted to ask was why Huan Chen was with Ice Soul and the others. When did they get together? However, Huan Chen acted as if he didn't understand what she was saying. He elegantly smiled and said, "I can't be here. This is also my home." "Damn it, don't play dumb. I'm asking you, how did you end up with these people?" Wu Xian's flames of anger burned wildly. Her red clothes fluttered without any wind, and the flame spewing out of her eyes simply wanted to drown Huan Chen. "What do you mean?" Huan Chen asked in confusion. "If you're with them now, that's called fooling around." Ripple Mist angrily replied. "Is she with you?" Huan Chen asked again. "That's the wisest choice you can make. Dream Dust. I order you to return to my side." Rhyme howled with jealousy, her beautiful face contorted in anger. Yes. She was jealous. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Why? Why did Leng Ruoxue have everything that she could not get despite all her efforts? What kind of charm did that little girl have that she could actually make these experts, whom she was quite envious of, work for her? She was the divine master. She was the master of the divine realm, all right? Why did that wretched girl have to be 100 times better than her in front of these old fellows? And he was not welcomed by them? Since ancient times, his existence had been like a thorn in the flesh of these people. They looked down on him, and even if he became a god lord, they wouldn't even think highly of him. She had also thought of subduing them, but these hateful guys didn't even put her in their eyes. Now that the stinky girl had appeared, she had immediately come to his door. These people's extreme attitudes towards her and Leng Ruoxue made Wu Xiao so jealous that she was about to go crazy. One had to know that among the people in front of her, other than the dragon whale from tens of thousands of years ago, which was slightly weaker, Dongfang Yu, Dongfang Lin, Huan Chen, and Bing Po were all people she wanted to subdue. However, she had thought of all sorts of ways, even using both soft and hard tactics, but she had not been able to make these people admit defeat. Now, these people were all standing on the opposite side of her and had become her enemies. How could this not make her vexed and angry? Humph. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed them all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Wuhan regretted this. He didn't kill them back then, but now, they were all taken advantage of by that damned brat Leng Ruoxue. However, it was too late for regrets now. And even if Fog was filled with regret, it could not change this fact. At this moment, Ice Soul, who was watching Huan Chen and Wu Chen's interaction, looked at the two and said with a look of realization, "So the relationship between the two of you is not shallow." Ice Spirit's words were very subtle, but everyone present understood what he meant. Thus, Uncle Dragon and the others cooperated and looked at Huan Chen and Wu Chen with ambiguous eyes. They looked at Huan Chen until he was scared. Following that, everyone heard Mirage Dust Fire roar, "You bastard! Who has a close relationship with this old bitch? I have nothing to do with her." Huan Chen's words could not be said to not be poisonous. It was fine to call her a slut, but he added the word old in front of it. As a result, everyone naturally laughed very happily, but Wu Chen's beautiful face became even more distorted and instantly turned green. However, no one cared if Wu Ling was angry or not. After all, everyone was here to anger her. It would be best if she could anger her to death, but even if she didn't, she would still cause trouble for the other party. You guys. I won't let you guys off." Seeing that Uncle Long and the others were laughing wildly, Wu Xiao, who was so angry from embarrassment, was almost speechless. After a long time, she finally managed to say something. Hearing her words, everyone laughed even more heartily. "Ripple UB *TCH, Uncle Long said with a smile. Even if you let us go, we don't intend to let you go." "That's right." Ice Spirit liked it. Seeing Ice Spirit speak again, Wu Ling suddenly laughed and said, "Ice Spirit, I know you hate me for throwing your son away, but it's been so long. Even if you hate me to the core, I'm afraid your short-lived son won't be back." The mist ripple red fruit drew hatred, but Ice Spirit wasn't angry at all. She calmly replied, "Wu Chen, I always thought that you were very smart. Only today do I know that you're also an idiot. You can't be thinking that I'll be angry if you provoke me like this, right? I'm really sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Besides, I want to kill you not just to avenge my son. You should understand this, right? You bastard. Who are you calling a short-lived ghost? You're the short-lived one, your whole family is short-lived." As soon as Bing Pa finished speaking, Bing Yao came out from behind her father and cursed, leaving no chance for Wu Chan to provoke her. Hearing her son's voice, Bing Pa patted Bing Jia's head to comfort her. When she suddenly saw a small Kailan, of course, she was surprised. When she heard the small Kailan scold her, she was also a little angry. However, when she saw that the small Kailan looked very similar to Ice Spirit, she had a bad feeling. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Back then, when she had abandoned that little Qilin, she had clearly cut off the little Qilin's life force, so it was absolutely impossible for that little Qilin to be alive. With this thought in mind, Wu Han had a clear idea of what was going on. She looked at the small ice blue Qilin, which was glaring at her, with a sympathetic expression and incited, "Little guy, it doesn't feel good to be someone else's substitute, does it? AI. I really do pity you. Although you're an ice Qilin, you don't have the bloodline of an ice spirit. If he finds his son one day, what will you do? You will be abandoned by the ice spirit. When Wu Ling said this, her expression of sympathy for Bing Yao grew more and more solemn. Bing Yao was baffled, while Uncle Long and the others could not help but feel their foreheads fill with black lines. This woman's IQ was really worrying. How can you sow discord like this? You're not even sure if they're father and son. If not, wouldn't you be making a huge mistake by saying that? Father, what is this old slut saying? After thinking for a while, Bing Yao didn't understand what Wu Han meant, so she had to ask her father for help. She's farting. Ice Spirit said in disdain. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, was his relationship with Bing Yao something that others could just provoke? It was truly laughable. However, Wu Yan didn't think so. She felt that the Ice Spirit didn't dare to answer the little Kailan's question directly. There must be something wrong with their relationship. Therefore, she wasn't angry at all after hearing Ice Spirit's words. Instead, she put on a kind expression as if she didn't want to scare a child. Little Qilin, this old Qilin lost his son tens of thousands of years ago. Naturally, he's treating you as a substitute for his son. When he finds his son, you'll be abandoned by him. Bullshit. I'm not a substitute, I'm the little Qilin that you threw away tens of thousands of years ago. As soon as Ripple Mist finished explaining, Bing Yao angrily said. You're his son? Hee hee. Don't joke around, how is that possible? Little Kailan, Ice Spirit is lying to you. His son is long dead. Wu Wan didn't believe Bing Yao's words at all and continued to provoke her. At this moment, Ice Spirit smiled helplessly and asked, do you mean that I'll mistake my son for someone else? Don't you know that Beastie has a natural reaction to its own bloodline? Ripple of Fog was stunned by Ice Spirit's confidence. She smiled confidently and said, it can't be your son. When I threw your son into the lower world, I had already killed him. How can this little Qilin be it? His life force was cut off. These words echoed in Ice Soul's mind. In an instant, Ice Soul was furious. F***CK. His son's life force had actually been cut off. This was a fact that he only found out today. He had always thought that his son's slow growth was due to him not being nurtured by the Qilin race. However, it seemed like it was not just because of that. It seemed that the main reason why his son had been unable to reach adulthood was that his life force had been cut off. Ice Spirit couldn't just let it go after knowing what happened. She asked again, did you really end my son's life back then? Of course, how could it be wrong to make it myself? Therefore, you should stop deceiving this little Qilin. It's absolutely impossible for it to be your son. Wu Xiao laughed complacently. She felt a sense of accomplishment for being able to stimulate the Ice Spirit. Father, am I really not your son? Bing Yao asked helplessly. He finally understood what the B***TCH was saying. When she threw it at him, she had cut off his way out. If it was really the son of Ice Spirit, it shouldn't be alive. But it was clearly alive, so who was it? In an instant, Bing Yao was a little confused. Even though it felt close to the Ice Spirit, it could not be sure if it was the Ice Spirit's son. It was in a dilemma. Bing Po's heart ached when he saw Bing Yao's reaction. He took Bing Yao into his arms and said, of course your father's son. Don't tell me you doubt that father can't recognize his own son. Bing Yao, you're still young. When you've grown up, you'll be able to clearly sense the bloodline connection between us. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter, lie. You're lying to this cute little Qilin. Ice Soul was trying to comfort her child, while Fog was trying to make her presence known. Ice Soul's anger reached a new level. F***CK. I'll deal with you after I've coaxed my son. Ice Spirit cursed in her heart and continued to coax her son. Bing Yao did not pay any attention to Wu Ling. She just buried her head in her father's arms, quietly feeling the special, indescribable bloodline connection between the two of them. After a while, Bing Yao raised her head from Bing Po's arms. After looking at her father, she turned her angry eyes to Wu Ling and said fiercely, old B***TCH rhyme ice, don't even think about sowing discord between us father and son. To tell you the truth, I came from the lower realm. I'm the little Qilin that you threw into the lower realm back then. When Bing Yao said these words, he felt some regret in his heart. How could it be affected by this old B***TCH and let its thoughts run wild? If the Ice Spirit wasn't its father, would it be so good to it? Would it listen to it? Would he have no principles and play along with it? Thinking of this, Bing Yao's heart felt warm, and Wu Ling's words no longer affected it. However, after hearing Bing Yao's words, Ripple Mist was clearly quite surprised and disbelieving, this is impossible. It was impossible for that little Qilin to be alive. Moreover, you said that you came from the lower realm, haha. Do you think I'll believe you? With your strength, are you able to come up to the divine realm? Why can't I come up? Even if I can't come up, someone will bring me up. Seeing that Wu Jia was talking about his strength, Bing Yao was even more confident. That's right. With its strength, it was almost impossible in the divine realm. But even if it does come up, what can you do to me? Bing Yao laughed evilly as he thought. Who brought you up here? Upon hearing this, Wu Yan immediately asked. Little Xuexue brought me up here. Bing Yao told him honestly. Who is little Xuexue? Wu Xian didn't react for a moment. Little Xuexue is the little Xuexue you hate so much. Bing Yao said in a tongue-twister-like manner. Little Xuexue? Could it be Leng Ruoxue? Wu Jing thought for a while before coming to a realization. But then, her anger rose instantly. That damned Leng Ruoxue. It's fine that I'm going against her, but now I've even kidnapped a Qilin. Wait a minute. Could the words of this little Qilin be trusted? The suspicious Wu Ling didn't really believe Bing Yao's words. After thinking, she said, do you think I'll believe you? Humph. Back then, that little Qilin simply couldn't have survived, so don't lie to me. Wu Xiao would never believe it. Bing Yao heard the other's words and felt helpless. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? Did he have to force it to lie? Thinking up to this point, Bing Yao could only helplessly say, if you think that you'll feel better if I lie to you, fine. I was lying to you. Back then, I was already dead, and I was killed by you. A helpless expression appeared on Bing Yao's cute little face as she spoke, instantly causing Uncle Long and the others to burst into laughter. On the other hand, Wu Ling's face turned ashen and she was extremely angry. If she couldn't even tell that she was being laughed at by a little Qilin, then her IQ was really too low. However, before she could get angry, a dark golden furball climbed up from Ice Spirit's back. It stared at Wu Mo with hatred for a while and said, bitch. Back then, I was also killed by you, but I'm still alive. You're also alive? Seeing the furball, Wu Ice was stunned again. Then, anger rose to her head again. F***ck. All of them had actually come back to life. Wu Xiao was filled with hatred. Are these guys really unkillable? No. She would never believe it. Ripple wanted to retort, but Bao Bao beat her to it. Are you also going to say that I'm a fake? Right. Because there's no way you're still alive. Wu Yan said with certainty. In the past, this little save life had always been against her, so she had not shown any mercy when she killed him. She had even destroyed his soul. But now, the living little save life was in front of her, so how could she believe her eyes? Liar. It was all a lie. She would never believe that this little save life could reincarnate. This was because those who were killed by her, be it humans or beasts, would not have any chance of reincarnation. But how could he explain the facts in front of him? Wu Jing was uncertain for a moment, but then she became firm in her confidence. She looked at Bao Bao as if he was a counterfeit. And said, I don't care who you are. If you want to impersonate the beast god, you're courting death. Beast god? As soon as these two words came out of Wu Zhao's mouth, except for Uncle Long and the others, who were quite calm because they already knew the truth, the people from the God Lord's estate were all shocked and speechless. Although they had never seen a beast god before, the legendary beast god was no small character. They had naturally heard of the great name of the beast god. Now that they heard that Wu Jing thought this little furball was a fake beast god, they were shocked and couldn't help but turn their eyes to the baby. Was this how the beast god was? It's a little furball? Wasn't this image a little too disappointing? It was undeniable that the baby's round body was quite cute, and many women might not be able to resist the urge to hug it when they saw it. However, as a beast god, this image was really too degrading. Shouldn't the legendary beast god be as mighty and majestic as the Qilin? How could he be so tiny and cute? How could anyone link the beast deity and furball together? Reputation and image did not match at all. Everyone in the Divine Master's estate was quite disappointed. Some people even looked at the baby with suspicion that, you're a fake. Seeing this, the baby sighed helplessly and then listless. AI. There was no beastie at the scene, so there was no place for it to use its skills. And to fight with humans. No matter how one looked at it, it would be at a disadvantage. Seeing that the baby was listless, Wu Jing's previous anger and depression were replaced by a happy and proud smile, and she sneered, humph. A fake is a fake. Look at you, you good for nothing. You bastard. You're the good for nothing. Your whole family is a good for nothing. Being insulted by the enemy, no matter how good-tempered Bao Bao was, it was also angry. F***ck. If the baby doesn't show his power, do you think I'm a sick baby? The angry baby jumped out of Ice Soul's arms and roared into the sky. Uncle Dragon and Ice Soul's expressions changed. Even Wu Zhao's expression turned ugly. Because she was too familiar with this roar. She had heard it several tens of thousands of years ago. However, she absolutely did not believe that this hairy ball in front of her, which looked exactly like the beast god, had the ability to summon beasts like the beast god. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comment. As for the other people present, when they saw the little furball roar in anger, they were all confused. Was this a roar to scare people when he couldn't win? With such a thought, everyone on Rhyme Ice's side couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the laughter, Uncle Long and Ice Spirit couldn't help but look at those people. At the same time, they were worried that they might not have the chance to attack again today. The beast god's wrath was unstoppable. After the baby finished shouting angrily, it seemed to have lost all its strength and fell from the sky. Ice Spirit saw this and quickly reached out to catch the baby. The baby smiled, then closed his eyes and fainted. Seeing that the baby had fainted, the people who were laughing wildly earlier laughed even louder. Are you done laughing? Ice Soul said as she held her son in one hand and her baby in the other. They were really a bunch of dogs who didn't know death. You guys will suffer later. Ice Spirit didn't pity them at all, because they asked for it. However, his words didn't stop the other party's laughter. Instead, it made them laugh even more wildly. All of you, shut up. At this time, Wu Xiao also roared, and their laughter came to an abrupt stop. The people from the God Lord's estate were confused about why the God Lord was helping the other side. However, when they saw the God Lord's serious face, they didn't dare to make a sound. Not long after, everyone present heard a sound coming from the distance. At first, it was just a buzzing sound, but as the object that made the sound approached, the sound became louder and louder, and it seemed that other sounds were mixed in with the buzzing sound. However, the distance was still a little far, so no one could tell what the sound was. Not long after, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. A mass of black clouds floated over from the distance at a speed visible to the naked eye. From time to time, the black clouds would flash with a few golden lights. Such a strange phenomenon shocked the people of the God Lord's estate to the point that they were speechless. What was this? The black cloud glowed with golden light and made a sound? It was only when the black cloud approached that they saw its true appearance. Oh my God! This wasn't a black cloud. It was clearly a troop made up of thousands of insects. In this group, there were bees, flies, mosquitoes, and so on. The insects that everyone was familiar with were still considered ordinary. There were even more that no one present knew. The smallest of these bugs was the size of an adult's fist. The biggest one was almost as big as a millstone. And there was more than one of such a big bug. Obviously, the biggest bug was the leader of this team. As they floated in the sky above the Divine Lord's estate, the strange phenomenon they caused attracted the interest of many people living in the imperial city. However, when they saw that the incident happened behind the Divine Lord's estate, most of them did not dare to touch the head of the Divine Lord's estate even if they wanted to watch the fun. However, a person's curiosity was truly endless. There were also some extraordinarily bold people who thought that no one knew about them, hiding in some corner and broadcasting the scene here. At the same time, the people of the God Lord's estate were also guessing what these bugs were doing here. A group walk? This definitely wasn't tea. Then what were they doing here? And he even put out such a huge momentum, was he trying to scare someone to death? Although the strength of the zergs in front of him was not very high, there were so many of them. When they saw that the sky was densely packed with enemies, the people of the God Lord's estate felt their scalps tingle. At this moment, the leading bee with a golden body said, "Who is bullying our beast god? You bastard! You really don't want to live anymore. Bullying the beast deity?" Hearing the big bee's words, the people of the Divine Master's estate finally reacted. When they said they were bullying the beast god, were they referring to bullying that little fluffball? Could it be that the little furball was really a beast deity? But didn't the Divine Master say that the other party was a fake? Who should they listen to? The people of the God Lord's estate were at a loss. They couldn't help but look at their boss. Wu Jing was very calm and said with a smile, "Are you sure it's a beast god? Don't be fooled by a liar. You bastard. You're the liar. Your whole family is a big liar." The golden bee immediately cursed when it heard that someone dared to slander its boss. It didn't care if the person was a master god or not. This big bee was quite talented at scolding people. After scolding for a few minutes, it actually did not repeat the same thing. The faces of the people from the Divine Master's estate turned black. You bastard. Who would feel good after being scolded by a bug? As a result of the discomfort, someone took the lead and shouted at the golden bee, "Even if that little furball is a beast god, what does it have to do with you insects? Are you all beasts?" As soon as he said that, the people from the God Lord's mansion burst into thunderous laughter. "They're not beasts, so we're finally." Suddenly, a slightly aged voice interrupted. Everyone looked up at the same time, only to find that they had been surrounded by snakes. The one who spoke was the most senior snake among the snakes. Countless other venomous snakes stuck out their long tongues and glared at them. Their cold eyes emitted a cold chill. And those who were targeted by these poisonous snakes felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, making them feel cold all over. They couldn't help but shiver, but no one dared to say anything against these poisonous snakes. More importantly, these snakes were very colorful, and they couldn't even name many of them. Or it could be said that these venomous snakes weren't from the snake clan that often moved around in the divine realm and were known to people. I really didn't expect that the fake little reserved life could actually command you. Seeing these venomous snakes, Wu Ling couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. This was because she knew all of these venomous snakes and had fought with them in the past. However, after she killed the beast god, these venomous snakes immediately disappeared from the divine realm. Moreover, in front of these venomous snakes, she still called the baby, fake little Baisheng. Hearing this, the old viper who had spoken earlier grinned and said, "You're the little reserved life. You're the fake one. You ungrateful bastard. You." Wu Yan was so angry that her anger rose again, but that old poisonous snake didn't care at all. He shouted to his disciples and grand disciples, "Children, bite these traitors of the God Lord's estate to death. Especially this B***TCH in red. Everyone, bite as much as you can. After you're done, remember to quickly escape. Don't get caught by her." The old venomous snake's pre-battle encouragement immediately made all the snake children and descendants excited. However, when Uncle Long and the others heard this encouragement, they didn't know whether to be speechless or to praise this old venomous snake's wise move. Running after biting was definitely a great suggestion. Furthermore, he would definitely anger the enemy to death. Sure enough, when Uncle Long and the others turned their eyes to the mist ripple bitch, her face turned red, green, and black, almost like a palette. In the next moment, a commotion broke out in front of the Divine Master's estate. After the encouragement from the old viper, countless vipers rushed towards their previously selected targets without any delay. Instantly, the scene turned into a mess. Screams and the sound of footsteps rose one after another, lingering in the ears. Uncle Long and the others took a big step back to watch the show. For a time, everyone in the God Lord's estate suffered a collective disaster. Even the three reverend gods were not spared. Especially Xian Yi, he felt so aggrieved. He was clearly a spy. However, these venomous snakes did not distinguish between friend and foe and even bit him. However, she had no choice but to bite him. He would be exposed. With this thought in mind, Xian Yi had no choice but to close his eyes and pass out the moment he was bitten by a poisonous snake. At this moment, many people had been bitten by the venomous snakes, causing the God Lord's estate's fighting strength to drop. In reality, they couldn't be blamed for this, and it had nothing to do with strength. The main reason was that there were too many venomous snakes, and it was hard to guard against them. You could defend against one, but not a group. Therefore, it was almost impossible to not be bitten. Once bitten, the consequences were self-evident. In addition, at this time, the fog ice had already been surrounded by the snakes. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue had also reached a crucial moment in her cultivation. After cultivating for such a long time and going through the spirit chi body refinement time and time again, not only had Leng Ruoxue's body strength reached an unimaginable level, but the spirit chi within her body was also nearing saturation. And this moment was the most important moment for her. Knowing that Leng Ruoxue was at the final stage, Zhang and Qing Ju were so nervous that they did not dare to blink. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the Bengal was all flowing towards the purple bamboo house. In an instant, Leng Ruoxue's body was filled with spirit chi. She was dyed red by her blood, and her face, which was almost unrecognizable, gradually revealed a pained expression. This made Qing Ju's heart ache. "It's your turn now, hurry up." Qing Ju turned to Zhang. "I know." Azure nodded with a solemn expression. At present, the spiritual energy in Nyo's body was so dense that it had almost solidified, so she really needed someone to help her with external help. Otherwise, if Nyo absorbed and fused it at her own speed, not only would the pain be doubled, but her life might also be in danger. Thus, both Azure and Green Vessel did not dare to take any risks. The next second, Azure decisively attacked. The majestic divine power flowed into Leng Ruoxue's body through its toes. The moment the divine energy entered her body, it immediately worked with Leng Ruoxue's physical and divine energy to deal with the restless spiritual energy. Absorption, fusion, and conversion. The two Shen powers worked together flawlessly. More and more Ling energy was tamed and Zhang stopped the transfer of Shen power. After a long time, Leng Ruoxue, who had finally finished absorbing and converting all the spiritual energy in her body, opened her beautiful eyes that were as bright as autumn water. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Chapter 2851 Leng Ruoxue, you and I are irreconcilable, 1. Welcome Novel Bin store with special. When they saw that Leng Ruoxue had woken up, Green Vessel and Zhang immediately rushed into her arms and acted coquettishly. When they felt that there was an obstacle beside them, the man and the beast started to trample on each other. Neither of them was willing to show weakness and wanted to push the other out of Leng Ruoxue's arms so that they could have Leng Ruoxue's arms for themselves. Leng Ruoxue saw the two little fellows squirming around in her arms and could only helplessly hug the two of them together. She sighed and said, "All right, you two, stop messing around. Be good." AI. Both the palm and the back of her hand were meat. Her heart ached for anyone. More importantly, she had not seen familiar people for a long time. After seeing the two little fellows, she felt particularly close. It was great to see them the moment he opened his eyes. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, Green Vessel and Azure immediately quieted down. However, they were still staring at each other restlessly. Fortunately, they did not touch each other. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could only lie to herself and be satisfied. Then, the three of them started chatting. Of course, it was mostly Leng Ruoxue who was asking them about the situation. When she found out that she had been in closed-door cultivation for 10 years, Leng Ruoxue was stunned. It had actually been that long? Oh my god. Wouldn't Godfather and the others be worried to death? At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue stood up anxiously, wanting to leave the purple bamboo house. "Sister, wait." Just as Leng Ruoxue took a step forward, Qing Ju immediately reacted and stopped her. "What?" Leng Ruoxue looked at baby Su in confusion and said, "Qing Ju, it's taking too long. I'm afraid that Godfather and the others will be anxious." "Sister, even if you're afraid that they'll be anxious, you should at least take a bath and change your clothes. If you go out like this, you'll definitely scare them." Qing Ju could not help but remind her. Hearing Qing Ju's words, Leng Ruoxue looked at her own clothes suspiciously. With one look, she was shocked. This dirty person is her? At this moment, the blood on Leng Ruoxue's clothes had already congealed into dark red blood clots that covered her entire body. The skin on her hands and arms that were exposed had wrinkled, as if a layer of calluses had covered them. And this was only the part that she could see. She believed that the parts that she couldn't see weren't any better. He really couldn't show his face to anyone in this ghostly appearance. After placing the two little fellows down, Leng Ruoxue turned around to wash up. After a short while, Leng Ruoxue, who was refreshed and had changed into a set of clean clothes, walked out again. Alright, you can go out now. Leng Ruoxue smiled. After leaving the purple bamboo house, Leng Ruoxue immediately saw the first elder and the others who were prohibited from approaching the purple bamboo house by green vessel. She quickly walked over. After exchanging some pleasantries with them, the great elder asked curiously, Shue, are you able to advance to Reverend God level? I can't do it now. Although I have enough divine power, I'm still lacking in other aspects. However, I definitely have the strength of a Reverend God now. Leng Ruoxue said after a moment of gloominess. Arg. After cultivating for so long, you still can't make a breakthrough? The first elder felt a little regretful, but any cultivation was extremely dangerous, so he was still very happy to see Shue come out unscathed. Yes, my heaven-defying art not only requires a large amount of divine power, but also alchemy, weapon forging, and other aspects. I have enough divine power now, and I only lack other aspects. So, I just need to specialize in other aspects in the future. Leng Ruoxue explained. In addition, the most difficult part of the heaven-defying art was the divine power, which required a huge amount of energy. Now that she had solved the most difficult one, she didn't need to go into seclusion for the rest as long as she had the materials. Therefore, she could go back to her previous self, deal with things while refining pills and weapons. However, this time, she would focus her energy on alchemy, weapon refining, and other aspects. Since that's the case, we'll do our best to supervise you in the future and try to help you advance as soon as possible. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, First Elder laughed and joked. In fact, this little girl didn't need anyone to supervise her. When she was serious, they couldn't catch up with her even if they worked together. Alright. Leng Ruoxue smiled and nodded. She then brought First Elder and the rest out of the bracelet. However, once she was out of the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue was surprised to find that there was no one in the courtyard. What was going on? Where did everyone go? She turned to look at the Great Elder, who knew that the Great Elder was also looking at her with a confused expression and said, Little girl, I don't know where they are. Does Azure know? Leng Ruoxue asked as she looked at Tsang. I don't know. I only care if there's an enemy ambush. I don't care about the guy who's still alive and kicking. Azure arrogantly pouted. While Leng Ruoxue was speechless, she could not help but feel worried. She had asked Qing Ju in private just now, but he had answered that she had not paid much attention to it. In the end, Leng Ruoxue and the rest finally found Master Ning's figure in a corner of an empty garden. The master of the Ning family, who was discovered by them, was holding a jar of wine in his hands, and his little face was red from drinking. His eyes were blurred, and he seemed to not see them when he saw them. A bunch of heartless things. They actually left me alone and ran out to play. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and the others exchanged glances and understood. So Uncle Long and the others went out to play in a group. No wonder he didn't see anyone. But where did they go? Leng Ruoxue wanted to know where Uncle Long and the others were. After helping her drunk godfather up, she asked patiently, Godfather, where did Uncle Long and the others go? Godfather? Who are you calling? I'm not Godfather, I'm Master Ning. Moreover, I only have one goddaughter. Who are you? Master Ning's eyes widened as he studied Leng Ruoxue for a long time before he asked. He was so drunk that he couldn't even recognize her. First Elder and the others were speechless. However, Leng Ruoxue still patiently said, I'm your goddaughter. Liar. My goddaughter isn't like you. Master Ning didn't believe him. What does your goddaughter look like? Hearing the old man's words, First Elder could not help but ask. My goddaughter is very pretty, not as ugly as you. So, you can't lie to me. Master Ning pointed at the Great Elder with a look of disdain. Obviously, he had taken the Great Elder as his goddaughter who was about to acknowledge her father. Your sister. You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. Hearing Master Ning's words, the First Elder was so angry that he immediately roared. Then, he grabbed Master Ning's collar and said fiercely, Old thing, look carefully. I'm not your goddaughter. With a pft, when Shen Nua and the others heard this, they could no longer hold back their laughter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. These two people were so cute. How could they have such a conversation? For a moment, everyone laughed so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, the Great Elder's face instantly flushed red, and he directly grabbed Master Ning's collar, dragged him to the corner, and gave him a loving education. Your sister. Who told you to randomly acknowledge a goddaughter? Open your bull eyes and see who I am. The Great Elder lectured as he roared. Master Ning was like a little wife who had been bullied, and he choked back a sob. Wah. You're a demon that bullies people. The banging sounds from not far away and the conversation between the two of them made Leng Ruoxue extremely speechless. It seemed that after getting drunk, her godfather's intelligence had dropped to a certain level. He had even forgotten to fight back. AI. What was this good? Leng Ruoxue was a little worried. He couldn't just watch as the Great Elder beat his godfather up, right? Even though the Great Elder would not really kill him. However, getting hit would still hurt. However, before Leng Ruoxue could go over to stop him, loud laughter by her ears had already attracted her attention. Looking at Lu Feng, who was laughing so hard that he was panting heavily, Leng Ruoxue glanced at him coldly and said, Laugh all you want. As long as you're not afraid that Godfather will take revenge on you when he wakes up. The laughter was forced to stop, and Lu Feng's face instantly turned dark. You bastard. How could he have forgotten about this possibility? Woo. Master Ning was beaten up by the old man, so he would definitely blame it on them. What should he do? Shuer, you have to help me. Lu Feng was a little scared and quickly asked Leng Ruoxue for help. He's my godfather. Leng Ruoxue reminded. I'm also your good friend. You can't favor one over the other. Scoundrel Lu Feng said, but he felt a little indignant in his heart. The one who hit them was obviously that old man, why did he have to blame it on the innocent? The heavens were really unfair. Good luck. Leng Ruoxue smiled and walked towards the corner. After rescuing his godfather from the great elder, Leng Ruoxue helped him into the room and gave him a hangover pill. After a while, Master Ning finally woke up. When he woke up, the first thing he felt was pain all over. He lowered his head and saw that his body was covered in dirt, grass, and flower petals. Was he being beaten up? You bastard. Who beat me up? Master Ning shouted at the top of his voice, scaring Lu Feng and the others into retreating, and putting on an appearance that it had nothing to do with him. However, the great elder wasn't afraid of Master Ning's anger. He even patted his shoulder and said calmly, no one beat you up. You fell on your own. We were the ones who brought you into the room. Is that so? Raising his head to look at the great elder, Master Ning still had some doubts, but he still believed the great elder's words, and then asked, what are you doing here, you old thing? When did you come out? I've been out for a while. The great elder said generously and threw a disdainful look at Lu Feng and the others. Hearing this, Master Ning was silent for a while, and then said with a worried face, since you're already out, when will Shuer be able to come out? Leng Ruoxue was silent. She could not help but wail in her heart. I'm standing right next to you. Unfortunately, Master Ning, who was lost in his own thoughts, did not notice Leng Ruoxue's presence at all. He was really too sad. His goddaughter was in seclusion, and he had been abandoned by Uncle Long and the others. Sob. Was there anyone in this world who had a worse life than him? After a long time. Seeing that Master Ning had not noticed Leng Ruoxue's presence, First Elder pointed to the side and said, Shuer came out, did you not see her? You're out? Where is he? When Master Ning heard this, he immediately looked like he had been injected with chicken blood. He looked up and found Leng Ruoxue, who had a helpless expression on her face. Godfather. Leng Ruoxue called out softly. Bad girl, you still know how to come out? Woo-woo. She actually abandoned Godfather for so long. Master Ning started to complain non-stop after he hugged Leng Ruoxue the moment he saw her. First, he blamed Leng Ruoxue for being in closed-door cultivation for too long. Then, he complained to her and told her about the shameful behavior of Uncle Long and the others who had abandoned him. When Leng Ruoxue heard her godfather's words, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. She's in closed-door cultivation, all right? How could he just come out? Besides, Uncle Long and the others didn't abandon him, did they? How did it become such a serious crime in Godfather's mouth? However, she finally knew the whereabouts of Uncle Long and the others. After that, Leng Ruoxue started to comfort her godfather, who had instantly become a bitter husband. After she finally managed to coax him, she decided to head to U City. Hearing this, Master Ning didn't want to be left behind and insisted on going. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to let Zhang Lu stay at home and bring Master Ning along. Of course, the First Elder and the others who claimed to be from the support group were also following them to the Imperial City. She teleported all the way. Leng Ruoxue's speed scared Master Ning and the rest. When they arrived at the Imperial City, they still felt like they were in a dream. At this time, the Divine Master's estate was getting more and more lively. Originally, there were only the snakes attacking, but after joining the insects group, it became more and more lively. These bugs and the venomous snakes worked together in perfect harmony. One of them entangled the people from the God Lord's manor on the ground, while the other launched a fierce bombardment from the air. In an instant, the people of the God Lord's manor fell in droves. Most of them were poisoned. Whether it was snake venom or bee venom, all of them were twitching and foaming at the mouth without exception. In addition, their bodies were red and swollen, and they were itching uncontrollably. Not long after, the only one who was unharmed on the God Lord's manor side was Wu Chen. Of course, she was not completely unscathed. However, because she was also poisonous, the poisonous snakes and insects present had a relatively small effect on her. However, no one would be in a good mood after being entangled by a group of slippery and disgusting venomous snakes and bugs. Seeing more and more poisonous snakes and insects wrap around the fog and about to wrap her whole body, Uncle Long, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but poke Ice Soul and ask, Senior Ice Soul, are we just going to watch? What else? Do you think we'll have a chance to make a move? Ice Spirit said gloomily as she glanced at the scene. I really don't have any. Uncle Long turned around and looked at Wu Chen, who was surrounded by insects. This woman really attracted too many bugs. Then let's just watch the show. Don't let boss work hard for nothing. Ice Spirit said helplessly. Hearing this, Uncle Long didn't have any good ideas other than nodding. At this moment, Wu Xian was almost driven mad by anger. Bastard! These hateful guys were simply looking for death. They actually all stuck to her body, biting, scratching, and entangled her tightly, leaving her with no time to fight back. How long had it been since he had felt so aggrieved? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comment. The mist was furious. The hatred in his heart towards Leng Ruoxue was like a torrential river, unending. She, who was at her wit's end with the bugs, couldn't help but roar, "Leng Ruoxue, you stinky brat. I won't let you off. Ripple Mist, you bitch. It's not like our Shui is the one commanding these snakes and bugs, why are you scolding her? This is where you're wrong. Even if you're helpless, you can't implicate the innocent, right?" Uncle Long replied with a smile when he heard the angry words of the Mist Ripple. At the same time, he was also sighing in his heart. Since he didn't have the chance to fight against Fog, he could only attack this B***tch with words. And Uncle Long's strategy was indeed successful. Wu Xian was so angry at Uncle Long's words that she wanted to cut him into pieces, but she was tightly entangled by the poisonous snakes and insects and couldn't do anything at all. How detestable. How detestable. These people, these animals all deserve to die. The anger in Ripple's heart surged, and she continued to roar, "Nothing to do with her? She was innocent. Isn't that little beast her beast? She was the most innocent one, okay? Little bastard, who are you talking about?" Suddenly, a chuckling voice interrupted. As soon as Wu Jing heard this, she immediately roared out reflexively, "I'm talking about you, you little bastard." After shouting, she realized that something was wrong. Was she scolding him? For a moment, Wu Han was so angry that her IQ was frighteningly low, and she couldn't quite get over it. However, the cheerful laughter continued to enter her ears. Instantly, she was even more furious. F***ck. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Through the gap left behind by the insect, Wu Xian saw Leng Ruoxue leading a group of people and walking towards her. As expected, it was that stinky girl. Wu Xian's aggro had a target now. Among these people, Leng Ruoxue was undoubtedly the most prominent and the most eye-catching. At this moment, Uncle Long and the others also saw Leng Ruoxue. They were pleasantly surprised and excitedly went forward. Everyone started to exchange pleasantries in front of Wu Xian. When she heard the crowd's words of concern for Leng Ruoxue, Ripple Mist was about to explode from anger. F***ck. He was really looking for death. At this time, the other party was actually making small talk. He really didn't take her seriously. The furious Fog Phoenix tried her best to find a chance. In an instant, a thin vine flew towards Leng Ruoxue. Even though Leng Ruoxue was chatting with Uncle Long and the others, she had been secretly observing Fog Ripple from the corner of her eyes. Thus, she had noticed it the moment Fog Ripple moved. When the vine was within reach, Leng Ruoxue reached out with her bare hands and pulled the vine into her grasp. The vine struggled violently in an attempt to escape from Leng Ruoxue's control. However, Leng Ruoxue was tugging on it so tightly that Wu Chen could not get rid of her. Seeing this, Wu Chen became anxious. "Damned girl. Quickly let go of me." Wu Xian roared, his voice resounded through the sky. "Let go of you so that you can continue to attack me? Are you the idiot here, or am I the idiot here?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. Then, he curiously observed the vine. This vine was quite thin, and there was also a small suction cup at the top. It was covered with sharp teeth, and it exuded a chilling aura. "This thing of yours is really ugly." Leng Ruoxue observed for a while and said with a look of disdain. "Ugly in what way? You're the ugly one." Hearing that her rattan was ugly, Wu Jing was unhappy. In her opinion, she was beautiful from head to toe and there was nothing ugly about her. Therefore, she would never allow anyone to say that she was ugly. How could she be ugly? Look at its mouth. It has so many sharp and thin teeth. It doesn't fit at all. Leng Ruoxue didn't think much of Wu Aisa's words and continued to point at the vines. "What do you know? This is beautiful." River Ripple roared. "All right. I know that you plants have a different aesthetic sense." Seeing the other party quibbling, Leng Ruoxue could only reply with a helpless expression. "Plant? I'm a god lord, not a plant." Leng Ruoxue's words caused Wu Chen to explode with anger once again. This time, Leng Ruoxue felt even more helpless. She could not help but ask, "You're disgusted by your plant identity, so you keep changing your blood, right? It's a pity that you can't become a human even if you change all your blood." He couldn't even be considered a beast, so why did he have to be neither human nor ghost? How good would it be if you were just an honest plant? Why do you have to be a human? You shut up. Shut up. Otherwise, I'll kill you." After hearing these words, Wu Yan's madness directly escalated. She had always felt that her identity was a hindrance to her love life, so even if she was a plant, she was not very willing to let others mention it, especially when the person mentioned was her most hated enemy, which was even more unacceptable to her. Leng Ruoxue also seemed to be very easygoing and could not help but remind him, "All right. I'll shut up, but just because I don't say it doesn't mean that others won't say it. Yes, that's right. We will all say that you are a plant that no one wants. Actually, it's not embarrassing to be a plant. You're the one who's embarrassing. It has nothing to do with your identity as a plant." As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, Uncle Long immediately followed up on the topic. The two of them cooperated flawlessly. These words successfully angered Ripple even more. Then, everyone heard Ripple's hoarse roar, "You all deserve to die. I won't let you off, I'll kill you all." Yes. However, it seems that you will have to wait until you get rid of these poisonous snakes and insects. Leng Ruoxue reminded her with a smile, afraid that she would forget. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue added, but we won't wait for you, so we'll take our leave first. Leng Ruoxue decided to retreat with her men. Although she really wanted to fight with Rime Ice and see how much stronger she was compared to the Rime Bitch, it was obvious that she was not in her best condition at the moment, and she did not want to fight with a lunatic. So, she would try again when she had the chance. In any case, the divine power in her body was abnormally abundant now, so it was easy for her to teleport anywhere she wanted to. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue truly felt that she was a nouveau riche. After all, other than Wu Yan, no one should have as much divine power as her. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue was even more determined to return home. She had more important things to do than finding trouble with Rime Ice, so she was not willing to waste her time on this wretched Rime Ice queen. However, when Wu Jing heard that Leng Ruoxue wanted to leave, she immediately shouted, "Stinky girl, you're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to leave. Let's fight for 300 rounds. I'm sorry, I'm very busy, I don't have time to fight with you. But don't worry, when I have time, I'll naturally come and find you." Leng Ruoxue rejected. She then turned to Uncle Long and the rest. "Uncle Long, let's call it a day. Let's go back first." Hearing that they were really going back, Master Ning couldn't help but say weakly, "I've just arrived, and my butt hasn't even warmed up yet. We've been here for a long time, but we haven't had the chance to warm up either. So, I agree to go back," Uncle Long said helplessly. Hearing this, Master Ning suddenly sympathized with Uncle Long and the others. He had thought that the other party would have a chance to fight a hot-blooded battle, but who knew that they had not made a move yet? In an instant, the trauma in his heart was completely healed. Then, he ran to Uncle Long and said honestly, "What a pity. You guys are just like me, who was left behind in Demon City. Then who was the hero that defeated the people from the Divine Master's residence?" Master Ning was very curious about this hero. He had stolen the limelight from Uncle Long and the others, which indirectly avenged him for being abandoned. Cool. Great. Master Ning laughed 3 times in his heart. Facing Master Ning's gloating, Uncle Long pointed at the treasure in Ice Soul's arms and said, "The hero you're talking about has fainted due to mental exhaustion." Looking in the direction of Uncle Long, Master Ning understood. Leng Ruoxue also looked over curiously. She also saw the dark golden ball of fur in Ice Soul's arms, but she did not recognize who this little fellow was. "What is it?" Leng Ruoxue asked. "Your baby," Uncle Long replied calmly. "Baby?" Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Could she say that her own baby was not like this? He counted the big furry tail of the little beastie. There were a total of 12 of them, each one fluffy and beautiful, making one unable to let go of them. "It's your baby." Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was still a little suspicious, Uncle Long asked for confirmation. "Did the baby level up?" Leng Ruoxue continued to be puzzled. Why did she have to have so many more tails after she leveled up? "Can't you grow taller?" "Yes, I am." Uncle Long nodded. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to believe it. Then, she took the unconscious baby from Ice Spirit's hands. However, she heard the baby snoring and was speechless. Didn't they say that the baby had overdrawn his mental power and fainted? Why was he still snoring? However, now was not the time to figure this out. He gave a look to Uncle Long and the rest, and Leng Ruoxue and the rest retreated. Of course, before she left, Leng Ruoxue did not forget to cut off the vine in her hand. She also greeted the venomous snakes and bugs that were entangling the Ripple Mist slut. "Will retreat first. You can also retreat." Received. Old Venomous Snake, who knew that the lady in front of him had a close relationship with the beast god, replied in a friendly manner. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest disappeared, he also sent out a signal to prepare for a retreat. In an instant, the countless venomous snakes and insects that were originally densely packed disappeared together with a speed faster than when they came. At this time, the fog ice, which had been bound and unable to use its full power, could finally move. But now that he could move, was it useful? Leng Ruoxue and the rest had left. The venomous snakes and bugs had left as well. Even if she wanted to vent her anger, she could not find anyone else. At this moment, the pain from her body reminded her that she had been hurt by Leng Ruoxue. He bent down and picked up the half-wriggling rattan on the ground. He was so angry that his whole body seemed to be on fire. He shouted towards the sky, "Leng Ruoxue, you and I are irreconcilable." This voice contained a trace of Wu Xian's divine power, so it spread far and wide. Leng Ruoxue and the others who had already teleported away naturally heard the wailing of the Ripple Mist slut. However, no one took it to heart. As they walked, Uncle Long couldn't help but tease, "Shue, the Ripple Mist bitch said that she wants to be irreconcilable with you." "Uncle Long, don't worry. You're definitely on her list of irreconcilable enemies. So, I'm not afraid with you as my companions." Leng Ruoxue replied with a smile. "But I'm scared," Uncle Long said, feigning fear. Everyone burst into laughter at Uncle Long's rare joke. "It's okay, I'll protect you." Leng Ruoxue had enough of laughing and cooperated. "Yes, I knew that Shue is the kindest." Uncle Long nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Leng Ruoxue with a puzzled expression and asked, "Shue, you've come out of seclusion, but why didn't you advance?" "I'm still lacking in other aspects, especially beast taming," Leng Ruoxue replied helplessly. Beastie. What should I do with you? The top priority was to get more beasts. All this while, what she lacked the most was also beasts. Of course, what she lacked was beasts that could make her use the beast taming technique. Those that automatically recognized their masters did not count. The higher the level of the beast, wouldn't it also be of help to the level of the beast taming technique? Uncle Long asked after some thought. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. That's easy. We haven't even taken care of the dragon, phoenix, and white tiger races yet. I think it's better to do it now than today. Let's go now. Uncle Long suggested excitedly. He didn't have enough fun at Imperial City, so he really wanted to find someone to cause trouble for. These three clans. Leng Ruoxue was a little hesitant. Although she had already planned to take action against these three races, she had originally planned to leave the White Tiger race and the Phoenix race for Fengzhan and Baisu. Therefore, she had never really made a move against these two races. As for the dragon race, she could give it a try. I'll have to clean it up sooner or later, Uncle Long nodded calmly. We're going to deal with the White Tiger race as well? Master Ning couldn't help but ask. Since the current White Tiger King was captured, the White Tiger Great Elder had been trying to maintain a good relationship with Demon City. If he knew that such a day would come, would the White Tiger Great Elder regret? Of course. Business was business, and tidying up was tidying up. These were two different things that could not be mixed together. Furthermore, the current White Tiger race is no longer the same as before. If we take care of them, the previous White Tiger King will definitely be grateful to us. Uncle Long said matter-of-factly. Are you sure? Master Ning blinked and asked lightly. Then, he turned to Ice Spirit as if he wanted to hear the opinion of the leader of the four divine beasts. Although the four beast kings were not as harmonious as before, they were still on the same side at this critical moment. With Master Ning taking the lead, everyone's eyes collectively shifted. Why are you all looking at me? Ice Spirit asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm not even from the White Tiger race. They had no choice but to look at you. If you were to protect them, it would really be difficult for them to make a move. If you want to pack up, go ahead. There's no need to ask for my opinion. I won't interfere in the matters of the White Tiger race. Ice Spirit sighed helplessly. With Senior's words, we can be at ease. Uncle Long said with a smile. Ice Spirit was speechless. Even his boss called Shui, his big sister, so what was the big deal in dealing with a traitor subordinate of the beast deity? Besides, he didn't kill them. He just tamed them. That's why the Ice Spirit didn't care about this. Besides, Ice Spirit had always been a person who prioritized the big picture. He could tell that the little girl needed to tame many beasts for her cultivation. How could he not cooperate? Knowing that Ice Spirit didn't mind, Uncle Long and the rest had no more worries. They even incited Leng Ruoxue impatiently, Shui, let's quickly go and take down the Dragon race, Phoenix race, and White Tiger race. Why the hurry? She still wanted to go home and have a good chat with Uncle Dragon and the others to understand more about Demon City. However, seeing how Uncle Long and the others looked as if they wanted the world to be in chaos, Leng Ruoxue was too embarrassed to reject them. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a buzzing sound entered everyone's ears. Everyone immediately stopped and turned around, just in time to see a piece of golden-colored cloud flying in their direction at an extremely fast speed. What? What was going on? Everyone was confused. After a short while, the large golden bee brought a group of smaller golden bees and flew in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Then, the large bee looked at Leng Ruoxue with a bashful expression and did not say a word. As a matter of fact, the golden bee was feeling very uneasy. The reason why it chased after them was agreed upon by the bugs. However, many bugs did not like humans, and humans hated bugs as well. However, they wanted to serve the beast god. After a serious discussion, the bugs decided to send the Golden Bee clan, which was more likable and would not be hated by humans, to serve the beast god. In this way, they would have the opportunity to help the beast god if he needed anything. There was no need to trouble the beast god to summon them with mental power. However, when it was in front of Leng Ruoxue, the leader of the Golden Bees suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. It didn't know if the humans would welcome them or if the beast deity would need them. After all, they were of low status. Leng Ruoxue looked at the very human-like expression of the bee in front of her. The veins on her forehead were throbbing. What was the rhythm of this sudden shyness of the bee? If you have something to say it. Is there something? After waiting for a long time, Leng Ruoxue could only take the initiative to ask when she saw that the big bee was already playing with its claws uneasily, but it was not saying anything. Where are you guys going? After hesitating for a long time, the golden bee asked softly, her cheeks blushing. We. Leng Ruoxue was about to say that she wanted to go to the dragon clan, but after some thought, she said, if you have something to say, then say it. Towards friendly beastie, Leng Ruoxue had always been very friendly. This was also the main reason why her beast taming skill had always been at the lowest level. We want to stay by the beast deity's side. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the golden bee took in a deep breath and gathered its courage. This. Leng Ruoxue was stunned. Shouldn't she be asking baby Sue about this? Although she had already found out about her baby's identity from her godfather, she was still a little unaccustomed to it. She didn't know why the big bee had come to find her. Leng Ruoxue could not figure it out, but the leader of the golden bees was clear. If they asked the beast god, they might be rejected. But if they asked this human lady, if she agreed, the beast god would not reject them. They knew that this lady was the sister that the beast god had mentioned. To be called big sister by the beast deity, one could only imagine her status. Therefore, the intelligent bees decided to cling on to Leng Ruoxue, the strong and powerful one. That way, the beast deity would not chase them away. It could be seen that they had a very good plan. However, Leng Ruoxue was in a difficult position. She, who had always respected beasts, really did not want to make any decisions for her baby. However, at this time, Uncle Long and the others kept winking at her, wanting her to accept these bees. These little guys were all very difficult secret weapons. More importantly, the honey they produced was quite delicious. Helpless, Leng Ruoxue could only nod in agreement. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had agreed, the big golden bee immediately started buzzing. The other bees quickly followed suit in high spirits, causing Leng Ruoxue to be speechless. Take us in too. Suddenly, a slightly aged voice appeared in the ears of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue and the rest lowered their heads to take a look. They did not know when, but those colorful venomous snakes had also appeared. As for their ability to remain undetectable, everyone admired them, but more than that, they were speechless. These venomous snakes always appeared in a way that caught people off guard. To the enemy, they were definitely the most fatal opponents. Of course, he had to take in such beastie. He had to accept it. Hence, this time, without Leng Ruoxue's approval, Uncle Long made the decision, welcome to the team. Thank you. That. We still have some brothers and sisters, can you accept them as well? At this time, the old venomous snake, who was the leader, asked with an embarrassed look. Is it also a snake? Uncle Dragon swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. With so many venomous snakes, will the little ones in Demon City be scared? He was suddenly a little worried. No. Old venomous snake quickly denied. If that's the case, then we welcome them to join us. However, we have a deep hatred for the Ripple Witch, so you'd better be prepared. Uncle Long couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, we have a grudge against her too. Old venomous snake expressed his opinion when he heard Uncle Long's words. If that's the case, all the more we should join forces. Uncle Long said, satisfied. Yes. Old venomous snake also nodded in satisfaction, and then said, let these little ones follow you. I'll go back and inform the other beasts. Alright, but we won't be going home for now. After you've gathered the other beasts, you can bring them to Demon City. Uncle Long said. Hearing Uncle Long say that he wasn't going home, Old Snake couldn't help but ask curiously, you're not going home? Where do you plan to go? Go and take care of the dragon, phoenix, and white tiger race. Uncle Long said honestly. When Old Venomous Snake heard this, he immediately said, then I'll go with you to join in the fun. I've long found the 4 king level divine beasts to be an eyesore, humph. She's just a little pretty. All of them act like it's a big deal. Old Venomous Snake's words were full of contempt, but it made Uncle Long and the others break out in cold sweat. There were 4 king-level divine beasts among them. And it was the leader of the group. However, to everyone's disbelief, Ice Spirit was rather calm, as if the old viper was talking about someone else. Seeing this, Uncle Long and the others immediately had a deep respect for Ice Spirit. Look at him, this was a true powerful magical beast. He definitely wouldn't assume that it was him just because of a few words from someone else. As a human, as a beast, you should be as cold as ice. In fact, Ice Soul was well aware that he was not one of the 4 king divine beasts that the old snake disliked because he had a good relationship with the old snake. However, the relationship between the old snake and the other 3 kings of the 3 clans that were currently sealed was quite stiff. As long as there was a chance, they would definitely hit each other when they were down and would not wait to step the other into the dust. As a result, the old venomous snake naturally loathed the clansmen of those 3 fellows. Previous chapter. Next. At this time, Old Snake also saw through everyone's thoughts. He hooked Ice Spirit's arm with his tail and said, don't misunderstand, everyone. I'm very close to Ice Soul. We're good friends. Of the 4 divine beasts, the only one I have a good impression of is the Qilin clan. As it turns out, my eyes are very accurate, humph. The clansmen of the other 3 clans aren't good people either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have betrayed us. In the past, if it wasn't for the betrayal of the 3 races that caught them off guard, their great beast god wouldn't have fallen, and they wouldn't have been forced to hide. But now, the beast god had been reborn, and they could see the light of day again. So at this moment, Old Venomous Snake was quite excited. When Leng Ruoxue heard that the old venomous snake in front of her claimed that he was good friends with Ice Spirit, she could not help but sigh. This old venomous snake really knew how to keep up with the times. He seemed to be able to accept new things. Just like that, Old Venomous Snake brought his sons and grandsons to join Leng Ruoxue's group. Together, they followed Leng Ruoxue and the others in a grandiose manner as they advanced towards the territories of the Dragon, Phoenix, and White Tiger clans. The first place they went to was the Phoenix clan. This was because this place was the closest to the Phoenix clan's territory. However, when they arrived at the Phoenix clan, Leng Ruoxue and the others realized that there were only 2 to 3 members of the Phoenix clan in the clan. It was a pitiful number. As such, everyone suddenly lost interest. After that, he turned around and headed to the White Tiger race. At first, Leng Ruoxue was still hesitating whether she should come here right now. After all, the relationship between the White Tiger race's Grand Elder and them had been pretty good ever since the White Tiger King incident. However, when she arrived at the White Tiger race, there were only a few White Tigers left to guard the White Tiger race. The rest, including the White Tiger race's Grand Elder, were actually not present. This was really too strange. Leng Ruoxue and the rest were confused. They expressed their doubts about the two beast men running away from home on such a large scale. Although these three races had previously besieged Demon City, they hadn't even attacked the ordinary clansmen yet. This was especially true for the White Tiger race. It could be said that due to the efforts of the White Tiger's great elder, their relationship with Demon City had always been considered good, and nothing major had happened since. If the Phoenix race could be explained to be hiding from them, then there was no need for the White Tiger race to hide from them either. Leaving the White Tiger race resentfully, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were extremely disappointed. After that, they rushed to the Dragon Clan. When he arrived at the Dragon Clan, the entire Dragon Clan was empty. Looking at the overgrown weeds in the Dragon Clan's territory, everyone was speechless. Previously, when he was at the Phoenix and White Tiger race, he heard from the Phoenixes and White Tigers that were guarding the place that their clansmen had all gone out to train. What about the Dragon race? Not a single dragon was left behind. Wasn't he afraid that his territory would be taken over by other beasties? Of course, there definitely wouldn't be many beasts that would dare to openly occupy the territories of the four great king divine beasts, but this didn't mean that there weren't any. And even if a dragon was left behind, it would be enough to serve the purpose of deterring the other beasts. It was clear that this disappearance was really unusual. Leng Ruoxue would never believe that in order to go out and gain experience, he would hide from her, afraid of her revenge, and even give up his territory. She turned to Ice Spirit and asked, "Senior Ice Spirit, is it possible that they're afraid of my revenge, so they've all gone into hiding and abandoned their territory? How is this possible? This territory was fought hard for by us in the past. Even if our clansmen lose their lives, we can't just hand over the territory to someone else." Ice Spirit said with certainty. A piece of territory was extremely important to Beastie. This was because the territory was not only related to the development of a race, but also played a key role in the growth of the younger members of the race. At the same time, it was also a symbol of the powerful beast race. And the beast race without a territory was naturally not powerful. More importantly, the territories of the four king divine beast clans were all very suitable for their own clansmen to live in. As such, it was even more impossible for them to give it to other beasts. But the weeds in the Dragon Clan's territory are already so tall. Clearly, they've left for a long time. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the weeds on the ground. Something must have happened to them. At this moment, Old Venomous Snake, who had just returned from his trip, interrupted Leng Ruoxue's words. An accident? Leng Ruoxue and the others were astonished. Hearing this, Uncle Long tried to recall in detail. He had never heard of any human or beast going missing in the divine realm. How did this happen? Are you sure? Ice Spirit asked seriously. You still don't believe in my sense of smell. I've discovered an aura here that doesn't belong to those stinky dragons. It should be that of humans. Old Venomous Snake said with confidence. We've been here before. Hearing Old Venomous Snake's words, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but remind him. It's not yours. I know your aura. Old Venomous Snake said with certainty. Believe in its words. Its sense of smell is invincible. Ice Spirit sighed. All right then. Since Ice Spirit had already said so, Leng Ruoxue could only believe her. However, her curious eyes could not help but turn to look at Old Venomous Snake. Invincible sense of smell? Was he more powerful than a dog? Boss's sister, please believe in my judgment. Back then, I was in charge of reconnaissance. I believe you are. Also, you can call me Schwer. I'm very happy that Boss's sister believes me, but I can't call you Schwer. Leng Ruoxue felt a little helpless when she heard its words. She didn't expect this old snake to be so stubborn. In addition, she was also a little worried. If he didn't call her Schwer, then what should he call her? One had to know that the people around her who were slightly closer to her would directly call her by her name. Since this old snake was baby subordinate, they would definitely be familiar with each other in the future. He couldn't possibly call her Miss Leng, right? Leng Ruoxue was in a difficult position. Old Venomous Snake didn't know what to call her, but it was definitely not appropriate to keep calling her big sister. Why don't we call her Miss Leng for the time being? Uncle Long could only interrupt when he saw the man and the snake staring at each other without saying anything. Yes. When Old Venomous Snake heard this, he immediately nodded in agreement. With the form of address confirmed, Old Venomous Snake continued with his own judgment. The reason why I'm so sure that something has happened to them is because I discovered this. With that, Old Venomous Snake produced a black belt out of nowhere. Looking at the black belt, Leng Ruoxue felt a sense of déjà vu. However, she could not recall where she had seen it before. Schwer, do you find this belt familiar? Seeing Leng Ruoxue's pensive look, Uncle Long could not help but ask. Yeah, but I just can't remember where I've seen it before. Leng Ruoxue said, feeling a little depressed. Miss Leng, take a closer look and see if you can find anything. When Old Venomous Snake heard this, he quickly passed the belt to Leng Ruoxue. Taking the belt, Leng Ruoxue observed it carefully. This belt was too ordinary. There was nothing special about it, and there was no trace of the identity of the person on it. After a while, Leng Ruoxue shook her head helplessly. Seeing that she still couldn't remember, everyone could only follow her and think hard. Who do you guys think is the most likely to act against the Dragon race, Phoenix race, and White Tiger race? After thinking for a long time, Uncle Long asked. Right now, these three tribes have no leaders and their beast hearts are scattered, so there are many people who want to take advantage of them. However, not many had the ability to deal with them. The most suspicious ones were the 8 great divine regions. In addition, this might not be done by one family, but by a few. Dongfang Lin analyzed after some thought. As soon as Dongfang Lin's words fell, everyone and all the beasts present couldn't help but turn their eyes to Master Ning. Their suspicious and probing gazes made Master Ning explode. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't lay my hands on the dragon race, phoenix race, or white tiger race. Master Ning shouted angrily. Calm down. We didn't say that you did it. You were with us the whole time, so we know very well whether you did it or not. Smiling, Uncle Long quickly comforted him. Since you know that I've been with you all this time, why are you still looking at me like this? After hearing this, Master Ning was depressed to the extreme. How could they bully people like this? We just want to know if there's anyone from the Ning family doing this behind your back. Uncle Long asked carefully. I won't. Without my permission, they would never dare to do such a thing. I can guarantee it. Master Ning immediately made a solemn vow. Could that be the Yao clan? The old man of the Yao family has rarely appeared in public in the past 10 years, so it's hard to say. It's also possible that a few of them are working together. If that's the case, isn't the murderer a little hard to guess? Don't guess anymore, just send someone to investigate. Shue, we don't have anyone to send at the moment. Leng Ruoxue was silent. Where was he? AI. Didn't she say that she wanted to go home and have a deep chat? It was obvious that there was something she didn't know. Shue, we're the only people you can send at the moment. I see. Then why don't I do it myself and you all go home to wait for me? I don't want to go back. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, everyone spoke in unison. What kind of rhythm is this? Leng Ruoxue was even more helpless. Shue, now that something has happened to our target beastie, how can we just go back like this? I feel that we should immediately head to the Phoenix and White Tiger tribes and have a good heart-to-heart talk with their only remaining offsprings to see if there are any suspicious people around. Humph. You dare to snatch food from our Shue's mouth, you really don't want to live. His words made everyone nod their heads. It seemed that Uncle Long and the others had taken those beasts as their own. There's also us. We can all help. Previously, we didn't search the Phoenix and White Tiger race carefully. Now, we have to return and look for more suspicious clues. Hee. As long as he thought that his clan might become the saviors of those three clans, Old Venomous Snake's mood instantly brightened. Since that's the case, let's return to the Phoenix and White Tiger race then. However, if they were to return, it would definitely be a disaster for the Phoenix and White Tiger that stayed behind. They arrived at the Phoenix clan first. Seeing Leng Ruoxue and the rest return, the few phoenixes that were left behind felt so depressed that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Sob. Why did these fiends return? Did they still want to live? Initially, they were already on tenterhooks about the arrival of Leng Ruoxue and the rest. They had finally managed to send those fiends away safely, and after a few days of peace, those fiends had actually returned. And this time, Leng Ruoxue didn't waste any words. She immediately captured a few phoenixes and brought everyone to the White Tiger race. Actually, the White Tigers of the White Tiger race weren't as afraid of their arrival as the phoenixes. However, they wouldn't welcome them either. After all, no one could forget that their king was still in Leng Ruoxue's hands. The relationship between their White Tiger race and Leng Ruoxue was also so fragile that it couldn't withstand a single blow. They had to be on guard against Leng Ruoxue falling out with them. Hence, Leng Ruoxue could definitely be considered the most unwelcomed guest of the White Tiger race. However, they had no choice but to welcome her with a smile. Such a fact also meant that the White Tigers would never have any confidence when facing Leng Ruoxue and the others. Previous chapter. Seeing Leng Ruoxue and the rest turn around, the few White Tigers left to guard the place could only smile stiffly and say in a depressed tone, It's coming. They're here. Leng Ruoxue replied with a smile. However, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this conversation was very strange. It sounded a little familiar, didn't it? After Leng Ruoxue's reply, the few White Tigers were speechless for a long time. They didn't know how to continue. In fact, the White Tigers really wanted to ask, why did you come back? But no one dared to say this. Especially after seeing that the other party had captured a few phoenixes, no one dared to ask. Just like that, the White Tiger, Leng Ruoxue, and the others stared at each other. After a long while, one of the White Tigers suddenly remembered that Leng Ruoxue and the rest were still standing there. He quickly said, then please take a seat. Leng Ruoxue and the others were silent. Uncle Long took a deep breath and asked, you want us to sit on the ground? Arg. It wasn't tea. It wasn't tea. Please come to the living room. When they respectfully invited Leng Ruoxue and the others into the living room and saw that the other party did not take the opportunity to cause a scene, after that, they went to prepare food for Leng Ruoxue and the rest in a panic. Seeing how they were so busy but were clueless and dazed, Leng Ruoxue quickly stopped them and said, don't be busy, sit down, I have something to ask you. Leng Ruoxue's voice was a little loud. When the White Tigers heard her, they were so frightened that their hearts trembled. Seeing that the White Tigers were sitting far away, Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked indifferently, what, do you think I'm going to eat you? All of you, sit here. When they saw Leng Ruoxue pointing to the empty seats beside them for them to sit, the White Tigers stood up unwillingly with a sad face. Then, they walked with heavy steps, slowly towards Leng Ruoxue. You bastard! You guys should move quickly, we don't have that much time to waste on you. The cowardice of these White Tigers instantly infuriated Uncle Long. Tell me about your clansmen who ran away from home. What time did they leave? Did they say goodbye to their clansmen before leaving? In addition, have any strangers come here? The White Tigers could not help but look at each other. There were so many questions, which one should they answer first? Seeing through their thoughts, Uncle Long roared, answer me one by one. Answer seriously, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the white tigers immediately sat up straight like obedient babies. Then, the white tiger, who was the most powerful among them, spoke first. I don't know when they left, because they usually leave at night, so no clansman saw them. As for the greeting, I don't think they did. After this white tiger finished speaking, the other white tiger continued, no strangers have come to the clan in the past few years. After answering seriously, the few white tigers looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others uneasily like primary school students. They wondered if the other party would be satisfied with their answer. Sob. It felt so difficult to answer. Are you sure no strangers have been here? Leng Ruoxue's suspicions deepened when she heard the white tiger say that their clansmen had chosen to leave at night, but no one had seen them. Was there a need to be so mysterious when facing his own family? No, I didn't. Our white tiger race doesn't welcome strangers. A white tiger replied. In reality, he wanted to say that he did not welcome humans. So, you didn't know when the clansmen left? Since you're not sure, how can you be sure that they've gone out to gain experience? They left a letter to the clan before they left, so we knew about it. Leng Ruoxue and the rest could not help but laugh when they heard that the white tiger had left a letter before it left. Uncle Long couldn't help but laugh out loud before saying, I only found out today that your white tiger race likes to write letters. What a joke. The beasts hated things related to words the most because most of them could not read. They were once laughed at by humans for their lack of literacy, so from then on, the beasts hated words. Of course, this was not absolute. There were still some beasts who could read, but most of them hated words. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard that every beastie that had left home had left a letter to inform them of their whereabouts, their first reaction was that it was impossible. When the white tigers heard this, they blushed and said, these few years, under the great elder's education, every white tiger has started to learn to read, so it's not a problem for them to trust us with simple words. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to show us the letters left behind by the white tigers. Alright, please wait a moment. A white tiger stood up and walked out. Not long after, he returned with a thick stack of paper in his hand. After passing the paper to Leng Ruoxue, the white tiger returned to its original position. After Leng Ruoxue flipped through it briefly, she passed the thick stack of papers to Uncle Long and the others. After everyone had finished looking around, Leng Ruoxue asked, what are your thoughts? The white tiger race's handwriting is not bad. The words are neat and imposing. It just doesn't look like it was written by someone who only learned how to write for a few years. Why do I feel that these words are somewhat similar? It's as if they were all written by the same person. Uncle Long scratched his head in confusion. Hearing him say this, Master Ning and the others lowered their heads and looked carefully again. With one look, they really saw many problems. These words were indeed written by a single person. Although the other party had deliberately changed the style, it is impossible to change the habits of many years. Dongfang Lin said with certainty after a careful observation. Did you hear that? This word was written by a person, not your family's handwriting. Leng Ruoxue turned to the few white tigers beside her and said after hearing Dongfang Lin's words. This is impossible. He exclaimed. The white tigers were dumbfounded when they heard this. Something might have happened to your family. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could only make her words more clear. But in this case, the white tigers found it even more impossible to believe her. Not only did they not believe her, they even looked at Leng Ruoxue with suspicion. However, no one had the guts to question Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue understood when she saw their expressions. After that, she pointed to the few phoenixes sitting on the ground and said, you can ask them. The situation of their phoenix race is the same as your white tiger race. Does your phoenix kind also have a clansman who is going out to train? One of the white tigers asked. Yes, he also left a letter before he left. One of the phoenixes said honestly. After listening for such a long time, he finally realized that something was amiss. After all this fuss, Leng Ruoxue had returned because she suspected that her clansman's training was abnormal? If that was the case, why didn't he say it clearly at the beginning? Why did he have to capture all of them and take them away? Sob. The phoenixes were so sad. Sad. It looks like our two races are thinking the same thing. The white tiger said dumbly. Want to be together, your sister. The phoenix who replied was not as stupid as the white tiger. Immediately, he turned to look at Leng Ruoxue and said, something must have happened to the phoenix kind. At least you're not too stupid. Leng Ruoxue looked at the phoenix with admiration. She then turned to look at the silly white tiger with a headache and said, did you hear that? She's more clear-headed than you idiot. Leng Ruoxue's tone was filled with resentment. If there was such a stupid subordinate among her subordinates, she would definitely be angered to death. Fortunately, this white tiger wasn't hers yet. But in the future. Thinking about the future, Leng Ruoxue's gaze towards a certain white tiger became sharp again. As for the white tiger that was being glared at, it looked at Leng Ruoxue with an aggrieved expression, as if it was a little wife that had been bullied. Leng Ruoxue could only sigh. After taking a few deep breaths, she suppressed her anger and said, now that your clansmen are all in trouble, leaving only a few of you behind, what do you think? Tell me. We don't know. Woo. The few white tigers were on the verge of a mental breakdown after hearing this bad news. They were at a loss for what to do and looked at Leng Ruoxue with teary eyes. Their clear blue eyes were red as though they were saying, please protect me. Miss Leng, you can make the decision, the Phoenix clan replied. We'll listen to you. AI. He definitely had to listen. A beast under the eaves had no choice but to lower its head. I can't be bothered with your business. The moment the Phoenix finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with disdain. Ugh. Not care? No matter why they were captured? He thought that since the other party had captured them, he would naturally help them. But now. Sob. How could these people not care? How could he leave her in the lurch? It had to be said that at this moment, whether it was the Phoenix or the White Tiger, both of them felt fear towards the disappearance of their clansmen. In fact, at this moment, they could not help but place their hopes on their original enemy, Leng Ruoxue. However, now that she had said that she would not care, their burning anticipation was instantly crushed into an ice cave. Don't ignore it, dear. If you don't do anything, they might be captured by the bad guys. Woo-woo, whoever dared to capture Phoenix and White Tiger must have extraordinary strength. Thinking of this, they couldn't help turning their eyes to Master Ning. They guessed that the person who dared to capture the Phoenix and the White Tiger was probably from the 8 great divine regions. It had to be said that the two sides were thinking the same thing. The reason why they did not suspect Leng Ruoxue was because they felt that with Leng Ruoxue's abilities, she would not have to go through so much trouble to capture a White Tiger or Phoenix. He secretly caught someone and left a message. How much effort did he have to put into this? Leng Ruoxue would definitely not bother to do such a sneaky thing. More importantly, even if the other party had done it, they would not have forged a message. It was really unnecessary. Without any suspicion, the White Tiger and Phoenix who were present ruled out Leng Ruoxue as a suspect. This was something that Leng Ruoxue had never thought of. She even felt that it would be normal for the other party to suspect her. After all, they did not get along well. Master Ning, who had been targeted by them, was a little angry. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do that. Master Ning roared in anger. We didn't say that you did it. We just feel that, in the entire firmament, only the people from the 8 great divine domains, aside from Demon City, are capable of snatching away the Phoenix and the White Tiger without anyone knowing. Master Ning was speechless. It seemed like that was the case. Uncle Long and the others couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that they had the same idea. After clearing her throat, Leng Ruoxue spoke again. I can guarantee that this matter has nothing to do with Godfather. As for who you suspect, just go and find the person involved. I hope that I'll have the opportunity to see all of you alive in the divine realm in the future. With that, Leng Ruoxue stood up and prepared to leave. As soon as she stood up, Uncle Long and the others naturally followed suit. The Phoenixes and White Tigers were dumbfounded. Woo. He really didn't care? No. They definitely could not allow Leng Ruoxue and the others to leave just like that. If they left, there would be even fewer people who could help them. Actions speak louder than words. In the next second, a few White Tigers and Phoenixes pounced towards Leng Ruoxue in unison. They knelt on the ground and hugged Leng Ruoxue and the rest's legs tightly as they cried, Woo. You can't just leave like this. If you guys leave, what are we going to do? What do you have to do with us? Don't forget, we are also enemies. Leng Ruoxue's face darkened before she spoke in a tone that left no room for discussion. Yup. We don't have the obligation to help you, and you're not even related to us. Uncle Long agreed. Agreed. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Shue's tactic of playing hard to get was good. In this case, wouldn't these Phoenixes and White Tigers be easy to capture? Then we'll become your beasts. Is that okay? One of the Phoenixes asked carefully. Don't say that he didn't have a backbone. When things came to a head, he might even lose his life. Could a backbone be eaten? Staying alive was the most important thing. Hearing that a certain Phoenix had the intention to defect, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, but the thing I don't need the most right now is a beast. However, I do lack some servants. Are you willing to do that? I'm willing. I'm willing. The Phoenix who spoke did not dare to make a decision on behalf of the others. However, to him, it did not matter whether he was a beastie or a servant, as long as he could keep his little life. He did not wish to be like his clan members and disappear without a trace. More importantly, everyone in the immortal realm knew that Leng Ruoxue treated beasts well. Hence, being her servant was better than letting others take advantage of her, right? It had to be said that this Phoenix had thought it through quite thoroughly and was very tactful. It was also very sincere and did not reveal the slightest bit of reluctance. Seeing his expression, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. Since you've decided, I'll give you a chance. Thank you, Master, for taking me in. Master, I'm willing too. Master, please take me in. When the other Phoenixes and White Tigers saw this, they didn't care about their face anymore and fought to be the first to speak. Seeing this grand scene, Master Ning and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. This was too. That? Don't you have any shame? However, Leng Ruoxue was satisfied that they had walked right into her trap. This was the result of playing hard to get. Hence, she did not reject them. After explaining to the other party that she wanted to use the beast taming technique, Leng Ruoxue then signed the equality contract with them. The White Tigers and Phoenixes were extremely touched. He had thought that his master would sign a master-servant contract with him, but he didn't expect it to be an equal contract. Sob. Where else could he find such a kind master? At this moment, the beasties' hearts were completely subdued by Leng Ruoxue. Initially, Leng Ruoxue was hesitating whether she should sign a master-servant contract before the contract was formed. After all, to ordinary beast tamers, it was necessary to sign a master-servant contract for tamed beasts. Only then would the loyalty of the beasts be high. However, she did not have such concerns at all. More importantly, she had always been tolerant of her beasts. There were very few beasts in her family who had signed a master-servant contract, and the few beasts in front of her had never offended her. Therefore, she really could not bear to use the master-servant contract to control their freedom. After much consideration, Leng Ruoxue finally decided to sign an equality contract. However, she did not expect that a contract of equals would be able to completely subdue the hearts of these beasts. This could be considered an unexpected surprise. After becoming Leng Ruoxue, the white tigers and the phoenix felt much more at ease. Then, out of curiosity, one of the white tigers could not help but ask, "Master, have you been to the dragon clan? What's the situation there?" "I've been there. Their entire clan doesn't have any dragons," Leng Ruoxue said calmly. "Ah." These words instantly scared the phoenixes and white tigers so much that their faces turned pale. At the same time, they were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. It was a good thing that they had acknowledged Leng Ruoxue as their master. Otherwise, they might be the next ones to be captured. "Master, what should we do now?" a phoenix asked after a long time. "Investigate the suspicious people and find us a secret place. We will be staying there temporarily. As for you, you will be live targets for now. If the other party wants to make a move, you'll be the first choice." Leng Ruoxue made the arrangements. Although they knew that their master's arrangement was very reasonable, as long as they thought that they would be living targets for the enemy, the white tigers and phoenixes could not be happy. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. The other party was going to make a move against the phoenix and white tiger race. It was clearly unrealistic to make them the target. In order to ensure their safety, Leng Ruoxue had even specially instructed old venomous snake to place a few of his sons and grandsons by their side for protection. This way, their safety would naturally be greatly increased. After that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest settled down in a mountain stream within the white tiger race. During this period of time, Leng Ruoxue had heard from Uncle Long and the others that there was new blood in Demon City. However, these new blood were either in closed-door cultivation or out for training. Hence, in the huge Demon City, they were the only idle people. But fortunately, with the Golden Bee clan, Old Venomous Snake, and his children and descendants around, they finally had some people to run errands for them. Other than the venomous snakes that followed the white tiger and phoenix, the rest of the snake's offsprings were sent out by the Old Venomous Snake. The Golden Bee clan also scattered to cooperate with the venomous snakes to investigate the situation and monitor suspicious people in the 8 great divine regions. Time passed. Soon, 2 months had passed. There was no trace of the enemy, but Bao Bao, who had been sleeping for a long time, finally woke up. The moment Baby Su opened his eyes, he saw Leng Ruoxue and immediately threw himself into her arms. He said passionately, "Sister, I missed you so much." "Sister also misses the baby," Leng Ruoxue said dotingly. "Sister, baby doesn't want to be away from you for so long," the baby said in a spoiled manner. "Silly girl, baby has never left big sister. Baby's temporary departure is all for cultivation. Yes, I don't need to cultivate anymore. Sister, how's my new image? Is she pretty?" Initially, it had wanted to show off, but who knew that it would accidentally trip over its long, furry tail. With a loud plop, it fell on its back. This made Leng Ruoxue laugh out loud. Seeing that she had pleased her sister, Baby Su was happy in her heart. However, she couldn't help but put on an aggrieved expression. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked pitifully at Leng Ruoxue. "Sister." When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she immediately pulled the baby into her arms to comfort him. However, she could not hide the smile on her face. "Big sister, you're smiling so happily." "Yes." Leng Ruoxue smiled and nodded. Just as Leng Ruoxue was about to praise Baby Su, a small golden bee flew over and stopped beside the two of them. When the golden bee saw that its baby was awake, it hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, greetings, Lord Beast Deity." "Yes, what's the matter?" "Your Excellency, Miss Leng, the king asked me to inform you that there are enemies." "What enemy information?" The baby, who had just woken up, had a confused expression on his fluffy and cute little face. "Have you found the person who captured the 3 beasts?" "Not yet, I caught a man in black. That person was sneakily loitering around the white tiger race's territory and we discovered him." Leng Ruoxue was speechless. This couldn't be considered as an enemy's relationship, right? What if they were just passing by? However, she would rather catch the wrong person than let him go. So, after hearing the golden bee's report, she carried the baby to the living room because the person was being interrogated by Uncle Long and the others. On the way, Leng Ruoxue also explained to Baby Su. After finding out that the dragon race, phoenix race, and white tiger race had all gone missing, Bao Bao was completely enraged. "You bastard! It had not dealt with those guys yet. How could they let others capture them? Wasn't this clearly snatching people from the hands of the beast god? Such an evil act must not be tolerated." The baby, who was being carried by Leng Ruoxue, followed her into the living room in a valiant and spirited manner. Seeing that the baby had woken up, everyone was very happy, because this meant that their strength had increased a lot. However, the few people sitting here still used up most of their mental strength on the baby, just to add a few words of criticism to the fog ripple, while the baby felt warm and accepted everyone's criticism with an open mind. After that, everyone turned their attention to the man in black who was kneeling on the ground. Seeing that the other party was dressed in black in broad daylight, Leng Ruoxue was speechless. This person didn't look like someone who was good at this, but that didn't mean that he wasn't suspicious at all. Moreover, no matter how she looked at him, she felt that the person in front of her looked familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen him before. More importantly, when the person in front of her saw her, his eyes were obviously avoiding her, as if he did not expect to see her here. You recognize me? Leng Ruoxue squinted her eyes as she sat down. Young Lady Leng is very famous in the divine realm. I'm afraid there aren't many people who don't recognize her, right? The man in black replied carefully after he calmed down. You think I'm asking you that? Leng Ruoxue glanced at the black-robed man. Forgive me for being slow-witted, but I don't understand what Miss Leng is saying. You don't understand? You're a member of the Ning family? No, I'm not. The black-robed man denied frantically. When Uncle Long and the others heard Shui say that the other party was from the Ning family, they were all shocked. Then, Master Ning rushed to the man in black, grabbed him by the collar, and asked, You're from the Ning family? What's your name? Which room is she from? I'm not a member of the Ning family. The man in black was so frightened by Master Ning's sudden action that his face turned as pale as a sheet. However, he still denied Leng Ruoxue's words. Seeing that the other party refused to admit it, Master Ning turned to Leng Ruoxue and said, Shui, I don't think he's from the Ning family. The Ning family wouldn't act like this when they see me. Godfather, Qingju has read his heart. This time, Master Ning didn't say anything, and turned his head to glare at the man in black. However, the black-robed man clearly did not understand the meaning behind Leng Ruoxue's words. He stubbornly stuck his neck out and continued to argue, I'm not a member of the Ning family. Miss Leng, please don't give me an identity. What, do you think that your identity as a member of the Ning family has embarrassed you? Or do you think you're not qualified to be called a member of the Ning family? None of them. I'm not a member of the Ning family anyway. At this moment, he had already thrown all his fear to the back of his mind. The only thing he wanted to do was to deny it. He didn't believe that as long as he refused to admit it, the other party would still be able to pin the Ning family's identity on him. Leng Ruoxue was not bothered by his stubbornness. She smiled and said, What, you think you've embarrassed the Ning family? If you knew this would happen, why did you do that? Miss Leng, don't talk nonsense. I'm not a member of the Ning family. How could I embarrass the Ning family? Leng Ruoxue had already put it that way, but the man in black still refused to admit it. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and walked to the side of the man in black. It seems that you really don't like your identity as a member of the Ning family, otherwise you wouldn't have refused to admit it. Forget it, since you don't want to acknowledge it, I can't force you to acknowledge it, so as not to really lose Godfather's face. You. Leng Ruoxue's words angered the man in black so much that his entire body trembled. He was unable to form a complete sentence even after a long time. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue couldn't be bothered with him anymore. She turned her gaze to her godfather and said, Godfather, they are the third elder's men. Master Ning immediately understood. Then, he looked deeply at Leng Ruoxue and sighed in his heart. He knew that the Ning family's matters could not be hidden from this girl. But this was good too, at least Shui understood him. Then, Master Ning's sharp eyes turned to the man in black and he asked indifferently, Did third brother ask someone to do this? What is it? I don't understand. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, the black-clothed man didn't quibble that he wasn't a member of the Ning family, but he still didn't know. Godfather, there's no need to ask him. He's just a small fry and doesn't know much. Seeing that the black-robed man was still trying to hide the truth, Leng Ruoxue did not want to give him any more chances. Alright, I'll go find third brother. Uncle Long and the others looked at each other, then they got up and followed him. Seeing that everyone had left, the black-shirted man thought that he was free. Just as he was about to cheer, he suddenly realized that there were a few more golden little bees around him. What are you guys doing? The man in black shivered. The gazes of these little golden bees were much fiercer than before. What were they trying to do? What do you want? Hee. Kid, without the order of our boss's sister, you can forget about escaping. You're under our watch now, so don't ever doubt our intelligence. Brothers, go. Take him down. When the other golden bees heard this, they immediately buzzed with joy. Then, they quickly enlarged their bodies and charged toward the man in black. After a few bees hit each other, the man in black fainted. Then, the bees grabbed the man's legs and dragged him out. At the same time, the aggressive Master Ning also rushed to the area of influence assigned to the third elder. Leng Ruoxue and the rest followed him all the way, but they could not keep up with their godfather's footsteps. They were completely shaken off by the exasperated Master Ning. Of course, Master Ning didn't mean to shake them off, but no one expected him to walk so fast. When they didn't pay attention, he had already disappeared. The second elder of the Ning family knew why they were here. He immediately brought Leng Ruoxue and the rest to the territory of the third elder. The second elder was about to leave when he arrived at the third elder's territory, but when the guard saw him, he said, Second elder, long time no see. Third elder is waiting for you. When the second elder heard this, his face was full of doubt. Third brother was waiting for him? Was this a joke? Ever since third brother had been chased out of the family by the old ancestor, he had not been in contact with them at all. How could he wait for him? However, the second elder of the Imperial Guard recognized the person who had spoken. Hence, he did not doubt the other party's words and stayed behind with Leng Ruoxue. After that, they were respectfully invited into the city. The guard brought Leng Ruoxue and the rest to a tall, grand courtyard that was exactly the same as the Ning family's main residence. He then turned and left. Looking at the tall and magnificent courtyard, Leng Ruoxue turned to second elder and teased, Second elder, it also says the Ning family's main residence. Which one is the real one? Of course, it's real. Are you sure? Do you know what kind of feeling this place gives me? Of course I'm sure. We're the master of the Ning family, so please don't think too much, Miss Leng. The second elder of the Ning family said. But in fact, he was also a little uneasy. He didn't know what his third brother was up to. He had already been expelled from the Ning family, so how could he still use the name of the Ning family's main residence? Wasn't he trying to make them look bad? More importantly, how was this the Ning family's main residence? The second elder was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. After that, they were all invited into the living room by the servants. Sitting in the living room, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face maintained a faint smile, while second elder's uneasiness grew heavier and heavier. Because along the way, he had discovered that every blade of grass, every tree, and all the decorations were basically no different from the real Ning family's main residence. What was she trying to do? Suppressing his anger, the third elder finally arrived. Before the second elder could flare up, the third elder laughed and said, "Second brother, long time no see. Don't call me second brother, I'm not worthy of that title." "All right then. Second elder, how have you been?" Looking at Leng Ruoxue, his heart was filled with hatred. If it wasn't for this woman, he wouldn't have ended up like this. "Third elder, how have you been?" Leng Ruoxue saw that the other party was glaring at her with hatred but did not say a word, so, "Thanks to Miss Leng, my life is still going on." The third elder said indifferently, and then asked, "May I know why Miss Leng has come here? Where's Godfather?" Leng Ruoxue didn't answer directly and continued to ask, "If the Godfather that Miss Leng is talking about is Master Ning, I don't see him." "You didn't see it? This is impossible. The old ancestor clearly came to your place." "Second elder, did you see Master Ning come to my place with your own eyes?" "Ugh." The second elder was at a loss for words. Of course, he did not see it with his own eyes. He had heard it from Leng Ruoxue. Furthermore, there was no need for Leng Ruoxue to lie to him about such matters. Second elder turned to look at Leng Ruoxue with suspicion. Then, he heard Leng Ruoxue say, "Third elder, if you're sensible, hand over your godfather. He's your biological father after all. How could you harm him?" "What?" Leng Ruoxue's shocking words scared the second elder so much that he jumped up in shock. He looked at Leng Ruoxue in disbelief before turning to look at the third elder. With a face full of disappointment, he shouted, "Third brother, you harmed our ancestor? You animal! I'm going to kill you to avenge our ancestor." After the second elder finished shouting, he immediately pounced towards the third elder. When the third elder saw this, he did not panic and said, "Second elder, can't you grow some brains? Don't be incited by this woman. What reason do I have to harm Master Ning? To think that we've been brothers for so many years, yet you easily believed an outsider's words, and even began to doubt me." When the third elder said this, his face was full of disappointment. When the second elder heard him say this, he was at a loss and didn't know who to believe. Not long after, the second elder took a few deep breaths and said, "Miss Leng would not lie to me because of such a matter. Do you think I would lie to you about something like this? We'll talk about lying later. Hand over your godfather first." When the second elder heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he immediately reacted, "That's right. Quickly hand over the ancestor. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I told you Master Ning didn't come. Why didn't you believe me?" The third elder said helplessly, "It doesn't seem like you have the final say. Since you claim that Godfather isn't here, do you dare to let us search?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. "Sure, but what if you don't find anything?" The third elder asked. "If you didn't find it, doesn't that prove your innocence? What else do you want to do? You." The third elder was angered by his words. After taking a few deep breaths, he suddenly roared, "If you can't find it, then you can all stay here. Are you staying for dinner? There's no need to be so polite. You must be dreaming. I'll leave you behind to be dealt with properly. So you want to punish us? Oh. Alright, let's see if you have the ability then. I'm looking forward to it," Uncle Long interrupted. "Humph." Seeing the two of them echoing each other, the third elder was furious. He thought to himself, "You'll see what happens later." Before the official search, Leng Ruoxue had secretly given them a few pills. Even though everyone was puzzled, they still took them when they were not prepared. After that, everyone dispersed and split up. Leng Ruoxue carried the baby and headed south. Third elder could not help but sneer as he watched Leng Ruoxue leave. Then, he sat back in his original position and leisurely drank his tea. "Big sister, there are so many strangers, auras here." Along the way, Bao Bao whispered to Leng Ruoxue through telepathy, "Yes, let's find Godfather first. Don't worry about the rest." Leng Ruoxue replied and quickened her pace. They arrived at a small courtyard that had been abandoned for a long time. Leng Ruoxue pushed open the door and walked in. After entering, Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and searched carefully. From the outside, this small courtyard seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. However, the courtyard was unusually clean. There wasn't even a single weed. The courtyard was filled with bright red flowers, competing for beauty. Although the flowers were beautiful, they gave her a rather out-of-place feeling. Leng Ruoxue walked over to the flowers and observed them carefully. She stretched out her snow-white hand, wanting to pick one and look at it as much as she wanted to. However, the moment her hand reached out, the flowers moved. She saw many tentacles extending out of the center of the flower, rushing toward her. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue hurriedly retracted her hand. When the flowers saw that the delectable taste was gone, they seemed to be quite dissatisfied and started to shake violently. They even let out baby-like cries. What the hell was this flower? Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue really wanted to burn all these strange flowers. However, before she could do that, she heard light footsteps behind her. Leng Ruoxue turned around vigilantly and saw Third Elder leading a group of menacing men in black and had her surrounded. "Third Elder, what are you trying to do?" Blinking her eyes, Leng Ruoxue revealed a calm smile and pretended to be confused. "I want to use you as fertilizer for my flowers." The third elder smiled evilly and spoke the truth. So that's how it is. However, my flower fertilizer is poisonous. Are you sure you want to do this? Poisonous? Humph. Can you poison the flowers here more than you can? That's true. However, before you use me as fertilizer, can you first answer a few of my questions? What do you want to ask? The third elder asked kindly. It was obvious that he had agreed to let Leng Ruoxue be the ghost that understood the situation. Where's Godfather? Leng Ruoxue's first question was the same as before. Ha ha ha. Of course, that old thing is in my hands. Why did you capture Godfather? Although Godfather has expelled you from the family, I know that he has not mistreated you. But you still treat him like this. Are you still human? Why? Did he treat me as his son? He's just an old man who's helping an outsider. For an outsider like you, he's actually treating us like this. Is he still worthy of being my father? Yes. You're right, he did not mistreat us in some ways, but he expelled us from the Leng clan, which has already made it impossible for us to establish ourselves in the divine realm. Isn't that mistreating us? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, third elder retorted with burning jealousy. You really think he did it for me? If it wasn't for you, then was it for me? Of course it's not for you, but it's definitely not just for me. Godfather was doing it for the Ning family. He hoped that the Ning family would be united, but you? What did you do this time? What did I do? I want the Ning family to draw a clear line with you. Isn't that for the good of the Ning family? Whether it's for the good of the Ning family or for your own selfish reasons, you know best. I'm too lazy to argue with you about this, but what I want to say is that Godfather definitely had foresight to drive you out of the Ning family. Otherwise, having a traitor like you in the Ning family would definitely be a fatal blow to the Ning family. Ha ha ha. Well said. However, it's too late for you to say anything now. There's no way I'll let you leave today. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the third elder laughed instead of getting angry. Don't worry, I don't plan on leaving just like that. In addition, I also want to know, what benefits did that bitch Wu Yan promise you to make you work so hard for her? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask. You know that too? It seems that I've really underestimated you. However, since you want to know, I'll tell you. God Lord Rhyme has promised me a Ning family. The third elder said smugly. What do you mean? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. From now on, I'm the master of the Ning family. The third elder said with a smile. What about the current Ning family? Of course it doesn't exist. In the future, the divine realm will only have my Ning family. Third elder had made it very clear. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head and said, so you're saying that you're planning to destroy the current Ning family? Not bad. The third elder didn't deny that he had such thoughts. Do you think you have that ability? Ha ha ha. God Lord Fog Ripple will naturally help me. Besides, isn't Master Ning already in my hands? The next one is that idiot second elder. Third brother. You animal. How can you treat the Ning family like this? What's wrong with me treating the Ning family like this? And how did the Ning family treat me? How did the Ning family treat you? Other than banishing you, did the Ning family give you less territory or property? But you. What did you do this time? You colluded with the Ripple Mist bitch to harm our ancestor. Are you even human? Bah. If I had known you were like this, I would have let my ancestor strangle you to death when you were young. You animal. However, the third elder didn't take his words seriously and said fiercely, yes, you gave me a lot of territory and wealth, but you made me unable to establish myself in the divine realm, and made my clansmen become ants that everyone in the divine realm loathed and could step on. Do you think I won't hate you? Your Ning family has always been high and mighty, but have you ever thought about the feelings of us expelled people? If you didn't make any mistakes, would you have been expelled by the old ancestor? But who could he blame? It would have been better if the second elder hadn't said that. What he said completely infuriated the third elder. Immediately, the third elder roared, I made a mistake. I just want the Ning family to draw a clear line between themselves and Leng Ruoxue, this troublemaker. Is that wrong? Am I not doing this for the good of the Ning family? This. The second elder didn't know how to refute the third elder's words. After all, there were many clansmen in the family who had such thoughts at that time. Even he had almost wavered at one point. Fortunately, he followed the orders of the ancestor. Therefore, as long as it was the ancestor's decision, he would fully support it, whether it was right or wrong. However, third brother was different. This fellow had been rebellious since he was young. No matter what reason you have, you shouldn't have threatened the ancestor. As he thought of this, the tiny bit of sympathy he had for the third elder disappeared without a trace. People. When one did something wrong, they would always find thousands of reasons for themselves. The crowd's eyes were sharp. It was not as if they did not have the ability to judge right from wrong. One had to know that he and Leng Ruoxue had some personal grudges in the past. Thinking of this, the second elder wanted to persuade the third elder to turn back from the wrong path. But just as he started, he was stopped by Leng Ruoxue. Second elder, don't waste your breath. Third elder has already joined Raimai's sect. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. What? The second elder was shocked. When did this happen? Didn't it happen after third brother was expelled from the Leng family? Old man, you're such a fool. You still want to persuade him. He's long been Rhyme's dog, it's just that you don't know about it. Seeing the second elder's shocked expression, Bao Bao told him the truth. With its mind-reading ability, it had no problem reading the reverend god's mind. Therefore, the third elder's thoughts could not be hidden in front of it. How is this possible? The second elder was still in disbelief. What's impossible? Didn't he go to the secret realm alone last time? Don't tell me that time. The second elder stopped halfway through his sentence. Third elder, you were caught that time, right? So what if I am? Are you going to say that I've submitted to God Lord Fog Ripple just because I was captured? That's right. If you hadn't sided with that witch, she would never have let you go. Besides, you've already admitted that you were her man, so why don't you admit that you sided with her back then? AI. A man's mind is so hard to understand. Leng Ruoxue sighed, while baby Sue could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. After he was done laughing, Bao Bao said, Sister, it's obvious. If he had turned to the old B***tch, rhyme ice, at that time, he would have been the sinner of the Ning family. For tens of thousands of years, the Ning family had been free, but he had found a master for the Ning family. It would be strange if the old man of the Ning family let him off. If old man Ning had known all of this at the time, he wouldn't have expelled him at all. I'm afraid he would have been killed long ago. That's true. Baby, why is this person still not satisfied when he has clearly gained an advantage? He always felt that it was the Ning family and godfather who mistreated him. How could he have the face to think that way? Leng Ruoxue was still echoing baby Su's words and asked in confusion. Some human. He was just this shameless. Sister, let's ignore him and just cut it off. The baby suggested after he was done laughing. When the third elder heard this, he immediately sneered and said, Cut me off. In your dreams. Humph. None of you will leave here alive today. Then what do you want? You want to keep all of us here with just a few men in black? Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked innocently, Humph. You'll know when the time comes. The third elder laughed. Then, he whistled towards the sky and looked at Leng Ruoxue proudly. Leng Ruoxue, prepare to die. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. I'm sorry to disturb you, where should I throw this trash? At this moment, an embarrassed voice was heard. The third elder turned around subconsciously and saw two handsome men standing not far behind him. At their feet, there was a pile of men in black, their fates unknown. And these. Uncle Long and the others also came over and threw a pile of garbage over. Looking at the man in black who had been thrown to the ground, the third elder was furious, while the other men in black who had survived were trembling. Woo! These people were so powerful. They didn't even notice the other party's silent arrival. What should they do? The men in black looked at third elder helplessly. The third elder, who had high hopes placed on him, could only be filled with anger and disbelief. You. Why are you here? Shouldn't you? The third elder could not finish his sentence. The truth was that their plan to lure the enemy had failed. The other party was unscathed, while countless people on his side had died. This fact made third elder even angrier. I'm sorry to have interrupted your plan. Oh, your plan is perfect, but it's a pity that you've met us. Ice Spirit said guiltily. Yup. We really didn't want to ruin your plan, but these men in black can't take a beating. So, we can only appear in front of you alive and well. You must be disappointed, right? Uncle Long agreed. Disappointment. He was far more than disappointed. The third elder's lungs were about to explode from anger. These guys are really too detestable. He knew that the other party was not easy to deal with, so he did not rush to make a move from the beginning. He wanted to lead them to a place with a trap before making his move, but who knew that he would still fail? A sense of defeat welled up in third elder's heart, but he was not willing to be defeated just like that. He turned around and shouted at Leng Ruoxue with a burning rage, Leng Ruoxue, take your men and leave this place immediately. Otherwise, you will see Master Ning's corpse. Bastard. Quickly release our ancestor. Hee. If you want me to release her, we'll have to see Leng Ruoxue's performance. Hearing the second elder's words, the third elder suddenly felt that he had found the other party's weak spot, so he said with a proud smile. Are you threatening me? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. That's right, I'm threatening you. The third elder laughed smugly, as if saying, I'm threatening you, what can you do to me? You think your threat will work on me? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly when she saw how proud the other party was. Of course, unless you don't want to save that old man anymore. Third elder felt that he had grasped Leng Ruoxue's weak spot and continued to threaten her. Leng Ruoxue, I've changed my mind. You don't need to bring them away now. I want you to stay here and use you to exchange for that damn old man. How about it? What if I refuse? Leng Ruoxue glanced at third elder and asked. Then you'll immediately see that damn old man's corpse. The third elder said viciously, you animal. Woo-woo. Hearing this, the second elder cursed angrily. Leng Ruoxue, you won't reject me, right? The old man loves you so much. Yes, you're right. I'm going to reject it. Following that, Leng Ruoxue continued, you want to make me stay with just these few men? Aren't you a little too confident? That's right, you dare to threaten us? Do you think you're a rhyme bitch? You don't want to save that old man? Of course we have to save her, but we don't plan on letting you go. Hee. Shwe, why are you still wasting your breath on him? We'll deal with him while you go and save the others. All right. Leave this old man alive. Third elder, who had been kicked to the ground by Leng Ruoxue, could not react in time. By the time he regained his senses, he was already surrounded by Uncle Long and the others. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, third elder felt a chill in his heart. Was he going to just surrender? No. He was unwilling to accept this. With a furious roar, the third elder jumped up from the ground and attacked the second elder. Seeing this, the second elder was stunned for a moment. Then, he was pushed aside by Uncle Long, who thought he was in the way. As a result, the third elder missed, and Uncle Long went to meet him. Seeing that his opponent had changed to Uncle Long, the third elder felt bitter in his heart. F***ck. He didn't want to fight this old whale at all. His target was the second elder. The third elder was extremely depressed, but what made him even more depressed was yet to come. Apart from Uncle Long, Bingpa, Dongfang Yu, and Dongfang Lin, who were unwilling to be left out, looked at each other and also attacked the third elder. You bastard! The other party was actually launching a group attack. At this moment, Huan Chen saw that there was no place for him to fight, so he wanted to drag third elder to deal with the black-clothed men's minions. Who knew that when he turned his head, he would find that the black-clothed men had all been knocked to the ground by the poisonous snakes, foaming at the mouth and twitching all over. The old viper looked at Huan Chen with an embarrassed expression and grinned. I'm sorry, I didn't leave any for you guys. Hearing this, Huan Chen's mouth twitched. This was already considered cheap, yet he was still acting innocent. Forget it, if he didn't leave any, then so be it. However, what should he do with these men in black? Before Huan Chen could think of a solution, he saw the venomous snakes, under Old Snake's eye signal, each use their tails to carry a few men in black. They slowly walked to the flowers in the yard and then uniformly threw the men tied to their tails into the middle of the gorgeous flowers. In an instant, the flowers who smelled the delicious food all went crazy. Countless tentacles reached out from the center of the flower and stabbed into the dead man in black. Seeing the man in black's blood being sucked dry and the corpse turning from plump and lustrous to shriveled, Huan Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. Could he say that these flowers were definitely the best biological weapons to destroy the evidence? And these snakes, they were indeed from different families. If Shui was here, she would probably have the same thoughts as these poisonous snakes. And after doing all this, old venomous snake even looked a little embarrassed, as if he had snatched someone else's job and was too embarrassed to do it. Seeing this, Huan Chen's mouth twitched even more. He already knew that baby SU subordinates were not good people, especially these snakes. But you've done something bad, can't you be more calm? What's there to be shy about? But at this moment, old venomous snake fearfully said, Lord Huan Chen, Miss Leng won't blame us for disposing of these black-clothed men's corpses without permission, right? I won't, Huan Chen replied expressionlessly. However, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, because that girl would deal with it the same way you did. It had to be said that Huan Chen understood Leng Ruoxue very well. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue had already entered the only room in the courtyard. Under Qing Ju's guidance, Leng Ruoxue was familiar with the place and found the underground secret room as if she was walking in her own backyard. Leng Ruoxue easily undid the secret underground room's array and walked in. The secret room was pitch black, and the smell was not very fresh. Hence, Leng Ruoxue did not even think and immediately lit up a small flame. It instantly lit up the entire secret chamber and at the same time, she could see everything inside clearly. At the very top of this secret room, there was a blood pool. In the middle of the pool, there was a huge blood cherry flower in full bloom. Not far from the blood pool, there were rows of prison cells. In the first cell, Leng Ruoxue had already noticed her godfather's figure. At this moment, Master Ning was unconscious. A wind blade shot out from Leng Ruoxue's fingertips and broke the lock of the cell. Then, Leng Ruoxue strode into the cell and fed an elixir to her godfather. She then helped him up. Not long after, Master Ning opened his eyes. Seeing the person in front of him, Master Ning couldn't help but be shocked. Shui, you were also caught by that beast? No, godfather, I'm here to save you. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly replied. Woo. Shui, I thought I would never see you guys again. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue wasn't captured, Master Ning suddenly became weak and hugged Leng Ruoxue, wailing. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could only try to coax him. After coaxing her godfather with much difficulty, Leng Ruoxue finally had the chance to check on her godfather's appearance. Other than his clothes being a little wrinkled, he did not have any external injuries. As for his mental state, it was not bad. She was relieved. After that, Leng Ruoxue turned her attention to the other people in the cell. Right now, in the prison cell, other than her own godfather, the only person she was most familiar with could only be the White Tiger race's Grand Elder. However, the appearance of the White Tiger race's Grand Elder was much more haggard than her godfather. Not only was his face pale, his clothes were also stained with blood. Shui, it looks like the three beasts were all captured by that beast. Not only did that beast capture the three beasts, it also wanted him. Godfather, we'll discuss this later. You wake them up first. I'll go and kill that blood cherry blossom. When she returned to the side of the blood pool, Leng Ruoxue threw a ball of fire at it without a second thought. In an instant, the blood cherry blossom in the blood pool was enraged. The blood in the pool churned like boiling lava, with huge bubbles rising from it. The blood cherry blossoms flapped their huge petals and let out sharp shrieks. Arg! Human, I will not let you off. Blood cherry blossom was furious. It had already pretended to be dead, so why was this woman still not letting it go? Must they kill it? The blood Sakura had thought of this, but it could no longer control the anger in its heart. In reality, when it had sensed Leng Ruoxue's aura, it had been so frightened that it had not even dared to breathe. After all, this woman's flames were the absolute nemesis of it. Thus, it was very afraid and had wanted to play dead to avoid this calamity. Who knew that she had no intention of letting it go and still wanted to burn it to death? F***ck. Seeing that it didn't show its might, did it think it was a sick flower? The furious blood cherry blossom knew that Leng Ruoxue was not easy to deal with. Hence, it did not hold back from the start. Countless feelers extended out from the center of its pistol, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Leng Ruoxue. F***ck. It's so disgusting. The second elder, who had never seen a blood cherry blossom before, was so frightened that her face turned pale. Hearing Uncle Long's words, the second elder was extremely depressed. Woo. Can't you not call him second brother? And don't mention that he vomited, okay? He felt so embarrassed. Why did he vomit? The second elder was obviously a little too worried, and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard Uncle Long's teasing. Suddenly, the second elder felt his old face burning as if it was on fire. Sob. This time, I've really lost a lot of face. The second elder was both worried and angry. He wanted to find a chance to prove his manly side. Thus, in the heat of the moment, he didn't even think twice before charging toward the blood cherry blossom's feelers. Second brother must have suffered quite a shock. Uncle Long continued to tease the second elder. Yup. He's playing with his life. Ice Spirit was speechless. The second elder was already pitiful enough. Why was Uncle Long gloating? However, Uncle Long wasn't the only one who was gloating. Dongfang Lin, Huan Chen, and even the other vipers all hoped to see the second elder's heroic side, so they all began to cheer him on. Second brother is mighty. Dongfang Lin yelled. Second brother, all the best. I have high hopes for you. Huan Chen said, not willing to be outdone. Good luck. Good luck. Second elder, destroy these blood-sucking tubes. Old Venomous Snake led his descendants and cheered in unison. As for Leng Ruoxue, who was preparing to fight the blood cherry blossom, when she heard these voices, she was speechless and didn't know what to say. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw the main character of the voice madly rush into the middle of the tentacles. Instantly, Leng Ruoxue's face darkened. The second elder had gone mad. The appraisal was complete. He was basically delivering food to the blood cherry blossom. As expected, the blood cherry blossom welcomed the second elder's suicidal rhythm. It spread out several tentacles in order to welcome the other party's embrace. As soon as the second elder rushed into the middle of the tentacles, he tragically discovered that he was tightly bound by them. Save me. Save me. The second elder was a little scared. More importantly, when he looked at the tentacles up close, he felt even more disgusted, especially when he saw the red blood flowing on the transparent walls of the tentacles. Oh. It was too disgusting. That idiot. Master Ning, who had saved the white tiger great elder and the other beasts, couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene when he came out of the cell. Master Ning, please save him. Otherwise. The weak white tiger first elder couldn't help but worry when he saw the Ning family's second elder's miserable state. AI. He had suffered the same pain before, so he knew the pain very well. Don't worry, with Shua here, he won't die. Seeing that Master Ning was not worried at all, the great elder of the white tiger could only keep silent. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue moved closer to the blood cherry blossom, causing the petals to lean back in fear. What, are you afraid? If you're afraid, then let second elder go. Humph. Even if I let him go, you won't let me go. That's why I'm not that stupid. Miss Leng, save me. Sob. Can you please save him first? You shut up. Feeling that second elder was a little noisy, Leng Ruoxue first shouted at him before turning to the blood cherry, if you let him go, I'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Little flower, you're a smart flower. You should know how to choose, right? Humph. He's going to die anyway, so don't think that I'll let this stupid old man off. When Leng Ruoxue heard the other party's words, she smiled indifferently and said, Little flower, this isn't your style. Didn't you want to fight me to the death just now? Come on. Show me your attitude, I'll be waiting for you. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? I wanted to fight you because I didn't have any other targets to use. Now that I have one, who would be so stupid as to want to die? Humph. Human, if you want me to let this old man go, you have to let me go. I'm not joking. Blood Cherry Blossom roared viciously. When everyone heard Snow Cherry Blossom's threat, they couldn't help but sigh. Since when did a flower become so intelligent? However, they also knew that this flower wasn't an ordinary flower. In this case, it was normal for this flower to threaten others. Human, think about it. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue didn't give any response, Shui Cherry Blossoms considerately asked. There's no need to think about it. It doesn't matter to me whether this old man is alive or not. If you like him, you can take him. So, you still have to die. Leng Ruoxue followed Shuanghua's lead. Then, she couldn't help but ask the second elder, I definitely won't let go of this flower. So, for the sake of the divine realm's stability, for the sake of exterminating the Ripple Mist bitch as soon as possible, you should sacrifice yourself. When the time comes, we will hold a grand funeral for you and announce your heroic deeds to the entire divine realm. You can rest in peace. The moment Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the second elder closed his eyes and fainted. Blood Cherry Blossom was so angry that she was trembling. F***CK. Was the other party really not going to care about this old man? It didn't believe it. In order to verify the truth, the furious Blood Cherry Blossom decided to directly suck the second elder's blood. But at this moment, several blades of divine power flew over from all directions and cut off the Blood Cherry Blossom's feelers. The second elder also fell to the ground with a bang. The second elder, who had fallen to the ground, rolled over and got up, quickly retreating from the range of the Blood Cherry Blossom's tentacles. The second elder, who felt that he had just escaped death, was now covered in cold sweat, and his face was deathly pale. After returning to the safe area, the second elder, who thought he could be comforted, was rewarded with Master Ning's iron fist. The second elder, who was beaten, could only cry, but did not dare to seek justice. Woo! He almost lost his life and was beaten up. Was there anyone in this world who was more miserable than him? However, the second elder, who knew that he was in the wrong, did not dare to say anything. He could only look at his own ancestor with an aggrieved expression. Idiot. He didn't know what was good for him. With your little strength, you still dare to move forward. Don't you see who here isn't stronger than you? The second elder obediently looked around and discovered to his dismay that, not counting the white tiger race's grand elder and the other beasts that had just been sob. I'm a reverent god after all, how did I end up in such a situation? Just as the second elder was lamenting to himself, Bing Yao, who had been watching the show from behind her father, stuck out her cute little head and consoled, second elder, right? Don't be sad, my strength can't be compared to yours, so my father only let me watch the show. We can be considered to be in the same boat. Was this comforting? After hearing this, the second elder felt even worse. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, the second elder only wanted to find a hole to hide in. Compared to the second elder, Blood Cherry Blossom's feelings could only be worse. How detestable. Despicable human. At the thought of this, Blood Cherry Blossom could not help but roar at Leng Ruoxue in a vicious and furious manner. Damn human, you deliberately attracted my attention just to let others save you? You're right, so I've decided to give you a reward. Little flower, die. By the time Leng Ruoxue retracted her flames, the Blood Cherry Blossoms had already turned into ashes. The blood in the pool turned into dust and dissipated into the air. After that, Leng Ruoxue turned around and saw that the White Tiger Grand Elder and the other beasts had all been rescued. She then led the group out of the secret chamber. On the way out of the secret chamber, Leng Ruoxue saw that everyone on her side was present. She asked curiously, where's the third elder? Who's watching? Don't let that guy get away. Hearing this, Ice Spirit and the others had strange expressions. No one said anything. As for Old Venomous Snake, he said with an embarrassed look, no one is watching. Did he knock her out? Following that, she heard Old Venomous Snake's conflicted expression as he stammered, all of our snakes bit him, so he's deeply poisoned. He won't wake up for a while. Looking at the countless little snakes in front of her, Leng Ruoxue's face darkened. Every snake bit him once. Ugh. Could she say that she was starting to pity Third Elder? When Master Ning heard this, he patted Old Viper's head and said, good job. That beast has to be punished like this. The old poisonous snake was a little embarrassed by Master Ning's praise. In fact, it really wanted to say that it was not a punishment, but that no one was willing to stay outside to watch that guy, and the snakes were not willing, so they bit him. While they were talking, they had already reached the courtyard. At this moment, the only person still gasping for breath in the courtyard was Third Elder. As for the other black-robed men, Leng Ruoxue could only see their black clothes, but they were all gone. However, Leng Ruoxue understood when she saw the men in black lying among the flowers. Whose idea was this? Leng Ruoxue pointed at the black clothes among the flowers and asked calmly. It's me. Seeing that no one answered, Old Venomous Snake had to admit it. Not bad, but it's not very clean. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, a small flame floated above the flowers. In an instant, the flowers were set ablaze. From the flames, a human-like sobbing sound could be heard. The group of venomous snakes was a little dumbfounded when they saw this. This was much cleaner, but they didn't have fire. After that, the snakes saw that Uncle Long and the others were used to it. They knew that they hadn't done it thoroughly enough. However, Leng Ruoxue's way of doing things had won the hearts of all the snakes. In an instant, Leng Ruoxue was viewed as the absolute idol by all the vipers. Even the great beast deity was ranked behind Leng Ruoxue. After dealing with the men in black, they set Third Elder's main residence on fire. Leng Ruoxue and the rest then carried the unconscious Third Elder and returned to the White Tiger territory. As for the rest of the Ning family, the Second Elder would deal with them. With the experience of escaping from death, Leng Ruoxue and the rest believed that Second Elder would not be soft-hearted towards the Ning family members who had been led astray. When they arrived at the White Tiger race's territory, Leng Ruoxue and the rest immediately returned to the mountain stream where they had stayed previously. The remaining Golden Bee tribe was overjoyed to see them return. Little Bumblebee, pack up your things. We're preparing to go home. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she spoke to the little thing that was dancing in front of her. When the bees heard this, they danced even more happily before they disappeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. When they reappeared, they had clearly packed up. Then, a human-shaped piece of trash was thrown in front of Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Looking at the man in black, Leng Ruoxue turned to Master Ning and said, Godfather, I'll leave this person to you. No need, just cut it off. I don't want to see him again. Master Ning didn't even raise his head and said directly. Don't waste it, let us test the medicine. The moment Shen Nua heard that, she hurriedly said. All right. Master Ning was very generous. As for the unconscious man in black, he had no idea that his fate had been decided. But whether he knew or not, it was obviously not important to everyone. Following that, everyone did not say a word to the White Tiger race, and quietly returned to Demon City. The first thing Uncle Long did when he got home was to arrange a territory for the Golden Bee tribe and the poisonous snakes. Fortunately, they did not care about the size of the place, as long as they could get closer to the beast deity. However, the Golden Bee tribe still had a small request, and that was that the place they lived in must have many flowers. Uncle Long heard this and thought, isn't it easy to spend more money? In the end, he decided to give a part of the garden to these little things as their territory. The Golden Bee tribe was naturally very satisfied with the garden. After arranging their living quarters, Uncle Long went to the living room to attend the hearing. The one being interrogated was, of course, the third elder, but when Uncle Long arrived at the living room, he realized that the third elder was still unconscious. Ugh! What was going on? The interrogation hasn't started yet? After sitting down, Uncle Long looked at Master Ning, who obviously didn't look too good. He tried hard not to ask, but he was very curious in his heart. How far had they gone? After looking at the crowd for a long time, Uncle Long even coughed a few times deliberately to remind everyone of his existence. But Ice Spirit and the others only looked up at him and said nothing. Uncle Long was even more puzzled. In the end, he fixed his dazed gaze on Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said, "Godfather, how do you plan to deal with this person? He's a sinner of the Ning family. This kind of person can't be kept. Just kill him." After a long time, Master Ning gave his opinion. Hearing this, Uncle Long was even more confused. They decided to kill him just like that? Previous chapter. At first, Uncle Long thought that although this man had done something wrong, he was still the son of the Ning family's old boy, so he should at least be spared. Who knew that the old man from the Ning family would directly kill him without saying a word? What kind of situation was this? However, no one explained to Uncle Long, which made him anxious. Finally, Uncle Long couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Can any of you tell me how the interrogation is going?" Towards the end, Uncle Long's voice subconsciously lowered as he faced everyone's surprised gazes. He even felt a little guilty. Sighing, Master Ning looked at Uncle Long again and said, "Not only did this beast seek refuge with Wu Yan, it has also hurt many of our people. Therefore, we can't stay here any longer." Then let's do it. Uncle Long didn't want to get to the bottom of it, so he agreed. "Shui, help me deal with this beast. Don't let him die too easily." Master Ning stood up and said to Leng Ruoxue after hearing what Uncle Long had to say. He then left the living room alone. Watching her godfather's back view, Leng Ruoxue sighed softly. Then, she turned her gaze to Third Elder, who was lying on the ground. With a thought, she moved Third Elder into the bracelet. After that, Leng Ruoxue also stood up and left. In the next few days, the Leng family's residence in Demon City was shrouded in a dark cloud. Leng Ruoxue and the others did not feel good because of Master Ning's sorrow and loneliness. When the second elder finished dealing with the third elder's problems and rushed to Demon City to report to the second elder, he clearly sensed the dejected atmosphere in Demon City. He was at a loss for what to do. The great ancestor ignored him, and Uncle Long and the others ignored him as well. The only people who talked to him every day were the golden bees and the poisonous snakes. Sobs. How did he end up like this? The second elder was a little worried. The old snake couldn't stand it. He couldn't control others and wouldn't listen to him, but the second elder should be an obedient little guy. After thinking about this, old venomous snake poured all his love into second elder. Every day, he would not only ask for warmth, but also prepare food and bring it to second elder. Unfortunately, second elder would feel nauseated at the sight of food, so he could only disappoint old venomous snake's love. However, the old viper didn't give up and continued to prepare food for the second elder. He was completely treating him as his own grandson. The final result was that the second elder hid far away when he saw old venomous snake. However, the old venomous snake was definitely a snake with quite a strong will. The moment the second elder escaped, the white tiger race, dragon race, and phoenix race came knocking on his door. With a guest, Uncle Long and the others naturally couldn't be as lonely as before. In the living room, the three beasts looked at Uncle Dragon and the others uneasily. Uncle Long saw that they didn't dare to say anything and got angry. "You bastard! If there's something to say, say it. If there's a fart, let it out. If there's something, just say it. Why are you so hesitant? That. Is Miss Leng around?" After hesitating for a long time, the white tiger first elder finally spoke as a representative. "She is, but Shui is cultivating. If there's nothing important, don't disturb her. We would like to express our gratitude to Miss Leng in person." "Thank you. How do you want to thank me?" The three beasts were dumbfounded. Uncle Long's words were so direct. How could they respond? "You haven't thought about it? If you haven't thought it through, then go back first. We're very busy. Yes, we've prepared some small gifts. Oh. Just leave it to me." The representatives of the three beast clans were completely dumbfounded. Did the other party mean that they were not allowed to see Leng Ruoxue? This can't do. With this thought in mind, an elder of the dragon tribe quickly said, "Uncle Long, on the account that we all have the bloodline of the dragon clan, can you let us meet Miss Leng?" I said Shui is busy. I don't have time to see you. In addition, stop trying to get close to me. Who has the blood of the dragon race like you? I'm not related to you. Uncle Long didn't give him any face at all, and he immediately choked the dragon elder to the point that he couldn't say anything. Hearing Uncle Long's words, the great elder of White Tiger knew that it was useless to try to get close to him, so he could only tell him the truth. "Uncle Long, we have a favor to ask of Miss Leng." "You have a favor to ask? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Ugh. Wasn't it hard to say earlier?" The White Tiger first elder could not help but think to himself. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed by Uncle Long and the others. After making up his words, the White Tiger first elder said, "We had originally planned to personally beg Miss Leng." "You mean, other than Shui we can't help you?" It was obvious that Uncle Long was a little angry, and the White Tiger first elder was at a complete loss. "Please be pitiful. But we really have no reason to help you. The representatives of the three beast tribes immediately burst into tears upon hearing this. Sobs. Did this mean that he didn't want to care? Uncle Long, don't be like this. How am I? Don't ignore us. Great Elder White Tiger, do you think Demon City is the savior? Who has to care? Hearing this, Uncle Long laughed and couldn't help but ask. I didn't mean it that way. We have a bit of friendship, right? The first elder of the White Tiger clan asked carefully. As he spoke, he looked at Uncle Long's expression, afraid that his words would anger the other party. Great Elder White Tiger, we're just making a deal. Where's the friendship? Don't you forget that your three beast tribes betrayed us back then and were our enemies. Now you're asking for the enemy's help, how can the kings of your three clans bear this? Uncle Long sneered. Hearing this, the White Tiger first elder was heartbroken. Was the other party going to fall out with him? However, it seemed like his race and Demon City really did have a deal. Sob. What should I do? Uncle Long glanced at the White Tiger Great Elder's bitter face and ordered, Come beast, bring the king of the three beast clans in. The little golden bees immediately received the order, and not long after, the kings of the three beast clans were led to the living room by a group of venomous snakes. The representatives of the three families didn't know what to say when they saw their king in such a sorry state. They didn't understand why Uncle Long had brought the three kings here. The three high-spirited beast kings were now dispirited. Their heads were drooped, and no one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Uncle Dragon pointed at the representatives of the three beast races and said to the Phoenix King, the White Tiger King, and the Dragon Emperor, these elders want to ask us for help, what do you three think? Hearing this, the Phoenix King was the first to raise her head. When she saw the elder of the Phoenix tribe, she immediately roared, F***CK. Did you guys take the wrong medicine? Who was the one who caused the Phone Clan to fall to this state? You still want to ask them for help? Get back to the Phone Clan and stop embarrassing me. Upon hearing the Phoenix King's angry roar, Uncle Long smiled faintly and said, the Phoenix King seems to be in a good state of mind. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix King was shocked to realize that she had exposed herself. Your sister. Previously, she had pretended to be dispirited so that she would suffer less, but she didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. Sob. How was she going to live her days in the future? The Phoenix King was so regretful that his intestines turned green. She was the one who exposed herself. However, even though she was regretful, since she had already been exposed, she couldn't let herself suffer no matter what. So, without thinking, she kicked the White Tiger King and the Dragon Emperor's buttocks and roared, You've already been exposed, stop pretending. Your sister. You're the one who's exposed. The White Tiger King and the Dragon Emperor were enraged. For a moment, the three beast kings glared at each other like roosters. Seeing them like this, Uncle Long laughed very happily. On the other hand, the representatives of the three beast tribes blushed, and they wanted to find a hole to hide in. You bastard. This was their king? Was this really too embarrassing? However, Uncle Long obviously didn't think that they had embarrassed themselves enough. He smiled and said with an unusually kind attitude, You guys haven't seen each other for so long, catch up. Remember, don't fight. If you break anything here, you'll have to pay 100 times the compensation. After saying that, Uncle Long left with the others. When they returned to the living room, it was already a few hours later. After a few hours, the representatives of the three beast tribes were already in a sorry state. However, the kings of the three beast tribes were clearly in an even more miserable state, especially the White Tiger King. When he saw Uncle Dragon, it was as if he had seen a family member. He immediately hugged Uncle Dragon's leg and started howling. He even begged Uncle Dragon to save the White Tiger race. Uncle Long was baffled. He turned to the White Tiger First Elder and asked with his eyes, What did you feed this old White Tiger? How did he suddenly become so weak? F***CK. She was even hugging his thigh. Uncle Long kicked the White Tiger King away in disgust and sat down on a chair. He then looked around the living room. Oh. Good, nothing was broken. It seemed that these beastie had completely taken his words to heart. Uncle Long, please save the White Tiger race. At this moment, the White Tiger First Elder also knelt down in front of Uncle Long and cried bitterly. First Elder of the White Tiger clan, what are you doing? Didn't you already save the White Tiger race? Uncle Long blinked and asked in confusion. Only a portion of them were saved. The other half is in the hands of that B***TCH, Wu Chen. Speaking of this, the White Tiger First Elder was completely enraged. More importantly, the rescued clansmen had all lost too much blood, and their combat effectiveness had been reduced, but were also enemies. Uncle Long, aside from Demon City, no one else can contend against that B***TCH, rhyme. So, you can't just leave us here, right? The White Tiger First Elder quickly said. You're wrong. Right now, even Demon City can't contend against that Ripple Mist B***TCH. So, I don't think we can help you. Uncle Long said honestly. In fact, the reason why he rejected them was because he looked down on some of the three beast clans' actions. They clearly had something to ask of him, but they didn't say it directly when they came. Who were they trying to play tricks with? They didn't have the time to play guessing games with each other. More importantly, Uncle Long felt that the other party was not sincere. As such, the three beast tribes' request for help naturally failed. The representatives of the three beast tribes choked with sobs upon seeing Uncle Long's direct rejection. Uncle Long was annoyed by their cries and couldn't help but shout, What, now you regret it? When you first joined the Fog Ripple bitch, why didn't you think that this day would come? Is this retribution? It was undeniable that Uncle Long had vented his anger after seeing the three beast clans in such a state. This was the result of asking a tiger for its skin. Initially, he had planned to let Shui tame the ORCC from the three beasts tribe. But now that he saw them in this state, he really didn't have any such thoughts at all. Even if such a beast was tamed, it would not be of much use. Uncle Long looked at the crying representatives of the 3 beast tribes with a look of disdain and continued to roar, "Cry. You guys only know how to cry. A bunch of trash. To think that you all call yourselves the 4 great king divine beasts. Look at your current appearance, do you have the aura of the 4 king divine beasts? To tell you the truth, in our eyes, you are also our enemies and should be destroyed. And now that she's helped us, we can't thank her enough. You're still counting on us to help you save people? So what if he saved her? They will still become our captives." Uncle Long's words were venomous, but the White Tiger First Elder couldn't help but say, "Uncle Long, didn't you guys save us before? So what? Just because I saved you before, I have to work like a horse for you?" Uncle Long said hatefully. At this moment, he really regretted suggesting for Shui to tame them. If it weren't for his suggestion, they wouldn't have known that the 3 beast tribes had fallen, and they wouldn't have been entangled with them so naturally. But that was then and this was now. Seeing that the 3 beasts only knew how to cry and hug someone's thigh when they were in trouble, Uncle Long had completely given up on the idea of Shui taming them. These useless beasts, even if they were tamed, it would only be a waste of food. Rather than that, it would be better to let them live and die on their own. In any case, since things had already come to this, they could no longer collude with the rhyme bitch, nor would they pose any threat to them. With that thought in mind, it was even more natural for Uncle Long to despise them. After that, he ordered the poisonous snakes to move out and send the representatives of the three beast clans away. After the 3 orc tribe representatives were kicked out of Demon City, they didn't leave. Instead, they lingered at the foot of the mountain and decided to stay. In the living room. Seeing Uncle Long drive away the representatives of the 3 beast tribes, Dongfang you couldn't help but tease, "What, you don't want Shui to subdue them? Those trash. Other than doing some physical work, it's really not of much use. Actually, Shui doesn't need them to be of much use. They just make up the numbers." Uncle Long was stunned. He had to see them to make up the numbers, right? Make up for what? Leng Ruoxue heard the conversation but hee. Dongfang Lin smiled as he recounted what had happened to Leng Ruoxue in detail. After Leng Ruoxue heard this, she smiled faintly and said, "So be it. However, you have to collect the reward for saving them." "Don't worry, I've already sent the thank you gift." Dongfang Lin smirked. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. At this moment, the baby ran in happily and jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms. "Sister, don't you need to practice beast taming? I've talked to Old Snake and the others, they're willing to let you tame them." "Really? Baby, don't force them to agree." Leng Ruoxue said sternly. "Miss Leng, Lord Beast Deity didn't force us to agree. We did it willingly." Old Venomous Snake, who had just arrived, quickly said. They knew that Leng Ruoxue's cultivation technique was different from the rest, and one of them required her to master the beast taming technique. In order to defeat Wu Jing, the old viper felt that it was necessary for them to support her. After all, they had a common enemy with Leng Ruoxue. In addition to their relationship with the beast god, they were extremely close to Leng Ruoxue no matter how one looked at it. Furthermore, they were very optimistic about Leng Ruoxue's character, so they did not reject the idea of becoming her beastie. As for Leng Ruoxue, after hearing Old Venomous Snake's words, she was so touched that she didn't know what to say. She even felt that her luck was really too good. There were always some kind and understanding beasties around her, and these beasties were so sincere towards her. She naturally had to return the favor. "Thank you, I won't mistreat you." After some thought, Leng Ruoxue only said this. Old Venomous Snake simply smiled and said, "Master, we finally don't have to call you Miss Leng this time." Hearing this, everyone could not help but laugh. After that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest came to the courtyard. The venomous snakes had already assembled. Other than the venomous snakes, the Golden Bee tribe had also rushed over to join in the fun. The Golden Bee leader looked at Leng Ruoxue and smiled in embarrassment. "We're here to join in the fun. Master won't mind us, right?" "Thank you." Leng Ruoxue touched the head of the leading Golden Bee. She would remember the sacrifices these beasts had made for her. In the future, they would all be his family. After successfully taming these beasts, Leng Ruoxue signed the equality contract with them. After that, she could clearly feel that her beast taming skills had improved by several levels. In fact, after she had arrived in the immortal realm, beast taming techniques had basically disappeared, so there was no way to test the levels of a beast tamer. There was also no detailed record of a beast tamer in the heaven-defying art. Therefore, she could only rely on her previous experience and slowly explore to advance. However, now it seemed that a beast tamer still needed to tame more beasts before they could successfully advance. Even though Leng Ruoxue wasn't sure what rank her beast taming technique had reached, she had a feeling that it wouldn't take much for her beast taming technique to reach the Great Circle. This result made her rather excited. When Uncle Long and the others saw the smile on Shue's beautiful face, they thought that her beast taming technique had reached the great success stage. However, when they asked, they found out that she was still lacking a little. Immediately, everyone's faces turned bitter again. The old viper didn't say a word and quietly left Demon City. Old Venomous Snake had left quite secretively, and no one had noticed him at the time. By the time they realized that Old Venomous Snake was gone, the other party had long disappeared. Everyone really wanted to ridicule Old Venomous Snake's elusive appearance. Why didn't this old fellow say a word before he left? 3 days later. Old venomous snake returned in high spirits. Looking at the old viper who seemed to have returned home in glory, Uncle Long, who was the first to see him, couldn't help but tease, "I say, old venomous snake, you found a second spring? Why are you so happy? You've only just found a second spring. I've brought a lot of beasts for master." "Beastie? Where is he?" "They'll be here in a few days. We have to pack up and move the whole family." "That's true." Uncle Long nodded. Uncle Long was very grateful for Old Snake's kindness, but at the same time, he felt that he hadn't done enough. Uncle Long was worried. Wait a minute. Wasn't he just a beastie? After being a human for so long, Uncle Long had almost forgotten that he was also a beastie. Now that he suddenly recalled it, he immediately left the old venomous snake and ran off to find Leng Ruoxue. Upon seeing Leng Ruoxue, Uncle Long said directly, "Shue, please tame me." The moment he said this, Leng Ruoxue was baffled. "Uncle Long, if you haven't taken your medicine, go back and take it." "Are you crazy? You bastard. You're the crazy one. Your whole family has gone crazy. I'm speaking from my heart. All right. Truth. But why did you ask Shue, to tame you? Shue needs beastie, right? I'm the same." However, after getting along with Uncle Long for so long, they had long since stopped treating him as a beastie. Leng Ruoxue felt the same way. When she heard Uncle Long's words, she was speechless as if she had seen a ghost. "Uncle Long, I've never treated you as a beastie, and I don't dare to tame you." "Shue, are you looking down on me?" "No, in my heart, you're my elder. How can I tame you? But this is for your cultivation." "That's reasonable. I should also support you." Ice Spirit also joined in the fun, and this scared Leng Ruoxue so much that she couldn't sit still. Leng Ruoxue stood up from her chair and said carefully, "I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I won't be accompanying you guys. Everyone, please help yourself." With that, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing Leng Ruoxue running away in a panic, the Weapon Craftsman Guild's first elder sighed and said, "Look at how you've scared Shue, what are you trying to do?" "I'm serious." Uncle Long and Bing Pa said in unison. It was undeniable that the actions of the poisonous snakes and the Golden Bee tribe had touched them greatly. This was something that they had never thought of before. Now that they thought about it, they were really incompetent. They had known Shue for a long time, but the poisonous snakes and bees had gotten there before them. Serious my ass. By doing this, have you ever thought about Shue's feelings? She treats you like family. The chief elder of the Craftsman's Guild reminded. That's why we should be in front of those poisonous snakes and bees. But now, we're clearly behind. Uncle Long said before the great elder of the Craftsman's Guild could finish. No matter what you think, just give up on that idea. Sighing, the head elder of the Craftsman's Guild said. Yes, there are many beasts in the world. If there's not enough, I'll go to the lower realm to catch them. I don't need you to offer your bodies. Dongfang Yu was also speechless. The lower realm beastie's strength is too low. It's useless to capture it. Uncle Long said in a low voice. Clearly, he had not given up yet. I don't need you. Just do what you need to do. Dongfang Yu said angrily. After being yelled at by him, Uncle Long immediately became obedient. However, whenever he saw Shue, he could not help but want to mention this matter. It scared Leng Ruoxue so much that she did not dare to leave her room for a few days, afraid that Uncle Long would pester her. Fortunately, Old Venomous Snake's actions were very effective. 5 days later, all the friends he had gathered had arrived, and Leng Ruoxue was finally able to escape from Uncle Long's pestering. The following taming process went smoothly. After signing the equality contract, Leng Ruoxue finally felt that her beast taming technique had reached perfection. This fact moved Leng Ruoxue to tears. More importantly, Uncle Long finally had no reason to pester her anymore. She no longer had to hide from Uncle Long in fear. Everyone was happy. When he found out that Leng Ruoxue's beast taming technique had finally reached the great circle of perfection, Uncle Long was initially a little disappointed because he was still unable to help. However, his disappointment only lasted for a moment. He immediately felt happy for Shue. However, he was also a little worried. Shue's beast taming technique had reached perfection, so wouldn't the White Tiger King and the others be useless? One had to know that those 3 guys were prepared to make up for Shue's numbers, but now it was obvious that they were not being used, so how should he deal with them? After telling Leng Ruoxue about this, she suddenly recalled that there were 3 prisoners that could be tamed. However, what was the point of taming them? Be a servant? To be honest, she really didn't want to see those 3. Besides, Fengzhan and Baisu wouldn't let them go. If they escaped just because she had tamed them, she would be depressed to death. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue said, Senior Ice Soul, didn't you want to deal with the 3 of them? But we can't kill them yet. After all, they're traitors. We can't let them die easily. Yes. Uncle Long nodded in agreement. He quickly took the 3 prisoners to find the ice spirit. As for Leng Ruoxue, after she had perfected her beast taming technique, she immediately went to look for Shui Mo and the 2 of them went to study the array together. Shui Mo was a formation fanatic. After he finally caught Leng Ruoxue, he wouldn't let her go. No one could ask him for her. Shui Mo even said that whoever wanted to snatch Leng Ruoxue from him would have to defeat him. When everyone heard this, they immediately gave up fighting for Shue and went to do what they were supposed to do. As for Leng Ruoxue, in order to buy more time, she brought Shui Mo into the bracelet and used time acceleration. This way, the 2 of them had more time to study the formation. Shueimo, on the other hand, was relatively calm after seeing Shue's space. He only took one look before entering the room that Leng Ruoxue had prepared for him and buried his head in studying the array. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue felt that she couldn't fall behind too much, so she quickly followed him in. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue continued to hide in the bracelet and focus on her own matters. The matters of Demon City were still left to Uncle Long and the others. Another 3 years passed. The people who had gone out to gain experience returned in high spirits. Mu Li and the others, who had been sent to watch over them, had also returned. The first thing Mu Li did when he returned was to ask about Leng Ruoxue. When he heard from Uncle Long and the others that Leng Ruoxue had once come out of closed-door cultivation, but was now in closed-door cultivation again, his face was filled with regret. Why didn't you wait for me? Mu Li was very depressed. He had been loitering outside for the past 3 years. Other than hearing about the situation in Demon City, he had never heard of Leng Ruoxue coming out of seclusion. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago. Why wait for you? Are you the Lord? Minga asked with a smirk. We're also old acquaintances. Mu Li said dejectedly. In reality, he wanted to see Leng Ruoxue's current condition so that he could report to his lord. But now, there was no chance. Old acquaintance or new acquaintance, Shui is very busy, I don't have time to reminisce with you now. After hearing Mu Li's words, Uncle Long also said. Little dragon, why have you learned from Ming Ji? How dare you bully me? Seeing that Uncle Long didn't help him, and was even suspected of hitting him when he was down, Mu Li was deeply worried. You're my senior, how would I dare to bully you? Uncle Long said as if he had been wronged. You're all bullying me. Wu, Shui, come out and help me. When Mu Li heard this, she cried out in grievance. What are you howling for? All of a sudden, a slightly displeased female voice was heard. Everyone turned around when they heard it and happened to see Leng Ruoxue standing not too far away from them, looking at a certain someone with a helpless expression. A certain someone was still unaware of it. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, it was as if he had seen his savior. With tears in his eyes, he pounced on her and hugged her leg tightly as he sobbed, Shui, you have to help me. They are all bullying me. They're bullying me for being alone. Woo-woo. Leng Ruoxue's face darkened when she heard this. She forcefully pulled her leg away and said in a speechless manner, Mu Li City Master, you're still alone? Alright, quickly get up. Don't act pitiful. After not seeing her for a few years, why did Mu Li seem to have changed? Or was this his true face? Leng Ruoxue was disappointed. Mu Li saw that it was useless to pretend to be pitiful, so she got up resentfully and kept complaining, didn't they say that you'll only be soft-hearted if you act pitiful? Could this information be wrong? That also depends on the person. You can forget about it. Hearing Mu Li's words, Leng Ruoxue was even more speechless. Shui, how can you look down on me? Mu Li was unhappy when she heard that. She looked at Leng Ruoxue with a face full of resentment. Why do I feel that these words sound so familiar? Blinking her eyes, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but look at Uncle Long. Instantly, Uncle Long's face turned red. He quickly changed the topic and asked, Shui, how's your cultivation going? I've already perfected the formation, but I'm still lacking in alchemy and blacksmithing, mainly because I don't have the materials. Leng Ruoxue said, feeling a little depressed. Initially, she thought that she had prepared enough materials. Coupled with the years of hard work in the bracelet, her alchemy and weapon refinement skills had reached the level of a weapon god and an alchemy god. This was already considered the top level among alchemists and weapon masters. Who knew that Qing Ju would tell her that it was only the level of an ordinary alchemist and weapon master? The requirements for her were not that simple. If she wanted to be a paragon in alchemy and blacksmithing, she would have to be able to forge primal chaos divine pills and acquired primal chaos divine weapons. Just by hearing these two names, one would know that it must be something grand. In fact, this was indeed the case. Since they dared to call themselves chaos, they must be related to chaos. Therefore, in addition to the air of chaos, some of the materials needed must be produced in the land of chaos. This was the first time Leng Ruoxue had heard of the land of chaos, let alone the fact that she had no idea where it was. According to Qing Ju's explanation, the land of chaos was where he was born. That was the home of the living beings born from chaos. To put it bluntly, that place was also the home of his master and the demon. Qing Ju also said that the land of chaos actually bred many things, but only a few of them could become living beings. Those lifeless materials were the best materials to refine chaos divine pills and Hotian chaos divine weapons. However, the land of chaos was far and unknown, and it was not something that ordinary people could reach. She even said that she couldn't go now. When she heard this, Leng Ruoxue really wanted to curse the heavens. You bastard! If she couldn't go, how was she going to refine medicinal pills and divine artifacts? When Leng Ruoxue told Uncle Long and the others what Qing Ju had told her, they were dumbfounded. Can't go? Can't go? Then what should he do? Without the materials, Shui's alchemy and weapon refinement could not reach perfection. If she could not reach perfection, it meant that Shui could not advance. If she could not advance, she would not be able to fight against fog ice. This chain reaction was closely related. Wasn't this a scam? Originally, when Uncle Long heard that Shui didn't have enough materials, he had wanted to ask her what she was lacking. But now that he heard it, what was it that he couldn't help with? Instantly, Uncle Long became depressed. Most of the people present were also depressed. AI. The things that came into contact with were getting more and more high-end and sophisticated. It was obvious that ordinary reverend god-level cultivators could no longer help her. Everyone could not help but sigh. At this time, Mu Li blinked her eyes and asked carefully, what's the relationship between the land of chaos and the chaos world? The chaotic lands are the chaotic world, it's just called differently. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Mu Li looked up and then quickly turned back. He couldn't afford to offend this guy, Wu. Girl, I can bring you to the land of chaos. The little white beast jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and said with a smile. Tsang, if you leave, what will happen to the divine realm? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. Right now, Fog Ice did not dare to cause trouble for Demon City. Her injuries had yet to fully recover, and her fear of Azure was another reason. If Azure was not around, that woman might cause trouble again. Don't worry, her injuries won't heal so quickly. Azure smiled evilly. Ever since Nyo and the others destroyed Rime's new base in the Ning family's divine realm, it could be said that the old B***TCH's injuries were even worse. Thus, he was not worried at all that Rime would take advantage of his absence to do some small tricks. Can I say something? Hearing the conversation between the man and the beast, Mu Li, who had wanted to play dumb, asked in a low voice. Speak. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. If you have a fart, then let it out. Tsang Yi said. His words were rough, and this guy was the demonic man's confidant, so he was naturally within the range of his rejection. In fact, I wanted to say that Master is in the chaos world. Mu Li took a few deep breaths and looked at Tsang Ho vigilantly before telling the truth. Where's the demon? Leng Ruoxue was astonished. Why did that fellow run off to the land of chaos? Are you bored? Yes, my lord and little Tian have been living there for several years. Little Tian? Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brows. She didn't know why, but when she heard these two words, she felt a little uncomfortable. On the other hand, Azure had an evil smile on his face as he provoked, so that evildoer can't stand loneliness and is cohabiting with someone else. Girl, dump him. There are many good men out there. Leng Ruoxue was silent. How should she respond to this? Mu Li was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was slander. It definitely was. My lord. It's none of my business. It's that cat who wants to sow discord. If you have any dissatisfaction, please settle it with that cat. Sob. It really had nothing to do with him. Mu Li wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Uncle Long and the others who were listening by the side were also drenched in cold sweat. Did they hear some confidential information that they shouldn't have? Would he be killed? The evolution of the divine realm was becoming more and more dangerous. It made Uncle Long and the others want to go back to their hometown and hide. But it seemed like hiding was useless, right? They didn't understand the battle between high-end people. At this moment, Uncle Long and the others felt how small they were. Calm down. He had to stay calm. After turning their expectant gazes to Leng Ruoxue, Uncle Long and the rest smiled ingratiatingly, making Leng Ruoxue exceptionally speechless. Did Uncle Long and the others think that she would be angry? After giving Uncle Long and the rest a comforting look, Leng Ruoxue smiled at Mu Li and said, since the demon is currently in the land of chaos, I'll have to trouble the Muley City Master to cooperate with me and open the space channel. I'm going to find him. Girl, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll take you there. It's better to leave these trash here. Tsang didn't give Mu Li a chance to reply and quickly replied. Of course, the trash it was referring to was Mu Li, Ming Ji, and the others. Yes, we should stay here. Let Senior Tsang take you there. When Mu Li heard this, he immediately agreed and very tactfully used the word trash on himself. In fact, every time he saw them, Tsang would directly call them trash. As he called them that, he got used to it. What about Uncle Long and the others? Leng Ruoxue asked again as she looked at Uncle Long, who was obviously looking forward to it. Let's go together. I'll also bring the little fellows of the divine realm to experience it. You should know that such an opportunity is rare. Azure waved his fat claws. Uncle Long and the others were very excited to see Tsang agree. He had to bring them along to broaden their horizons. Such opportunities were rare. Can I come along? You're not from the divine realm, I don't care. I want to go find your master. Sob. Ming Ji burst into tears. Don't people always say that the guest will do as the host pleases? Mingo was so sad. As a guest, he really had no status. At the thought of this, he could not help but turn to look at Leng Ruoxue. However, Leng Ruoxue only smiled apologetically and said with a smile, I'll leave Demon City in your hands. These words broke Ming Ji's heart. He deeply felt that he would never love again. Sobs. What a pitiful customer. The heartbroken Minga glared at the excited Uncle Long and the others with tears in her eyes. He didn't want to see these hateful people anymore. They were too annoying. Hee, you guys go and have fun. Don't worry, I'll take care of Ming Ji and the others. We're not worried. Leng Ruoxue replied honestly. Ugh. Alright. He had done too much. Mu Li was in tears. After that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest started to make preparations for their journey. He brought all his family members, whether they were in closed-door cultivation or not. This was mainly to guard against the miasma surprise attack, and those weak little guys became cannon fodder for no reason. With this, Demon City was practically empty. After the poisonous snakes, the Golden Bee clan, and the 3 clans, fresh blood that had returned from their training were all taken away by Leng Ruoxue. The Qilin clan also strongly requested to go for a trip when they heard the news. In the blink of an eye, only Mu Li and a few others were left in the huge demon city. Looking at the empty main residence in the entire demon city, Mu Li really felt like a gatekeeper. And this feeling was really not good. However, Leng Ruoxue couldn't care less. After packing everyone up and bringing along quite a bit of food, she carried Azure and left Demon City for the god-protecting pagoda. After leaving Demon City and reaching the foot of the mountain, Leng Ruoxue was suddenly blocked by a white tiger that had appeared out of nowhere. The white tiger blinked its watery blue eyes and looked at Leng Ruoxue. As she watched, she suddenly burst into tears without any warning. Leng Ruoxue's face darkened. Who was this white tiger? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with question marks. These beasts all looked the same in their original forms. Unless they had been with each other for a long time, she really couldn't recognize them. Especially when the white tiger was still crying. Leng Ruoxue was annoyed by her crying and said in a bad mood, "Why are you crying? Did I bully you? She was the one who was blocked, okay? Didn't people say that good dogs don't block the way? Now, it was actually a tiger blocking the way. Miss Leng, please don't leave us alone. Do I know you? I'm the great elder of White Tiger. Don't you recognize me? It's you. Is there something you need?" Although 3 years was nothing more than the blink of an eye for a cultivator, it was clearly not easy for the proud White Tiger First Elder to guard him for 3 years. "Miss Leng, only you can help us. I wonder how I can help you. Some of our clansmen are still in the hands of that witch. I'm sorry, Grand Elder White Tiger. You've seen my strength for yourself. I can't beat that fog ripple bitch. I know that it will be difficult for young Miss Leng to exterminate miasma right now. We can wait. As long as young Miss Leng is able to exterminate that woman and rescue the White Tiger tribesmen one day, it will be fine. As a reward, I am willing to lead the White Tigers to acknowledge young Miss Leng as their master." However, it could never have imagined that the news about it was already old. Leng Ruoxue had even told it directly that she no longer needed Beastie. Upon hearing this grievous news, the White Tiger First Elder was immediately dumbfounded and fell to the ground, crying bitterly. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, the black lines on her forehead gradually increased. The First Elder of the White Tiger cried out pitifully as if the sky was about to fall. Looking at the huge white tiger crying like a child in front of her, Leng Ruoxue couldn't deny that her heart had softened. "Alright, don't cry. As long as your clansmen can hold on, I'll naturally save them after the rime ice is destroyed. However, I can't guarantee the time." Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the White Tiger First Elder suddenly raised his head and stared at her with his watery blue eyes that had just cried. He was in disbelief. "It didn't hear wrong, right?" The other party agreed. "Thank you, Master. I believe my people can hold on as long as you are willing to save them." "Wait. Don't call me Master, saving them was just a passing act." Leng Ruoxue stopped him with a look of disdain. She didn't want to take in these useless people now. When the White Tiger First Elder heard this, he was dumbfounded again. He was not allowed to call her master. This meant that he would not accept his reward. Was this person really the Leng Ruoxue it knew? Was she the Leng Ruoxue who would definitely receive payment for helping? Could it have been switched? Since when did Leng Ruoxue not ask for rewards for doing good deeds? White Tiger's First Elder looked at Leng Ruoxue as if he did not know her. However, Leng Ruoxue couldn't be bothered to explain to the other party. From her point of view, even if she didn't accept these guys, someone else would naturally accept them. If that was the case, why would she bother to do anything? After that, Leng Ruoxue turned to the White Tiger First Elder and said, "Now, make way. I have something to do and I don't know when I'll return, so you don't have to stay here." The White Tiger First Elder felt that since Leng Ruoxue was not around, they should help guard the door and the forest. In case some blind people came to cause trouble. Just like that, without Leng Ruoxue's knowledge, a few uninvited gatekeepers appeared at the foot of the mountain. As for Leng Ruoxue, she brought Azure along as they continued on their journey to the god-protecting pagoda. "I knew Nyo would be soft-hearted." Suddenly, Tsang said, "I can't say that I'm soft-hearted. If the 3 beast tribes are still alive after we've destroyed Fog Ice, I'll naturally release them." Therefore, the White Tiger First Elder's worries were completely unnecessary. Moreover, I only let him feel at ease because that old man rarely goes against us. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. "Azure, head to the god-protecting pagoda. Why don't you teleport?" Leng Ruoxue then changed the topic. "Why did you teleport? Wasn't it good to look at the scenery? It wasn't that far to begin with." Alright. Then can I move Uncle Long and the others out?" At first, Tsang said that it was tiring to be alone. At that time, she thought that Tsang could teleport, so she sent Uncle Long and the others into the bracelet to save some divine power for Tsang. However, Tsang rejected Leng Ruoxue's suggestion and said righteously, "Let them save their strength. Otherwise, they will have a hard time in the land of chaos." Since Tsang Du had said so, Leng Ruoxue, who had never been to the land of chaos and had no idea what the situation was like there, could only agree. 2 days later, Leng Ruoxue and Tsang arrived at the god pagoda. According to Tsang, the land of chaos was closer from the god-protecting tower because there was a spatial tunnel that connected to the land of chaos. Of course, only Tsang Kai knew the coordinates of the other end of the spatial tunnel. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue would need to be escorted by him for her to pass through. Leng Ruoxue believed Tsang's words 100%, and Tsang was naturally very proud of himself. When they reached their base camp, Tsang brought Leng Ruoxue to the top of the god-protecting pagoda. It was also Leng Ruoxue's first time at the god-protecting pagoda at the top. Initially, she thought that this place was no different from where Tsang usually stayed. However, when she actually arrived, she realized that this place was completely different from what she had imagined. The spiritual energy at the top level of the god-protecting pagoda was very dense. However, it was a pitch-black fog, and she couldn't even see her fingers in front of her. However, Leng Ruoxue could feel that the spiritual energy here was a little brutal. Girl, the spiritual energy in the land of chaos is even more violent than here. Tsang, who knew Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, laughed evilly. Will Uncle Long and the others be able to come out from there? Leng Ruoxue asked speechlessly. She was starting to regret bringing Uncle Long and the others along. If they were unable to withstand the violent spiritual energy in the land of chaos and got injured, she would feel guilty. There shouldn't be a problem with the Divine Lord, but he can't stay for long. He could only look through the light screen. Actually, there's nothing much to see in the land of chaos. It's not even as good as my God-protecting pagoda. Cold Truth said. Oh. Tsang, when are we leaving? Leng Ruoxue nodded and asked. Now, girl, close your eyes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After an unknown period of time, Tsang said to Leng Ruoxue, girl, open your eyes. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she immediately opened her eyes. What came into view was a beautiful blue sky. Leng Ruoxue was completely stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of her. What do you think? When Azure saw this, he couldn't help but be proud. The space tunnel I took you through is much stronger than that demonic man's, right? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Was there a need to compete in this? However, not long after Tsang finished speaking, the scene in front of Leng Ruoxue changed again. This time, Tsang was so depressed that he couldn't say anything. This was because it didn't have to be smug for long before the spatial passageway became exactly the same as when the demon had broken through the void. Extreme Azure Chi. Damn it. He really didn't give it any face. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh in her heart as she stroked the fur on Tsang's body to comfort him. Tsang, how much longer will it take to reach the land of chaos? Within 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Leng Ruoxue's vision turned even darker. Girl, we've arrived. Leng Ruoxue stepped out of the space tunnel with Tsang in her arms. She looked at the gray and blurry scene in front of her and felt conflicted. There was no path in front of him, so where should he go? In addition, the ground under her feet was soft, as if she was stepping on cotton. Leng Ruoxue lowered her head to look at Tsang in her arms, her eyes pleading for help. Hee, girl, just walk around. This is how it is. You'll get used to it. All right then. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Since Tsangdu had said so, she could only get used to it as soon as possible. However, the feeling of his feet not being able to touch the ground was really a little strange. After walking for a while, Leng Ruoxue finally got used to this head-heavy feeling. Then, with a thought, she moved Uncle Long and the others out. When Uncle Long and the others came out, the first thing they felt was dizziness, and then they swayed violently. After they managed to keep their balance with great difficulty, they finally had time to look at everything in front of them. Was this the land of chaos? It gave off a desolate feeling. Looking at the square inch of land in front of them, they were quite curious about how the materials here grew. Where did it grow? After a round of searching, Uncle Long and the others couldn't find a place suitable for plants to grow. They couldn't find any stones that could be used to refine weapons either. Shwe, can you really find the materials you need here? Uncle Long asked with uncertainty. I should be able to. I just don't know where it is. Leng Ruoxue was also a little confused. She absolutely believed Qing Ju's words. However, she had no idea where the materials were. Girl, don't worry. The things you want are definitely here. However, this is the outer area of the land of chaos. You understand. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Tsang smiled. All right. I understand. Leng Ruoxue nodded and led Uncle Long and the others in a random direction. Io. As they were walking, they suddenly heard a scream. Leng Ruoxue quickly turned around and saw Lu Feng falling to the ground, half of his body covered by the thick fog. Are you alright? Leng Ruoxue hurriedly walked over and pulled Lu Feng up. I'm fine. I just tripped. Lu Feng stood up in a sorry state, still holding a big gray stone in his hand. What is this? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I don't know. It's probably some kind of forging material that I don't recognize. Lu Feng hugged the heavy boulder like it was a treasure, unwilling to let go. Let me see. First Elder walked over and said. If you won't let me see, go find it yourself. Lu Feng dodged, but still held the big stone he didn't recognize tightly. Seeing this, Tsang couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, stop fighting. It's just an ordinary stone. Puchi. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh wildly. Only Lu Feng's face was red. He angrily threw the stone on the ground and mumbled in a low voice, why are there ordinary stones here? It's unbelievable. Why not? Do you think there are treasures everywhere? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Other than the year-end fog and the brutal spiritual energy, the living environment here can't be compared to the divine realm at all. Azure smiled as he explained. No wonder there's no one here. Lu Feng said as he suddenly realized. Hearing this, Azure was somewhat speechless. He continued, those who can live here are not human. Everyone was silent. Was this considered an insult? However, they also understood Tsang's meaning. This was a place where special life forms were born, so it was naturally not a place where ordinary life forms could live. They had only stayed here for a short while, but they were already finding it difficult to breathe. Then, everyone continued walking. This time, even if Lu Feng encountered a rock, he wouldn't be so surprised. However, he didn't plan on letting go of any stones he encountered, but he would first ask Tsang, and after getting a positive answer, he would decide whether to keep or leave those stones. Just like that, the group continued on their way, searching for treasures along the way, and they really did find many materials that could be used for forging artifacts. When they first saw the materials, the blacksmiths were extremely excited, but Tsang doused them with cold water. This was because Tsang had told them that they could not use the materials at all unless they had the Chaos Divine Flame. Instantly, the weapon craftsmen wilted. Their initial excitement from coming to the land of chaos was doused by Tsang, this bucket of cold water. Anything related to chaos was too high-end and not something they could possess or bear. Seeing that the weapon craftsmen had suffered such a huge blow, Shen Nuo and the other alchemists were no longer confident. However, before they could ask the question in their hearts, Tsang very calmly told them that they could not use the medicinal ingredients here either. In an instant, the excited alchemist and blacksmith teams suffered a huge blow. The two groups of fellow brothers huddled together and cried bitterly. Sob. How could they be so cruel? Have you cried enough? Really, so what if he couldn't use it? I think it's worth it to come here. Uncle Long couldn't take it anymore when he saw them crying. Yes, it's already a great opportunity to be able to come, so you guys don't have to be so greedy. Ice Spirit said helplessly. You guys don't understand the pain of alchemists and artifact masters. Seeing the ingredients in front of you but not being able to use them is the most unbearable thing for pill masters and artifact masters. First Elder raised his head and sobbed when he heard this. Then what do you guys think we should do? You don't have the Chaos Divine Flame. Ice Spirit couldn't help asking. Shwaa, can you help us melt it? No matter what, you have to let us experience the materials of the land of chaos. After hearing Ice Spirit's words, First Elder turned to look at Leng Ruoxue with anticipation. Alright, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She could tell that if she didn't agree, these few people would be in so much pain that they would wish they were dead. AI. Alchemists and blacksmiths. All of them were materials fanatics. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had agreed, the few alchemists and weapon refiners immediately came to life as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Then, they began to search for the ingredients that could be used in detail like hardworking bees. Seeing them like this, the people present could only feel helpless. As they had searched too carefully along the way, they had yet to reach the center of the land of chaos even after walking for a long time. In the end, Tsang couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Don't search here anymore, this is only the outer area, there are more good things inside." With this, the Armament Guild headquarters, Great Elder and the others gave up on the carpet search and reluctantly quickened their pace. After walking for an unknown number of days, when Leng Ruoxue and the rest felt that the spiritual energy had become more violent, Tsang finally told them with certainty that they had arrived at the center of the land of chaos. The spiritual energy in the center was 10 times more brutal than that in the outer regions. According to Tsang's thinking, anyone below Reverend God level could do whatever they wanted. After the Great Elder and the others understood Tsang's meaning, they immediately cried, the depression in their hearts unable to be described. Sob. They had been tricked. He was even despised. They had clearly agreed that there would be more materials in the center, but now that they were here, they didn't want them to stay outside. Wasn't this bullying? However, it was undeniable that the spiritual chi here made the Grand Elder and the others feel a little uncomfortable. Leng Ruoxue did not know how to comfort First Elder and the rest when she saw their regretful and worried faces. She could only follow Azure's instructions and send them back to the bracelet. When they entered the bracelet, the First Elder and the others could not help but cry out loud. Seeing this, Qingju could only comfort them, AI. You guys are too weak. Too weak? They were divine emperors. In the divine realm, a divine emperor was an existence that was only second to Reverend God level. Why did Green Vessel say that his strength was too low? Sob. Is this how you comfort others? This was like pouring salt on other people's wounds. With this thought in mind, the First Elder and the others from the Craftsmen's Guild headquarters looked at Qingju resentfully and said, Qingju, do you have a way to get us out? We just want to personally collect the materials. They could accept that they couldn't use the materials here, but they couldn't accept it if they couldn't do it in person. They had to go out and witness the birth of those materials with their own eyes. Qingju was in a difficult position. His sister had sent them in for their own good. He couldn't go against his sister's wishes, right? Qingju, you must have a way, right? Seeing that Qingju seemed to have something to hide, the chief elder of the Craftsmen's Guild headquarters quickly asked. If I was at my peak, it wouldn't be a problem to protect you outside. But now, I can only let you stay outside for an hour a day. After an hour, you still have to come in. Facing the Great Elder's expectant gaze, Qingju could not bear to lie to him, so he could only tell him the truth. When First Elder and the others heard this, they thought that an hour would do too. It's better than being locked up in the bracelet. With Qingju's guarantee, the First Elder and the others strongly requested Qingju to send them out. Qingju was helpless. He could only bid Leng Ruoxue farewell before sending them out. Faced with the First Elder and the others who were so insistent on coming out to personally gather the materials, Leng Ruoxue could only helplessly accept it. Fortunately, the Great Elder and the others were more punctual and did not cry or make a fuss because of the short time. Just like that, time passed day by day. Leng Ruoxue and the rest slowly moved towards the central region. However, Leng Ruoxue still did not discover any traces of the demon. Initially, she had asked Qingju about it. However, Qing Ju's strength had not fully recovered yet and this was the land of chaos, so he could not probe too far away. When she asked Tsang, Tsang only told her that they would meet if fate brought them together. Instantly, Leng Ruoxue's temper was extinguished by Tsang's words. All right. They would meet again if fate brought them together. It seemed like she could only wait patiently. As they were approaching the center of the area, they discovered more and more materials. They had no choice but to slow down. Leng Ruoxue was also hoping that the demon would find her first. However, after an unknown period of time, the demon did not come. Instead, another uninvited guest came. Looking at the dark purple ball of lightning that was throbbing violently, Leng Ruoxue really wanted to know what it was. However, Tsang only cared about looking at the other party and did not even bother to introduce it to her. Detestable. Who gave you the permission to break open the void? After a long time, the crazily beating dark purple ball of lightning roared. Facing the other party's anger, Azure only laughed. Who said I broke through the void? What a joke, I'm just going home. Do I need to break the void? How could you come here if you didn't break the void? Azure, don't forget your identity. You can't leave the divine realm as you wish. The thunderbolt ball could not help but remind him. I didn't leave. It didn't even break the void. Don't tell me you've forgotten that my god-protecting tower is connected to this place. Are you trying to stop me from going home? Azure said calmly. Ugh. The thunderbolt ball was stunned. It had really forgotten. However, after seeing Leng Ruoxue, the lightning ball couldn't help but shiver. It then roared, I can't stop you from going home, but why did you bring so many people to the chaotic world? This isn't a place where they can survive. You're harming them. Don't talk to me about all this nonsense. If that evil man can bring people here, why can't I? Are you looking down on me? Why don't we have a fight? Tsang Qing raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. Who wants to fight you? This isn't a place where you can fight as you please. The thunderbolt ball said angrily. Tisk, if you can't beat me, just say it. I won't laugh at you. After hearing this, Azure said disapprovingly. Who can't beat you? I said, you can't fight here. The thunderbolt ball said stubbornly. All right. If you say we can't fight, then we can't fight. However, don't even think about stopping me from taking Nyo and the others here. Azure smiled evilly. This is not a tourist spot. Tsang's words made the lightning ball angry again. However, it still asked, when do you guys plan to leave? I don't know. I'm here with Nyo to collect materials. If there aren't enough materials, I definitely won't leave. Azure replied with a smile. Then what materials are you lacking? I'll give them to you. After thinking for a moment, the ball of lightning formed. It seems like they like to collect it by themselves. Azure said as he played with his furry little paws. These words made the thunderbolt ball burn with anger. Your sister. If he liked to collect them by himself, did that mean he wouldn't leave for a while? This can't do. It already had quite a few uninvited guests, so it definitely could not allow Leng Ruoxue and the rest to stay here. It could not let that demon know that Leng Ruoxue was here, or it would be the one in trouble. To be honest, it was not too afraid of the demon if it was on its own. However, if Leng Ruoxue was added to the mix, it had to consider the serious consequences that the other party might bring. Because when it was facing Leng Ruoxue, it would always feel a little guilty. And it was this trace of guilt that made it unable to act as self-righteously in front of Leng Ruoxue as it did in front of the demonic man and Tsang. It was extremely anxious about the laws of heaven and earth that had transformed into a thunderbolt ball in its heart. It couldn't understand why it was feeling guilty. It didn't do anything to let Leng Ruoxue down. Everything was according to the rules. However, even if it thought so in its heart, when it saw Leng Ruoxue, it couldn't help but feel its heart tremble. It was a feeling similar to meeting a natural enemy. The laws of heaven and earth knew that they had no confidence in front of Leng Ruoxue. Even though it did not know what was going on, it wanted to hide the moment it saw Leng Ruoxue. It did not want her to meet the demon. This was also the main reason why that demon had not noticed Leng Ruoxue's arrival. It had blocked off the area within 100 miles of Leng Ruoxue. And the laws of heaven and earth were simply unimaginable. If that demonic man found out what it had done, he would probably use the destruction of this place to threaten it. Hence, it really hoped that Leng Ruoxue and the rest could leave as soon as possible. They must not let that demon find any clues. However, as they got closer and closer to the demon, the laws of heaven and earth became more and more uneasy. Otherwise, it would not have appeared at this time. However, after it appeared, that detestable Tsang refused to leave with the rest. Furthermore, Leng Ruoxue was eyeing it like a tiger watching its prey. All of this caused the laws of heaven and earth to feel increasingly uneasy. But could it force him out? If Tsang Zhen were to cause a ruckus and alert that evil man, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Previous chapter. Thinking of this, the lightning ball formed by the laws of the world couldn't help but release a deep sense of sorrow. In an instant, the atmosphere turned cold. Uncle Long and the others watched from afar, not daring to take a step forward. Life forms that could live in the land of chaos were definitely not simple. Uncle Long and the others were quite tactful about this. AI. In a high-level battle, they could just be onlookers. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who could not figure out the identity of the thunderbolt ball, finally could not take it anymore and interrupted. Tsang, who is this guy? It he. Girl, you guess. Zhang Ming knew that Leng Ruoxue was very interested in the lightning ball's identity, but he deliberately kept her in suspense, making Leng Ruoxue so angry that she gritted her teeth and deliberately said, "Could he be your brother?" "You bastard! Who's its brother?" The two voices roared angrily in unison. "Then who are you?" Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes and asked calmly. "I am the law of the world." The laws of heaven and earth that he was not prepared for blurted out instinctively when Leng Ruoxue asked him this question. The moment it said this, it deeply regretted it. It felt extremely uneasy and wanted to retreat, but Leng Ruoxue did not give it the chance to do so. It blocked the path of the laws of heaven and earth. Leng Ruoxue confirmed with a cold voice, "You're a law of the world." I. The regulations of the heaven and earth were somewhat at a loss for words. Could it say that it was not? Woo. Faced with Leng Ruoxue's oppressive aura and her body that was emitting a cold light, the guilty heaven-earth law slipped away. Is this really the law of heaven and earth? So this is what the laws of the heaven and earth look like? At the same time, Uncle Long and the others didn't care about the other party's identity and surrounded him curiously. It had to be said that they were disappointed to see the regulations of heaven and earth. In their minds, the laws of the world were the supreme controllers of laws, and sometimes even the divine lords and the dark lords had to be restrained by them. However, the high-end laws of the world in their minds were actually just a small ball of lightning. This was something they really couldn't accept. Disappointment. How disappointing. A deep sense of disappointment lingered in the hearts of Uncle Long and the others, and they no longer looked at the laws of heaven and earth with respect. As for Leng Ruoxue, she immediately stretched out her hand to grab the lightning ball. However, the heaven-earth law nimbly dodged it. "Uncle Long, help me catch this guy. I'm going to take care of it," Leng Ruoxue said angrily to Uncle Long and the others. Leng Ruoxue, who had held a grudge against the laws of heaven and earth for a long time, would not let it go no matter what now that she had seen the laws of heaven and earth. Humph. Since she dared to separate her from the evildoer, she had to be prepared to accept her revenge. When Uncle Long and the rest heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they immediately nodded their heads to express that they would definitely cooperate with her. However, after hearing their conversation, the regulations of the heaven and earth couldn't help but shiver and ask, "What are you guys doing?" "I'm the law of heaven and earth, so don't mess around, or I'll punish you." Let's punish him. I'd like to know what kind of punishment I'll receive for beating up the regulations of the heaven and earth. Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly as she approached the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of the heaven and earth carefully and slowly retreated. Woo, how could he bully the laws of the heaven and earth like this? This woman, why wasn't she afraid of its threat? The laws of the heaven and earth were extremely abnormal. What a big pervert. If it was anyone else who heard its threat, they would have been so scared that they wouldn't dare to make a move. However, this woman in front of it was still so aggressive that she didn't intend to let it go and even wanted it to punish her. Your sister. There was no punishment for bullying the rules of the world. As he thought of this, the laws of heaven and earth became even more sorrowful. Yes. Bullying the laws of the heaven and earth was simply a waste of time, and the laws of the heaven and earth had no way of taking revenge on them. Otherwise, it would also be punished by the laws. It was not fair. It was too unfair. As the spokesperson of the laws, why didn't he have any personal safety? Protest. It wanted to protest. It demanded human rights. It demanded protection. Unfortunately, no matter how much the heaven-earth law protested in her heart, the laws did not move at all. Leng Ruoxue, who had planned to use violence, was slowly approaching the heaven-earth law. The regulations of the heaven and earth were so frightened that their little hearts were trembling, and they kept shouting, "Stay away, all of you stay away from me. Why are you running? Let's have a heart-to-heart talk." Seeing that the laws of heaven and earth were running around like headless flies, Leng Ruoxue began to coax them. "I have nothing to talk to you about. Go away. I'm going home." "Where's your home?" "Don't. My family doesn't welcome you." "Why? What was this for?" The laws of heaven and earth howled in pain. "Even if you don't welcome me, I still want to go. You rascal." The laws of the heaven and earth were furious. They had never seen such a thick-skinned woman. Was she still a woman? "Whatever you say. Take me to your house for a chat, or I'll find a way to destroy this place." Leng Ruoxue also threatened. Hearing this, the grief and indignation in the heart of the regulations of the heaven and earth increased by countless times. Was this what humans always said? If you're not a family, don't join the same family? That damn evildoer threatened it by destroying this place, and now this woman in front of it actually used the same trick. The laws of heaven and earth were really infuriated. However, it really fell for this. Woo-woo. If it wasn't for the fact that it was sure that the two of them had not met up so far, it would have thought that they had made up. The heaven-earth law was somewhat helpless. What should it do? He was really bringing Leng Ruoxue home. If that was the case, wouldn't the evildoer be meeting her? No. This was absolutely not allowed. The regulations of heaven and earth, which were extremely unwilling for the two of them to meet, remained silent for a long time. Leng Ruoxue treated it as if it was deep in thought and did not disturb it. At this time, Sang, who also didn't want Nyo to see the devilish man so quickly, opened his mouth and said, "Girl, why go home with it? If you want to clean up, then do it here. There's really nothing to see in this guy's territory." "Yup. There's nothing to see in my home, so let's settle our grudges here." At this time, it didn't care about being afraid. The most important thing was to not let this violent man and woman who liked to threaten the rules of heaven and earth meet. Otherwise, its good days would come to an end. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't that easy to fool. Seeing how the regulations of the heaven and earth refused to bring her home as a guest, she became suspicious. Then, she smiled and said to the rules of heaven and earth, "It's fine if we don't go to your house. Please get my man here. I heard that he's here. Can I not look?" If he found that evildoer, these two people would definitely team up to bully him. Thinking of this outcome, the regulations of the heaven and earth shook their heads decisively. "I don't know where your man is. You really don't know?" Leng Ruoxue examined the laws of heaven and earth suspiciously before shouting at the top of her lungs, "Freak! A monster! Where are you? I've been bullied. F***ck. Can you not be like this?" The regulations of the heaven and earth were so depressed that they wanted to scratch the wall. Leng Ruoxue, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited. In fact, she didn't know if the evildoer could hear her call. However, seeing the way the regulations of heaven and earth were rejecting her, she felt that it was suspicious no matter how she thought about it, so she tried to shout. As expected, the lightning ball's color darkened after hearing her calling out to the evildoer. Leng Ruoxue thought that it was because it was so frightened that its expression changed. From this, she was sure that the evildoer was not far away. Since she knew that the demon was not far from here, Leng Ruoxue started to shout even louder. Seeing this, Uncle Long and the others also shouted the demon's name loudly. When they saw the rules of heaven and earth, they were so depressed that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. It's finished. It's finished. This place was so close to the demonic man's residence. Even if it tried to hide Leng Ruoxue's aura, some of her voice would still be heard. After all, it didn't dare to completely hide from the entire chaotic world. Otherwise, the demonic man would have found out about it. Now, it couldn't hide it anymore. More importantly, Leng Ruoxue had already started to scurry around, calling out for the evildoer from all directions. The regulations of the heaven and earth were extremely vexed. It was likely that they had lost this time, and the truth was just as the heaven-earth law had thought. The demon who had been cultivating in his room suddenly opened his eyes as if he had heard Shue's call. However, at the beginning, he had only heard a sound and thought it was an illusion. After all, Shue had been in seclusion and wouldn't come out so soon. Thinking about this, the demon sighed helplessly. He really missed Shue so much that he was hallucinating. However, just as he was about to close his eyes and continue his cultivation, Shue's voice entered his ears again. Although the sound was not loud, he heard it very clearly. It seemed to be very similar to his. With a bitter smile, the demon knew that he was really hallucinating. How could Shue be here? However, he heard Uncle Long and the others' voices intermittently after that, which made him alert. If he had only heard Shue's voice, he might have missed her too much. However, he shouldn't have missed Uncle Long and the others to the point that he was hallucinating, right? Thinking of this, the demon decided to contact Mu Li to ask about Shue's situation. However, he did not expect that he could not contact Mu Li. He stood up with a whoosh. The evildoer had already realized that it might be a certain restless fellow who was up to no good. Stepping out of the room, the demon directly flashed out of the palace and began to lock onto the position of the law of heaven and earth, but why couldn't he find that guy? Blocked me? There was definitely something fishy about this. The demon only needed to think for a moment before he guessed that there was something fishy going on. He thought he hadn't caused any trouble for little Tian, but little Tian had blocked him. He must have done something shameful. With such a connection, the demon began to carefully search for little Tian's whereabouts. He believed that as long as he found little Tian, the truth would be clear. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue's voice was getting clearer and clearer. This made the search for the demon even more intense. Shue, are you there? The demon asked loudly as he searched. Their voices entered the ears of the laws of the world at the same time, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. Your sister. Was this the rhythm of the male and female leads meeting? What about after they met? Recently, it had fallen in love with idol dramas from another time and space and had often watched them secretly using its authority. It had developed according to its script. Sob. What should I do? If there was only one person's combat power, it could still bear it, but these two people. They were definitely courting death. No. He would rather die than let these two guys meet now. Although it could stop them for a while, it couldn't stop them forever. There would naturally be a chance to see these two guys in the future, but the future could be discussed in the future. For now, avoiding risks was the top priority. The rules of heaven and earth had the rhythm of a turtle hiding its head. It did not care about what was in front of it and did not care about the future. It believed that time would wash away everything. But now, time was still too short. Therefore, it could only deceive itself and be a coward. This was also because the heaven-earth law did not understand Leng Ruoxue at all. To Leng Ruoxue, hatred was something she could never forget. It was only related to the morning and evening newspapers. From the very beginning, she had no intention of letting go of the laws of the heaven and earth. However, she wasn't sure how she should deal with the laws of heaven and earth. She was even more conflicted after seeing that her true body of the laws of the world was just a ball of lightning. If the laws of the heaven and earth could transform into a human form, she would be able to give the other party a good beating. But now? Would it know pain after hitting this guy? These thoughts kept on running through Leng Ruoxue's mind, causing her to be at a loss for what to do. Hence, at this moment, she really needed the demon to give her some ideas. As for Tsang, Leng Ruoxue truly felt that she should just forget about it. Based on the series of actions since she arrived at the land of chaos, no matter how slow Leng Ruoxue's reaction was, she could tell that the other party would not let her meet the demon so easily. In some aspects, Zhang He's goal was completely the same as the laws of the world. Leng Ruoxue was well aware of this. Zhang, who was also aware of Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, was extremely calm. In reality, it was also conflicted. Every time it saw that Nyo was sad because of that devilish man, it couldn't wait to catch the devilish man and let him coax Nyo. But now that the two of them really had the chance to meet, it was still a little unwilling in its heart. But it couldn't stop Nyo from coming here to find materials just because that devilish man was here. After all, cultivation was more important. It was undeniable that the three of them were all conflicted. As for the demon who had been searching for the whereabouts of the laws of the heaven and earth, he was depressed. After calling out for so long, the laws of heaven and earth didn't even respond. This was enough to prove that this guy was definitely doing something shameful. To be precise, it was something that he couldn't see. After confirming this thought, the demon began to think about what method he could use to force out the laws of heaven and earth. After all these years, the control of the laws of the heaven and earth over the chaotic world was definitely stronger than his. After thinking about it for a long time, there were only two ways to find the laws of the heaven and earth. One was to do an inch-by-inch search, but the weakness of this method was that it was slow. The chaotic world was almost boundless. If they used this method to search and that guy was deliberately hiding, it would take a long time to find him. The second method was to directly destroy this place. At that time, the laws of heaven and earth would definitely appear to stop him. The demon was deeply worried. He was in a difficult position. In the end, out of consideration for the safety of Shui, and the others, he decided to carry out an inch-by-inch search. His decision was exactly what the laws of heaven and earth wanted. The carpet search gave the heaven-earth law the time to feel for the oil. The demon searched from the periphery bit by bit, not letting go of any corner of the chaotic world. It seemed to be here. Little Tian. I know you're in there, get the hell out. Hearing these words, the heaven-earth law could not help but cower. But in fact, it was thinking of a way to escape. Seeing that the laws of heaven and earth didn't respond for a long time, the demon was enraged. He threatened, Little Tian, if you don't come out now, I'm going to use violence. Your sister. You violent man. However, at this moment, a loud bang was heard by Leng Ruoxue and the others. Instantly, the lightning ball formed by the laws of the heaven and earth dimmed. F***CK. He's really going to use violence so soon. The heaven-earth law didn't even need to think to know that it was that damn devilish man who attacked from the outside. How detestable. Was he so impatient just to see his woman? Can't you even wait for such a short time? The regulations of the heaven and earth were furious. As a rule of heaven and earth, it had never experienced the feelings between a man and a woman. Naturally, it could not understand the demon's urgency and sneered at him. It truly felt that this evildoer was a disgrace to chaos lifeforms. How could he do this for a woman? This kind of behavior was really not worth advocating. Forbidden. It must definitely be banned. The heaven-earth law was roaring in his heart. The demon's attacks from the outside seemed fierce, but in reality, he was not ruthless. After all, Shui might be inside, and he did not want to hurt her. As for the life and death of the heaven-earth law, he could not be bothered. However, the demon's attack, which was as loud as thunder and as light as raindrops, sounded like thunder to Leng Ruoxue and the others. There's also thunder in the chaos world? The curious Uncle Long finally couldn't help but ask. After asking, his gaze turned to Zhang. However, Azure acted as if he didn't see anything, only lowering his head and playing with his furry little paws. Humph. What did it have to do with thunder? Seeing that Senior Azure was ignoring him, Uncle Long felt a little sad. Who knew that the laws of heaven and earth would ignore him as well? Leng Ruoxue could also tell that the laws of heaven and earth seemed to have other thoughts. She immediately set her eyes on the other party. Feeling Leng Ruoxue's intense stare, the regulations of the heaven and earth roared in anger. Little girl, what are you looking at me for? What, you're afraid to look? No, I'm not afraid. Then I'll try my best to look. The laws of heaven and earth were silent. Your sister. He still had to look hard? Are you going to take responsibility if you break it? It was obvious that Leng Ruoxue had no intention of taking responsibility even if she had a bad eye for the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Tian quickly removed the shield. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. In the face of internal and external troubles, the rules of heaven and earth quickly weighed the pros and cons in its heart. In the end, it decided that it should run away as soon as possible. The meeting of this violent man and woman seemed to be unstoppable. With this thought in mind, the regulations of the heaven and earth first sized up the surroundings, then quietly moved back. Following that, it roared loudly, evil man, you bastard. Its feint had successfully attracted the attention of Leng Ruoxue and the others. When they regained their senses and looked at the laws of heaven and earth, they could no longer see the shadow of the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, evildoer also realized that the shield in front of him seemed to have weakened a lot. Therefore, he effortlessly used the same amount of force to break the shield. Looking at Leng Ruoxue who was so close to him, the demon could not believe his eyes. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others were still searching for the whereabouts of the laws of heaven and earth. When they heard a familiar voice, everyone raised their heads. Freak! Mistress of the dark world. Uncle Long and the others held their breaths, not even daring to breathe. Only Tsang was coldly snorting. Because Nyo threw it into Uncle Long's arms after seeing this devilish man, it was quite angry, extremely angry. Uncle Long, who was holding Tsang, could clearly feel the bitter aura that Tsang was constantly emitting. Instantly, he felt like he was holding a hot potato. Originally, he wanted to persuade Tsang that it wasn't easy for Shui and the Dark Lord to meet, so he shouldn't throw a tantrum. But seeing Tsang like this, he didn't dare to persuade him anymore. If he opened his mouth, he would probably become Senior Tsang's punching bag. Woo, so scary. Uncle Long really wanted to leave Tsang Bubao behind, but he didn't dare to. So he could only silently bear the cold air on Tsang's body and use his eyes to glare at those disloyal guys. How detestable. After Dongfang Yu and the others felt Senior Tsang's anger, they all hid far away. Only he could not escape while holding Tsang. This is too unfair. Uncle Long was a little indignant. In the next second, he walked toward Dongfang Yu and the others with Tsang in his arms. Dongfang Yu and the others were so scared that they quickly dodged and kept warning Uncle Long with their eyes, "Don't come over. Don't come any closer." However, Uncle Long didn't care about that. He carried Tsang Zhuan and ran to a place with many people. Dongfang Yu and the others were so angry that their faces turned black. When they were done, the crowd realized that Shui, and the demon had disappeared. Are we being abandoned? Uncle Long, who was carrying Tsang, said with a worried expression. It's obvious. Dongfang Yu said unhappily. If this guy hadn't been chasing them with Azure in his arms, they wouldn't have lost sight of Shui. But now, they were abandoned in the wilderness, with no village in front and no shop behind. Wah! Dongfang Yu really wanted to cry. It's so dangerous here, how can you leave them here? What should he do? Influenced by Dongfang Yu, you all, come with me. Just as everyone was heartbroken, a voice that seemed to come from the heavens suddenly entered their ears. It wasn't that the voice was beautiful, it was just that when they were at their most helpless, they heard someone say, "Come with me." That feeling was absolutely incomparable. However, when they looked up and saw that it was an unknown man who had spoken, they were immediately suspicious. Was the other party talking to them? A bad uncle who abducted his little friends? There were too many bad people nowadays, so even a god shouldn't easily believe the words of a stranger. And don't leave with strangers. Who knows who you are? The distrust on everyone's faces made the man quite worried. Everyone, he's not a bad person. Why did she doubt him so much? However, suspicion was suspicion, especially in the land of chaos where there were very few living things. One had to know that Senior Tsang had said that those who could live here were not human. At this moment, they didn't feel that Senior Tsang's words were offensive at all. And without knowing the man's identity, they could forget about leaving with him. I'm not a bad person. Seeing that Uncle Long and the others didn't say anything, but their thoughts were clearly written on their faces, the man could only helplessly say. Unfortunately, his words sounded like he was trying to hide something. Uncle Long and the others didn't believe him. Are you even human? Uncle Long asked directly. This question is so difficult to answer. The man pondered. How should he answer to win the favor of Uncle Long and the others and trick them away? No, he wanted them to leave this place with him. Seeing that he didn't answer, Uncle Long and the others immediately understood. Previous chapter. The other party was not human. The appraisal was complete. This time, it was even more impossible for Uncle Long and the others to go with him. If he was someone from the laws of the world, then wouldn't they become a tool for that fellow to threaten Shui, and the demon? The man in deep thought naturally didn't know that Uncle Long and the others had already made up their minds not to go with him. He was even thinking about how to convince these people in front of him. After thinking about it with great difficulty, Uncle Long said before the man could speak, "You're a liar. We won't go with you. So, you can give up on that idea." The man was depressed. He hadn't even said anything yet, okay? How did the mission fail? The unwilling man tried to persuade Uncle Long and the others, but they wouldn't give him a chance. In the end, he was annoyed by the man, so everyone worked together and sent the man back to his hometown. Of course, they didn't know where the man's home was, but there was no doubt that the guy had been kicked away by them. After that, everyone's ears were finally quiet. However, the sorrow that came with it made them feel depressed. Come with me. Suddenly, Uncle Long and the others heard this and were immediately enraged. Your sister. Are you done? He raised his head and saw that it was another unfamiliar man who had spoken. This time, Uncle Long and the others didn't waste any time and were ready to attack. The man's face immediately turned pale and he said in a trembling voice, what are you doing? I'm here on the orders of my master to pick you up, how can you treat me like this? The man who had spoken was unusually indignant. He had thought that this would be a good job to please the future Netherworld Empress, but who knew that he would be beaten up the moment he said a single word. Woo-woo. This was too much of a bully. Which master? Upon hearing this, Uncle Long and the others stopped what they were doing and asked cautiously. It's the mistress of the dark world that you guys are talking about. The mistress of the dark world asked me to come and pick you up. The man who was afraid of being beaten up quickly said. You mean, you're someone sent by the mistress of the dark world? Uncle Long said warily. Of course. The man nodded. What evidence do you have? Uncle Long continued to ask. This. Do we still need evidence for this? The man was dumbfounded. Of course I do. Otherwise, who would know who you are? Uncle Long said with a look of disdain. This is my token. The man had no choice but to take out a black token and show it to Uncle Long and the others to confirm his identity. However, after Uncle Long and the others looked around, they regretfully told the man that this could not prove his identity because they did not recognize the card he took out. With that, the man was completely enraged. He finally knew that running errands was not an easy job. The key was that these people in front of him didn't believe his identity. I'm really sent by the mistress of the dark world to pick you up. The man was still struggling, but Uncle Long and the others obviously wouldn't believe his one-sided words. He had to be on high alert in the land of chaos. Otherwise, there was a risk of being taken away by bad people at any time. Especially since Azure didn't care, they could only save themselves for safety. Wait for me, I'll go back and get the evidence. In the end, the rather helpless man could only turn around and leave. Not long after, the man returned. This time, Old Venomous Snake was with him. Seeing Old Viper, Uncle Long and the others burst into tears. Sob. Shui had not forgotten about them. Master asked me to come and pick you up, Old Venomous Snake said with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Uncle Long quickly said. Then, without waiting for the man to say anything else, Uncle Long and the others obediently followed them and left. This fact caused the man's grief and indignation to increase. Sob. Why didn't she believe his words and caused him to lose face in front of his friends? The more the man thought about it, the sadder he became. His resentful eyes would occasionally linger on Uncle Long and the others. However, Uncle Long and the others ignored him and asked casually, apart from you, did the mistress of the dark world send anyone else to pick us up? No, I'm the only one. The man couldn't help but feel flattered to hear the other party speak to him. F***ck. That guy was a liar. Uncle Long and the others cursed in their hearts when they heard this answer. When the man led them to the demon's palace, they looked at the tall buildings that didn't fit in with the desolate land of chaos. Uncle Long and the others were tempted. Should they also build a base here? Of course, he had to get Shue's approval first. However, when they entered the palace, they did not immediately see Shui. They could understand this. The young couple had not seen each other for a long time and were currently in the midst of their lovey-dovey moment. Of course, they would not invite their own rejections and disturb them. However, Azure didn't care at all. He shouted from within the palace, damn demon, quickly return my Nyo, Nyo hasn't married you yet. Don't you dare take advantage of her. Everyone who heard this fell silent. However, Uncle Long and the others were calm, while the evildoers' subordinates were panicking. The other party was causing trouble on their territory. Should they take down the cat? But how could he take it down? The subordinates of the Nine Nether prison had a headache. This cat didn't look like someone to be trifled with, and it didn't fear the majesty of its master at all. How were they supposed to attack? Uncle Long saw the cat struggle, so he pulled someone who looked like the leader aside and talked to him for a while. Suddenly, the leader showed a constipated expression and gave up on the idea of taking down the cat. Boo-hoo. My lord, it's not that we've failed our duty, but we can't beat this cat. From Uncle Long, the leader learned that this cat was also born in the land of chaos. As such, it must be an important figure that an old man could not afford to offend. Therefore, after weighing his duty in the strength of both sides, he decided to give up and let the cat go. More importantly, Uncle Long had told him that even if he didn't capture the cat, his master wouldn't blame him. In Uncle Long's words, the cat and her master were natural enemies. But aren't cats' greatest enemies supposed to be that? When did it become his master? The leader couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Just as Uncle Dragon had said, her lord didn't move at all after Tsang's roar. To put it bluntly, her lord had ignored the cat's provocation and didn't have time to deal with it. Azure was even more furious at this result. Tsang flew into a rage and wanted to destroy all the buildings here to vent his anger. Leng Ruoxue, who was watching this scene through the light screen from the bangle, could not help but ask worriedly, Azure is angry. Are we really not going out? I'm not going out. If it wants to make a scene, it can. At most, I'll just build a new palace. The demon said disapprovingly. That's right, sister. We must not let that stupid cat's bad habits die down. Qing Ju, who had suddenly appeared, also interrupted and echoed. At times, he was very willing to join forces with the evildoer to bully that cat. All right. Even though Leng Ruoxue couldn't bear it, it seemed like she had to obey the majority at this moment. More importantly, she and the evildoer had not seen each other for such a long time, and they did have a lot to talk about. After that, the two of them entered the purple bamboo house. The light bulb Qing Ju wanted to follow them in but was refused entry. Qing Ju was furious and glared at the door of the purple bamboo house. With a thought, he moved the dead cat he was talking about in. At the same time, Tsang would also be a good helper to him. One had to admit that Qing Ju was a fence-sitter. Azure was still happily wandering around outside and it suddenly felt a familiar suction force. It immediately retracted its aura and was pulled into the bracelet by Green Vessel. After taking a glance at Tsang's strength, Green Vessel was very satisfied with its tactfulness and quick reaction. Do you know why I moved you here? Then, Qing Ju asked with a smirk. I don't know, Tsang pretended to be stupid, but in his heart he was thinking, this guy wouldn't be so kind to let me be a guest in this broken bracelet. Humph. Those who were unaccountably solicitous were either evil or thieves. Tsang became alert and decided that he would not let Green Vessel lead him by the nose. Unfortunately, Green Vessel understood Tsang's thoughts and said directly, my sister and the demon are in the purple bamboo house. I've been refused entry, so I think we can join forces to break in. What do you think? Aren't you the artifact spirit of this place? Is there a place you can't go to? Hearing Green Vessel's words, Azure couldn't help but mock. Your sister, it's not like you don't know that I haven't recovered my strength. Qing Ju said angrily. This guy is really too detestable. He knew that he couldn't be nice to it, or else this guy would definitely climb all over him. That's true. You're no match for that guy now. But you're too biased. That evil man is also at his peak. You dare to let him in, but don't allow me to come in often. Aren't you afraid that he will destroy your place? You must know that his destructive power is definitely not inferior to mine. Tsang nodded and complained. With big sister here, what am I afraid of? Green Vessel said matter-of-factly. The main point was that the demon had always been coming in and out of the bracelet, so the bracelet did not reject him. Therefore, even though he had recovered to his peak, the bracelet still believed that he had achieved it through his own cultivation. However, Tsang was different. This was also the reason why Green Vessel did not stop the demon from entering his territory. Of course, he couldn't let Azure know about this, or else he would say that he was racist. When Tsang heard Qing Ju's words, he snorted coldly and said, "How do you want me to cooperate with you? With you as the main force, we'll kill our way in to protect Big Sister's innocence. Hee. If the demon wants to confess his feelings to his sister, he has to go through us first, right? You must know that we're her family." Qing Ju laughed smugly. Humph. He was definitely going to be the third wheel. Even if the sky collapsed, they could not stop him. I'll be the main force? Stupid bracelet, you're not trying to use me, are you? I'm telling you, I'm not that easy to fool. Hearing Qing Ju's words, Tsang was on guard. Use you, my ass. This is called cooperation. Do you understand cooperation? You uncultured D*MN cat. Qing Ju angrily replied. Since we're working together, why can't you be the main force? Don't forget, this is your territory. Azure had a suspicious look on his face. He wasn't stupid and wouldn't let others use him for no reason. I want to be the main force, but can I beat that evildoer? Qing Ju said angrily. Even though this was his territory, he really did not have the confidence to deal with the evil man here. Otherwise, he would not have brought this D*MN cat in to annoy him. That's true. Little Ruo, come and call me big brother. Seeing that Green Vessel had finally admitted that he was weak, Azure was happy. If he didn't bully this guy now, he wouldn't have the chance to do so when he recovered his strength. This was why Tsang didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. Your sister, my name is Qing Ju, not Little Ruo. Green Vessel roared in anger when he saw that Chaos had given him a name. I know. Little Ruo is a nickname I gave you because you're weak. Ha ha ha. After Tsang finished speaking, he laughed out loud, causing Qing Ju's small body to tremble in anger. The fire in his heart was also bursting out. Endure. He had to endure. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Sooner or later, he would take care of this fellow. Qing Ju secretly swore and set a big goal for himself, which was to teach this damn cat a good lesson one day. Then, he took a few deep breaths. Silly cat, do you still want to work with me? You bastard. Time was tight, and the mission was heavy, but this D*MN cat still had the time to mess with him. This was really infuriating. Of course we'll cooperate. Tsang smiled. Since he had come in, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed, so he had to destroy it. He must be dreaming if he thought that he could be intimate with Nyo so easily. After making up their minds, Tsang and Green Vessel smiled as if they understood each other. The man and beast carefully headed toward the purple bamboo house. He quietly moved to the door of the purple bamboo house and gave Tsang a look. Tsang understood and then showed his little claws, grabbing towards the door with a swoosh. 5 long claw marks were left on the door, but it was still intact. Seeing this scene, Green Vessel was filled with grief and indignation. He could not bear it anymore and roared, "You idiot, who told you to scratch? Now that you've scratched the door like this, the door still doesn't open." Qing Ju was filled with hatred. This door was made by the old master back then, and it definitely had commemorative significance. Now, there were 5 claw marks on it. Just thinking about it made him so angry. However, facing Green Vessel's rage, Tsang didn't take it to heart. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. It's just a door, what's the big deal? After saying this, Azure struck out with its claws. The door glowed with a blinding light. As its claws rose and fell, the originally intact door was finally destroyed. Look, it's done. Tsang Ji said proudly. As for Qing Ju, he looked at the door that was covered in claw marks on the ground and his heart bled. At this moment, he was very sure that this silly cat was doing this on purpose. Did she really think that she was a cat after transforming into a cat for a long time? That silly cat didn't need to scratch at all, and she wouldn't break the door and just knock it open, but now. Qing Ju wanted to cry but had no tears. He had definitely invited a cat into the house. In an instant, he was filled with regret. The sound of the door falling to the ground had also alerted Leng Ruoxue and the demon inside the purple bamboo house. When the two of them came out and saw the dead door, they looked at each other. Leng Ruoxue was helpless, but the demon was a little angry. How detestable. Can't these two guys be a little more obedient? Did she have to cause trouble for him? Who did this? The demon asked despite knowing the answer. It wasn't me, Azure replied with a smile. It wasn't me either. Seeing that Tsang did not admit it, Green Vessel would not admit it either. Your sister. He had already miscalculated and naturally didn't intend to be Tsang's scapegoat. You don't want to admit? Don't worry, just stretch out your hands and claws and compare them. The demon was so angry that he laughed, but he still said with a straight face. On what basis? Azure asked indifferently. Just because you're all suspects. The demon said matter-of-factly. You're also a suspect. Azure replied with a smile. What suspicion do I have? The demon asked curiously. You came out from inside, so it's possible that you opened the door, so you're suspicious. Azure analyzed with a serious face. In any case, it was determined to die. Ruoxue, did you see that? This is what it means to be a thief crying thief. After hearing Tsang's words, the evildoer turned to Leng Ruoxue and said calmly. You bastard. You're the thief. Your whole family is a thief. Before Leng Ruoxue could react, Tsang roared in anger. My family includes you. The demon smiled faintly. Who said that? When did I become your family? Azure was stunned and asked in confusion. Ruoxue is my woman, and you're her beastie. Tell me, are you considered my family? The demon asked with a smile. No, Nyo hasn't married you yet. Don't try to get close to me. Azure said unhappily. This guy was really too shameless, wanting to make connections just like this. That's only a matter of time. The demon was full of confidence. His grandfather and the others had long acknowledged his status, so now he was only lacking a title. Who said that? She raised her eyebrows, obviously trying to find fault. What, you still want to object? The demon asked calmly. I want to object, Nyo cannot marry you. Azure said with a serious expression. It doesn't matter, I'll just marry her. The demon countered every move, not taking Tsang's words seriously at all. That guy was nothing to be afraid of. You can't marry Nyo either. Tsang Huo roared. This damn evil man was so shameless. Didn't you see that her family didn't agree? Then who can I marry? Blinking his eyes, the demon shamelessly asked. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but hold back her laughter. She truly felt that how could a demon be so cute? Ha ha ha. The evildoer who said this was really cute. Leng Ruoxue's eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at the evildoer. Sensing her gaze, the evildoer turned back to look at Ruoxue. In an instant, the entire space was filled with gentleness and sweetness, and no one could interfere between the two of them. Tsang, who also saw this scene, was furious. You bastard. These two scoundrels actually flirted with each other in front of him. They were really too detestable. Tsang was going crazy. He was even more displeased with the demon. In short, with it around, it would be a dream for the evildoer to successfully be together with Nyo. You can marry whoever you want. After a long time, the flustered and exasperated Tsang Kai roared. I love to marry Ruoxue. The demon laughed in an extremely lecherous manner. Nyo can t. Azure roared, so angry that all the fur on his body stood up. Give me a reason, the demon said in a good-tempered manner. You're already living with someone, what right do you have to marry Nyo? Tsang had an idea and remembered what Mu Li had said before. He used it at the last minute. Who am I cohabiting with? The demon was confused. This was definitely slander. Sob. Ruoxue, I've been wronged. He looked at Leng Ruoxue pitifully, his devilish face full of grievances. With Jing Tsang's reminder, Leng Ruoxue suddenly recalled that there was such a thing. She deliberately put on a serious expression and asked, Evildoer, be honest. Although Leng Ruoxue completely trusted the evildoer, it didn't seem too bad to be able to watch him suffer. As expected, the moment Leng Ruoxue said that, the demon was completely dumbfounded. You bastard. Ruoxue, this is a very serious matter, so we can't just talk about it, understand? Leng Ruoxue, on the other hand, said with a look of righteousness, I'm not talking nonsense. The witness said it himself. Right. We have witnesses. You're unwilling to be lonely and cohabited with someone else, humph. You want to marry Ruoxue like this? You can dream on. There's a witness who said that I'm cohabiting with someone? Who was the witness? I request to question the witness. He. The witness was Mu Li. He's your confidant, so you have nothing to say now. At the same time, Mu Li, who was in the divine realm, suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Sure enough, Tsang's provocation was quite successful. The evildoer was completely enraged and secretly complained, what's your confidant? After that, the demon suppressed his anger and asked, what did he say? You can ask him what he said. Why are you asking me? Seeing that Tsang refused to talk about it, the demon could only turn to Leng Ruoxue and said pitifully, Ruoxue, they've all wronged me. I'm not cohabiting with anyone. This. Looking at the evildoer's aggrieved expression, Leng Ruoxue did not know how to react. Was it only by getting angry that she could reflect her feelings as the person involved? However, the current situation was that she was not angry. On the contrary, when she saw the little evildoer's aggrieved look, she felt quite loving. Even at this moment, Leng Ruoxue had a wicked thought. With such a thought in mind, Leng Ruoxue fell silent. When the demon saw that Leng Ruoxue was silent, he thought that she was really angry. He was instantly flustered. Damn it! Mu Li, come out. The demon called out to Mu Li in his heart, but unfortunately, Mu Li did not give him any response. Instantly, he felt that Mu Li was guilty. How detestable. Mu Li was indeed talking nonsense. But the point was, who was his cohabiting partner? Would Uncle Long and the others know? If she knew, would she tell him? The demon's mind turned quickly as he thought about who he could get all this information from. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Shui, but Shui still didn't speak. Seeing this, the demon was even more uncertain. Wu, Shui, don't be like this. He had really been wronged. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that the evildoer's current appearance was cute. AI. Sighing lightly, Leng Ruoxue decided to leave first. Otherwise, the demon would be frightened to death. In this way, it really frightened the demon. Shui, don't go. The demon's little heart trembled. He really felt that Shui was angry. More importantly, he had no idea what Mu Li was talking about. He wanted to chase Shui back to her room. Nyo sad, you scum, don't disturb her. D scumbag? Was he talking about him? The demon was a little dumbfounded. He was obedient to his wife. Thinking of these merits of his, even the evildoer almost fell in love with himself. You bastard. The demon glared at Azure and roared, silly cat, tell me clearly, how am I scum? You didn't want to be lonely and cohabited with someone else. That goes without saying. Ugh. The demon blinked his eyes and then roared, your sister. I've been wronged. Who cares if you're innocent or not? You're living with someone else anyway. So, you also want to wrong me? Do I need to wrong you? I need it. Oh. This was a cat's habit. You're also maligning me. Cold couldn't help but reveal an aggrieved expression when he heard evildoer's words. Stupid cat, I don't care what you say. Tell me, what did Mu Li tell you? Humph. This was definitely a sign of a guilty conscience. As for the unlucky Mu Li, he had no idea what he was about to face because he was already in a terrible fit. Looking at the dark purple ball of lightning that kept jumping in front of him, Mu Li had a rhythm that made him want to die. F***CK. How did this guy come all the way to the divine realm? He really wanted to play dead. What to do? Mu Li, who felt that his good days were coming to an end, forced out an ugly smile and said unwillingly, Little Tian, why are you here? I missed you, so I came to see you. It was afraid that the violent man and woman would find out that it had left the chaotic world. Otherwise, once they caught it, its good days would be gone forever. AI. He had a home he couldn't go back to now. Therefore, it could only hide in the violent woman's territory. Anyway, that woman wouldn't be back for a while, and she wouldn't know that it was in her house. Hee. Didn't humans say that the most dangerous place was also the safest place? Unfortunately, although it was happy to see Mu Li felt that a disaster was coming. Sob. He really wanted to go home. Especially now that she said she missed him and came to see him. Could he tell her not to come and see him? Shaoli, don't you miss me? Yes. Mu Li wanted to cry but had. At this time, Minga, who had been watching their interaction, quietly poked Mu Li and asked in a low voice, who is this? It is the law of the world. Upon hearing this, Ming Ji and the others' mouths were agape in disbelief, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The laws of heaven and earth, the legendary rules of land inheritance, the rules of heaven and earth that could decide their fate, looked like this? Minga and the others suddenly felt a little disappointed. How could the laws of heaven and earth be a ball? Wasn't this an image that didn't conform to the laws of heaven and earth? However, since the other party was such an existence, he obviously couldn't defend him. Therefore, in the next second, as if he was half a master, Minga enthusiastically said to the laws of heaven and earth, Your Excellency, rules of heaven and earth. Since you've come to visit the city lord of Muley City, please stay here for a few more days. As soon as he said that, Minga felt a pair of sharp eyes shooting at him, which made him feel very confused. Yes, don't worry. I'll stay here for a few more days. The regulations of heaven and earth were very happy to hear Ming Ji's words. They also felt that this little guy had good eyes and knew its difficulties. Hee. Of course, it would stay for a few more days. It had to stay until Leng Ruoxue left the primal chaos world. Otherwise, it wouldn't even dare to return home. AI. Look at the way he was living. He was really so cowardly. However, in the following days, the heaven-earth law felt an unprecedented joy. Because Ming Ji and the others, who didn't know the truth, respected it very much. Not only did they ask about its warmth, but after knowing that it liked to listen to stories, they also told it good stories every day. As time went by, the rules of heaven and earth felt more and more nourished. With Minga and the others' flattery, Mu Li was completely liberated. In this way, he would not hold a grudge against Ming Ji for letting the laws of heaven and earth settle down. Who asked him to share the attention of the laws of the world with him. However, he still had to be on guard against the sudden appearance of the laws of heaven and earth from time to time. Thus, he still lived in fear. However, the evildoer had always been in an abyss of suffering. Shui was ignoring him, and he wanted to see Shui but was blocked. This was simply driving him crazy. You bastard. When would such days end? In the end, the evildoer could not take it anymore and finally decided to get Green Vessel to send him out. When he heard this request, Green Vessel was 200% willing to fulfill it. After the demon went out, he had the idea of getting Azure out as well. Tsang saw through Green Vessel's thoughts and sneered, What, do you want to kill the cat after you're done? Hey. It's good that you know. Qingju didn't care that his thoughts were seen through by Tsang and laughed very proudly. You broken bracelet, you'll get retribution if you do this, you know? Or do you not want to work with me in the future? I'm telling you, if you dare to send me out, I'll join hands with that demonic man. Tsang threatened. Its threat made Green Vessel hesitate. It was difficult to deal with one of these two guys. If they really joined forces, he would definitely be the one to suffer. With this thought in mind, the tactful Green Vessel had no choice but to give up the idea of killing the cat after it was done grinding and let it continue to stay in the bracelet and be an eyesore. After the demon went out, his whole body was emitting cold air, which scared his subordinates so much that they didn't even dare to breathe. Uncle Long and the others were also silent like cicadas in winter. If they could avoid the powerful weapon of the 10,000-year-old iceberg, they would try their best to avoid it. Otherwise, if they were frozen to death, they would have no place to cry. However, they couldn't figure it out either. Didn't people say that absence makes the heart grow fonder? This pair of little lovers had not seen each other for so long, and it was the time for them to be deeply in love with each other, so why was the demon's reaction so fickle? Uncle Long and the others didn't understand, so they wanted to figure it out. However, none of them dared to stand out. After a careful discussion, everyone unanimously decided to let Ice Spirit take care of the Dark Mistress. Ice Spirit was so depressed that her hair almost turned white. What the hell is this? He wasn't familiar with that person, and they hadn't even spoken a word to this day, yet he directly asked him to inquire about such private information? This was definitely a trap. However, Ice Spirit felt that it was time for him to do something for the little girl when he saw everyone's anticipation. So, he braced himself and went to find the demon. The demon was in a bad mood, but he still welcomed Ice Soul. Ice Soul and the demon sat down face to face, but she didn't know what to say. I've long heard of the Dark Master's name. It's my honor to meet you today. After thinking for a long time, Ice Spirit finally decided on an opening remark. The demon didn't say anything after hearing this. He waited for the rest. Seeing that the other party did not respond and only kept releasing cold air, Ice Spirit obviously lost his confidence. This cold chi was definitely not of the same family as his ice attribute. That. Could he withdraw? Ice Spirit broke out in a cold sweat under the pressure of the monster. He felt unprecedented pressure. At this moment, the demon said indifferently, if you have something to say, just say it. Can't you just tell me the truth? If he were to say it directly, would that be considered as prying into the mistress's privacy? Would he be killed by the mistress of the dark world in a fit of anger? These thoughts flashed through Ice Soul's mind. After thinking about it, Ice Spirit decided to go all out. Therefore, at the next moment, he said without hesitation, I want to ask on behalf of everyone, what's wrong with the mistress of the dark world and Shui? We're very worried about you. He was worried that his life would be in danger at any moment. One of my subordinates wrongly accused me of cohabiting with someone, so Shui is angry with me. Miraculously, the evildoer was very cooperative and spoke of his troubles. In fact, he had long wanted to find someone to talk to, but he was a little embarrassed, so he had been annoyed until now. What kind of subordinate was this? How could he do such a thing? He's really too much. Ice Spirit said angrily. He absolutely hated the betrayal of his subordinates. In addition, he was not present when Mu Li told him about this. Therefore, he did not know the truth. He could only stand on the side of the demon and fight against the traitor together. Hearing his words, the demon felt even more wronged and asked tentatively, do you know what he said? What? Ice Spirit blinked her eyes in confusion when she heard the mistress of the Dark World's question. Why did she ask him? Should he know? It seems like you haven't heard about it. Seeing Ice Spirit's reaction, the evil true form said. Mistress of the Dark World, not only have I not heard of it, but I also don't know the subordinate who said this. Ice Spirit reminded. Mu Li told me. He's been living in Demon City for several years. The demon said with an expression that said, you definitely know him. He said that? That's impossible, right? Ice Spirit didn't believe that the Overlord would slander the mistress of the Dark World. I can't contact him now, and I can't confirm what he said. I thought you would know. The demon was disappointed. I don't know about this, but Uncle Long and the others should have heard of it, right? Why don't I go ask them? Ice Spirit wasn't stupid. He understood what the demon was implying, so he took the bait. Then I'll have to trouble you. The demon was naturally happy to see that the other party was so understanding. In fact, he had thought about asking Uncle Long and the others personally, but he was afraid that they would not dare to tell him the truth. It's no trouble at all. Ice Spirit said with a smile and left. After that, he went to find Uncle Long and the others. After everyone heard the whole story, they immediately sympathized with the evildoer. Uncle Long even sighed, the Dark Lord's path of pursuing his wife is a long and arduous one. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Everyone understood Uncle Long's words, but Ice Spirit didn't, so he could only look at everyone with a big question mark on his face and wait for answers. However, after waiting for a long time, everyone was still immersed in their own thoughts. No one had considered the existence of a muddle-headed person like him. Finally, Ice Soul, who could not bear it any longer, pointed at the crowd and said, who can tell me what's going on? If he made it clear, he could reply to the mistress of the Dark World. Ice Spirit was a little anxious. It was not a good job to be a peacemaker. These bad guys had pushed this task to him but did not give him enough information in case of emergencies. They were so irresponsible. Ice Spirit was so angry that cold air was emitted from his body. Everyone was so scared that they could not help but move away to avoid being frozen by his sudden cold air. After staying at a safe distance, they all winked at Uncle Long, asking him to explain to Ice Soul. The helpless Uncle Long glared at the crowd and sighed. He said to Ice Spirit, Senior, this involves Shue's beastie and the Master of the Dark World fighting for favor, so I can't explain it in a few words. It's okay. You can tell me slowly. I have all the time in the world. Ice Spirit said with a smile. Alright. Uncle Long had no choice but to report everything he knew to Ice Soul. Ice Spirit frowned and asked with uncertainty, according to what you're saying, the mistress of the Dark World's love life is bound to be filled with disasters? You can say that Shue'er's beasts love to fight for her favor. In their hearts, Mistress Dark is definitely their biggest enemy. So, it's fine when there's a big problem. Everyone is busy fighting against the outside world and they don't have the time to bully Mistress Dark. But during peaceful times, the beasts will definitely not let Mistress Dark take advantage of Shue'er so easily. Uncle Long explained. Yup. This is also because most of Shue'er's beasts are in closed-door cultivation, otherwise it would be even more lively. After Uncle Long finished speaking, the great elder of the Craftsmen's Guild also added. Why do these beasts even care about their master's personal affairs? Ice Spirit was speechless. Wasn't he being too nosy? Why not? In the hearts of the beasts, their master was their private property. How could they let others take advantage of them? AI. It's only because the mistress of the Dark World's strength is unpredictable that those beasts more or less know how to restrain themselves. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would be bullied until not even their bones are left. The first blacksmith elder sighed. Poor mistress of the Dark World, why is it so difficult to get a wife? Ice Spirit also sympathized with them. In their Qilin clan, as long as the Qilin clan liked each other, their parents would not care. So when he first heard that a beast wanted to care about its master's relationship, he found it unbelievable. AI. Who said it wasn't T? However, most of the beasts were still fine, the most difficult one was probably Tsang. I originally thought that Shue'er's act of being separated by the laws of heaven and earth had already made Senior Tsang realize the importance of the Dark Mistress to Shue'er. Unfortunately, even though he realized it, he still stirred up trouble. Uncle Long said helplessly. There's also Qing Ju. That little fellow isn't content with his lot either. The first elder of the blacksmiths continued. AI. Ice Spirit sighed and asked, then what's the situation with the rumor that the mistress of the Dark World is living with someone else? Did the city lord of Muley City really say that? Cough cough. Uncle Long coughed twice and said with a troubled expression, Senior Azure warned us not to speak of this matter. In other words, he didn't want the Dark Lord to know. It's fine to tell me. Ice Spirit said. Then you can't tell the Dark Lord. Uncle Long looked around vigilantly and whispered. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell him. Ice Spirit said seriously. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that it was none of his business if the other party had heard it. Ice Spirit believed that the mistress of the Dark World might be eavesdropping on their conversation. It turned out that the Ice Spirit was the truth. The demon was really eavesdropping. It was mainly because he was too eager to know the answer. When he heard from Uncle Long that he was not allowed to tell him, the demon couldn't help but think that it was a close call. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly ask himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to use violence to get the answer he wanted. After that, the demon pricked up his ears and listened carefully. At this moment, Uncle Long also waved at Bingpa. Bingpa also extended her head and whispered to Uncle Long. After that, Bingpa was shocked and said in disbelief, the city lord of Muley City only said that Mistress Dark and Little Tian have been living in the chaotic world for a few years. He didn't say anything about cohabiting. I really don't. However, it's a big problem to live there for a few years. What do we do now? Cold mix. Just as Uncle Long was about to reply, an angry voice suddenly interrupted. Then, everyone saw the great mistress of the Dark World appear in front of them like a gust of wind, her face dark. Uncle Long and the others looked at the infuriated evildoer and immediately became as obedient as primary school students. They didn't say anything. It was the mistress of the Dark World who heard it. Everyone shirked all responsibility in their hearts, but the demon didn't pay them any attention. He directly shouted into the void, Tsang, you'd *mn cat, get out here. Shue'er, I'm innocent. Don't you believe that *mn cat? The demon shouted a few times, but no one responded. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue, who was in the purple bamboo house, felt that she had heard the demon's voice and walked out of the house. As soon as she came out, Tsang and Qing Ju wrapped themselves around her, hugging her legs and hugging her in their arms. Upon seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could only carry the two little fellows and said, the demon seems to be calling me. No, I didn't. Girl, you've heard wrong. Qing Ju shuddered and nodded, sister, you really misheard. Woo. Qing Ju was so sad, a single misstep would cause eternal hatred. He had mistakenly entered this cat's pirate ship and couldn't get out no matter what. It doesn't matter. We'll know once we go out and take a look. Moreover, she felt that she should also go out. Otherwise, the demon outside would be even more restless. Leng Ruoxue felt a little guilty because of her own bad taste. However, she still had to clarify the matter of them living together. Besides, she also wanted to know who Xiao Tian was. This person could actually stay with the demon in the land of chaos. The relationship between the two must be extraordinary. Perhaps she really was his potential love rival. Although she believed that the evildoer would not betray her, in these days, the firepower of a mistress was quite powerful, so she had to be careful. With this thought in mind, Leng Ruoxue consoled Green Vessel for a while before leaving the bracelet with Azure in her arms. The moment the demon saw Leng Ruoxue, he immediately pounced forward to hug her. However, he was blocked by Leng Ruoxue's hand. Shue'er. Seeing how Leng Ruoxue was treating him, the demon was heartbroken. Let's make things clear. Shue'er, I'm innocent. The demon said hurriedly. To put it bluntly, Uncle Long and the others were terrified. However, as they wanted to retreat, they couldn't help but want to enjoy the gossip. He was conflicted. Just as he was hesitating whether to leave or not, Leng Ruoxue asked, "Who wronged you?" "That's right, who wronged you?" Azure also laughed evilly. "Cohabitation is cohabitation, what's the point of quibbling? This d*mn cat. How did it wrong you?" "Right, how did I wrong you?" "Evil man, don't slander me, or I'll sue you. You're slandering me for cohabiting with someone, and you still won't admit it? Don't tell me you're not cohabiting with anyone. This is what your Muli city lord said personally. That guy is your trusted aide, right? Did he betray you?" "He didn't betray me, but what he said and what you understand are definitely not the same." The demon explained. "Oh, really? But he said that you've been living here with someone for a few years." "Of course not." The evil fire roared and then looked at Leng Ruoxue. Don't listen to their nonsense. Although Xiao Tian and I have been living here for a few years, we are definitely not cohabiting." "Who's little Tian?" Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. "Little Tian is the law of heaven and earth." The demon replied in a daze. He couldn't help but think to himself, didn't he say that? The evildoer, who was angered by Tsang, suddenly remembered that he didn't explain the identity of the legendary cohabiting partner. This was really not right, miscalculated. It was really a mistake. If he had told Shui about little Tian's identity earlier, Shui would definitely not have misunderstood. Demon's thought process was perfect. He thought that once Shui found out about little Tian's identity, she would understand that Tsang had wrongly accused him. However, he did not expect that Leng Ruoxue would not only not be at ease when she heard that the rule of the heaven and earth was little Tian, but she even frowned. This gave the evildoer an ominous feeling. This wasn't right. It shouldn't be like this. Just as the demon was about to say something to explain, Leng Ruoxue said, "No wonder it's trying to stop us from meeting." What? What was the meaning of this? The demon was dumbfounded. Uncle Long and the others were also dumbfounded. Could it be that women like to let their thoughts run wild? Uncle Long and the others would never think that this monster had any ideas about the rules of heaven and earth, but whether the rules of heaven and earth had any ideas about the Dark Lord, they would not know. Their eyes involuntarily drifted to the evildoer. Everyone could not help but sigh. The mistress of the dark world was truly a rare, one-of-a-kind, peerless beauty. No wonder even the laws of the world were tempted. It had to be said that the plot in everyone's minds was powerful. However, the demon was extremely depressed. Shui, it's stopping us from meeting. It definitely doesn't have any thoughts about me. TSK. Who would believe this? It's good to deceive silly boys. You shut up. The evil fire roared. Tsang's debt would be settled later, but now he had to clear his own name. Girl, look at him, he's angry from embarrassment, right? These are all signs that I've predicted correctly. The demon was extremely angry. Although he wanted to cut Tsang the university into 8 pieces, he did not want Shui to think that he was killing a cat to silence her. Hence, after taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed the burning anger in his heart and said to Leng Ruoxue pitifully, "Shui, don't you believe me? The laws of heaven and earth are female?" Leng Ruoxue gave an irrelevant answer. That guy doesn't have a gender. Can be male or female. This is even more difficult to handle. Shui, what are you saying? The demon didn't understand, his handsome face was full of question marks. "I said it's too dangerous to be a man or a woman," Leng Ruoxue said with a serious expression. Then, she suddenly reached out and touched the evildoer's face, taking advantage of him. She asked, "Tell me, did it take advantage of you?" "No, definitely not." Hearing this, the evildoer quickly raised his hand and promised. However, he could not understand what Shui was thinking. Did she trust him? The demon was quite uncertain. He truly felt that after not seeing her for a few years, Shui seemed to have become a little hard to grasp. Not even a little bit? Leng Ruoxue confirmed. It really didn't. It likes Mu Li. In order to clear his name, the demon did not hesitate to betray his own subordinates. When they suddenly heard gossip again, Uncle Long and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes and drop their jaws. Was this a love affair? This was big news. However, since the laws of heaven and earth liked Mu Li, why did he go to the immortal realm? This didn't seem like the attitude of a winner.